Tessia took a hesitant step forward, then another, her uncertainty fading as she called out again, her voice trembling slightly as she asked if it was truly him. The suffocating silence that had settled over the cavern shattered suddenly. A sharp, high-pitched chirp pierced the air. From the darkness, a streak of white shot forward like lightning, cutting through the air before diving straight into Tessia's arms. Her eyes widened instantly with recognition as she wrapped the small creature in a tight embrace. Sylvie, the little dragon, nuzzled against her as if no time had passed at all. The moment drew every gaze in the cavern. Drogo stepped forward, his usual steadiness shaken. When he spoke, his voice faltered slightly, betraying the unease tightening in his chest as he demanded that the stranger identify himself. At last, the figure moved. He leapt down from the mountain of corpses, landing with effortless grace on the stone floor before the towering doorway. Then he stepped forward, out of the oppressive shadows. "I'm Arthur Leywin." The name echoed through the hollow cavern like a ringing bell. Several members of the Twin Horns rushed forward immediately, their voices bursting with disbelief and recognition as they shouted his name. Tessia, however, could not move. She stood frozen where she was, her chest tightening with emotion as she stared at him. Stannard's thoughts spun wildly. If this really was Arthur, the boy Tessia had spoken about so often, then how had he appeared here? What had happened in this cavern? And the most impossible question of all, had he really killed the S-class mutant alone? Drogo raised his voice again, pulling the soldiers back to attention. He reminded them sharply that reunions could wait. There were more pressing matters. He demanded to know what had happened here. Arthur answered calmly. He had arrived only an hour earlier. Drogo's gaze hardened. "Are you telling me," he pressed, "that every corpse in this chamber, the gnolls, the orcs, even the S-class mutant, was killed by you alone?" Arthur tilted his head slightly. His answer was cold and simple. There was no one else. The disbelief spread instantly through the ranks. One soldier blurted out in protest, his voice cracking as he insisted it was impossible for a single boy to accomplish what an entire battalion of mages had been sent to do. Stannard swallowed nervously before asking about the beast cores. Arthur shrugged casually. "My bond has a pretty big appetite." Drogo's eyes narrowed as they shifted toward the small white creature in Tessia's arms. Could that tiny beast really have devoured the cores from every corpse piled behind them? Before anyone could question it further, Sylvie's head snapped toward the corpse pile. Her instincts flared. From the mound of bodies, a half-dead mana beast dragged itself forward, fueled by nothing but murderous instinct as it lunged toward Arthur. Tessia reacted instantly, her body tensing to move. But she never got the chance. A flash of steel cut through the air. Blood sprayed across the stone. Arthur's blade had already moved. With a single effortless stroke, he severed the beast's head without even looking back. The head rolled across the floor before coming to a silent stop. Arthur wiped his blade clean with casual ease. "Sorry about that," he said lightly. Then he asked if the questioning could wait until he had washed up and eaten something. Tessia immediately stepped in, assuring Drogo that the Twin Horns would vouch for him. She promised Arthur would be escorted safely back to the base. Helen followed with a warm smile, adding that Arthur was an old friend of theirs as well. Arthur stepped closer to Tessia, gratitude softening his expression as he thanked her. She returned the look with a gentle smile and a small nod. The journey back to camp felt suffocating, almost as tense as their descent into the cavern. No one spoke much. Boots scraped quietly against stone as the soldiers marched in heavy silence, exhaustion mixing with lingering unease. Tessia's mind churned with emotion. She knew without a doubt that the man they had encountered was her childhood friend, but something about him felt different. Years had passed since she had last seen him. Around her, the others were just as unsettled. Arthur's sudden appearance and the carnage he had left behind had shaken them deeply. When Arthur finally arrived at the main tent after washing up, the blood and grime were gone, but the distance around him remained. He spoke little, only the necessary details. Drogo gathered enough information to plan their next steps, though his dissatisfaction was obvious at the many things Arthur chose not to say. The Twin Horns pushed for a full explanation of the battle. Arthur eventually promised he would tell them later. Only then did they allow him to rest. When the others left, silence settled over the tent. Only Tessia and Arthur remained. Tessia stood stiffly, her eyes fixed on the ground. She could feel Arthur's gaze resting on her, but the words she wanted to say refused to come. She didn't know how to speak, how to move, and how to feel. For the first time in years, she felt completely lost. Then Arthur broke the silence. His voice carried the familiar warmth she remembered. "Tess." The single word melted the tension that had frozen her in place. Emotion surged up uncontrollably. She rushed forward and threw herself into his arms, clinging tightly as tears spilled down her cheeks. Arthur chuckled softly as he brushed a stray tear from her face. "You've changed," he teased gently. Her voice came out hoarse as she insisted she really had. Arthur smiled and motioned toward the entrance of the tent. "Your friends are waiting." Outside, Stannard sat quietly beside the dying campfire, its faint embers casting flickering light across his face. Darvis dropped down beside him with a long, exhausted sigh. Alacrya, still energized, spoke excitedly about what they had witnessed, the towering pile of mana beasts, the sheer size of the mutant. Darvis shook his head, frustration and disbelief bubbling over once more. How could one person possibly kill so many powerful creatures alone? Korea noticed the tension in Darvis's voice and gave him a teasing smile, suggesting that perhaps there was a little jealousy hiding beneath all that frustration. Stannard shook his head and calmly corrected her. Not jealousy, he said. Envy. Darvis's scowl deepened. With a dramatic flourish, he suddenly declared that he would challenge Arthur to a duel. Both Korea and Stannard flinched at the announcement. Don't be ridiculous, Korea urged quickly, trying to calm him. She reasoned that there was no point letting the situation get under his skin. No matter how strong Arthur might be, he was still only one person. No single individual could win a war alone. Darvis's frustration finally boiled over. That's exactly the problem, he snapped. That guy isn't natural. He wiped out an entire army of monobeasts and an S-class mutant by himself. He continued bitterly, complaining about Arthur's cold and distant demeanor. Stannard countered calmly, pointing out that the soldiers hadn't exactly welcomed Arthur warmly either. Darvis turned on him immediately. And why are you defending him? Stannard sighed patiently. I'm not defending him, he said. I'm saying it's foolish to judge someone before even speaking to them. He reminded Darvis that Tessia had always spoken highly of Arthur and suggested that he at least give the man the benefit of the doubt. But Darvis redirected his frustration toward Tessia. He argued that her childhood memories were clouding her judgment and pointed out the tension between her and Arthur earlier. Then, with a sharp edge of sarcasm, Darvis turned to Stannard. Maybe this is finally your chance with Tessia. That was enough. Stannard's patience snapped. He shot back angrily, calling Darvis petty and childish for jumping to conclusions about Arthur based on nothing but assumptions. Darvis hissed in response, claiming he was simply trusting his instincts. Korea looked between them with a weary expression, urging them not to fight. But Darvis pushed things further. With a sharp jab, he mocked Stannard's deformed mana core, implying it made him weak. Stannard fired back instantly, accusing Darvis of overcompensating, trying desperately to protect his pride in the presence of someone obviously stronger. Darvis grabbed Stannard by the collar, his teeth clenched in frustration. But in that heated moment, something shifted. He suddenly recognized the ugly familiarity in his own behavior. With a grim realization, he saw the truth. He was acting exactly like his father. Karya exhaled softly, relieved that he had at least recognized it. Before the moment could escalate further, Tessia waved them over, signaling that the meeting had ended. As she and Arthur took seats near the fire, Darvis's anger had clearly not faded. He marched straight toward Arthur, his heavy footsteps filled with purpose. Stopping before him, Darvis raised a finger and loudly issued his challenge. I challenge you to a duel. Arthur remained perfectly calm. He didn't flinch. The camp seemed to freeze. Soldiers, mages, and members of the Twin Horns stopped what they were doing, turning their attention toward the confrontation. Within moments, a makeshift dueling ground formed as everyone gathered to watch. Helen and the Twin Horns enthusiastically cheered for Arthur, waving and calling out encouragement. At the same time, soldiers from the expedition, well aware of Darvis's reputation and skill, shouted and whistled in support of their comrade. The camp was evenly divided. Arthur stood quietly, his calm gaze resting on Darvis. Why? He asked simply. There was no hostility in his tone. Darvis hesitated for a brief moment before answering. Pride. Drogo stepped forward then, volunteering to serve as referee. Raising his hand, he called for silence and laid out the rules clearly. Mana would be restricted to body augmentation only. The first fighter to yield or become incapacitated would lose. Privately, Drogo studied Darvis carefully. The soldier was undeniably talented, but he wondered if Arthur truly lived up to the rumors surrounding him. Drogo lowered his hand. Begin! Darvis exploded into motion as his axes swung in wide, powerful arcs from left and right. Arthur didn't move, or rather, he moved too quickly to see. Darvis's strikes sliced through empty air as Arthur slipped past them effortlessly. Yet despite moving with impossible speed, Arthur never broke eye contact. Their gazes locked. A sudden jolt ran through Darvis's body. The sensation was strange, unnerving, like staring into something far deeper than he could comprehend. Instinctively, he pulled away and retreated to his starting position. From the sidelines, soldiers shouted encouragement, while others mocked him for hesitating. Karya and Stannard exchanged confused glances. Neither of them understood what had just happened. Stannard watched carefully, astonishment growing inside him. He had seen Darvis cut down A-class mana beasts with ruthless efficiency. He had seen him defeat adventurers twice his size with ease. Darvis had always fought with confidence, almost arrogance. But now, standing before Arthur, Stannard saw something he had never witnessed before. Fear. Frustration erupted inside Darvis. With a roar, he charged again. His dual axes blazed with amber light as they sliced through the air in broad, lethal arcs. Arthur moved like flowing water. Each attack was evaded with effortless precision, as if he could predict Darvis's movements before they even happened. Darvis swung for Arthur's head. Arthur ducked smoothly beneath the strike. Without pausing, Darvis leapt into the air and lunged forward for another attack. Arthur raised his left hand. He caught the strike cleanly. In the same motion, his right fist shot forward. The blow landed squarely against Darvis's chest. The impact was devastating. Darvis was hurled backward, sliding across the ground as shock and pain tore through his body. His mind reeled. He couldn't comprehend the speed, the precision, or the overwhelming power behind that single strike. Recovering quickly, Darvis swung both of his axes upward. Sand and dust burst into the air behind the blades, gathering into a sharp, intersecting wave that shot toward Arthur like a missile. Arthur simply raised his hand. With a casual motion, the swirling grains lost their force and collapsed to the ground, the attack dissolving before it could even fully form. Darvis charged again, closing the distance with fierce determination. His glowing axes carved through the air with brutal strength, mana trailing behind each strike. Arthur stood barehanded. Yet every blow was met and deflected with the back of a single hand. Darvis misstepped, cursing under his breath as Arthur's movements blurred faster than his eyes could follow. In the next instant, Arthur unleashed a rapid barrage of strikes, punches so swift they were nearly invisible. The assault overwhelmed him. Darvis froze as the flurry landed with precise accuracy. His axes slipped from his hands and clattered to the ground. He tried to lift his left arm to retaliate, but it hung uselessly at his side. When he attempted to stand, his legs trembled violently before giving out beneath him. He collapsed onto his back, staring up in disbelief. Brows furrowed, eyes widened. Stannard and Karaya exchanged stunned glances. Korea was the first to understand. His mana flow, she said quietly. It's been disrupted. Clusters of Darvis's mana channels had been blocked with precise strikes. Stannard nodded in confirmation, recalling that such points were usually protected by an augmenter's body and nearly impossible to target during a fight. Arthur's calm, husky voice broke through the tension. Need help getting up? Darvis glared from the ground, shouting for him to stay away. Stannard watched in amazement, barely containing his excitement at what they had just witnessed. Darvis, meanwhile, struggled to understand what had happened. Why, won't my body move? A familiar, steady voice answered him. You'll be fine. Arthur looked up and smiled at the sound. Standing nearby was the old elf general, Varian. Arthur stepped into the tent, only to be suddenly caught in a tight chokehold as Varian wrapped an arm around him in an emotional greeting. Arthur greeted him warmly before turning his attention to the hooded Asura standing nearby. Aldir, you've both changed, he remarked with quiet authority. Arthur nodded slightly. That's true. There was a faint edge of pride in his voice as he asked how they had managed to find him so quickly. Varian explained that Winsome had sent word to Aldir, prompting him to come immediately. But Aldir seemed focused on another matter. You were stationed with Tessia, he said thoughtfully. Was that Ren's doing? Arthur dismissed the idea with dry humor, claiming he wouldn't miss Ren's sarcastic remarks. Tessia nudged him lightly at that. She admitted she had been shocked when Arthur appeared instead of the S-class mutant they had expected to hunt. Arthur briefly described his arrival, how he and Sylvie had been attacked immediately by a massive horde of mana beasts the moment they appeared. Tessia pressed him with more questions about Drogo, the sealed door, and how he had managed to defeat everything alone. But Varian cut her off sharply. His tone made it clear that there were more urgent matters to discuss, and this was neither the time nor the place. Confused, Tessia asked if they were leaving as well. Aldir answered firmly. She would remain behind. Frustration flashed across her face as she protested, unwilling to see Arthur disappear again so soon after his return. Arthur met her gaze calmly. There's a lot I need to report to the elders. Varian stepped in, his commanding presence steady and reassuring. With the dungeon cleared, Tessia's own duties would soon call her back to battle. She and her team still had many fights ahead, ones she would have to face with her own strength. Just as they had once agreed? Reluctantly, Tessia nodded, repeating his words with quiet resignation. Aldir's voice softened slightly. He acknowledged the progress she had made over the past months. The approval in his eyes caused her to bow her head respectfully. Arthur watched the exchange with surprise. Only then did he realize the truth. Tessia had become Aldir's disciple. Before any proper goodbyes could be spoken, Aldir signaled it was time to leave. Outside the tent, as Aldir prepared the teleportation gate, Arthur paused. His eyes settled briefly on Tessia's teammate, Stannard. Though Arthur said nothing, the message in his gaze was unmistakable. Take care of her. Stannard seemed to understand. He nodded quietly. The silent exchange didn't go unnoticed. Darvis's indignant voice broke the moment as he demanded to know what was going on. Stannard immediately became flustered, fumbling over his words while trying to explain himself. Their banter faded behind Arthur as he stepped through the portal alongside Aldir and Varian. Inside the teleportation passage, Arthur asked Sylvie why she hadn't spoken to Tessia before leaving. Sylvie's playful voice echoed in his mind. A lady must keep a few secrets. Arthur sighed and shook his head at her teasing. Varian's voice then called out ahead of them, announcing their arrival. Arthur stepped through and froze. At first, he thought the massive bear standing before him had spoken. Then a familiar, cheerful voice followed. Arthur's heart jolted. Ellie, his little sister, peeked out from behind the enormous beast, Boo, wearing her usual mischievous grin. Arthur barely had time to react before Ellie leapt from Boo's back and launched herself at him. She crashed into him with full force, wrapping her arms tightly around him. Arthur staggered back in shock before returning the embrace. Warmth flooded through him as he held her close. He even pinched her cheeks gently in mock scolding. Before he could say anything more, two more voices called his name. Arthur turned. His chest tightened instantly. His mother and father stood there. He froze. Guilt and uncertainty weighed heavily on him, leaving his arms stiff at his sides. But his parents didn't hesitate. They rushed forward and pulled him into their embrace, holding him with overwhelming love. His parents held onto him as if afraid he might disappear again the moment they let go. Arthur stood frozen in their embrace. His father's steady strength and his mother's familiar warmth shattered the hesitation he had built around himself. They reminded him of something simple and undeniable. No matter what life he had lived before, he was still their son. Nothing could erase that. Tears threatened to fall as the last of Arthur's resistance melted away. His chest trembled as he finally returned their embrace, silently promising himself that one day he would repay them for everything they had given him. Ellie's bright voice suddenly cut through the moment. "Arthur, look!" She excitedly tugged at his attention, proudly introducing him to the enormous mana beast standing beside her. Arthur glanced at the creature and smirked faintly when he heard its name. Boo! But the amusement didn't go unnoticed. The massive beast seemed almost offended. Boo's enormous eyes locked onto Arthur, a silent challenge forming between them. Then the beast moved. A colossal paw slammed down toward Arthur with crushing force, shattering the ground beneath him. Arthur met the attack head-on. His hand shot up, catching the beast's wrist mid-strike. With steady strength, he pulled downward until the massive creature lowered, forcing Boo's gaze to meet his at eye level. Ellie only shrugged casually, smiling as if nothing unusual had happened. "He just wanted to test you," she explained lightly. "I may have talked you up a bit." Apparently, Boo had a competitive streak, and this little clash was simply his way of acknowledging Arthur. Arthur blinked in surprise. Then realization struck. Ellie wasn't just playing with the creature, and she was bonded to it. Reynolds watched the scene with quiet pride, admiration softening his expression. Arthur, however, was still trying to process it all. How had something like this even happened? Varian answered before he could ask. Lord Winsome himself had gifted Boo to the family shortly before Arthur departed for Epheotis. Arthur struggled to comprehend the idea that Winsome had casually handed his little sister a creature of such enormous strength, as if it were nothing more than a household pet. Reynolds added the rest of the story. When Boo had first arrived, he was little more than a cub, but over the course of 2 years, he had grown into the towering beast now standing beside Ellie. Before the moment could stretch any longer, Aldir's calm voice interrupted. The reunion was touching, he admitted, but the matters they needed to discuss could not wait. Arthur hesitated, his words catching in his throat. Reynolds gave him a reassuring nod. Aldir then explained that Arthur's family would remain here for now, a decision made with Arthur's best interests in mind. Though the thought weighed heavily on him, Arthur bowed respectfully. "Thank you." Before leaving, he reached out and gently ruffled Ellie's hair, promising they would talk properly soon. After one final embrace with his parents, Arthur turned and followed Varian and Aldir down a narrow corridor. As he walked away, he glanced back once more. Boo stood tall behind Ellie, determination shining in the beast's massive eyes. The creature seemed to silently vow that it would grow even stronger, strong enough to protect Ellie. Arthur lifted a hand in farewell before continuing forward. Beside him, Sylvie stirred with rare softness. She felt relieved knowing that Arthur's sister would never again be alone. Moments later, they stepped through a shimmering portal. On the other side stood a simple oak door. Beyond it lay a quiet meeting chamber. A circular table occupied the center of the room, surrounded by many empty chairs. Only 3 seats were filled. Arthur scanned the vacant spaces, confusion creeping in. He had expected to see rulers, lances, perhaps even Director Goodsky. Instead, the chamber remained eerily quiet. Varian finally spoke. Arthur, he explained, had not yet been fully informed about the current state of the war. There was much he needed to know. Cynthia Goodsky, Varian revealed, had fallen into a self-induced slumber. It was the only way for her to survive the curse that had activated after she revealed critical intelligence about the Alacryans. Arthur's jaw tightened. Frustration surged through him, his fists clenching against the table. But after a moment, the anger faded into a heavy breath as he forced himself to remain calm. When he looked up again, his eyes were hard. "Tell me everything." The discussion lasted for hours. Arthur pressed them relentlessly, asking question after question, desperate to fill the gap of nearly 2 years he had spent in the dark. Winsome and Wren had told him only what they believed was necessary. Now he demanded the full truth. Piece by piece, the picture became clearer. According to Varian, the Glader family had focused much of their strength on the kingdom of Darv, working tirelessly to rebuild their alliance with the dwarves. Curtis and Kathleen Glader had chosen to gain real battlefield experience. Arthur's own family had been moved to the castle for protection. The Helstey family had relocated elsewhere, though Vincent continued to support the war effort with his considerable resources. Suddenly a thought struck Arthur. His chest tightened. Did my parents ever talk about joining the war? Varian nodded slowly. Reynolds had considered it, but Varian had personally convinced him to wait, at least until Arthur returned, or until Ellie was older. Relief washed over Arthur immediately. Gratitude softened his expression. He couldn't bear the thought of returning only to learn that his father had died while he was gone. Pushing that fear aside, Arthur refocused. His gaze sharpened. I know this meeting wasn't just for a reunion. He looked between Varian and Aldir. Whatever this is, it's serious. Serious enough that they hadn't even spoken about it in front of Tessia. Otherwise, Varian would have brought it up at the camp. Varian nodded slowly. Tessia had grown stronger, more driven and capable than ever before. But his concern for her safety still outweighed everything else. Arthur's expression darkened slightly. Even so, he understood. Arthur saw through their intentions immediately and continued laying out his thoughts on the war. Anyone stationed on the front lines, he argued, was already in danger. Even though the massive defensive wall had so far prevented Alacrian forces and mutated mana beasts from pouring out of the beast glades, the threat remained severe. Hidden teleportation gates planted by enemy spies created a force that could strike from anywhere at any time. Aldir nodded slightly as Arthur continued piecing the situation together. To Arthur, the enemy's strategy felt almost too simple. The beast glades gave the Alacrians a perfect foothold, an area filled with S-class and even SS-class mana beasts that they could command. Yet despite that advantage, there had been no large-scale breaches of the wall. That inconsistency troubled him. Either Dicathen's forces were far stronger than expected, or the Alacrians were deliberately delaying something. Arthur glanced at Varian and caught the brief flicker in his expression. That was confirmation enough. Evidence had already surfaced. Aldir's voice carried unusual weight as he spoke. Do not blame yourself for what I am about to show you. From beneath the table, he pulled out several documents and slid them toward Arthur. Arthur studied the images carefully. They showed an abandoned ship. Its structure immediately sparked an unsettling sense of familiarity. The shape of the vessel, the design of its frame, it all resembled something Arthur himself had once imagined. Aldir confirmed his suspicion. The ship wasn't built by Dicathen. It had been constructed by the Alacrians, using Arthur's own designs. Rage surged through him. His fist tightened, crumpling the parchment as frustration burned through his chest. Before he could respond, the chamber doors suddenly burst open. An armored soldier stumbled inside, breathing heavily, panic written across his face. Varian stood sharply. What is it? The soldier swallowed and forced the words out. The ships, they've been spotted. Arthur was already on his feet. Where? Approaching the western coast, the soldier replied. Just a few miles south of Edistan. That was all Arthur needed. Without another word, he rushed past the soldier. Sylvie leapt to his side, and together they sprinted through the castle corridors. Workers and guards scattered out of their path as they raced toward the teleportation gates. Soon the massive double iron doors came into view. 2 sentries guarded the entrance, a heavily armored man and a woman standing watch nearby. Open the gate, Arthur ordered sharply. The male guard stepped forward, his expression unmoved. No one enters or leaves without authorization from Commander Varian or Lord Alder. Arthur's patience thinned. I just came from them. But the guard remained firm. Regardless of bloodline or reputation, he replied coldly. Respect for your elders is expected. The female guard spoke more gently. You shouldn't go alone, she warned. It's dangerous out there. Perhaps you should wait for an escort. Her voice suddenly broke off. Both guards dropped to their knees. Their hands clawed at their throats as if invisible hands were choking them. Arthur stepped forward slowly. An oppressive pressure filled the hallway, thick and suffocating. His eyes were cold. Patronizing me, he said quietly, would be a mistake. Then a familiar voice echoed down the corridor. Arthur! The pressure vanished instantly. Arthur turned to see Aldir approaching, his expression stern with disapproval. Aldir addressed them calmly. Arthur is permitted to leave. Then his violet eyes shifted toward Arthur. But do not act recklessly, he warned. Otherwise Winsome's efforts will have been wasted. Arthur met his gaze and nodded solemnly. Then he turned back to the shaken guards. Set the gate for Edistan. Far away, deep within a realm of darkness, Cynthia Goodsky drifted inside her own slumber. Endless blackness surrounded her. Only a single pale beam of light held her in place. From the shadows, a deep voice pressed against her mind. It demanded that she reveal everything she knew. Another voice followed, thin and rasping. It whispered persuasion into the silence, reminding her of the weight of her knowledge. With her information, they said, the war could end. Millions of lives could be spared, if only she cooperated. One melodic voice spoke with chilling sweetness. Even if the curse kills you afterward, it will not matter, as long as we gain the knowledge we seek. Cynthia wanted to speak. She wanted to tell them that Alder had lifted the curse, but deep down she knew the danger had never truly disappeared. When she tried to speak, nothing came out. Instead, a piercing ringing tore through her skull, drowning her senses until her vision burned white with agony. Then suddenly, the pain faded. Another presence appeared. A familiar figure emerged through the haze. Varian, but younger. He walked beside her along a quiet stone path leading through a vast field of wilted tulips. Breaking the silence, Varian spoke. So, what will you do now that the war is over? He admitted he had known her for many years, sometimes as an enemy, sometimes as an ally. But throughout all that time, he had always thought the same thing about her. Cynthia tilted her head with playful amusement. Oh, she teased. Don't tell me you've secretly been in love with me all these years? Varian laughed softly. I'm married, remember? Cynthia smirked. That's never stopped human nobles before. Varian's reply carried the quiet pride of his people. Elves, he reminded her, were loyal by nature, steadfast in their vows and unyielding in their commitments. What he had meant earlier wasn't what she had jokingly implied. Instead, he said she would make an extraordinary mentor. He could picture her guiding the next generation, shaping young minds, and leading them toward greatness as the head of an academy. The idea seemed to surprise her, yet Varian spoke with complete conviction. He encouraged her to consider becoming a teacher, assuring her that with time she would grow to love it. Cynthia considered the thought aloud, a playful glimmer dancing in her voice. She imagined what it might be like to build her own academy in Xyrus City, a place she had grown unexpectedly fond of. Varian's eyes brightened at the thought. An academy of mages in a floating city. The image amused him, though when she jokingly suggested they start it together, he burst into laughter, waving off the idea of their names being forever bound together in the institution's title. Perhaps one day, he said, he might send his grandchildren or great-grandchildren there, if the school proves worthy of them. Cynthia's tone sharpened then, her playful mood hardening into determination. She declared that she would make it real, that one day Xyrus Academy would stand as the greatest institution for mages the world had ever seen. Varian smirked teasingly. Xyrus Academy, he mused. Not the most creative name for a school in Xyrus City? Cynthia shot him a sharp look. It certainly can't carry both of our names, she replied coolly, and you should consider it an honor if any of your descendants are even accepted. Varian chuckled warmly at her defiance. I was joking. With theatrical flair, he raised an invisible glass into the air as if making a toast. To the success of Xyrus Academy, Cynthia echoed the toast, her heart quietly anchoring itself to that moment. Back then, she had wished the moment would last forever, but now regret seeped through her veins like ice as she watched Varian walking ahead of her in the fading dream. If only they had met sooner. Perhaps her loyalty to Alacrya and the Vritra would not have been so absolute. The truth struck her with painful clarity. Her heart had already begun to waver. She was no longer entirely theirs. Varian's voice called back to her from ahead, warm and teasing, as he urged her to keep up. Cynthia stepped forward, and agony exploded in her chest. The dream shattered. The tulip fields bled into crimson as blood spilled over her hands. Somewhere in the distance, she thought she heard a child's voice, fragile, apologetic, fading. Then everything disappeared. Varian was ripped from sleep by a scream. His eyes snapped open as he jolted upright from the chair in his study, the echo still ringing through the halls. A guard rushed to the doorway and saluted hurriedly. Commander, Varian demanded to know what had happened, but the man faltered, admitting he wasn't certain. The scream had come from one floor below. Varian's blood turned cold. There was only one person on that floor, Cynthia. Without another word, the guard rushed down the stairs, with Varian close behind. They pushed through the corridor where soldiers had begun gathering. Arthur's family stood outside one of the rooms. None of them moved, their eyes locked on the sight inside. Varian followed their gaze. His steps slowed, then faltered. Each step forward felt heavier than the last as dread filled his chest. Cynthia Goodsky lay motionless on the bed. Her arms rested peacefully at her sides, as if she were merely asleep, but a jagged black spike protruded from her chest. Blood, her blood, glistened darkly against the sheets. Varian's voice broke into a raw, anguished cry as his knees buckled beneath him. The sound echoed through the room, but nothing could silence the hollow grief tearing through his chest. Far away, unaware of the tragedy unfolding behind him, Arthur stepped out of the teleportation gate. The chamber he entered was filled with guards. He had barely taken a step off the platform when one of them grabbed him roughly by the arm. The soldier demanded to know his business in a city already on high alert. Arthur's voice remained calm, though steel edged every word. Commander Varian sent me. The soldiers laughed bitterly. Unimpressed, they mocked him as just another spoiled noble trying to play the hero. Orders were barked to send him straight back through the gate. Arthur's patience snapped. Mana surged around him in a chilling wave that froze the air itself. Beside him, Sylvie transformed. Her body expanded into her true form, a sleek, pitch-black dragon whose presence alone silenced the room. The guards staggered back in shock. Arthur's voice rang out like thunder. "Open the doors!" The ceiling above them exploded as blue lightning tore through the stone. Debris rained down while Sylvie's wings spread wide, carrying Arthur upward through the breach. Gasps and terrified shouts echoed below as they soared into the open sky. Cold winter air bit at Arthur's face, but the calm lasted only a moment. Arthur guided Sylvie south. They landed on a towering, snow-covered cliff overlooking Etistine and the vast sea beyond. Arthur stepped down, muttering a curse under his breath. The wind carried his words away as his eyes fixed on the horizon. Hundreds of ships, dark silhouettes glowing beneath the dawn. The Alacryan fleet, Varian's earlier words echoed in his mind. He could not blame himself. He had to keep moving forward, not to fight for the past, but to build a better future. Arthur clenched his fists, resolve burning fiercely in his chest. He had never seen himself as a righteous savior. Everything he had ever fought for was simply to protect those he loved. But now, as the enemy fleet advanced, a new purpose settled within him. This wasn't only about protecting the people close to him anymore. It was about correcting the mistakes he had helped create. Elsewhere, a tense whisper broke the silence. "Come on, Nico, hurry." Gray glanced nervously over his shoulder as he crouched near a doorway. Two boys lingering there would attract the wrong kind of attention, and he knew it. But there was no turning back now. Nico, dark-haired and stubborn as ever, hissed that he was almost finished. His hands worked frantically at the lock, twisting a pair of stolen hairpins as makeshift tools. Gray watched with growing doubt as his friend fumbled with the delicate task, but Nico refused to give up. Through clenched teeth, he muttered that lockpicking was far harder than the alley thief had made it sound. Then, click, the doorknob finally turned. Both boys froze for a heartbeat before their faces lit up with silent triumph. Gray let out a quiet cheer while Nico raised the bent hairpin like a trophy, grinning proudly. Gray shot him a sharp warning look. Keep it down. They slipped through the wooden door, closing it carefully behind them. Their steps were light against the polished floor as they crept deeper into the house. Still, Nico couldn't resist whispering about his brilliance, basking in his self-proclaimed victory. Gray ignored the bragging. His eyes scanned the room instead. Everything inside was neat and carefully arranged. The owner clearly took pride in their home, and the thought only deepened Gray's unease. "You're sure they're gone?" he asked quietly. Nico nodded with confidence. He had been watching the house for a week, he explained. The couple always left at this exact hour and never returned for at least 60 minutes. Plenty of time. Already Nico had begun searching through drawers and cabinets, snatching anything small and valuable enough to disappear into the bag. Gray released a slow breath. Stealing, even from wealthy strangers, never sat right with him, but the orphanage depended on them. They needed the money, and that need silenced the voice of guilt. Once the bag was filled, Nico gave a satisfied nod. "That'll do." Gray slung the backpack over his shoulder, and the two boys slipped back outside. Within minutes, they blended into the crowded back streets, their footsteps lost among dozens of strangers moving along cracked sidewalks. Still, a knot of unease tightened in Gray's chest. He questioned whether they should really trust the man they were about to meet. Anyone willing to buy stolen goods from 12-year-olds was suspicious by nature. Nico brushed the concern aside. The man paid in cash and never asked questions. That was all that mattered. Eventually, Nico stopped in front of a shabby door tucked between two buildings and asked for the bag. Gray handed it over as Nico knocked in a strange rhythm, almost like a secret code. A moment later, the door creaked open. A gaunt man in a worn suit peered out, his sharp eyes immediately scanning the boys. Recognition flashed when he saw Nico. "Well, the persistent child returns." His gaze shifted toward Gray. "And who's this?" "Just helping me carry things," Nico replied easily. The man studied them for another moment before stepping aside. "Close the door." Gray stepped inside and immediately felt the thick haze of smoke hanging in the air. The cramped shop smelled strongly of stale tobacco, making the room feel even smaller. Nico leaned toward him. "I'll handle it." Gray nodded as Nico followed the shopkeeper into the back room with the backpack. Left alone, Gray wandered between the cluttered shelves. Two men sat nearby, smoking lazily, watching the curling trails of smoke drifting upward. Gray avoided their eyes, focusing instead on the strange assortment of books and gadgets scattered around the shop. One object caught his attention, a thin, worn book with a nearly faded title. From the faint lettering he could make out, it appeared to be an old manual about Kai. Curiosity tugged at him. Almost unconsciously, he reached for it and flipped through the fragile pages. Nico's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Gray nearly jumped. He tightened his grip on the book, quickly muttering that it was nothing. The shopkeeper glanced over and smirked. "That thing?" he said. "Useless. Nobody can read it anyway. Been collecting dust for years." He shrugged. "If you want it, take it." Gray studied him suspiciously but said nothing. With quick movements, he slipped the tattered book into his bag and murmured a quiet thanks before leaving with Nico. Outside, Nico grinned widely. He unzipped his jacket to reveal a thick wad of wrinkled bills. "See?" he said proudly. "Perfect deal." Gray frowned as they moved through the busy street. "I didn't even need to come." Nico laughed. "Hey, you got a free book out of it." Then his tone turned playful. "And things are always more fun with company." Gray suddenly cut him off. His voice dropped to a tense whisper. "We're being followed." He didn't look back, but his gut twisted. The two smokers from the shop were behind them. Even after two turns through the crowd, they were still there. Nico's smile vanished. "Follow me." They pushed toward the edge of the city before ducking into a narrow alley. Nico scrambled onto a trash can and climbed over a locked fence. Gray vaulted it easily. Nico landed awkwardly behind him, nearly losing his balance before dropping to the ground with a grunt. They ran. The alley grew darker as they moved deeper inside. Rotting garbage and vermin filled the air, while towering buildings blocked the light above. Finally, they crouched behind a pile of trash, breathing hard as they waited in tense silence. Nico carefully leaned out to peek, but before Gray could stop him, a mocking voice echoed through the alley. "Well now, what do we have here?" A barrel-chested thug stepped forward, grinning cruelly as he lunged for Nico. Gray reacted instantly. He yanked Nico backward and shoved him away. "Run!" The man's arm swept forward with brutal force, the rush of wind grazing Gray's face. Gray stumbled back and grabbed a broken wooden plank from the ground. With all his strength, he swung it. The plank slammed hard into the thug's ribs. The man staggered from Gray's strike, more startled than truly hurt. Gray seized the moment and turned to run toward Nico, but the second thug moved faster. Round-bodied and heavy, he swung a brutal punch that slammed into Nico and knocked him flat. Gray's heart lurched. "Hey!" he shouted, spitting insults meant to draw their attention. The trick worked. The thug snarled and turned toward him, stomping forward with greedy hands reaching out. Gray's mind raced. His eyes scanned the alley desperately for anything that could help. Then he saw it, a bent iron nail sticking out from the wall. Hope flared, thin, fragile, but hope all the same. Gray skidded to a stop just as the two men closed in. His foot struck an empty tin can, sending it spinning across the ground. The can bounced against one thug's leg. The man stumbled, losing his balance and dropping to one knee. Gray reacted instantly. He leapt onto the man's back, springing upward and ripping the nail from the wall. The rusted metal bit coldly into his palm, crude but deadly. His breath caught as he saw the thug's reflection in a shallow puddle beneath him. The man's fist came hurtling toward him with a growled insult. "Filthy rat!" Gray twisted aside just in time. The blow missed. For a single heartbeat, an opening appeared. Gray moved on instinct. Bam! The nail plunged forward. There was a sickening resistance before the metal pushed through flesh. The thug's face twisted in confusion. Then shock, then unbearable pain. His scream echoed violently through the alley. Gray didn't wait. He grabbed Nico by the arm and dragged him forward. Behind them, the second thug rushed to help his wounded partner, giving the boys the precious seconds they needed. Only when they had reached a safer distance did they slow. Nico nudged Gray with a shaky laugh. "That was amazing." His grin held both disbelief and admiration. "That's exactly why you came along. The way you moved back there, you looked like one of those legendary kings from the old dueling stories." Gray shook his head, still trying to process what had happened. "I barely know what I did." Everything had slowed down in that moment. The world had seemed to move differently, like time itself had bent around him. Nico laughed again. "You've always done weird stuff like that." He reminded Gray of another moment, how he had once caught an entire stack of falling dishes from Pavaya without even looking. Gray snorted. "That's not the same as fighting for your life." But Nico waved the comment away. "You'll get it eventually." For now, they needed to hurry. If they didn't get back before sundown, the punishment would be far worse than whatever trouble they had already caused. They reached the orphanage just before dinner. The old two-story building stood like a stern guardian waiting for them. Then a voice stopped them cold, calm, unyielding. "Gray! Nico!" It came from the living room, the headmaster. Both boys froze. Nico swallowed hard before calling back, voice cracking slightly. "We'll be there in a second." Gray leaned closer and whispered anxiously. "Do you think she knows?" Nico grimaced. "Normally? No." Then he sighed. "But this is the sorceress we're talking about." They stepped reluctantly into the brightly lit living room. Their clothes were dirty, their faces smudged, and their hair a mess. Sitting on the couch was Headmaster Wilbeck. Her posture was perfectly straight. To the children, she was simply the sorceress, an elderly woman whose quiet authority carried an air of mystery. Beside her stood a girl about their age. Dusty brown hair fell over her shoulders. Wilbeck gestured toward her. "This is Cecilia." Her tone was calm but commanding. "She'll be joining us here at the orphanage." She looked directly at Gray and Nico. "You two will help her settle in. Show her around. Make her feel welcome." Her gaze softened slightly, and perhaps become friends. Arthur's eyes snapped open. The shift was abrupt, as if he had only blinked. Yet his chest felt heavy, like he had slept for days. He sat up slowly. The memory lingered in his mind like a shadow. Why had that moment resurfaced now? The names Nico and Cecilia pressed painfully against his heart, stirring guilt from a life long buried. It had been a long time since dreams from his past life had returned so vividly. Arthur sat in silence for a while before a knock pulled him back to the present. "Come in." The door opened. A man in his late 20s stepped inside, his posture formal. "The meeting location with the Alacryan messenger has been confirmed," he reported. "Commander Virion requests your presence. Lord Aldir will also attend." Soon after, servants entered, carrying his uniform cloak and boots. They laid everything out neatly before bowing and leaving. Arthur dressed quickly. His movements were automatic, though his mind remained tangled in memories. Sylvie's voice echoed in his head, amused. "So many young women staring at you earlier," she teased. "Should I assume you only have eyes for princesses?" Arthur narrowed his eyes slightly, a silent warning. "Not now." Sylvie only chuckled quietly. When Arthur finally joined Virion and Aldir, he looked sharp and perfectly prepared. Virion studied him for a moment. "Well," the old elf said dryly, "you're certainly dressed well for someone about to head into war." Arthur didn't respond. His jaw tightened slightly. Before the banter could continue, Aldir stepped forward. His calm authority ended the conversation immediately. He approached the glowing teleportation gate. "It's time." As they walked toward it, Arthur glanced briefly at Virion. Outwardly, the commander seemed steady, calm, and even humorous, but Arthur knew better. Behind that composed exterior, Virion carried a crushing weight. The death of Director Goodsky was eating away at him. Arthur knew Virion was carrying far more than he showed. Arthur himself couldn't stop thinking about how the Vritra had managed to reach Cynthia. Virion's voice rose above the low hum of the teleportation gate. "The Alacryan ships will reach our shores in a day," he reminded Arthur. "Are you ready to meet their messenger?" Arthur's eyes narrowed slightly. He turned the question back on him. Virion wanted answers. The truth about who had killed Cynthia. But the old elf only smiled faintly. "For now," he said calmly. Let's focus on returning safely. Then he added with a light tone, my granddaughter would kill me if I let anything happen to you. Arthur let out a short laugh. Tessia would probably kill me first? Virion chuckled. That's exactly why we both need to come back alive. Aldir glanced toward them, his voice firm. It's time. Virion nodded. Without hesitation, both he and Aldir stepped off the cliff. Arthur followed, his body plunged into the open sky. And then Sylvie transformed beneath him. Her massive wings burst outward as Arthur landed firmly on her back, gripping the ridges along her mane as they rode the rushing wind. As they flew, memories stirred in Arthur's mind. Scenes he had long buried rose again, vivid and sharp. Sylvie sensed the turmoil within him. Her voice brushed gently against his thoughts. Arthur, are you all right? I'm fine, he answered quietly. Though he admitted something else felt strange. He was still getting used to hearing her call him by his name. Reaching forward, he scratched the small ridges near her ears. Sylvie lifted her snout proudly. My grandfather taught me that dragons must uphold their dignity, she declared with regal seriousness. Arthur smiled faintly. The rush of blue sky and white clouds blurred around them as Arthur's mind drifted further into memory. Back to Epheotus, to the day his training had ended. That had been the day Lord Indrath, king of the Asuras, summoned him before his return to Dicathen. It was also the moment Arthur discovered the truth about Meyer. The elderly Asura who had once healed him and guided him through the secrets of Realmheart sat beside Lord Indrath, but she looked nothing like the fragile old woman Arthur remembered. Her appearance had changed completely. Her face was radiant, youthful. Her eyes sparkled with knowing amusement. Arthur had stood speechless until Indrath's deep voice called him forward. With a casual gesture, the king introduced her simply. My wife, Meyer. She greeted Arthur warmly as though nothing unusual had happened. Indrath, on the other hand, was blunt. Without her help, you would have been a lost cause. Meyer waved the comment away with gentle humility. I merely nudged him along his path, but the moment that truly lingered came afterward. Just before Arthur departed, Indrath activated his ether ability. Time stopped, completely. Meyer froze mid-smile. Sylvie stopped mid-breath. Even the guards halted mid-step. Only Arthur could move. The overwhelming stillness was suffocating. Indrath's piercing gaze locked onto him. Then the king spoke. His voice carried the weight of both warning and command. It would be wise, he said slowly, to close your heart to the elf princess. He paused before adding quietly, do not take this advice lightly. Virion's voice pulled Arthur back to the present. We're almost there. The commander frowned slightly. I don't like negotiating without reinforcements. Aldir's answer was calm but absolute. If the messenger acts against us, I will intervene. Virion shook his head, frustration creeping into his voice. Everything the Vritra have done, breeding half-blood Asuras, creating those abominations, sending fleets across the sea, he exhaled heavily. It all feels like some elaborate game, something Agrona has been planning for years. Aldir nodded. Agrona cannot directly wage war due to the restrictions placed upon him. Instead, he explained, Agrona had become the strategist behind the entire conflict, a hand moving pieces across a board, every move calculated, every battle anticipated. Virion's voice dropped lower. And who's moving the pieces for our side? Aldir's answer was immediate. You are. The old elf sighed wearily. That's what I keep telling myself every night. They hovered above the clouds, waiting for Arthur and Sylvie to catch up. Descend with us, Aldir advised. There may be dangers below. Sylvie spoke firmly in Arthur's mind. For now, I will stay hidden. But once the war begins, I will not remain on the sidelines. Her tone carried unwavering resolve. If you fight, Arthur, I will carry you into battle. Arthur nodded. With a flash of light, Sylvie shrank into her small white fox form. Arthur dropped briefly into freefall. Before he could fall far, Aldir swept beneath him, surrounding both Arthur and Sylvie in a protective aura that matched the one enveloping Virion. Together they descended through the clouds. The white mist parted, revealing endless ocean below. It might have been beautiful under other circumstances, but Arthur's gaze fixed on the dark shapes scattered across the northern waters. Dozens of ships, the Alacryan fleet. As they descended further, two figures became visible on the stone platform below. From a distance, they had blended into the rock itself, but now their features were unmistakable. Pale gray skin, crimson eyes, Vritra blood. The taller one sneered as they approached. Welcome, he said mockingly, to our humble abode. Virion's eyes narrowed. We were told a messenger would be present. His voice hardened. Surely such a task is beneath the two of you. The taller figure bowed theatrically. His smile stretched wide with exaggerated politeness. For this meeting, he replied smoothly, we are merely messengers. The second retainer stepped forward with polished composure. With a slight bow, he introduced them both. My name is Silrit, he said calmly, gesturing to the other. And this is Uto. His eyes lingered on Aldir as he spoke, acknowledging the Asura by reputation. We retainers have heard much about the legendary warriors of Epheotus. His tone sharpened slightly. May we assume you will honor the pact and remain a non-combatant? Aldir answered without hesitation. I will, provided your side does the same. Uto's crimson eyes shifted toward Arthur. A slow sneer spread across his face. I understand why the one-eyed lord and the old elf are here, he said mockingly. His gaze lingered on Arthur. But I must admit, I'm surprised to see the boy wonder himself. Arthur's eyes hardened instantly. The feeling's mutual, he replied coldly. Now explain why 2 retainers felt the need to show themselves. Uto's grin widened. We're simply messengers. He shrugged theatrically. In fact, we did you a favor. You didn't have to bother capturing some weak little underling and torturing scraps of information out of him. Silrit snapped sharply. Uto, but Uto didn't even glance at him. Relax, he said lazily. It's not like the Asura can touch us anyway. Aldir spoke calmly. I have no interest in attacking you. His voice carried quiet authority. That is not why we are here. He looked directly at them. Deliver your message. Silrit inclined his head again, returning to his formal tone. The command of the High Sovereign is simple. His voice carried chilling clarity. Hand over the ruling families of Dicathen? He paused. In return, mercy will be granted to those deemed worthy. Silence followed. Then Silrit finished. If you refuse, the armies of Alacrya will sweep across Dicathen and exterminate every living soul. Virian's composure finally cracked. That isn't negotiation, he snapped. That's an ultimatum. Udo leaned forward slightly, grinning with open malice. You should be grateful you were offered a choice at all. His voice dropped into a dark whisper. If you resist, his grin sharpened. I'll personally make sure I'm gentle when I remove your heads. Silrit cut him off again. That's enough. His tone was colder this time. We weren't sent here to provoke a fight. Uto shrugged with exaggerated politeness. Of course not. I was only offering friendly advice. But his attention shifted back to Virian. His grin twisted into something far uglier. One day we'll meet again. And when we do, I'll make you watch while your granddaughter becomes my little toy. Arthur's blood ignited. Ignoring Aldir's warning, he stepped forward, already reaching into his dimension ring for his blade. But Virian moved first. His fist lured through the air. Crack. The punch smashed into Uto's jaw. The retainer's head snapped sideways from the impact. For a brief moment, silence hung in the air. Then Uto laughed. A deep guttural sound. He rolled his neck slowly before straightening. That tickled. But Arthur wasn't looking at his face anymore. His eyes were locked on something else. Uto's horns, more specifically, a jagged chip in the left one. Arthur froze. He knew that mark. It had been carved there during a desperate final battle. By Alea, the memory struck him like a blade through his chest. Her broken body, her severed limbs, her shattered core, the blood. Arthur's voice came out low and venomous. Was it you? His eyes burned. Were you the one who killed Alea? Uto tilted his head as if thinking. Oh, there have been so many. His smile widened. So many screaming bodies with missing limbs. He paused, and then recognition flashed in his eyes. Ah, the pretty little elf. He shrugged. Maybe it was me. Arthur's hands trembled with rage. But before he could move, Virian stepped slightly in front of him, silently stopping him. Arthur forced himself to breathe, slowly, deliberately. He turned away from Uto and faced Silrit. Is there anything else? His voice was cold again. Or was that entire display just pointless threats? Silrit answered curtly. You have 2 days. Deliver the royal families of Dicathen to us. If you do not respond, your silence will be taken as refusal, and the Vritra will answer with annihilation. Virian smoothed the folds of his robe with controlled calm. Then we're finished here. Arthur turned with them to leave, but Udo's voice followed like poison. He began describing Alea's final moments, mocking her screams, relishing them. His laughter scraped against Arthur's ears like rusted blades. Arthur stopped. Slowly he stepped to the edge of the platform. Mana surged into his palm. Ice, lightning, wind. The elements fused into a thin beam of translucent power. With a sharp motion, he fired. The spell ripped through the narrow space between Uto and Silrit with a piercing shriek. It blasted out across the ocean. The sea itself split open beneath the strike, waves parting violently as the attack carved a massive wound across the water. Udo only grinned wider. Well, he said mockingly, that's quite a trick for a child. Arthur looked back at him, eyes burning. I hope we meet again. His voice was quiet, deadly. War or not, the promise was clear. When that moment came, Uto would die. Arthur turned his back and walked away with Virian and Aldir. Behind them, the dark platform trembled beneath the fading echo of his power. Meanwhile, deep within the suffocating depths of the dungeon, the cavern floor was littered with the mutilated bodies of mana beasts. The air hung thick with the stench of blood and smoke. Vines coiled tightly around the creatures that still clung to life, binding them helplessly before Tessia and Angela ended them with swift, merciless spells. One by one, the corpses were dragged aside and thrown into a growing pile. Across the cavern, several mages worked with careful precision, kneeling beside the bodies to harvest whatever remained of value. One mage barked orders as he worked, warning the others to keep the roots of the horns and fangs intact. Darvis watched with a deep scowl. His frustration finally spilled over, as he demanded to know why they were even bothering. Aside from the S-rank beasts, most of the parts weren't worth the effort, especially when the cores were missing. For once, Stannard agreed. Without cores, his weapon would be useless as well. But Darvis's suspicion quickly shifted elsewhere. Grumbling under his breath, he accused Arthur's bond of swallowing too many cores, and even muttered that Arthur himself might have taken some. Stannard's agreement vanished instantly. His dry voice returned, as he dismissed the accusation with clear irritation. Darvis clenched his teeth, glaring at the grotesque pile of beasts, stacked unnaturally on top of one another. He demanded to know how they had even died like that, half joking that Arthur must have stacked them there just to show off. Before he could keep ranting, Stannard calmly cut in. Corrupted beasts didn't behave like normal mana beasts, he explained. Driven into madness, they likely tore into each other while trying to reach their prey. Darvis groaned loudly, cutting him off. He muttered that he understood well enough and warned Stannard that his endless fun facts were going to run out eventually. But before Stannard could reply, the ground suddenly trembled. A deep rumble rolled through the cavern. Stannard stiffened immediately and asked if the others had felt it. Darvis scoffed, waving it off and claiming it was probably just the beasts shifting. From across the cavern, Tessia called out, asking if the extraction was almost finished. Helen answered honestly, saying their progress had slowed. With so little worth salvaging, there wasn't much reason to keep pushing. Adam leaned casually against the cavern wall and joked that at least they hadn't been forced into a brutal fight like during previous raids. Helen nodded in quiet agreement. Tessia then asked what everyone planned to do next. Helen thought for a moment before answering that she and Adam would head back to Xyrus to resupply before moving toward another dungeon near Blackbend. Tessia let out a tired breath. She admitted that her own team would return to the floating castle until their next assignment. They had already been out here longer than expected. Adam laughed lightly and told her not to feel guilty about resting, especially not a princess. Tessia smiled faintly, hoping they might get a brief chance to relax. But while the conversation continued, Helen and Korea were staring at something else entirely, a section of the cavern wall. Thin cracks were spreading across it in strange patterns. Helen called Durden over and asked if he saw it too. Durden frowned deeply. The stone there was different, he said quietly. The composition didn't match the rest of the cavern. Before anyone could question him further, the wall shattered. The cracks spread violently, and the stone collapsed like broken glass. Durden's roar echoed through the cavern. Run! From the breach, gnolls and orcs poured into the chamber, their savage roars filling the air as they charged straight toward the squad. Chaos erupted instantly. Tessia, Adam, and Helen braced themselves as the first wave crashed into them. Helen shouted over the noise, ordering everyone to fall back and get the mages out first. Steel clashed against flesh. Spells lit the cavern in flashes of fire and wind as the squad fought desperately to hold the line. Beast after beast fell, but the horde kept coming. Several mages were cut down, their screams swallowed by the gnolls' howls. Darvis had been trying to pull survivors back toward the exit, but he looked away for a split second. A gnoll slammed into him, knocking the air from his lungs and sending him staggering backward. Tessia's aura flared brightly. Her beast will ignited, and thick vines burst from the ground, twisting into a living net that trapped the charging beasts. At the same moment, Helen's bow sang. Her arrow streaked through the air and pierced straight through the mass of trapped monsters. Their bodies collapsed instantly, but the battle didn't pause. Another gnoll lunged from behind, swinging its weapon with crushing force. Tessia and Helen dove aside just as the blow shattered the ground where they had been standing. Dust and stone exploded around them. As Tessia regained her footing, one thought burned through her mind. How had Arthur managed to fight so many of these creatures alone? Across the battlefield, Darvis struggled against another beast. His arms trembled, his grip weakened. Panic crept into his voice as he forced his body to move. Then Arthur burst into the fight. With a furious shout, she drove her gauntleted fist straight into the beast. The impact exploded with crushing force and sent the creature flying. Arthur spun toward Darvis angrily, demanding to know what was wrong with him. Darvis snarled back, frustration etched across his face. Before the argument could continue, Tessia's voice rang out across the battlefield. Her command was sharp and absolute. Korea and Darvis were to fall back to the dungeon entrance and escort as many soldiers as possible to safety. Without hesitation, she and Darvis rushed toward the exit, rallying the frightened soldiers to follow them. The gnolls closed in almost instantly, but before they could reach the retreating group, Jasmine stepped into their path. Her twin blades flashed like silver lightning. Steel blurred through the air as she spun into the horde, carving through the gnolls with blinding speed. Blood sprayed across the cavern walls as bodies fell one after another, her movements far too fast for the beast to track. Seeing the opening she created, Arthur shouted for the soldiers to move. Her voice rang out above the chaos as she urged them toward the exit, promising they were almost free. Behind them, Angela and Stannard held the line. Angela's wind magic roared like a storm, blasting charging beasts backward, while Stannard's weapon fired sharp bursts of power that dropped enemies one by one. Nearby, Adam hurled himself deeper into the fight. His spear struck like lightning, thrusting and slashing through the gnolls as they pressed forward. But in his fury, he failed to notice the beasts slowly circling him. Dozens of snarling gnolls crept closer. Adam's breath grew ragged as he realized he was surrounded. Before the ring could close, the ground exploded. Jagged pillars of stone erupted from the earth, ripping through the gnolls and scattering them violently. Adam staggered backward in shock as Durden stepped forward, his hands still glowing with earth and mana. Adam gasped out a quick thank you. Durden barely acknowledged it. Gratitude could wait. The battle wasn't over. Another wave of beasts charged. Tessia reacted instantly. Her vines lashed outward, weaving into a living cage that wrapped around her allies, trapping the knolls outside the barrier. The beasts slammed against the vines, and a moment later arrows rained down from above. Each one struck perfectly. Knolls collapsed where they stood. Durden allowed himself a brief smirk. Nice shot. From her perch, Helen answered coolly that Adam wasn't the only one keeping score. The brief moment of levity vanished instantly when the corrupted beast tore through Tessia's vines and surged forward again. Adam drove his spear through one beast, ripping it free in a spray of blood. Beside him, Helen's bow thrummed nonstop, arrows slicing through the air and severing heads with deadly precision. Adam glanced at her and shouted over the battle for her to leave a few enemies for the rest of them. Helen shot back that he needed to keep up. Then a choking sound cut through the fight. Durden collapsed. Blood spilled from his mouth as his eyes widened in shock. Adam's roar echoed through the cavern. A massive beast lifted Durden into the air with its claws. Fury exploded through Adam's body. He hurled his spear with everything he had. The weapon punched straight through the creature's chest, tearing a hole through its body. The beast collapsed, releasing Durden. Adam sprinted forward and hoisted the larger man onto his shoulder, urging him to stay conscious as he staggered towards safety. Nearby, Helen tried to cover them, but her hands faltered as she drew another arrow. Durden's eyes widened in horror. A beast lunged at Helen. She barely raised her bow in time. Its jaws snapped shut around the weapon, splintering the wood while its claws reached for her throat. Adam screamed as he saw another beast charging toward her from the side. Helen turned too late. Fear filled her eyes as the monster lunged. Without thinking, Adam threw himself between them. Blood sprayed across the stone walls. Tessia could only watch. Her voice broke as she screamed Adam's name while he collapsed beneath the weight of the attack. Far away from the battlefield, Arthur and the others were already returning toward the western shore. Hours later, they stepped through a teleportation gate and entered the circular chamber of the castle. The silence between them finally broke when Arthur turned to Virion. His voice carried disbelief. He asked if the commander was truly considering accepting the Vritra's offer. Virion's answer came quietly. He would never submit, but the thought had crossed his mind. If there was even the smallest chance the enemy would honor their word, countless innocent lives might be saved. Arthur scoffed sharply. It was too dangerous a gamble. Betting not only Virion's life but the lives of the royal families on the hope that monsters would keep their promises was madness. Alder spoke then. His voice was cold and steady. Even Ephiotis would not remain safe if Agrona succeeded in spreading his half-blooded forces across 2 continents. Eventually, the Asuras themselves would become targets. Virion sighed, acknowledging the truth of it. But another concern weighed on him. He admitted he was not looking forward to the reaction his decision would cause. Arthur frowned in surprise. "You're going to tell the people?" Virion nodded. Trust was fragile, he said. If he revealed the truth, the people deserved a voice in the matter as well. After that, none of them had anything more to say. Exhausted from the journey, they went their separate ways. Arthur headed toward the living quarters, his mind still churning with unease. Then he stopped. Sylvie's voice stirred gently in his mind, drawing his attention to the courtyard ahead. Arthur followed her gaze. Standing there was Ellie. Beside her stood her enormous bond, Boo. Despite the massive beast at her side, Ellie herself looked nervous, her small figure tense as if she had been waiting for him. A faint blush colored Ellie's cheeks, beads of sweat glistening across her brow as she listened to a blonde-haired boy around her age boasting loudly in front of her. Arthur and Sylvie paused at a distance, watching with quiet curiosity. The boy spoke with exaggerated confidence, bragging about how he had refused the idea of bonding with a simple firemane beast. Something like that, he insisted, was far beneath someone of his supposed genius. But his boasting ended abruptly. Behind him, Boo let out a low growl. The boy stiffened for a moment, but instead of backing down, he puffed his chest out even further, trying to continue his speech. He didn't get far. Boo's massive paw suddenly hooked the boy by the collar and lifted him clean off the ground. The boy's confident speech instantly turned into a shrill scream as Boo casually flung him across the courtyard. He tumbled through the air and crashed several yards away. Ellie's face turned bright red with embarrassment as she quickly scolded her bond. Boo couldn't just throw every person he didn't like, she told him sharply, but her scolding lacked any real anger. Then she noticed something. Her eyes widened. Arthur was walking toward her. A delighted smile spread across her face as he approached. Without hesitation, Ellie ran straight at him and wrapped her arms tightly around him. Around them, whispers immediately spread through the courtyard. Students and nobles alike stared in surprise, murmuring quietly among themselves. Arthur leaned closer to Ellie, slightly confused. "Why is everyone staring at us?" Ellie smiled softly. "There isn't a noble in all of Dicathen who doesn't know the name Arthur Leywin." Arthur's eyes shifted toward Boo. For a brief moment, the two stared at each other in silence. Then Arthur nodded firmly. Boo relaxed. Arthur extended his hand. The massive bear gently placed his paw against Arthur's hand, sealing a quiet understanding between them. Ellie looked between them suspiciously. "How did you two suddenly get so close?" Arthur grinned. "Men with common goals bond quickly." Ellie's smile faded slightly. Her voice turned serious. It's good you came back. Arthur raised an eyebrow. Why? She hesitated before answering. Because you're the only one who can stop them. Arthur frowned. Stop who? Ellie's words landed like a hammer. Mom and Dad, they've decided to join the war. Arthur froze. Without another word, he turned and walked quickly toward the castle corridors. Each step grew faster. His thoughts churned violently. When he finally reached the door marked with his family's name, he stopped. His chest felt heavy. Did he even have the right to stop them? Objectively, his parents were powerful fighters. Their strength could help save countless lives on the battlefield. But the thought of them standing on the front lines, of them risking their lives every day, he couldn't accept it. Maybe it was selfish, but he wanted them safe, far away from war. Arthur knocked on the door. The sound echoed dully through the hallway. Inside, his mother's warm voice answered, "Come in." Arthur stepped inside. The sight in front of him confirmed everything. His mother tried to hide her surprise with a weak smile. His father sat nearby, lowering his gaze and avoiding Arthur's eyes. Arthur's voice came out low. "You're really doing this?" Reynolds acknowledged him first. He set aside the gauntlet he had been cleaning but remained seated. Alice stepped forward cautiously. "We didn't expect you back so soon." Arthur's frustration flared. "Were you planning to leave without telling me?" Alice quickly shook her head. "No, we just wanted to be ready before you came back." Arthur's voice sharpened. "You promised me something." His eyes moved between them. "You said you'd wait until Ellie was older before putting yourselves in danger like this." Reynolds sighed. "Commander Virion told us to remain here until Ellie grew up, or until you returned." Arthur frowned. "That's not enough reason." He looked directly at his father. "You didn't suddenly decide to join the war just because I came back." His voice hardened. "What happened?" Reynolds' jaw tightened. "We received a transmission from Helen." Arthur felt his stomach drop. "There was an attack in the dungeon." Arthur stared at him in disbelief. "That's impossible." His voice rose. "I was there yesterday. I cleared the dungeon myself. I killed the S-rank mutant. There shouldn't have been anything left." Reynolds shook his head slowly. A hidden entrance was discovered. His expression darkened. More beasts poured through. Arthur's heart pounded. The twin horns stayed behind to buy time for the younger soldiers to escape. Reynolds paused. "But Adam," his voice faltered. "Adam didn't make it." Arthur felt as if the air had been ripped from his lungs. "No." The word came out weakly. "That can't be right." His thoughts spiraled. "There weren't supposed to be any more beasts." Reynolds spoke gently now. "You couldn't have known. The second entrance was hidden behind stone that masked the mana signatures. No one expected another attack." Alice stepped forward, her eyes wet with tears. The twin horns fought as hard as they could, but there were too many. Arthur's chest tightened painfully. Then another thought struck him. Tessia. His voice shook. She was there too. He looked at them desperately. "Who else died?" Alice shook her head slowly. "We don't know. The transmission was cut off. It only mentioned the attack. And Adam." Arthur's fists clenched. "I'm sorry Adam died." His voice trembled with emotion. "But joining the war because of that?" He looked between them. "You're going to risk your lives for this?" Reynolds' expression hardened. "We're not doing this because of guilt. A soldier's life has always carried this risk." Arthur's control finally snapped. His voice rose, raw with desperation. Even as Arthur argued, a painful truth pressed against his chest. His parents had every right to fight. He knew that, and maybe it was selfish for him to try and stop them. But wasn't it selfish of them too, to risk both their lives when it wasn't necessary? When it could leave Ellie alone? Arthur's voice faltered, dropping to a broken whisper. "Did you even think about Ellie?" Alice looked at him quietly. Her voice remained steady, but there was pain in her eyes. "You're right," she admitted softly. "It is selfish." She lowered her gaze briefly. "We know what this could do to you and Ellie." Then she spoke again. "But don't blame your father." Arthur frowned. Alice met his eyes firmly. "This decision was mine." Arthur froze. "You want to go to war?" Alice nodded without hesitation. Arthur shook his head, stunned. "No. That can't be right." His thoughts raced. "Dad told me you stopped using magic years ago. Something happened. You avoided it ever since." His voice rose again. "So why now?" Alice glanced briefly at Reynolds. Reynolds lowered his head solemnly. Then she turned back to Arthur. "Sit down," she said gently. Arthur slowly sat on the edge of the bed, eyes locked on hers. "There's something we never told you," Alice began. Her voice grew distant as old memories surfaced. Once, the Twin Horns had another member. Her name was Lenza. She had been a young augmenter, bright, talented, and already beginning to earn recognition. Reynolds had first brought Alice to the party from Valden City, and not long after, Lenza had joined as well. Despite Alice's timid nature, Lenza had been bold and outspoken. The two of them balanced each other perfectly. They quickly became inseparable. Alice's eyes softened with nostalgia. Lenza was unforgettable. She was lively enough to keep Reynolds and Adam in line, and even capable of making Jasmine smile from time to time. Though she had only spent 2 years with the party, her presence had defined them. Until the accident. Alice's hands trembled slightly. They had been caught off guard by a pack of stingers during a dungeon run. Alice had done everything she could, healing wounds as quickly as possible. For most of the team, it worked. Reynolds had only suffered shallow cuts, but Lenza's wound was different. It had been close to her monocore. The venom spread too quickly. Lenza's monocore was permanently damaged. She would never use magic again. Alice's voice cracked with regret. She had later learned that if she had waited, if she had left the wound alone, a doctor might have removed the poison, but her rushed healing sealed the venom inside. Her best friend lost the one thing she loved most. Lenza had always joked that she wanted to die gloriously in battle, Instead, she was forced to live without magic, without purpose, until one day she entered a dungeon alone and never came back. Alice's composure finally broke. Tears slipped down her face as she confessed the guilt she had carried all these years. If I hadn't rushed to heal her, maybe things would have been different. It hadn't been some great catastrophe that destroyed the team. Just a quiet, cruel mistake. But the loss of Lenza left wounds that never truly healed. Since that day, Alice had been afraid to use her healing magic for anything serious. Only minor injuries, nothing more. But now her eyes hardened with resolve. Adam's death isn't the same as Lenza's, she said quietly. But the twin horns have done so much for us. Her voice steadied. It's time I stand beside them again. She hesitated before adding something else. And I can't keep watching you fight while we sit safely behind walls, waiting for news. Arthur swallowed hard. What about Ellie? His voice was barely audible. What if you don't come back? Reynolds stepped forward and placed a firm hand on Arthur's shoulder. His gaze was steady. Strength doesn't guarantee survival. People die when their guard slips, when they make a mistake. That truth applies to you just as much as it does to us. But then Reynolds' voice softened slightly. If we die, at least we'll have done our part to give Dicathen a chance. He squeezed Arthur's shoulder. I'll protect your mother. I'll bring her home. Our goal in this war is simple, to return to you and Ellie. But you need to do the same. Reynolds continued quietly. We may not have raised you exactly the way we thought. The shadow of Arthur's past life hung silently between them. But Ellie doesn't know anything about that. To her, you're just her big brother. Reynolds looked directly into Arthur's eyes. Don't throw your life away chasing some vague idea of saving everyone. Even if this war is lost, there will be another chance to fight back. The only real defeat is when no one is left to try again. Arthur muttered bitterly under his breath. I already had a second chance. Reynolds immediately snapped back. I know what you mean, but this isn't the time. Alice wiped her tears and shook her head slightly. It's a little early to joke about things like that. Before Arthur could respond, a knock echoed at the door. All three of them looked toward it. Come in, Arthur called. The door opened. Standing in the doorway was Virion. Reynolds and Alice quickly stood up out of respect. Virion raised a hand gently. For the two of you, Virion is fine. His expression carried sympathy. I'm sorry for the loss your party suffered. Then his tone turned serious. The surviving soldiers are returning through the teleportation gates right now. He looked toward Arthur. I came to get you. After a pause, he added quietly, the leader of the twin horns should be among them. Reynolds nodded. We're coming. Without another word, the four of them headed toward the teleportation chamber. The massive iron doors were already open. Inside, a stream of exhausted soldiers stumbled through the glowing portal. Their armor was dented and bloodstained. Some leaned on their comrades for support. Arthur scanned the room anxiously. Then his eyes stopped on one person, Helen. Arthur gently nudged his parents, pointing toward a battered figure stepping through the teleportation gate. Even from a distance, it was obvious. The leader of the Helen Shard looked completely broken, her shoulders weighed down by grief. Reynolds' voice cracked as he and Alice rushed toward her. Alice tried to ask what had happened, but the question trembled apart before she could finish. Helen's answer came in a ragged voice. The others were alive. They had already been taken to the medical wing. But when she reached Adam Crench's name, her voice collapsed completely. Tears streamed down her face. Alice and Reynolds pulled her into a tight embrace, holding her as if they could keep her from falling apart. After a moment, Helen stepped forward and hugged Arthur. Arthur told her he was glad she had made it back, and that he was sorry about Adam. The words felt heavy with guilt. If only he had stayed longer. If only he had fought beside them. But Helen quickly shook her head. She refused to let him fall into the same spiral. Thinking like that would change nothing. What happened had already happened. The only thing that mattered now was making the Agronavritra's forces and their twisted beasts pay for it. Alice gently placed a hand on Helen's shoulder and urged her to rest. Though Helen insisted she was fine, exhaustion betrayed her. Finally, she allowed herself to be guided toward the medical wing. Arthur watched them leave in silence. Inside his mind, Sylvie spoke softly, noting that his parents would soon tell Helen about their decision to rejoin the twin horns. Arthur's lips tightened. Helen would likely be grateful. Still, Arthur remained near the teleportation platform. His eyes stayed fixed on the swirling portal. Minutes stretched painfully. Wave after wave of exhausted soldiers emerged. None of them were the one he was searching for. His chest tightened each time. Then finally, a familiar figure appeared. Arthur immediately pushed through the crowd and grabbed the boy's arm. Where's Tessia? He demanded. Is she safe? Was she with you? His grip tightened enough to make Stannard wince. Arthur released him instantly and muttered an apology, though his eyes kept flicking back to the gate. What happened to the rest of the team? Stannard shook his head. Once they reached the base, the twin horns had escorted the injured to safety. After that, everything turned chaotic. He didn't know what had happened to the others. Arthur's gaze scanned the room again. Then he spotted Korea. She stumbled forward, covered in wounds, carrying the unconscious Darvis Clare on her back. Arthur rushed over and lifted Darvis off her shoulders with ease. Carria thanked him weakly. Arthur guided her towards Stannard and handed her a pitcher of water from a nearby servant. His voice dropped urgently. What happened to Tessia? Korea gave him a tired grin. Instead of answering, she slowly raised a trembling hand and pointed behind him. Arthur spun around, and there she was. Tessia Aerolith limped through the portal. Her armor was cracked. Her hair was tangled with dirt and sweat. She looked completely exhausted. "Tessia!" Arthur's voice cut through the noise. She froze, her wide eyes locked onto him. Before she could even speak, Arthur crossed the distance in a single stride and pulled her into a tight embrace. He held her desperately. Relief flooded his voice as he whispered that he was glad she was safe. Tessia answered softly, trying to calm the storm she felt in him. Of course she was safe. Arthur stepped back slightly but kept a steady hand on her shoulder. "I'll take you to your grandfather." Together they walked to the chambers of Virion Erelith. He rushed forward and wrapped his granddaughter in a fierce embrace, his arms trembling with relief. Their reunion didn't last long. Virion insisted she go through medical checks immediately. Thankfully, aside from deep exhaustion and soreness, Tessia was fine. Seeing the rest of her team alive and receiving treatment brought her some peace. After the healers finished, she returned to her room. Everything looked exactly as she had left it. Simple, familiar, comforting. For a moment, it felt as though nothing had changed. She sat down on the bed and noticed a photo frame beside it, a picture of her and Cynthia Goodsky. A small smile touched her lips. Some things, at least, remained the same. Exhaustion finally pushed her down into the bed, but sleep refused to come. Hours passed. Eventually, she gave up trying. Wondering if her grandfather was still awake, Tessia quietly slipped out of her room and walked down the corridor. As she approached his chamber, she heard voices. Arthur's voice came through the door. He was telling Virion that the secret couldn't stay hidden forever. Sooner or later, Tessia would find out. Virion answered in a tired voice. "She's not ready. Not in her condition." Arthur pushed back firmly. If she heard the truth directly, she might accept it. But if she learned it from someone else? What then? Virion's voice cracked with fear. "What if she decides to go after them?" Arthur answered calmly. "Then we deal with that when it happens." Both of them knew how stubborn Tessia could be. Once she made up her mind, nothing could stop her. Virion snapped. "I can't." His voice trembled with grief. "Not after what happened. The Vritra clan murdered Cynthia in this very castle." Tessia's heart stopped. Her pulse thundered in her ears. Master Cynthia, dead? Her mind refused to accept it. The woman who had taught her everything. Mana control, swordsmanship, discipline, gone. The conversation inside ended. Arthur said quietly that he would return to his room and asked Virion to call him when he decided to tell Tessia the truth. The door opened. Arthur and Virion stepped into the hallway and immediately froze. Tessia stood there, silent, her head lowered. Her voice trembled when she finally spoke. Her words were barely a whisper. "Take me to Master Cynthia." The walk downward was silent. Only the hollow echo of footsteps followed them through the stone halls. Virion Erelith led the way with steady determination, Tessia Erelith following closely behind, while Arthur Leywin walked a few steps behind her. As they descended to the lowest level of the castle, Tessia finally broke the silence. "Why is Master Cynthia here?" Her eyes scanned the filthy corridor with anger. "This place is for murderers, not for someone who spent her life protecting others." Virion answered calmly, though exhaustion weighed on his voice. "This was the most secure place available." He continued quietly. "When circumstances allow it, she will receive the farewell she deserves." At the far end of the corridor, a lone soldier stood guard in front of a thick iron door. At Virion's command, the guard opened it. The hinges shrieked as the door slowly swung inward. Inside the room stood a single stone casket, perfectly carved, simple. A small pile of flowers rested gently on top. Virion spoke softly. "Only a few people know about her death." Tessia's voice shook with anger and grief. Master Cynthia deserved more than this. She stepped forward, fists trembling. She deserved her students here, her fellow professors, the entire city mourning her. Her eyes filled with tears. She deserved a diamond coffin, a countrywide funeral. Not this. Virion gently placed a hand on her back, but the touch only made her more furious. She pushed his hand away. "How could you hide this from me?" Her voice cracked. "If I hadn't overheard you, when were you going to tell me? After the war?" Her breathing grew uneven. "What else are you hiding from me?" Despite everything she had done to prove herself, he still treated her like a child. Then Arthur spoke. His voice cut through the room like a blade. "You are still a child." Tessia's head snapped toward him instantly. Her face flushed with anger. How can you say that? Of all people, he should have understood her. But Arthur's expression was cold and unyielding. Throwing yourself into the front lines doesn't make you mature. His eyes hardened. Risking your life recklessly just to prove something? That's no different from a child throwing a tantrum. Virion tried to interrupt with a warning. But Arthur continued. "If you stopped for a moment and actually thought about it, you'd understand why your grandfather hid this." Arthur gestured toward the casket. "What would happen if people found out that Cynthia Goodsky was killed in the one place everyone believed was the safest in Dicathen?" His voice softened slightly. "You're only 17. Tessia's response came instantly. "And you're only 16. Her voice trembled with hurt. "But no one treats you like a child. Not my grandfather. Not Aldir. Not even Master Cynthia." Her eyes burned. "So why is it different for me?" Arthur's answer was blunt. "If people treat me like an adult, it's not because I demanded it." His gaze remained steady. "They came to that conclusion themselves, not because I tried to prove it by doing something reckless." Virion tried to step in again, but Arthur shook his head. "No, Tessia needs to hear this." Tessia's throat tightened as she fought back tears. "How is any of this fair?" Her voice broke. "You get to do whatever you want because you're strong enough. But no matter what I do, no matter how hard I fight, I'm still treated like someone fragile, like a burden." Arthur finally snapped. That's not what this is about. But Tessia cut him off just as fiercely. I'm not your sister. Her voice echoed through the chamber. You can't expect me to sit safely behind walls while everyone else risks their lives. Virian's voice thundered through the room. Enough! Silence followed. Arthur's chest rose and fell sharply. Then he looked away. I was wrong. His voice was quiet now. You're not ready to hear this. With that, he turned and walked away. Tessia kept her eyes fixed on the floor. She couldn't look at him. Didn't want to see his expression. Anger, regret, guilt. None of it mattered anymore. The weight of everything pressed down on her chest. Virian gently placed his hand on her back again. His voice was softer now. Take this time to mourn her properly. He looked at the stone coffin. Cynthia wouldn't have cared for a grand ceremony. She would have wanted the people closest to her here. Tessia nodded weakly. Thank you, grandfather. They approached the casket together. Virian knelt beside her, gently rubbing her trembling shoulders. I'll tell you everything after this. Meanwhile, Arthur returned to his quarters. His thoughts were tangled with frustration. Behind him, Sylvie padded quietly along. Suddenly, she bit his leg. Arthur jumped. What the hell? He shook his leg violently to dislodge her. Grabbing Sylvie, he lifted her up with an annoyed glare. That hurt. Why did you do that? Sylvie looked at him calmly, completely unimpressed. What was that really about? Arthur blinked. What do you mean? He tried to brush it off. I just said what Tessia needed to hear. Sylvie tilted her head. Needed? Arthur continued stubbornly. She let her emotions cloud her judgment. As a princess and a soldier, she can't afford to act recklessly. That's why I said it. Sylvie sighed softly. Tessia was wrong about Ellie. But that's not the real reason you said those things. Arthur frowned. Sylvie met his gaze. You weren't just talking to Tessia. Her voice was gentle but firm. You were angry about your parents choosing to fight. Your frustration with them slipped into every word. She paused. You were projecting. Arthur froze. The denial sitting on his tongue slowly faded as Sylvie's words sank in. His voice dropped, uncertain now, as he admitted she might be right. After a moment, he looked at her more seriously. He asked what she had truly been training for in Ephaetus. Sylvie's lips curled into a faint smile. Strength, she answered simply. Then she added with playful sarcasm that she had also taken a side course in how to properly nag him. Arthur exhaled sharply, somewhere between a laugh and a sigh of exhaustion. He tilted his head back, staring into the endless sky. His voice softened. He admitted that he missed the simpler days. Far away in his memories, the calm voice of Headmaster Wilbeck echoed in his mind as she spoke to a young Gray. She understood his frustration, but she also admitted that she might not be the best person to help him with it. Gray's Kai pool might be smaller than most children his age, but he was still young. That could change with time. Then she offered him advice that went beyond training. When resources were limited, the wisest choice was to save them for moments that truly mattered. Gray turned the words over in his mind, trying to grasp the deeper meaning hidden inside them. Slowly he nodded and thanked her, though he wasn't sure he completely understood. Wilbeck's expression softened, her tone becoming lighter. Speaking of moments that mattered, she revealed that the orphanage had recently received several large anonymous donations. Gray stiffened. Before he could say anything, Wilbeck continued. From now on, the orphanage would no longer accept donations. Gray shot up in alarm. Is the orphanage closing? Wilbeck chuckled softly and shook her head. The government had recently taken interest in their home and would now fund its operations directly. There would be no more worries about money. Gray forced himself to nod calmly, but inside his thoughts raced. Had he and Nico Sever gone too far? Normally something like that would have been impossible to hide, but this was Wilbeck, a sorceress. Keeping his composure, Gray thanked her and turned toward the door, eager to escape her observant gaze. But her voice stopped him. Before he left, she asked how Cecilia was adjusting to living with him and Nico. Gray hesitated before answering. She was slowly opening up. Even with her strange accidents, there were signs they were breaking through her guarded shell. Wilbeck sighed softly. She already knew the truth. Cecilia had not spoken a single word to either of them. Gray admitted it with a small shake of his head. Wilbeck studied him quietly before saying she hoped he and Nico would continue trying. If anyone could reach Cecilia, it was them. Gray frowned slightly. There had to be a reason she was so determined about this friendship. Why push them so hard? Wilbeck only smiled gently and stood from her chair. That was a story Cecilia would have to tell herself someday. Gray scratched his cheek, voicing his thoughts. Cecilia seemed normal enough, but the strange accidents surrounding her frightened the other children. Some had even ended up in the infirmary because of it. He and Nico weren't scared, but if they were expected to help her, it only made sense to know more. Wilbeck walked around her desk and rested a gentle hand on his head, ruffling his hair affectionately. No matter how much Gray learned about Cecilia, she told him, only Cecilia truly understood herself, and if she didn't yet, she would eventually. His job wasn't to fix her. His job was simply to stay by her side as a friend. When the day came that she needed help, she would ask. Until then, friendship was enough. Gray straightened and gave a small salute. Yes, Mother. Wilbeck narrowed her eyes at him. Though warmth lingered in her expression, her tone became firm. She reminded him that she was Headmaster Wilbeck, not Mother. Gray left the office, dragging his feet through the hallway while her words echoed in his mind. But his thoughts quickly faded when laughter erupted nearby. A group of children ran wildly through the halls. At their head was Theta, a lively little girl who immediately pointed at him. You're it! She charged toward him with open arms. Gray slipped aside effortlessly. Theta squealed with delight and called the others to join. Soon a swarm of children surrounded him, all trying desperately to tag him. But Gray moved like flowing water. He twisted, ducked, slipped between them with playful ease. Eventually the children grew smarter and formed a circle around him. Just as Theta lunged forward, Gray scooped her up and jumped. The rest of the kids crashed into each other in a messy pile. Gray landed lightly on his feet, laughing. Victory! He puffed out his chest dramatically. You're all 5 years too young to defeat the mighty Gray. Odo groaned in defeat, while Theta untangled herself from the pile. With an indignant huff, Gray deepened his voice theatrically. Only weaklings complain about losing. Then he waved his hand grandly. My heroic powers are required elsewhere. With that, he ran off down the hall as the children laughed behind him. Theta shouted after him, We'll get you next time. Gray slowed as he returned inside, but his steps faltered. Cracks had appeared along the floorboards. The orphanage was deteriorating faster than usual. Headmaster Wilbeck was probably too busy to notice. Gray made a mental note to help her inspect the building again soon. After fixing a few small repairs, he finally continued toward his room. Throwing the door open with dramatic flair, Gray announced his arrival. The mighty Gray has returned. Across the room, Nico Sever didn't even bother looking up. Close the door, he said flatly. Gray stepped inside, his smirk widening as he noticed the pile of yarn and cloth in Nico's lap. Knitting now? He teased. But the moment Gray reached toward the glove Nico was holding, Nico's hand shot out and grabbed his forearm. Pain exploded through Gray's muscles. It hit instantly, sharp, cramping, and completely paralyzing. Gray hissed through clenched teeth. Nico, meanwhile, looked absolutely delighted. He flexed the strange glove proudly. After their run-in with the thugs, Nico had thrown himself into research, determined to find a way to defend himself. With clear satisfaction, he explained his creation. The palm of the glove was threaded with special microfibers capable of conducting Chi. Embedded in the center was a small stone designed to harness that energy. When the glove grabbed an opponent, the fibers extended outward and burrowed into the target, sending violent muscle cramps through their body. Gray examined the invention with both amusement and admiration. With a brain like Nico's, it was surprising no wealthy family had adopted him yet. Nico only shrugged. Adoption wasn't something he was eager for. To him, parents weren't the prize most children imagined. Gray had no memories of his own parents, good or bad. Nico, however, remembered his all too well, and he hated them. The bitterness ran so deep that Gray sometimes wondered if he was better off remembering nothing at all. His eyes drifted back to the glove. It was clever, impressive even, but he still couldn't resist teasing. Why bother with fancy tools? Gray asked. Why not just learn to fight properly? Nico smirked. You've never actually learned to fight, he replied. Your body just reacts, fast, like some primitive predator. He lifted the glove slightly. I don't have those instincts. My reflexes are closer to a sloth. No amount of training will fix that. For me, tools like this are survival. Gray grunted in reluctant agreement. Still, he pointed out the obvious. The glove seemed useful for only one thing, buying a little time. Nico nodded easily. That's exactly what it does. The microfibers were extremely expensive, wore out quickly, and wouldn't last long in a real fight. He had already burned through most of the money they had earned by pawning jewelry just to buy the materials. That reminded Gray of something. How did you get the rest of the money to Headmaster Wilbeck? Nico answered casually. He had arranged for someone else to deliver the donation anonymously. In exchange, the person took a percentage. Gray's jaw tightened. Between Nico's expensive materials and the middleman's cut, how much of the money had actually reached the orphanage? Half, maybe. Nico laughed. He hadn't had much choice. There was no way Headmaster Wilbeck would have accepted money directly from them without getting suspicious. Gray's patience snapped. He reached over and pinched Nico hard. Nico yelped, flailing in pain. And it's Headmaster Wilbeck, Gray corrected sharply. Still rubbing his arm, Nico groaned. Gray crossed his arms. Well, it doesn't matter anymore. The government is funding the orphanage now. Nico's head immediately perked up. So, we can spend the rest of our tainted money on more microfibers? Gray leaned forward slowly, glaring. His voice dropped into a dangerous whisper. Nico instantly backpedaled. Joking, totally joking. Scrambling for a distraction, he pulled out a few books he had bought with the little money they had left. Gray flipped through one of them before declaring dramatically, "A magnanimous gentleman such as myself shall forgive your earlier offense." Nico snorted. It's magnanimous. Before he could return to reading, however, the room suddenly shook. The floor trembled beneath their feet. Dust drifted down from the ceiling beams. Gray groaned. He didn't even need to say it. Nico already had. Another accident? Nico jumped up. We should check on her. Gray shook his head immediately. Too dangerous. Last time someone tried to restrain Cecilia, it had gone horribly wrong. One of the volunteers, built like a bear, had been thrown across the room before he could even reach her. Nico's jaw tightened. He hated standing around helplessly while Cecilia's body burned through its power until she collapsed. Gray noticed the look in his eyes. Concern. Real concern. Gray leaned closer, voice teasing. You like her? Color spread across Nico's cheeks. I don't. I barely even know her. Gray just smiled and waited. The silence stretched. Finally, Nico muttered grudgingly, Maybe I think she's a little pretty. Gray's grin widened. But the teasing ended when the building shook again. Harder this time. Cracks split across the plaster walls. Chunks of debris fell to the floor. Gray and Nico sprinted down the hallway, turning sharply until they reached Cecilia's room. An iron door rattled violently in its frame. Several adult volunteers stood outside, tense but hesitant. Nico scowled. "Why are you just standing there?" Gray didn't answer. His eyes were locked on the shaking door. In one quick motion, he snatched the glove from Nico's hand. "Hey!" Nico shouted, but Gray was already moving. His thoughts sharpened instantly. If this episode kept escalating, even Randall, the strongest volunteer, wouldn't reach Cecilia in time. The door burst open. Gray darted forward, slipping past Randall's shoulder. The moment he stepped inside, instinct screamed. Gray twisted sideways just as an invisible force ripped through the air. Cecilia was different from every other child who practiced Kai. Even the most talented users could barely stir a breeze. But Cecilia, she was an irregularity. She could wrap herself in torrents of raw Kai energy, but she had absolutely no control over it. According to Headmaster Wilbeck, even the smallest emotional spark could cause Cecilia's power to spiral completely out of control. Many would call such overwhelming strength a blessing. But watching her now, a child shaking beneath the weight of her own power, Gray could only see it as a curse. Bracing himself, he rushed toward the center of the room. Cecilia writhed on the floor, her body trembling violently as raw Kai burst from her in chaotic waves. The moment her wide eyes locked onto him, panic flooded her face. Gray's survival depended entirely on instinct. Invisible blasts of Kai slashed through the air like blades. He twisted, crawled, and rolled across the floor, barely dodging each strike. Cecilia's voice broke through the chaos. Desperate, terrified, she warned him to stay away, that he would only get hurt. But Gray kept moving forward. His arm throbbed painfully, yet he ignored it, crawling closer and closer. He was gambling everything on one idea. Finally, with one last desperate reach, his fingers grabbed Cecilia's trembling hand. The glove activated instantly. Microfibers shot out from the palm, wrapping around her hand as the embedded stone pulsed with energy. Her torrent of power suddenly faltered, then stopped. A sharp cry escaped Cecilia's lips. Her almond-shaped eyes widened in shock before slowly closing. Strands of blonde hair fell across her flushed face as her skin gradually returned to its soft, pale color. The storm of Kai vanished. Gray tried to stand, but his body wouldn't respond. His own Kai had been completely drained. His limbs felt heavy and numb. His final conscious thought was bitter. He was too weak, too pitiful. Then darkness pulled him under. The memory faded. An unfamiliar voice cut through the remnants of the dream, dragging Arthur Leywin back to the present. A frantic knock rattled his door. A handmaid pleaded urgently for him to wake up. Commander Virai Ore's speech was about to begin, and Arthur needed to prepare. Before she could continue, another voice spoke from outside, deep, impatient, filled with clear disdain. A sudden crackle of energy followed. Lightning exploded through the door. The blast shattered the wood and jolted Arthur awake. He reacted instantly. Arthur sprang from the bed and caught the crackling projectile in his hand before it could hit him. His eyes narrowed as he saw the attacker. Baron Wyke stood in the doorway, his arm still extended. The lance looked at Arthur coldly, studying his reflexes without a hint of warmth. Arthur's thoughts burned with irritation. Being attacked from behind was dishonorable, but war left little room for ideals. Baron's message was blunt. Arthur needed to change immediately. The other lances were already waiting at the teleportation gate. Without waiting for a reply, Baron turned and left, faint sparks of lightning crackling around him as he walked away. Arthur exhaled slowly. Ever since the incident with Lucas Wykes, he and Baron had always clashed. But now, war loomed over the continent. Personal pride meant nothing. Both of them were lances. Both were necessary for Dicathen's survival. A timid handmaid carefully stepped into the room, her voice trembling as she asked again to prepare him. Before Arthur could respond, another woman entered. This maid was larger and far more confident. She brushed past the first maid and declared that she had Commander Virai's approval to ensure Arthur was ready. With unsettling confidence, she even suggested that if he couldn't wash himself, she would personally help. Arthur immediately recoiled. He made it very clear he needed no such assistance. Satisfied, the bulky maid simply placed a set of armor on the table. The armor had been prepared by Aldir for the speech. Elsewhere in the castle, tension filled another chamber. Priscilla Glader adjusted her husband's collar gently, but even her careful touch couldn't ease his worry. Blaine Glader looked deeply troubled. The threat of Alacrya was growing closer by the day, and he couldn't understand why Commander Virai had chosen Atiston as the location for such an important speech. Priscilla shared the same concern. The irony was bitter. This was the very danger that had once forced them to abandon their castle, and now it loomed even closer. Their quiet discussion ended when another voice joined them, calm, confident. Alduin Erlith, king of Elenoir, explained that Virai's decision wasn't reckless. It was deliberate strategy. By standing on the western coast, so close to the potential threat, Virai intended to inspire the people, to show them that their forces were powerful enough to stand directly against danger. Beside him, Mariel Aerolith nodded. With all the lances gathered above the crowd like guardians in the sky, the commander would achieve exactly the reaction he wanted. But Blaine remained uneasy. His concern wasn't the speech, it was the reality behind it. The possibility that the true beginning of the war was already approaching. Their conversation fell silent as Virai Ore turned toward Arthur. Her sharp eyes examined his newly worn armor. A small flicker of approval crossed her stern face. Arthur bowed respectfully. He greeted the kings and queens gathered there. To Alduin Aerolith and Mariel Aerolith, he acknowledged how long it had been since they last met. To Blaine Glader and Priscilla Glader, he offered a deeper bow. Mariel studied him carefully. She remarked softly on how much he had grown. Arthur accepted the compliment with quiet humility. Age brought growth, but it also brought responsibility. Blaine, however, looked at him differently, not as a boy who had matured, but as one of his strongest soldiers. Strength was what the continent would need. Arthur silently acknowledged that truth. Race, kingdom, origins. None of it mattered anymore. He served only one cause now, the survival of Dicathen. Just then, a new figure stepped forward, and Arthur's attention shifted. The elderly dwarf carried the quiet authority of long experience. Though his posture was measured, his presence commanded respect. He introduced himself as Redeus, the newly appointed delegate of the dwarves. His steady gaze rested on Arthur Leywin as he explained that he had heard much about him through the letters of Elijah Knight. Arthur reached out and clasped the dwarf's hand firmly. Understanding struck him immediately. Redeus wasn't just a delegate. He had been Elijah's guardian since the boy was an infant. A sharp pang of guilt hit Arthur. His eyes lowered as he spoke with quiet regret, apologizing for not arriving in time to protect his friend. Redeus simply shook his head. Years of acceptance were etched into the deep lines of his face. Elijah, he said, had always drawn trouble toward him like a magnet. His life had been shaped by storms that no guardian could fully shield him from. Arthur tightened his grip on the dwarf's hand, holding it with both of his. His gaze locked firmly onto Redeus's weathered eyes. His promise was silent but unwavering. If Elijah was still alive, he would bring him back. Redeus whispered a quiet thank you before pulling his fragile hands away. The strength they once carried had clearly faded with time. Breaking the moment of silence, Virion Aerolith formally acknowledged Redeus as the dwarves' new representative. He then turned his attention to the rest of the gathering. They would move ahead first. The gatekeeper would signal the others when it was time to follow. Arthur's thoughts lingered on the old dwarf. He wished there had been more time to speak with Redeus, to hear stories of Elijah's childhood, to understand the boy who had been raised under the dwarf's care. Even Sylvie quietly voiced her curiosity through their mental link, wondering how Elijah had ended up in Darv, raised by someone of such status, yet forced into so much hardship. A light tap interrupted Arthur's thoughts. When he turned, he found himself face to face with the elven lance known as Aya Greffin. Aya carried herself with effortless grace. Her wavy black hair was tucked neatly behind her ear as she extended her hand with a playful smile. Her expectation was obvious, but Arthur ignored the unspoken courtly gesture she seemed to want. Instead of kissing her hand, he gave it a firm handshake. Aya's smile didn't fade, but her eyes sharpened slightly as she withdrew and swayed confidently back to her place. Sylvie's voice brushed softly against Arthur's thoughts, remarking that Aya seemed pleasant enough. Arthur silently disagreed. Her aura carried a cold edge that her charm carefully concealed. Nearby, another lance had been watching him quietly. Virai Orae finally spoke. Her sharp gaze evaluated him with surgical precision. She noted that his training had paid off. His mana had advanced from the initiate silver stage to the mid-silver stage. Arthur knew he still had a long road ahead if he wanted to reach the white stage, but Virai's expression suggested she didn't think the distance was nearly as great as he believed. Before their conversation could continue, the gatekeeper suddenly stirred. A signal had arrived. His voice rang out clearly. The teleportation gate was ready. Baron Wykes stepped forward first, walking toward the gate with his usual commanding confidence. Arthur gestured for Aya and Virai to go ahead of him. Aya passed by with a teasing wink, her movements deliberately playful. Virai followed in complete silence, her expression stoic as ever. When Arthur finally stepped through the gate, the world dissolved into streaks of light and sound. A moment later, a deafening roar slammed into him. He winced instinctively. The floor trembled beneath the sheer force of the noise. They had arrived in a massive rectangular hall that opened out toward a grand balcony. At the balcony's edge stood Virion Aerolith, alongside the kings and queens of the continent. All of them waved toward the enormous crowd gathered below. Among them stood Tessia Aerolith, Curtis Glader, and Kathleen Glader, smiling brightly as they greeted the cheering masses. Even from Arthur's position, the crowd stretched endlessly into the distance, a living ocean of voices and raised arms. For a moment, Arthur felt a familiar pressure settle on his chest. It had been a long time since he had stood before a crowd this large. Their expectations felt almost physical. A thin handmaid hurried toward them, reminding the gathered warriors to prepare. She addressed them as generals. The title caught Arthur slightly off guard, but there was no time to dwell on it. The roaring crowd slowly quieted as Virion stepped forward to speak. His voice carried effortlessly across the entire assembly. He spoke with pride and conviction, honoring the sacrifices of kings, queens, and soldiers alike. But he made one thing very clear. The ones who carried the heaviest burden were the lances, the warriors who stood at the very front lines. At his signal, the crowd erupted. Thousands of voices merged into a single thunderous chant. The chant rolled across the crowd like a storm. Finally, Virion raised his hand. Silence fell instantly. His next words struck like iron. This was a time of war. Already half of the lances were absent, not out of neglect, but because they were already fighting at the edges of the battlefield. Virion continued, declaring that the title of lance had never belonged to birthright or privilege. It was a mantle earned through strength, talent, and relentless effort. Then he announced it. A new era had begun. A new protector had risen. At those words, every eye turned toward Arthur Leywin. The other lances stepped aside. The royal families watched silently. Arthur walked toward the edge of the balcony. The crowd's roar exploded again. The sound shook the air itself. At the far end of the balcony, Virion stood waiting. Arthur approached him, lowering his voice slightly. He asked if this spectacle had been Virion's idea. The old commander answered with nothing more than a faint grin. Then he nudged Arthur forward toward the balcony's edge. The weight of thousands of eyes pressed down on him. If anyone else had orchestrated such a scene, Arthur might have felt irritated. But Virion hadn't done it for himself. He had done it for the people. With a sly smile, Virion quietly reminded Arthur of one more thing. Keep smiling and waving. After all, the crowd below wasn't the only audience watching. Behind them, a massive projection was broadcasting the moment across the continent. With a faint glint of mischief in his eyes, Virion Erlith asked, had he prepared a speech? Arthur's heart skipped. Standing before thousands was one thing. Speaking to them without preparation was another entirely. He wasn't ready for this. Not for the title, not for the expectations, and certainly not for a speech. But Virion had planned it this way. The people didn't need carefully polished words from nobles. They needed honesty. Someone who had lived as they did. Someone who carried the same fears, the same scars. Someone who could speak from the heart. With that, Virion stepped back. Arthur was left alone at the balcony's edge, as the roaring crowd slowly fell into an uneasy silence. For a moment, his confidence wavered. Then his gaze swept across the sea of people below and stopped. Among the countless faces, he spotted his mother, Alice Leywin. Even with his enhanced vision, the distance blurred her features, but her warm smile cut through the noise like sunlight. That single look steadied him. The fear in his chest eased. He knew what to say. A low hum filled the air as the amplification artifact activated, ready to carry his voice across the city. Arthur stepped forward and rested his hands on the balcony railing. The cheers surged again, then slowly faded as the crowd waited. Arthur began simply. He greeted the people of Dicathen, thanking them for gathering despite the uncertainty looming over their future. Though still young, he admitted he had spent countless hours studying history and economics. Many scholars had tried to explain what bound citizens to their homeland. Some believed loyalty came naturally from one's birthplace. Others argued it was a system of responsibility, rulers protecting their people, parents caring for their children, and so on. But Arthur disagreed. To him, loyalty couldn't be bought, it couldn't be inherited, and it couldn't be forced by kings or laws. True loyalty came from choice. It was built through bonds between friends, neighbors, and strangers, strengthened by the shared promise to protect and grow together. Perhaps it was arrogant to try defining loyalty. Every person carried their own meaning of it. But one truth remained. Loyalty was easy in peaceful times. It was easy to praise rulers when bellies were full, easy to stand behind an army when victory seemed certain. But war changed everything. This war would test every soul in Dicathen. Many might face a terrible choice, to die with their people or survive by surrendering to their enemies. Arthur made his own decision clear. His loyalty didn't come from his title as a lance, nor from simple duty. His bond with Dicathen hadn't been purchased, and it hadn't been freely given either. It had grown naturally through his life here, in the quiet countryside where he was raised, through his years as an adventurer, during his time as a student, and later as a teacher. Now, as a lance, that loyalty would be proven. Dicathen wasn't perfect. Its rulers had their flaws, but the three kingdoms had still tried. Only a few generations ago, the creation of the council would have been impossible. Yet leaders from all three races had put aside their pride to unite. They shared resources. They worked to improve life for everyone. Prejudice still existed, but the continent belonged to all of them. It was their home, and beyond that city, an enemy army was approaching. Over 100 ships from Alacrya were sailing toward their shores. Their enemies had already delivered their demand, surrender the royal families, or face destruction on a far greater scale. Virion himself had been prepared to sacrifice his life if it meant protecting the people. But Arthur hoped for something else. He would rather fight, rather risk dying for the life he cherished here, than trust a promise from enemies who might never keep it. Still, he admitted one thing. The choice wasn't his alone. He would not decide the fate of Dicathen by himself. That decision belonged to its people. Arthur ended with a final declaration that rang with absolute conviction. Everyone standing on that balcony would fight until their last breath, to defend Dicathen from those who dared invade it. For a moment, the entire world seemed to hold its breath. Silence stretched across the crowd. Then, one voice rose from the masses. "Long live Dicathen!" The cry ignited the crowd like a spark hitting dry wood. Thousands of voices joined together instantly. "Long live Dicathen!" The chant rolled through the city like thunder. Arthur deactivated the artifact and took a long breath. Beside him, Sylvie jumped down from her perch. Then, with dramatic timing only she could manage, her small pearly form began to change. Her body expanded rapidly. Dark scales shimmered into existence. In seconds, she transformed into an enormous dragon. Her wings stretched wide across the balcony. Then she roared, a deep, thunderous roar that shook the air itself. The crowd exploded. Their cheers grew even louder. Their chant turned into a triumphant anthem. Dragon and Lance stood together above them. For that moment, Dicathen was united, defiant, unbroken. When the roar faded, Sylvie folded her massive wings. Her body shimmered again, shrinking back into her small fox-like form. After the speech, Curtis Glader hurried over, barely able to hide his excitement. He praised Arthur's dramatic finish, admitting he had heard rumors about Sylvie's true form before, but seeing it with his own eyes left him completely stunned. Beside him stood Kathleen Glader, calm as always. She asked if Arthur planned to attend the noble reception in the city later. Arthur simply shook his head. He had somewhere else to be. A short time later, Arthur Leywin reunited with his family and the remaining members of the Twin Horns. Together, they gathered before a simple grave. The stone carried only one name, Adam Crench. A heavy silence filled the air. No one needed to speak to understand the grief they shared. Reynolds Leywin stepped forward first. His expression held both sorrow and quiet pride. He began recalling an old memory. Long before Ellie Leywin was even born, Adam had helped save his family from bandits. Reynolds spoke about fighting beside him again, after so many years. At first, Adam had seemed exactly the same, aggressive, impulsive, loud, and reckless, but also genuine and ambitious and fiercely loyal. Yet Reynolds admitted something. He had been wrong. Adam hadn't stayed the same. Time had changed him. He had grown, not just as a fighter, but as a protector, as a friend. Reynolds' voice steadied as he imagined Adam continuing his endless chase for strength somewhere beyond this world. He knew Adam would never sit still, even in death, and he believed Adam would want the same from those still alive, to keep pushing forward, to keep living. With careful respect, Reynolds placed a flower on the grave. His farewell carried both sorrow and promise. Rest now, until the day they meet again. A quiet hush settled over the group as they bowed their heads. Finally, Helen Shard broke the silence, softly thanking Arthur for coming. Durden Walker followed, congratulating him on becoming a lance, though he admitted regretfully that he hadn't seen Arthur's speech. Arthur thanked them sincerely. Then Angela Rose stepped forward and pulled him into a warm embrace. Her voice carried clear pride. All of them were proud of what he had become. When Arthur stepped back, his eyes drifted across the quiet gathering. That was when he noticed someone standing in the shadows. Virion Erlith stepped forward, his expression unreadable. Arthur mentioned that Virion hadn't needed to skip the noble reception in Eddiston. Allowing the funeral to be held there had already meant a lot, but Virion shook his head. He had chosen to come. The nobles could manage without him. After all, the kings and queens of the continent were already there. Arthur quietly admitted that Adam would have appreciated the gesture. For a moment, silence hung between them. Then Virion slowly reached into his robe. He admitted the timing wasn't ideal, but there was something Arthur needed to consider. From his robe, he produced a black stone coin. Its surface faintly shimmered. Arthur immediately recognized it. It had once belonged to Alea Triskin, the artifact carried by every lance. Virion explained that after Alea's death, Alduin Erlith had returned the relic to him. Bound by blood, the artifact could grant Arthur the same surge of power that pushed other lances into the white stage. Virion's voice remained calm, but there was clear respect in his words. He said it would be an honor if Arthur accepted the bond and served as a lance under his command. Arthur lowered his gaze. The offer weighed heavily on him. He admitted he would fight for Virion regardless, even without the artifact. But he couldn't accept it. He didn't want shortcuts. He wanted to reach the white stage on his own. From the shadows, another voice spoke. Aldir stepped into the light, his single violet eye fixed on Arthur. He admitted it might not be his place to speak, but he agreed with Arthur's decision. Arthur glanced at him with mild suspicion. Had the Asura been standing there the entire time? Aldir calmly confirmed it. After all, observing was part of his role. He explained what Arthur had already suspected. The artifact Virion offered was powerful. It could grant tremendous strength, but it came with a cost. Using it would limit Arthur's future growth. For most people, Aldir would recommend accepting the power, especially with war approaching. But Arthur was different. His bond with Sylvie, the dragon blood in his veins, and the lingering will of her mother within his core made him unique. What seemed like a disadvantage now could become his greatest advantage, if he survived long enough. Arthur answered quietly. He hoped that future would come soon. Virion's gaze sharpened. He asked the question everyone had been avoiding. Was Arthur ready for the coming war? Arthur answered honestly. No, but he had no intention of losing to the Vritra clan. A faint smile touched Aldir's lips. That was exactly the answer he wanted. Soon after, the two elders returned toward the castle. Arthur remained behind. One more farewell awaited him. His parents stood nearby, determined to rejoin the Twin Horns. Arthur tried convincing them to avoid the western shores, where the fighting would be worst, but they refused. Their determination reflected a lifetime spent in this land. Arthur felt frustration rising inside him, but beneath it was understanding. His perspective had been shaped by memories from another world. For him, Dicathen was home because his family lived there. For them, the land itself was home. Protecting it wasn't just a decision, it was instinct. Arthur's thoughts drifted to death. Its shadow hung over all of them. People often say you only understand death after losing someone you love, but Arthur had learned another truth. Every death should remind the living to protect those still here. Eventually, his parents left. Later, Arthur returned to his room. He removed the last pieces of his armor and sank into a chair with a tired sigh. Regret weighed on him. Arguing with his parents hadn't been the farewell he wanted. Then Sylvie's gentle voice echoed in his mind. She reminded him of something he already knew. Leaving things unresolved, especially now, made the burden even heavier. Frustration gnawed at Arthur Leywin as he sat hunched forward, his thoughts spinning in restless circles. Every time it seemed like things were finally moving forward, something dragged them 2 steps back. His parents' decision weighed on him the most. Why wouldn't they listen? He hadn't said anything wrong, yet his concerns had been brushed aside as if they carried no weight at all. Within his mind, Sylvie's quiet presence stirred, her thoughts slipping gently into his like ripples across still water. From their perspective, she explained, his words might have sounded like he was asking them to hide somewhere far away from the world. Arthur bristled at the idea, denying it instinctively, but deep down he knew she was right. His concern hadn't been about the war. Not about strategy, not even about the continent itself. It had been about his family. He was relieved that Ellie Leywin would remain behind where it was safe, but that didn't mean his parents should walk willingly into danger. His heart had spoken not as a soldier, but as their son. Sylvie understood. Still, she reminded him that for them, separating Arthur, the son, from Arthur, the reincarnated warrior, had never been simple. They were doing the best they could, just like he was. Arthur's thoughts softened as he turned them toward her. A question surfaced. When had she first known the truth about him? Sylvie answered without hesitation. She had always known, maybe not with perfect clarity at first, but she had been hearing his thoughts since the moment she was born. Arthur froze. The realization hit him like a blow. Every thought? His mind recoiled in horror as the implications sank in. Sylvie explained it with teasing calm. She heard everything, yes, but she only responded when he directed his thoughts toward her. For her, it was similar to speaking out loud. The difference was that she had learned to hide her own thoughts. Arthur, on the other hand, had never learned such restraint. His eyes widened as the full meaning dawned on him. Sylvie's grin confirmed it. She knew every fleeting thought, every moment of doubt, even the tangled emotions he tried to bury whenever Tessia crossed his mind. Arthur groaned in embarrassment. Sylvie only laughed softly and reassured him. Over the years, she had grown used to the flood of his thoughts. Behind her teasing smile was something warmer. She had seen every side of him, and still chose to remain by his side. Arthur muttered that he certainly hadn't gotten used to it, but Sylvie's grin slowly faded. She reminded him of something her grandfather had once told her during training. Though she was far from reaching the strength of a true Asura, the blood of her grandfather, Indrath, still flowed through her veins. It granted her enough strength to fight beside Arthur in the coming war, but it didn't make her invincible. The only way either of them would survive was by relying on each other. Arthur nodded slowly, yet something in her tone unsettled him. This wasn't her usual playful confidence. Her voice softened as she confessed there were things she had kept hidden, things she had only recently discovered, and Arthur was the only one she trusted with her life. His expression softened immediately. He reassured her gently. He had raised her since the day she was born. There was nothing she couldn't tell him. Sylvie seemed to relax at his words. She hopped down from the armrest and curled onto the seat beside him, resting her head on his lap. Arthur realized how unusual this moment was. For the first time, Sylvie had openly admitted she feared for her life. If even she felt this unsettled, then the war ahead truly carried a terrifying weight. Arthur ran a hand gently across her soft fur, deep in thought. He teased her lightly, remarking on how clever she had become since their return from Epheotus. Her intelligence seemed to grow just as fast as her pride. Half asleep already, Sylvie murmured that she had always been a fast learner. Sitting atop his head all the time had simply been her way of observing the world. It also helped that Arthur knew so much, and that his thoughts were always open to her. With that, she nestled closer and slowly drifted to sleep. Arthur leaned back in his chair, staring up at the ceiling, while his hand continued stroking her head. She had reason to worry. If Winsome had spoken the truth, the ships approaching Dicathen carried far more than ordinary soldiers. The thought settled heavily in his mind. Then a voice suddenly called his name. Arthur's thoughts snapped back to the present. Turning his head, irritation flickered across his face as he saw the intruder. Arthur muttered that some etiquette should exist when entering someone else's room. Unbothered, Aldir replied calmly that Arthur's tone already told him enough. Whatever conversation he had just finished clearly hadn't gone well. Aldir explained that Indrath himself had instructed him to rely on Arthur's judgment during the war. After witnessing Arthur's speech earlier, Aldir admitted he finally understood why. Arthur shouldn't simply be used as a weapon. When he wasn't needed on the battlefield, he would stand beside Aldir within the War Council. Arthur blinked. Disbelief tightened his expression. He was only 16 years old, yet he was expected to help make decisions that could shape the fate of nations. The idea felt absurd, but Aldir dismissed his doubts immediately. Arthur might be a lesser by birth, but he was far from an ordinary teenager. There would be moments when his voice was needed. Still, Aldir had no intention of wasting Arthur's time in endless political debates. He had other plans. Arthur narrowed his eyes slightly. Shifting the conversation, he asked if it frustrated Aldir, knowing how much destruction he alone could unleash, yet being forced to hold back. The Asura's expression hardened, but something deeper flickered beneath it. His time would come, Aldir said. This war would mark the beginning of a new era. If Dicathen endured, if it stood alongside the Asuras, then Agrona and the traitorous Vritra clan would fall, and a new continent would become theirs. Arthur studied him quietly. Then he spoke again, his voice calm, but sharp with intuition. Aldir had lost someone to Agrona. The brief silence that followed Arthur Leywin's words was answer enough. Aldir didn't deny it. He simply said the truth. Many had lost someone. Arthur didn't soften his stance. He made it clear he had no intention of losing this war. But if Aldir truly wanted his help, then trust had to go both ways. Any advice Arthur offered needed to be taken seriously. And if the Lessers were going to fight battles meant for the Asuras, then the least Aldir could do was treat them with respect. The Asura studied him carefully. After a moment, Aldir inclined his head. Arthur was asking a lot, but he agreed. Even as he accepted the correction, the words slipped from his mouth again. He admitted that he worried whenever he left the Lessers, then corrected himself after a brief pause. People. Arthur gave a small nod and said he would join him shortly in the meeting room. Cold air escaped Arthur's lips as a faint cloud of mist while he walked toward the encampment beneath the cliffside. Rows of tents stretched across the ground. Fires flickered behind jagged rocks, carefully shielded from the harsh winter winds. Arthur pulled his wool cloak tighter, reinforcing it with a thin layer of mana to dull the biting cold. A sharp voice suddenly rang through the camp. A commanding woman stood near a large pot, wielding a ladle like a weapon, while barking orders for the evening meal to be prepared. When her eyes landed on Arthur, recognition flashed across her face. She gave him a respectful nod. The gesture caught him off guard. He hadn't expected anyone here to know who he was. Inside his cloak, Sylvie poked her head out. She grumbled at the cold and the noise with obvious annoyance before burrowing back into his warmth. Nearby, a small crowd of soldiers had gathered in a circle. Their attention was fixed on two augmenters sparring in the center. Mana-coated blades clashed with sharp sparks. One soldier with short hair pressed forward aggressively, striking with relentless dual attacks. But his opponent, a girl named Cedri, moved with smooth agility. She ducked, sidestepped, countered every swing with fluid precision. Arthur watched closely. Something about her caught his attention. Then he noticed the subtle shape of her ears. Realization struck. Cedri was a half-elf. The thought lingered for a moment until Sylvie's voice echoed gently in his mind. She reminded him not to get distracted. They had come for a reason. Arthur nodded slightly and continued toward the captain's tent. Even as he walked away, his thoughts lingered on the sparring match. There was something thrilling about close combat. The rhythm of blades clashing, the weight behind every strike. It carried an intensity long-range magic battles rarely matched. Soon, a large white command tent came into view. As Arthur approached, a guard in steel armor lowered his halberd across the entrance. He demanded Arthur state his business. Arthur sighed quietly. He had already grown tired of this routine. Reaching into his cloak, he pulled out a gold medallion. The guard's eyes widened immediately. Recognition flooded his face. Fear followed quickly as he realized who he had just stopped. He began stammering an apology, but Arthur raised a hand to silence him. He preferred to keep things quiet. Inside, the air felt noticeably warmer. The faint scent of parchment and lamp oil filled the space. Arthur's gaze shifted to the desk in the center of the tent. Maps and reports covered its surface. The woman seated behind it looked up. Recognition lit her face instantly. Glory Uto rushed forward and pulled Arthur into a tight embrace. Relief radiated from her. She stepped back after a moment, studying him carefully. Not the medallion of a general, but the person wearing it. Arthur offered a faint smile and gently asked her to forget the titles. She laughed softly and agreed. He could simply call her Glory. Arthur then asked for a report. Glory unrolled a parchment across the desk. Her voice shifted to a crisp professional tone. She currently commanded 3,000 soldiers. By military standards, it was a smaller division, but it was supported by 58 mages. Among them were 20 conjurers and 10 long-range augmenters. The rest were experienced fighters, both mage and non-mage alike. Their strength had been proven in battle. She also mentioned that Captain Otter and his forces were marching from Mayburn City to reinforce them soon. Arthur listened quietly, but his mind was already considering the broader strategy. Truthfully, he didn't expect the enemy ships to travel this far south. His real focus was farther up the coast. Plans were already underway there. Plans meant to slow the approaching fleet from Alacrya, and if fortune favored them, send several of their ships straight to the ocean floor. Glory's eyes sharpened with curiosity. She had heard rumors of the larger plan and wondered if it would actually work. Arthur answered calmly. The strategy wasn't meant to win Glory. It was meant to buy time. With a crooked smile, Glory lifted a flask and took a long drink. Glory Uto sighed, saying it was a shame they wouldn't be there to see whether Arthur Leywin's plan actually worked. Then her expression shifted as she casually offered him the flask. Arthur gave a faint smile. He reminded her that he was still underage. Glory scoffed immediately. If he was old enough to carry the weight of war, she argued, then he was certainly old enough to drink. Arthur sighed in defeat and accepted the flask. The liquid burned like fire the moment it touched his throat. Heat spread through his chest, while the smoky bitterness lingered on his tongue. Inside his cloak, Sylvie stirred in clear disapproval, questioning the wisdom of dulling his senses before battle. Arthur reassured her lightly. It was just one sip. He returned the flask to Glory, silently admitting that the drink had a much stronger kick than he expected. Glory then mentioned that Virian Aerolith had asked Arthur to speak to the soldiers later. The commander believed his presence might raise morale. Arthur grinned at the thought, but he decided he would wait until Captain Otter arrived before giving any speech. Leaving the tent, Arthur stepped outside. The guard immediately snapped into a stiff salute, nearly blurting out Arthur's title. Arthur quickly silenced him with a playful wink and a finger pressed to his lips. Discretion. The guard nodded nervously. Arthur moved on. The noise of the camp grew louder as he approached a makeshift arena where soldiers had gathered. Near the edge of the crowd, Arthur spotted Cedri and Jonah sitting on the ground watching the fights. He sat down beside them. Arthur complimented Cedri on her earlier match. Her face lit up with pride. She raised her gauntleted hand triumphantly. Jonah rolled his eyes with dry amusement. It was only one win, he reminded her. Cedri smirked. The first of many, she insisted. Jonah then turned toward Arthur and extended his hand in greeting. He introduced himself easily and jokingly referred to Cedri as his less mature partner. To Jonah, Arthur was simply another recruit, and Arthur didn't bother correcting him. Their attention soon returned to the arena. Another fight had already begun, but it ended almost instantly. A massive augmenter, built like a bear, delivered a brutal strike that knocked his opponent down. While Arthur sat with Cedri and Jonah, several soldiers passed by. Some teased Cedri about her victory. Others congratulated her. Each comment inflated her pride a little more, but it also seemed to make her slightly flustered. Jonah noticed immediately. He joked that all her extra training had finally paid off. Cedri's cheeks flushed as she stumbled through a response. Jonah grinned wider. Was she blushing? Cedri denied it instantly, claiming the heat was the cause. Jonah pointed toward the falling snow. Sylvie quietly commented inside Arthur's mind how quickly these recruits had grown close. Arthur watched them thoughtfully. Their bond seemed deeper than simple friendship. But before the thought could settle, a rough voice cut through the noise. Arthur turned. The massive augmenter from earlier was staring directly at him. The man's glare was sharp and dismissive. He sneered and called Arthur a country bumpkin. Arthur looked around in mild confusion, then realized the insult was aimed at him. He turned toward Jonah with a small smile. Did he really look like someone fresh from the countryside? Cedri immediately jumped to her feet, furious. She told the large soldier to leave the new recruits alone. If he wanted to fight, he should challenge someone his own size. Before the argument escalated, Arthur calmly stood up. He waved away the tension with an easy smile. It was only harmless fun. Extending his hand toward the massive soldier, Arthur introduced himself. The man sneered. He said he liked teaching lessons to new recruits. The soldier, Herrick, gripped Arthur's hand tightly, then suddenly yanked him forward. Without warning, Herrick swung a heavy punch straight into Arthur's face. He declared it the first lesson. Never let your guard down. The impact echoed across the arena. The surrounding soldiers fell silent. Jonah and Cedri stared in shock. Yet Arthur didn't even stagger. He simply scratched his cheek calmly. His mind was more focused on the lingering burn from Glory's alcohol than the punch itself. Herrick slowly pulled his hand back. He stared at it in disbelief. That punch should have sent Arthur flying. Irritation quickly replaced his confusion. He muttered that he had only held back. Otherwise, Arthur would have been knocked across the arena. With a snarl, Herrick lunged forward again. Enemies on the battlefield wouldn't show mercy. Arthur moved instantly. Before Herrick could reach him, Arthur grabbed the man by the face. A grin spread across his lips as he tightened his grip. His reply was short and final. The next instant, Arthur Leywin struck. The blow landed with a thunderous impact. Herrick was launched straight out of the arena, his massive body tumbling across the dirt before finally skidding to a stop. A groan escaped him as he lay sprawled on the ground. Arthur hadn't even used real strength, barely 10% of his mana, no elemental spells. To him, Herrick had been little more than an afterthought. Before the stunned murmurs of the crowd could settle, another figure leapt into the arena. A tall woman landed gracefully on the platform. Her jet-black hair was tied tightly behind her head, and her sharp eyes locked onto Arthur immediately. She introduced herself as Nifia and declared her intention to spar. She explained that she normally fought with a staff and preferred that Arthur use a weapon as well. Arthur shrugged lightly and explained that his sword was currently with the smith for repairs. Nifia waved the excuse away. She ordered someone to bring him a weapon. Within seconds, a soldier tossed a sheathed short sword toward him. Arthur caught it and drew the blade. Nifia clicked her tongue impatiently. "Ready?" she asked sharply. Arthur gave a silent nod. She moved instantly. Her staff struck down like lightning. Arthur's sword rang as he deflected the blow. Nifia pressed forward without pause. Lunges, sweeping strikes, sharp thrusts. Her staff cut through the air with relentless speed, but Arthur evaded or parried each strike with calm precision. "You're eager," Arthur commented casually. Nifia's eyes narrowed. She could already tell he wasn't an ordinary recruit. Inside, Arthur acknowledged her skill. Her control of mana was far more refined than Herrick's brute strength. Precise, disciplined, but she lacked something else. True battlefield experience. The duel continued as Arthur slowly backed toward the edge of the platform. When Nifia overextended during a thrust, Arthur seized the opportunity. Using her momentum, he nearly sent her flying out of the arena. But Nifia reacted quickly. With a spinning motion and clever use of her staff, she recovered and flipped back toward the center. Her eyes hardened. She refused to lose that easily. "I'll cage the platform," she declared. Arthur frowned slightly. "This is supposed to be friendly sparring," he reminded her. But Nifia shook her head firmly. "This isn't a game," she said. "This is preparation for war. And in war, there were no boundaries." One of her mage companions stepped forward and began chanting. Mana surged. The ground trembled. Jagged walls of stone erupted upward around the arena, sealing the platform and trapping Arthur inside with her. Arthur sighed quietly. So much for friendly sparring. His stance shifted. Then he moved. Arthur dashed forward with blinding speed, the air itself displaced by the sudden burst of motion. Their weapons clashed again. As they fought, Arthur's thoughts drifted to lessons from his past life. In that world, powerful figures often fought wars on behalf of everyone else. But here, things were different. The presence of powerful warriors, like the lances, didn't weaken soldiers. It inspired them. Yet the abundance of mana also created a dangerous flaw. Instead of fixing weaknesses, many soldiers simply leaned harder on their strengths. Arthur himself had once fallen into that trap, until the Asuras of Epheotis had shattered those illusions with brutal training. Before the tension could sharpen further, clang! A loud metallic strike echoed across the camp. The chief cook stood nearby, banging a pot with her ladle like a war bell. "Dinner's ready," she shouted. "Get your bowls before it gets cold." Laughter and chatter erupted through the camp. Nifia's face flushed red with embarrassment and lingering frustration. Arthur extended a hand to help her up. She slapped it away at first, but after a moment she sighed and stood, brushing dust from her uniform. "It was a good fight," she admitted. Just then Cedri's voice rang out from across the camp. "Arthur, hurry before the stew runs out." Inside his cloak, Sylvie chirped excitedly. She was hungry too. The camp slowly relaxed into a rare moment of peace. Soldiers gathered around fires with bowls of stew. Music drifted through the tents. Laughter mixed with the clinking of mugs and the cheer of ale. For a little while, the looming war felt distant. Arthur watched Cedri laughing among the soldiers. She blended into the crowd effortlessly. Her bright energy seemed to lift the spirits of everyone around her. Beside him, Jonah spoke quietly. Cedri had always been like that, he explained, even when they were younger. But her family had struggled financially. She had spent most of her life putting her siblings first. Arthur nodded thoughtfully. "So joining the army was for them?" he asked. Jonah confirmed it, though there was frustration in his voice. Cedri hated relying on anyone, even him. Arthur tilted his head slightly. "So your solution was to enlist too," he said casually, "to make sure you could stay beside her." Jonah immediately choked on his words. "That's not, Arthur smirked. Before Jonah could recover, Cedri suddenly appeared behind them. Her eyes narrowed suspiciously. "And when exactly did you two become so close?" Ever mischievous, Arthur Leywin started to admit that he and Jonah had been talking about Cedri. Before he could finish, Jonah's hand snapped over Arthur's mouth. "Just idle talk," Jonah blurted nervously. He laughed awkwardly and claimed they had been discussing a conjurer in the camp. Cedri's brows knit together. A hint of jealousy crept into her expression. "Oh," she said slowly. "I didn't realize you liked long hair, Jonah." Jonah immediately panicked, tripping over his words as he tried to explain himself. Arthur simply watched the two with quiet amusement. Chuckle sounded nearby. The camp's formidable cook, Astera, approached Arthur with an easy stride. "Young people sure are lively," she remarked. She had seen his sparring earlier, and more importantly, she had noticed him leaving Gloriuto's tent. With a sly smile, she asked if he might help loosen the stiffness in her old bones. Arthur agreed readily, though curiosity colored his voice. He wondered who exactly he had managed to offend. Astera laughed loudly. "Oh, I'm not offended," she said. "Just curious." She introduced herself simply as Chef Astera and dismissed her position as nothing more than a cook. Arthur studied her carefully. He didn't believe that for a second. The way she carried herself, balanced, confident, spoke of a seasoned warrior. Astera's grin widened. Turning toward the surrounding soldiers, she announced another sparring match. "Before you all grow bored," she teased. She even asked Arthur to go easy on an old woman. Then she vanished. Arthur's instincts exploded into action. His sword shot upward, just in time, to intercept her blade as she appeared above him. Clang! Sparks burst as steel collided. The impact rippled through the ground beneath them. Savage excitement gleamed in Astera's eyes. "I knew it," she said with satisfaction. You're no ordinary recruit. Her sword flashed again. Arthur stepped aside effortlessly. With a sharp grin, he returned her jest. If I'm just an average boy, he said lightly, then you're just an ordinary cook. Their blades blurred. Strike, parry, counter. The rhythm of steel rang across the camp. Soldiers gathered quickly, captivated as the cook and the supposed recruit unleashed a duel far beyond the level of normal soldiers. Between strikes, Astera laughed. If you were really curious, she said, you could have just asked the soldiers who I am. Arthur pressed her while parrying another attack. Were you a teacher at Xyrus Academy? Astera scoffed loudly while swinging her blade. I'd sooner drink a gallon of fire sand than teach at that academy. Arthur slid out of reach of her strike. I used to study there, he admitted with a smirk. Her reply came instantly. Then you know how insufferably arrogant most of those students are. Arthur chuckled. Hard to argue with that. Astera continued attacking with relentless vigor. Finally, she revealed more. After the war with the elves, she had taught at Lancelore Academy, the institution that trained elite soldiers. Arthur parried thoughtfully. That place is legendary. Astera snorted dismissively. Not anymore. After that war, demand for elite warriors had faded. The academy had slowly become a shadow of its former purpose. Their duel grew so intense that soldiers at the edge of the crowd leaned forward, trying not to be pushed back by the force of each clash. Arthur remarked that the war with Alacrya must have renewed interest in the academy. Then he asked why she now worked as a camp cook. Astera laughed again. That story needs stronger drink than this camp has. Her eyes sharpened. And stop holding back. Arthur paused for a moment. He realized she had called him by name. Still, he answered calmly. Using anything beyond basic augmentation would ruin the fun. This wasn't a fight to end someone. It was a chance to understand one another. Astera's grin widened approvingly. Wise words for someone so young. She raised her sword again. Then let's give these soldiers a lesson they'll never forget. Mana erupted from her body. The air thickened instantly. Nearby soldiers staggered under the pressure, shielding themselves as the surge rolled across the arena. Arthur only smiled. He released his own mana, 40%. The atmosphere trembled as their power collided. Astera stared at him in disbelief. Why are you here? She demanded. With talent like this, why waste your time at Xyrus Academy? Arthur answered without hesitation. My sword was never the problem. It was my magic that needed training. In the next heartbeat, her sword was already inches from his throat. The force of her swing tore a gust of wind past his neck, even as Arthur blocked the strike. He countered immediately, silent, fast. His blade flashed toward her. Astera barely ducked in time. From the crowd, Jonah shouted in shock. Madame Astera is missing? Cedri added with amazement that Astera was fighting desperately, while Arthur seemed to be using only a fraction of his strength. Astera attacked again. A sharp swing. She leapt back, then lunged forward instantly. Arthur lifted his sword to block, then realized it was a feint. Her real attack came sweeping toward his leg. Arthur slammed his blade down to intercept. Clang! The impact rang sharply through the arena. A violent tremor surged up Arthur's arm. Then, crack! The short sword shattered in his hands. Fragments scattered across the platform. The duel ended the moment Arthur Leywin's sword shattered. He looked down at the broken blade in his hand, then calmly lowered it. With composed ease, Arthur conceded the match to Chef Astera. Astera immediately protested. She refused to accept the result, insisting the fight had only ended because of the poor quality of the borrowed weapon. Arthur simply shook his head. Dinner was waiting, he reminded her. That was reason enough to stop. He returned the broken sword to the soldier he had borrowed it from, apologizing and promising to replace it. The man tried to respond, but his words faded into silence as he stared at Arthur, still stunned by what he had just witnessed. A ripple of applause spread through the crowd. Then Glory Uto stepped forward. Her voice carried easily over the noise as she praised the match, calling it an excellent fight. With a firm order, she dismissed the soldiers and told them to enjoy the rest of the night. The mood shifted instantly. Under Astera's direction, barrels of liquor appeared. Glory tried to rein things in at first, but soon gave up with a tired smile and poured herself a drink. The camp erupted into celebration. Soldiers sang rough adventurer songs with no sense of rhythm. Someone beat on a hollow log for percussion. The music was terrible, but the laughter made it perfect. The warmth of shared food, stories, and drink slowly pushed the weight of war aside. Before long, Cedri, already flushed from alcohol, staggered forward and loudly declared that she would be Arthur's next opponent. Jonah grabbed her shoulders before she could trip. Laughing, he pointed out that she had clearly drunk too much. Cedri refused to back down. With drunken confidence, she insisted she could still beat Arthur. Jonah only laughed harder. I believe that you believe that, he teased. Arthur sat back quietly, a faint smile forming. The chaos of music and laughter surrounded him. For once, everything felt simple. Even after a few cups himself, the clumsy songs began to sound surprisingly enjoyable. Inside his cloak, Sylvie peeked out curiously. She remarked that Arthur seemed to have enjoyed the duel quite a bit. Arthur admitted softly that it was rare to find someone who could truly challenge him, but he suspected opponents like that would soon become far more common. For now, though, so he was content to be just another soldier, to blend in, to enjoy the small moments that war so often stole away. Sylvie tilted her head thoughtfully. Normal life didn't suit him very well, she said. Still, after everything they had endured, she agreed it was time to celebrate the small victories. Then she revealed her real intention. With playful insistence, she demanded the veal leg sitting on Arthur's plate as her share of the spoils. Arthur chuckled. So that was her plan all along. With a small smile, he handed it over. Sylvie hopped from his cloak and happily began gnawing on the meat. The sight caught Astera's attention. She burst out laughing. "Are you feeding your jacket?" she asked between drinks. Arthur froze for a moment, then awkwardly replied that he was saving the food for later. Astera clearly didn't believe him, but she simply grinned and raised her glass. Arthur lifted his cup. Their drinks clinked together. He finished his in a single gulp. Astera studied him thoughtfully. Maybe she had judged Xyrus Academy too harshly, she admitted. Arthur shrugged off the praise. He credited his classmates and the few good teachers he had encountered. Astera laughed loudly. Those words sounded far older than someone his age. Arthur only smiled faintly. Before he could reply, the clank of armored footsteps cut through the music. A soldier approached quickly, urgency in his expression. He hesitated as he spoke to Arthur. For a moment, he nearly used a title he wasn't supposed to say. Arthur shot him a sharp look. The man immediately corrected himself. Lowering his voice, he delivered the message. Captain Otter had arrived, but Captain Glory was nowhere to be found. Arthur glanced toward Astera. Her brows were furrowed as she replayed the soldier's near mistake. The word he had almost said still lingered. The soldier looked uncertainly at Arthur, waiting for instructions. Arthur stood up. "I'll find Captain Glory," he said firmly. Astera watched him closely. The title the soldier had almost spoken echoed in her mind. "General," she murmured quietly. Arthur gave a faint smile. "That's the story," he admitted. Astera chuckled. "That must be one hell of a tale." Arthur shrugged. "Another time," he said, "with a lot more alcohol." Together they walked toward the command tent. Arthur scanned the rocky cliffs surrounding the camp. He knew Glory well enough. Even on a night like this, she wouldn't be resting. Soon he spotted a figure sitting on the highest rock overlooking the sea. He pointed it out to the guard and dismissed him. "Tell Captain Otter we'll meet in the morning." The guard hesitated. "The captain shouldn't be kept waiting," he argued. Arthur cut him off calmly. There was no emergency tonight, and he had drunk too much to properly meet someone new. Reluctantly, the guard bowed and left. Arthur exhaled slowly. His breath formed a cloud in the cold night air. Wrapping himself in a thin current of wind mana, he leapt upward. Frost cracked beneath his boots as he landed atop the rock. Inside his mind, Sylvie stirred sleepily. "Where are we going?" she asked. Arthur answered with quiet humor. "To check on my most valuable subordinate." He walked up beside Glory Uto. She glanced over her shoulder at him before turning back to the moonlit ocean. A flask rested in her hand. She casually offered it to him. Arthur raised an eyebrow. "Interesting choice for someone on watch," he remarked. Glory scoffed, then pointed at his face. "Look who's talking," she said. "Your cheeks are red as ripe fruit." Without further protest, Arthur Leywin accepted the flask from Glory Uto and took another deep swallow. The liquid burned all the way down, heat spreading through his chest. Glory leaned back on her hands, staring up at the crescent moon hanging over the ocean. After a moment, her voice softened. She wondered aloud if they could really win the war. Arthur didn't give her a false certainty. He admitted he didn't know, but he promised one thing. He would do everything in his power to make sure they won. Something about his answer struck her. Despite being barely half her age, his words carried a strange reassurance. She admitted that hearing him say it made her feel like victory might actually be possible. Arthur's gaze stayed fixed on the dark ocean. His voice grew quieter. He confessed that he had failed many people before, and he had no intention of repeating those mistakes. Glory's next question struck deeper. Was he talking about what happened at Xyrus Academy? The memory rose instantly. 3 years had passed, but the weight of that tragedy still lingered. Arthur nodded silently, his eyes fixed on the horizon where the sea met the sky. Then he asked the question he had avoided for years. What had truly happened to the Academy afterward? He explained that Tessia Erelith barely remembered anything. Meanwhile, Curtis Glader and Kathleen Glader acted as if nothing had happened at all. Whether they couldn't face it or simply refused to, Arthur didn't know. But he couldn't ignore it. Even if the truth hurt, he needed to hear it. Glory hesitated at first. She warned him that revisiting the past would only deepen his burden. Arthur stopped her gently. He should have asked, long ago. After a long breath, she finally began. Her voice was heavy with restraint. Dorothea from the disciplinary committee had died first. Theodore Max had initially survived, but his injuries were too severe. Even the healers from the Adventurers Guild couldn't save him. Arthur asked about 2 more names, Faerith Ivsar and Claire Bladeheart. He remembered the blood when he arrived. Claire had been stabbed. He had to know if she lived. Glory nodded slowly. Faerith had been badly injured, but made it home alive. As for Claire, the Bladeheart family remained as secretive as ever. Rumors said she survived, but no one knew her condition for certain. A small sense of relief flickered in Arthur's chest. But it didn't last long. Glory continued speaking. Her voice grew heavier. One name changed everything. Kai Kreslis had been among the traitors. He had sided with Draneve, one of the servants of the Vritra clan. Kai escaped alongside him, and with him, Elijah Knight. That name struck even deeper. Glory added that Elijah's involvement was probably why Curtis refused to talk about the tragedy. In the end, 5 traitors had been captured, but 30 others escaped. Arthur looked back toward the vast ocean. Silence settled between them. Below, the distant sounds of laughter and music from the camp drifted through the night. Arthur thought about his short time at Xyrus. Brief, yet unforgettable. The weight of those memories pressed down on him. More and more, he realized something else. The version of himself from his past life was fading. The cold, calculating king who had suppressed all emotion to avoid vulnerability. That person was disappearing. And in this moment, Arthur almost missed him, because feeling everything, loss, regret, responsibility, was far heavier than silence ever had been. His gaze drifted to the camp below. Firelight illuminated soldiers laughing together. But Arthur couldn't stop thinking about how many of them would survive the war. How many would die despite everything he tried to do? Glory finally spoke again. Her voice was low but firm. He couldn't save everyone, but she reminded him what he had already done. Because of him, Xyrus Academy still existed. The people there had rebuilt their lives from ashes. Without Arthur, there would have been nothing left. Arthur shook his head, rejecting her praise. But Glory continued. She admitted her own failure. When Arthur had fallen into the widow's crypt, she believed he was gone. She couldn't protect her students. She couldn't guide them. She felt powerless. Yet he had returned, brilliant and unbreakable. At the academy, she had seen that same strength in the students who fought impossible odds. Her voice trembled. She confessed something she never showed her soldiers: fear. For them, she wore the mask of strength. But in truth, she was terrified. Arthur stood up quietly. Then he reached out mentally to Sylvie. This time she responded gently. She would take watch. Her small body shifted, then expanded into her true form. Black wings unfurled into the night. The sudden transformation startled Glory. Sylvie launched into the sky and vanished into the darkness like a moving shadow. Arthur turned back and offered Glory his hand. His tone was lighter now. The camp was still alive with music and laughter. Their soldiers clearly had no intention of sleeping. As their captain, he reminded her she belonged with them tonight, not alone on a rock with her worries. Morning came far less kindly. Arthur lay buried beneath his blanket when Glory's voice rang out above him. Normally pleasant, today it drilled straight into his skull. The pounding headache of his hangover made every word feel like a spike. Without opening his eyes, Arthur muttered irritably. As her superior, he ordered her to leave him alone. She reminded him that he had postponed a meeting with Captain Otter until this morning. Then, without mercy, she hauled him upright. A thick stack of papers was shoved into his hands. His briefing for the day had officially begun. Glory Uto told Arthur Leywin to read through the reports before meeting her and Captain Otter in the main tent. Then she turned and walked away, not even waiting for his half-awake reply. Arthur squinted down at the stack of papers. His head throbbed. The words blurred together. There was way too much information to process this quickly. Then a familiar voice snapped into his mind. Sylvie spoke with crisp mockery. She reminded him that he had accomplished absolutely nothing the night before. Arthur jerked upright in surprise. His heart skipped when he saw Sylvie's large head poking through the tent entrance, her eyes wide and unblinking. He groaned again, pressing his fingers against his temple as the headache flared. What happened? She admitted she had dragged his drunken body away from the celebration so he wouldn't embarrass himself in front of the soldiers, especially before revealing his true rank. Arthur quickly changed the subject. He asked about her watch during the night. Sylvie explained that things had been quiet. A thick fog had rolled in along the western shoreline, but no enemy ships had appeared. She admitted she hadn't flown too far out over the ocean, worried someone might detect her presence. Arthur nodded approvingly. She had done well. Standing up, he grabbed the stack of reports Glory had given him and began walking toward the captain's tent. Beside him, Sylvie shrank smoothly into her small fox-like form and trotted along. As they walked, Arthur briefly glanced up from the papers. Two familiar figures passed nearby carrying bundles of firewood, Jonah and Cedri. The moment they recognized him, their relaxed expressions vanished. Both snapped instantly into disciplined salutes. Arthur returned the gesture with a relaxed wave and small smile before continuing forward. Soon the captain's tent stood ahead. Inside, Glory waited beside a man wearing decorated military armor. She introduced them formally. General Arthur Leywin and Captain Jarnus Otter of the 2nd Division. Arthur extended his hand calmly. Otter gripped it firmly, his voice rough as he returned the greeting. Without wasting time, Otter turned back to Glory. His division, he explained, had set up camp along the forested cliffs. It would be best if both divisions familiarized themselves before combining forces. Glory agreed immediately. Then she turned toward Arthur and asked what strategy he believed they should use if an enemy fleet attacked from the coast. He acknowledged Arthur's status as a lance, but he added that real command belonged to the captains who knew their soldiers. Arthur didn't answer right away. Instead, he calmly continued scanning the reports in his hands. Arthur closed the papers slowly, then spoke dryly. "If my presence isn't needed," he said, "I'll go find something to eat." He turned toward the tent exit, but Glory's voice stopped him. Sharp, urgent. Arthur paused and looked back over his shoulder. "Do you have nothing to add?" she asked. Arthur turned fully this time. His expression shifted. Concentrating an entire army in one place was reckless. Putting 100% of their forces on a single front created massive vulnerabilities. In war, mistakes like that were fatal. Captain Otter's voice turned sharp. Their divisions were the final defense along the western shore. If Alacrya launched ships, where else could they attack from? Arthur stepped closer. His tone stayed calm. calm, but the steel beneath it was unmistakable. He reminded Otter that Varai had placed him here to prepare for the worst possible scenarios. That was the perspective he was operating from. Arthur leaned in slightly, his presence suddenly far more imposing. "Don't mistake restraint for weakness," he said quietly. Command authority did not belong to the captain. The meaning was unmistakable. Otter instinctively stepped back. Sweat appeared along his brow. He muttered that he understood. Arthur nodded once. He had never intended to interfere more than necessary. The detailed planning could remain their responsibility. He turned to leave. Then suddenly, screams erupted from the cliffs above. All three froze. The cries grew louder, panicked, raw. They rushed outside the tent. The entire camp had fallen silent. Soldiers stood frozen. Some still held bowls of half-finished stew. Everyone stared toward the cliffside. For a moment, time seemed to stop. Then something tumbled down the rocky slope. It rolled across the camp and slid to a stop at Arthur's feet. A sword, its blade soaked in blood, and still gripping the handle, a severed armored arm. The silence shattered. Arthur's voice exploded across the camp. "Arm yourselves!" The recruits jolted into motion. Arthur turned sharply toward Captain Otter. His division had been stationed along the cliffs. The moment Otter saw the armor on the severed arm, he started to run toward the cliff. Arthur grabbed him instantly. Otter struggled against the hold. His soldiers were dying up there. They needed their captain. Arthur pulled him closer, his voice cold with logic. Charging alone would only add one more corpse. A dead captain would leave the division completely leaderless, and that would be far worse. Instead of rushing blindly into an unknown battle, Otter was to link up with Glory Uto's division and reinforce an organized defensive line. Arthur released him and gestured toward Glory. "Go." Otter hesitated only a moment before moving. Arthur, meanwhile, turned toward the rear of the camp, the area where the smiths, cooks, and other non-combatants gathered. His eyes never left the cliffside chaos beginning to unfold. His thoughts sharpened with brutal clarity. This wasn't the moment for anyone to play hero. The camp erupted into controlled movement. Under Glory's command, the soldiers formed quickly. But instead of assembling one massive force, she divided them into smaller balanced units. Each squad contained foot soldiers, augmenters, archers, and mages. At the front stood heavily armored infantry, shields raised to absorb the first impact. Along the flanks, augmenters guarded the ranged fighters as conjurers prepared spells and archers nocked arrows. The officers positioned themselves just behind the shield wall, close enough to direct the battle, but still protecting the fragile magic lines. Arthur watched the formation carefully. The discipline reassured him. Still, something felt wrong. They were close to the border of Darv, yet the attack didn't resemble a mana beast stampede. Something darker lurked behind this attack. Arthur spotted Chef Astera among the rear defenders and paused. "Can you manage the camp?" he asked. Her answer came with steady confidence. With Glory's augmenters guarding the rear, the camp would hold. Arthur nodded, but Astera's face turned serious. "Be careful," she warned. Arthur smirked faintly. "Practice your own advice." Through their bond, Arthur reached out to Sylvie. "Get ready." Sylvie tilted her small, fox-like head. Was revealing her true form here really wise? Arthur's answer was immediate. They needed to see what was happening on the cliff, and fast. Sylvie's body began to glow. Her small shape stretched and expanded. In seconds, the fox vanished. A dragon stood in its place. Obsidian scales gleamed under the rising sun, reflecting light brighter than the ocean beyond the cliffs. Her massive wings unfurled with a thunderous beat. The ground trembled. Wind blasted through the camp, scattering ash, canvas, and loose gear. Soldiers froze in awe. Smiths with arms like tree trunks, battle-hardened cooks. Even Astera stood wide-eyed. None of them spoke. With a powerful leap, Sylvie shot into the sky. Her wings cut through the clouds as she climbed higher and higher. Through their bond, her voice echoed with quiet apology. She explained that although she possessed great strength, her true powers were still restricted. The Asura Treaty limited what she could do, and more importantly, her recent awakening into ether abilities had not fully stabilized yet. Until the transformation finished, her magic remained incomplete. For now, she could only rely on physical strength. Arthur listened silently. "Don't apologize," he said at last. He admitted he hadn't fully realized how much her training had cost her. Her condition was something he should have planned around. That mistake belonged to him. Then they reached the cliff. Arthur looked down, and his lungs froze. Below them stretched a battlefield already soaked in blood. Across the trampled grass stood a massive Alacrya army, rows upon rows of enemy soldiers. Sylvie's shock echoed through their bond, but Arthur's reaction was colder. War was full of surprises. This wasn't impossibility. This was failure, a failure of judgment, a miscalculation that would cost lives. His jaw tightened. He had no transmission scrolls to alert Varai Ore. The realization burned. Sylvie asked the obvious question. How had the Alacrians crossed this far without detection? They would have passed through dwarven territory. That trail couldn't possibly remain hidden. Arthur studied the faint marching path carved across the land. His voice dropped. Maybe the dwarves knew. The thought hardened his resolve. The plan changed. He told Sylvie to stay hidden and trace the army's path back to its origin. He would join the battle below, blend among the soldiers. Sylvie immediately protested. Leaving him alone felt wrong. What if something happened while she was gone? Arthur answered with quiet certainty. Even when Glory's division arrived, the numbers wouldn't be enough. This war wasn't simply soldiers fighting soldiers. Something deeper was at work, and only Sylvie was fast enough to uncover it. After a long pause, she relented, but she left him with a warning. If he was ever in danger, she would return immediately, and she would drag him out of the fight whether he liked it or not. Arthur smiled faintly and placed a hand on her scales. Then he stepped off her back. The freezing wind whipped at him as he fell. He angled his descent wide of the battlefield so no one would notice him dropping from the sky. Below, Glory's voice rang across the battlefield like steel. Orders flew rapidly. Units shifted left to form a defensive flank. Arthur Leywin sprinted across the battlefield toward Glory Udo. The moment he entered her range, instinct took over. Her twin blades flashed through the air in a lethal arc. Only at the last second did she recognize him and pull the strike short. She cursed under her breath. "Don't appear out of nowhere like that," she snapped. Arthur only gave a crooked grin. "I'd never abandon my most trusted subordinate," he said lightly. He explained that Sylvie had been sent on another mission. For now, he would fight here beside her. Glory exhaled quietly. Relief flickered across her face. His presence alone gave her confidence. As he studied their enemies, the feeling only worsened. Some naive part of him had expected monsters, creatures like the Vritra clan, demons made flesh. Instead, the soldiers before him looked just like their own, human, disciplined. The only difference was the dark gray and crimson armor they wore, and the ruthless spells flashing from their ranks. Among them, Arthur sensed fighters with yellow cores. Perhaps even silver. They weren't beasts, they were people. That realization struck him the moment he locked eyes with one of them. The soldier's gaze hardened, his body coiled. Then he lunged. Arthur snatched a blood-stained sword from the ground just in time. The attack came with feral speed. Clawed mana ripped through the air. Arthur ducked low. The claws carved through the space above his head, and the line of trees behind him collapsed instantly, sliced apart by the attack. Arthur pivoted. His own blade flashed upward, enhanced with mana. But just before it struck, a translucent barrier appeared across the soldier's torso. The strike deflected harmlessly away. Arthur's eyes snapped sideways. 30 feet away stood another Alacryan mage, hands extended, forehead creased with concentration. The barrier moved at his command, reshaping itself smoothly until it expanded into a full wall between Arthur and the conjurer. The precision was unsettling. Barrier magic like this was rare and extremely dangerous. Arthur dropped the borrowed sword and launched forward like a missile. He aimed directly for the conjurer, but another barrier instantly formed. His charge stopped dead. Behind him, the clawed soldier surged forward again. Mana talons aimed straight for Arthur's throat. Arthur reacted instantly. He slammed his foot into the ground. The earth obeyed. A pillar of stone erupted upwards, smashing into the soldier's ribs. The impact landed with a sickening crunch, but confusion followed immediately. Had the man not reinforced his body with mana? Arthur could have finished him immediately, but something about both soldiers' fighting styles felt wrong. Arthur glanced across the battlefield. Chaos raged everywhere, but strangely, no one seemed to notice this fight. Soldiers clashed all around them, yet none reacted to the duel happening here. It was as if some invisible veil separated them from the rest of the war. An illusion, or something worse. The clawed soldier snarled at his ally. "Shield!" he barked, then demanded a full-body enhancement. Arthur's eyes narrowed. The exchange revealed something important. Their combat methods were completely different. Each soldier specialized in a single type of mana manifestation. No versatility, no balanced training, just one narrowly perfected ability. It was unlike anything Arthur had learned. If Dicathen had any hope of surviving this war, he needed to understand their system. The clawed augmenter moved again. His strikes were clean and controlled despite the uneven ground. But to Arthur, who had endured brutal sparring sessions under Cordry, the attacks felt slow, predictable, almost dull. The soldier sneered. "You're not just another foot soldier." The words sounded rehearsed, like information passed down from someone else. Arthur frowned. Who could have told him that? His fist shot forward. It slammed into the man's ribs. Another sharp crack echoed through the air. The force launched the soldier across the ground. Arthur immediately looked toward the barrier caster. The conjurer's face twisted with strain. His hands trembled. Faint mana shimmered around him. He had intervened again, diverting what should have been a fatal blow. Yet something about him felt strange. Soldiers rushed past him. Allies, enemies. None of them reacted. It was as if he didn't exist to them. Arthur barely had time to think before a fireball streaked toward him. He dispersed it with a casual wave, then followed its path back through the chaos. There, hidden among the smoke, the true caster, a woman concealed behind the battlefield's confusion. Arthur smiled faintly and pointed toward her hiding spot. He announced her location aloud, but the clawed soldier didn't react. He simply stared at Arthur with grim determination. Struggling upright, the man leaned against a tree. Desperation burned in his eyes. Then he brought his fists together. Mana erupted outward, and suddenly, reality shattered. Dozens of figures appeared around Arthur, each one identical, perfect copies of the soldier. The battlefield suddenly filled with the growl of the soldier's voice. It echoed from every direction. Arthur's faint smile didn't disappear. Instead, he gave a quiet apology. Not for weakness, but for what he was about to do. This illusion had given him the perfect cover to act without restraint. Drawing deeply from his mana core, Arthur activated Realm Heart. Energy rippled outward. His vision shifted. Color drained from the world until everything became an achromatic haze. But beneath that pale veil, mana patterns shone with crystal clarity. The illusion unraveled instantly. The copy's mana signatures didn't match the augmenter at all. The truth became obvious. The clawed soldier attacked directly. Meanwhile, the distant conjurer supported him. A coordinated trap. The illusions rushed Arthur together. At the same moment, another fire spell formed overhead. Larger, hotter. The heat warped the air itself. The attack was perfectly timed. Arthur answered it head-on. His mana surged. He lunged straight for the true augmenter. His fist slammed into the incoming claws with explosive force. The attack shattered. Arthur grabbed the man's arm, then twisted his momentum violently. The soldier's body was hurled straight into the descending fireball. The illusions flickered once, then vanished like smoke. Arthur immediately turned his attention toward the mage. Arthur's expression hardened. He lifted his left hand. Mana gathered at his fingertips, glowing with concentrated energy. Behind him, the clawed soldier shouted in panic. He ordered his ally, Shield Kafer, to protect their mage, Milan, but the command came too late. Arthur spoke a single quiet word. Release! Lightning exploded from his fingers. It struck the clawed soldier directly in the chest. Barrier after barrier shattered like glass. The lightning pierced through them all. In one instant, it ended. There was no scream and no final cry, only silence. Then the soft sound of a body slipping from the rocks and hitting the ground below. The battle had raged less than an hour, yet the world already looked ruined. Arthur released Realm Heart, but didn't stop moving. From his dimension ring, he drew Dawn's Ballad. Soldiers surged everywhere, ally and enemy alike. Arthur carved through them relentlessly. The sword whirled in lethal arcs. Wherever it passed, blood followed. Bodies collapsed across the ground. Severed limbs, broken armor, still forms bleeding into the dirt. The Alacrya forces pushed forward fiercely. They possessed far more mages than the divisions under Glory Uto and Captain Otter. Their techniques were unfamiliar, efficient, specialized. This single battle couldn't reveal everything about their system. But Arthur learned what he could with every encounter. His body adapted instinctively. Steel met spell again and again. Across the battlefield, language had vanished. No commands, no strategy calls, only animal cries. Shouts of rage, screams of pain. Arthur's thoughts turned bitter. If men fought with words instead of weapons, perhaps battlefields wouldn't always become rivers of blood. Then, through the chaos, Arthur spotted a familiar face, Cedric. She had just forced her opponent's axe into the dirt. Her gauntlets rose, ready to strike. For a moment, her eyes met Arthur's across the battlefield. She smiled, confident, fearless, as she prepared to smash her fist into her enemy's face. Arthur's expression changed instantly. His eyes widened. Desperation flashed across his face. He mouthed a warning, something she couldn't hear. Cedric didn't understand. Whatever he meant, she assumed she would ask later. But later never came. A sharp whistle sliced through the battlefield. The spell tore through the air and pierced Cedric's chest. Her smile froze. Pain replaced it instantly. Jonah's horrified scream ripped across the battlefield as he broke formation and charged forward. He ignored the chaos swallowing the field. The clashing steel, the roar of spells, the press of enemies closing in from every side. His world had shrunk to a single sight. Cedric. Jonah scooped her limp body into his embrace and dropped to his knees, clutching her desperately to his chest. Nearby, Arthur Leywin moved like a storm. His blade flashed in ruthless arcs, cutting down the soldiers rushing toward them. Each strike carried a violent edge, fury bleeding into every swing. Within seconds, he reached Jonah. Grabbing the boy by the collar, Arthur yanked him upright. "Have you lost your mind?" he snapped. What kind of madness drove someone to throw themselves into the heart of a battlefield? Jonah barely seemed to hear him. Tears streamed down his face as he clung to Cedric, whispering broken reassurances to someone who could no longer hear them. His gaze was empty, lost somewhere far beyond the battlefield. Arrows suddenly whistled through the smoke-filled air. Spells followed, cutting faint hisses through the chaos. Arthur cursed under his breath and snapped his sword upward, deflecting the first arrow before it could strike. Frustration burned inside him. Jonah was useless now. Grief had shattered him. On a battlefield, that made him nothing more than a liability. Arthur's thoughts hardened. There was no place here for soldiers who could no longer fight. Gray's cold voice surfaced in his mind. Practical, ruthless. Leave them. Save your strength for the enemies that matter. But Arthur's chest twisted painfully. Memories of laughter, shared struggles. Reason and conscience collided violently in his mind. With a sharp curse, Arthur drove his fist into Jonah's solar plexus. The boy's breath vanished in a choked gasp as his body went limp. Arthur hoisted Jonah over one shoulder, his other arm wrapped firmly around Cedric's waist. Mana surged through his body, strengthening his muscles as he exploded forward like a wild stallion breaking free. Arrows and spells slammed against the barrier of mana he conjured around them. Two more arrows sliced through the air toward him. Arthur barely had a second to react. A second was enough. Calling upon the first phase of Sylvie's dragon will, he whispered the command. Static void. The world froze. The roar of battle vanished. Sound disappeared. Time itself seemed to snap. The arrows halted midair, mere inches from his body, their deadly tips suspended in absolute stillness. Arthur slowly turned toward the distant archers. Raw mana erupted outward from him. The sky dimmed as the pressure of his power rippled across the battlefield. Arthur caught one of the frozen arrows between his teeth. The gesture carried a silent message, a warning, a promise of what would follow if they tried again. The threat worked. No more arrows flew. No spells followed him. Arthur turned sharply and dashed toward the forest, until he reached the edge of a cliff overlooking the battlefield. There, he gently lowered Cedri's lifeless body beside the unconscious Jonah. A voice called out from nearby. "What happened?" Madame Astera hurried toward him. Arthur pointed to Cedri. "Take care of her," he said quickly. "Watch over Jonah too." Without waiting for a response, he turned back toward the cliff, ready to throw himself into the battle again. But suddenly, a hand grabbed his ankle. Arthur looked down. Jonah was awake, pale, shaking, desperate. His fingers clutched Arthur's leg with surprising strength. His voice cracked with grief. Jonah's eyes burned with anguish. "You had the power to stop that arrow." Arthur felt his chest tighten, but he forced his voice flat. "I can't save every soldier in war." Jonah shook his head violently. "You're lying." His voice trembled with rage. "I saw it." His gaze hardened. "That arrow, it stopped in midair." The realization had come to him in that moment. Arthur wasn't just another soldier. "He's a lance," Jonah whispered hoarsely. Frustration surged through Arthur, but it was directed at himself. With a sharp motion, he tore his leg free. "My duty isn't to save every individual," he repeated coldly. Jonah's voice cracked like shattered glass. "Even if you only knew her for a short time, Cedri would never have seen you as just a soldier." In an instant, he grabbed Jonah by the front of his shirt and dragged him close. "I'm sorry about Cedri," Arthur said, his voice low and sharp. "But there are enemies on this battlefield you can't even imagine." His grip tightened. "Enemies stronger than any adventurer you've ever admired." His eyes burned. "Enemies who could level mountains with a flick of their fingers." His voice dropped to a deadly whisper. "If I exhaust myself trying to save everyone, who will stop them?" The fire in Jonah's eyes faltered. Anger slowly collapsed into guilt, then grief. Tears streamed down his face. "When we were kids," Jonah whispered brokenly, "I promised her I'd always protect her." His voice cracked. "I was finally going to keep that promise." He swallowed painfully. "I was going to ask her to marry me." Arthur's chest constricted. The words struck deep. For a moment, even breathing felt difficult. Beside them, Madame Astera gently placed a hand on Jonah's shoulder. "I'll take care of him." She pulled the boy back with steady hands. "Go." Without another word, he turned away and began climbing back toward the battlefield. The forest thickened around him as he moved. With every step, the distant roar of battle grew louder, but Jonah's words lingered in his mind. Then, a faint whistle sliced through the air. An arrow. Arthur's senses snapped back to full alert. He turned. Gloria stepped out from between the trees. Her armor was battered, her expression tight with exhaustion. Arthur gave a tired smirk. "You look like hell." Her scowl appeared instantly. "Really?" she shot back. "You say that to a woman in the middle of a war?" Before Arthur could respond, Sylvie's voice surged urgently into his mind. Sylvie had abandoned her search halfway. Something had stirred her instincts, something powerful enough to make her stop immediately. A grim warning flowed through the bond. Someone was approaching, and their strength rivaled Arthur's. Perhaps it even surpassed it. Across from him, Venise noticed the change instantly. Her expression tightened. "What is it?" she asked. But Arthur's focus had already shifted elsewhere. There was no time for explanations. Instead, he acted. Grabbing her by the shoulders, he forced her to meet his eyes. A silent urgency filled his gaze. The soldiers needed to retreat now. Their forces had been gaining ground. Many Alacryan conjurers and augmenters had already fallen, but none of that mattered anymore. A far greater threat was coming. Arthur tightened his grip slightly. "If the soldiers stay here," his eyes said clearly, "they'll die." This was the reason he had been placed here, why he carried the title of Lance, to face enemies that ordinary soldiers could never survive. Understanding slowly hardened Venise's expression. She turned away, leaving Arthur with one last look, one that carried an unspoken promise: come back alive. Arthur silently gave the same promise in return. "Retreat!" The command echoed over the chaos. At once, Dicathen's soldiers began pulling back. Even before her order had finished echoing, many troops were already falling back, shields raised as they withdrew. Arthur couldn't simply stand by while they escaped. He charged back into the fray. His sword, Dawn's Ballad, flashed as he cut through enemy soldiers, buying precious seconds for the retreating army. But the enemy numbers kept coming, endless, overwhelming. Arthur could delay them, but he couldn't stop them alone. Still, that wasn't his real objective. The Alacryan soldiers weren't the true threat. Venise and the other captains would deal with them. Arthur had something far worse to face. As the clash of armies began to fade behind him, he sheathed Dawn's Ballad and sprinted toward the edge of the clearing. With a powerful leap, wind mana gathered beneath his feet, racing southward through the forest with incredible speed. At the same time, he reached out through the bond. Sylvie. No response. He tried again. Still nothing. Silence. Too far away? Unlikely. Or worse. She had been forced into silence. Suddenly, another presence cut into his thoughts. Sharp. Foreign. A voice slithered into his mind, unfamiliar and dripping with malicious amusement. Arthur flinched. In an instant, he activated Realm Heart. Realm Heart sharpened his vision, draining the world of color as mana signatures became stark and clear. The voice giggled, high-pitched, mocking. A green blur flashed past his sight, too fast to track directly. But when he softened his focus, he caught fragments of movement darting between branches. The unseen presence praised him in a childish sing-song tone. So perceptive, the voice echoed everywhere. One moment it seemed distant, the next it whispered beside his ear. Then laughter rang through the forest again, like the eerie giggle of a phantom child. Arthur turned sharply. Too late. An arm burst out from the very tree he stood on. Fingers clamped around his throat. Pain exploded across his neck as his breath caught. Behind him, a masked figure emerged from the trunk, as if the tree itself had birthed her. Her carved mask stared directly into his eyes. Her grip was cold, unrelenting. Arthur reacted instantly. Mana surged into his hands. White light condensed along his skin as frost crawled outward. Grabbing her wrist, he released the spell. Absolute zero. A burst of freezing energy erupted. The masked woman recoiled immediately, releasing him. Arthur dropped from the branch, crashing through a hollow log before sliding across the forest floor. Pain burned across his throat, but he forced himself upright. Across from him, the masked figure tilted her head curiously. Her right arm slid casually into the trunk of a nearby tree. When she withdrew it, there was no trace of frost on her skin. Instead, the tree behind her had been hollowed out by the spell, leaving a massive hole where her arm had passed. She stepped forward slowly, confident, amused. Her voice carried a cruel, playful tone, as if the entire battlefield were nothing more than entertainment. A heartbeat later, the ground beneath Arthur shifted. Sickly green mana pooled under his feet, its color like rotting seaweed. From the foul energy, jagged hands clawed upward. Arthur leapt back just in time. The corrupted mana thickened around the woman, wrapping her in its eerie aura. Arthur countered immediately. A spike of stone erupted from the earth, aimed straight through her chest. The moment it touched her aura, it dissolved, crumbled like sand. Her soft laughter echoed again. Arthur's instincts screamed, "Conserve mana, be careful." But another realization struck him just as strongly. This wasn't an ordinary enemy. A retainer, possibly even a scythe, the kind of monster he had spent years preparing to face during his training in Epheotis. For the first time in a long while, Arthur had no reason to hold back. The woman's delight grew as she spread her arms. The forest exploded into motion. Arthur moved instantly. His body flowed between them in a blur, weaving and ducking as he closed the distance. Cold mana gathered around him. Brilliant white energy enveloped his entire body. The spell surged outward. Absolute zero. The effect was immediate. The murky green tendrils froze solid the moment they entered his freezing aura. Then, they shattered into brittle fragments. The woman's confidence never faltered. Arthur's freezing aura clashed against her own, but just as before, her power pushed back, dissolving the frost that surrounded him. The moment their energies collided, a violent hiss filled the forest. Steam erupted between them. Arthur's vision vanished. At first, he thought it was nothing more than steam, but the moment he inhaled, the truth struck him. This wasn't harmless vapor. The mist reeked of rot, poison. Arthur collapsed to his knees. Violent coughs tore from his chest as his body convulsed. Every breath burned like molten iron ripping through his lungs. The toxin clawed its way inside him, spreading with ruthless speed. Through the haze of agony, something stirred across his skin. Golden runes ignited. The sacred markings given to him long ago by Sylvia blazed to life across his body. Their warm glow anchored his fading consciousness. They dragged him back from the brink. Arthur forced his thoughts to sharpen. Focus, mana responded to his will. With immense effort, he created a vacuum within his lungs, forcing the poisonous gas out of his body even as his chest screamed in protest. Inside him, his mana surged with fierce intensity. It was as if the very energy within him shared his determination to survive. Arthur clenched his teeth. Then he activated the first phase of Sylvie's dragon will. Static void. Time shattered. The world froze in absolute stillness. Sound vanished. Movement ceased. Arthur launched forward. In his grasp, Dawn's ballad crackled with power. Lightning gathered along the blade, glowing with radiant white brilliance that cut through the frozen world. Then, time resumed. Arthur's strike fell. The blade flashed toward the masked woman's face. The impact sent a tremor through his entire body. Arthur staggered slightly, his gaze falling instinctively to his weapon, or what remained of it. The once perfect blade had been scarred. Its tip had completely corroded away. Nearly an inch of the translucent teal metal had been eaten through by the poison, but faint blood stained its edge. Arthur slowly lifted his gaze. The witch stood motionless, her head tilted back slightly. A thin line of crimson trickled down her neck. For a moment, the forest itself seemed to stop breathing. Then came the sound, a faint, delicate crack, shattering. The woman's mask split apart, fragments scattered across the forest floor. For the first time, the woman froze. No, her voice rose in a shrill whisper. My mask, her hands shot to her face. Panic consumed her. She dropped to her knees, frantically clawing through the shattered fragments on the ground. My mask. The words spilled from her lips again and again like a broken prayer. Arthur didn't hesitate. He forced mana into motion again. Violet strands of ether trembled around him as he pushed his body past its limits. Static void. Time froze once more. Pain screamed through his muscles as he forced himself forward. He closed the distance instantly. Then time snapped back. Arthur drove the ruined tip of Dawn's ballad forward. The blade pierced through the opening in her aura and stabbed into her leg just above the knee. Lightning erupted. Electricity surged through her body in violent waves. The woman slowly lowered her head. Her eyes met Arthur's. The intensity in her gaze was suffocating, but there was no pain in her expression, only twisted amusement. Blood flowed down her leg. Yet she smiled. Her voice fell to a whisper, quiet condemnation. Then her blood-slick hand closed around the corroded blade. Arthur forced himself to move. His body was already near collapse. Another static void would destroy him, and the warnings from Lady Meyer echoed in his mind, reminding him of the danger of overusing burst step. But there were no options left. Death was seconds away. Arthur activated burst step. Mana exploded through his muscles, firing in precise bursts like pistons in a machine. His body blurred forward. His arm shot out, slipping through the crack in her aura. Absolute zero. Frost detonated from his palm as it pierced into her body. Her entire form convulsed as the freezing spell began devouring her from within. For a moment, Arthur thought it would work. Then, with terrifying resolve, she raised her other arm and brought it down. Her claws sliced through her own shoulder. Bone, muscle, flesh. Her arm severed completely before the freezing spell could spread further. Arthur felt searing pain surge through his own hand, where the corrupted mana burned his flesh. Without hesitation, he ignited fire mana. The wound cauterized instantly. Pain exploded through him, but he forced himself to stay standing. The witch's fury erupted. "I am Vritra!" Her scream echoed through the forest. Rage twisted her expression into madness. She tore clumps of her own ruined hair free, while shrieking promises of torment. "I'll rip you apart, piece by piece. I'll tear out your tongue and keep you alive as my trophy." Arthur only smirked faintly through the pain. "You'd need to be a scythe to do that." Her reaction was explosive. Her voice cracked as she spat the word, "I'll surpass them." She staggered toward a nearby tree, Dawn's ballad still embedded in her leg. Her rant spiraled into bitter jealousy, hatred for the powerful beings she served beneath. Arthur's mind sharpened. Retainer. That explained it. She was powerful, but not yet one of the dreaded scythes. And still, she had pushed him this far. Arthur could feel his mana reserves collapsing. The golden runes across his body were fading. Only one option remained. Burst step ignited again. Arthur shot forward through the lingering poison mist. Black lightning coiled around his arm like living serpents, but instead of striking her directly, he grabbed the hilt of Dawn's ballad still lodged in her thigh. The blade became a conductor. Lightning exploded down the weapon and surged straight into her body. The retainer's scream shattered the forest as violent spasms ripped through her form. Electricity ravaged her body. Her limbs snapped rigid before jerking wildly as the current tore through her muscles. Every nerve fired at once, forcing her body into violent convulsions. Her hollow eyes began to fade. The dim light within them flickered weakly, as if her will itself were beginning to crumble. Cracks spread across her twisted face, like fractures splitting dry earth. Blackened patches of charred flesh crawled across her skin, where the lightning burned through her. For the first time in the battle, Arthur felt hope. If the spell backlashed now, it could destroy him. Still, he held on. But the fragile hope shattered. Agony exploded through his shoulder as though molten iron had been driven straight into his flesh. Arthur's body was thrown backward. He crashed across the forest floor, tumbling through dirt and broken branches as pain shot deep into his bones. Grinding his teeth, he forced himself onto his knees. His breathing was ragged. His body was already at its limit. But there was nothing left except one final gamble. He would have to use burst step again, even if it destroyed him. Then, a familiar voice echoed inside his mind. Sylvie. Her presence flooded through their bond like a wave of relief. Above him, her shadow swept across the forest floor as she descended. Arthur seized the moment. With the last of his strength, he gathered wind mana beneath the witch's feet. His arm trembled violently as he unleashed the spell. A roaring current of air erupted upward. The witch's body was hurled spiraling into the sky. Sylvie descended instantly. Her massive black wings split the clouds as her claws closed around the Vritra retainer. The enemy's aura flickered weakly, but it could not pierce the dragon's scales. Sylvie rose higher and higher, carrying her prey into the clouds until both vanished from sight. Through their bond came her calm report. The witch had lost consciousness. Arthur raised his uninjured arm. The golden runes across his body flickered faintly. Gifts left to him long ago by Sylvia. Though weakened, they still amplified his control. Arthur drew upon the atmosphere itself. Mana gathered in the sky. Cold, sharp, deadly. Slowly he shaped it into a massive spear of ice. The structure expanded outward. The temperature around the battlefield plunged. Arthur sent a single command through the bond. Sylvie answered immediately. With a fierce growl, she didn't simply release the unconscious retainer. She hurled her downward. The witch's broken body tore through the clouds like a falling meteor. She plummeted straight toward the frozen spear. The impact was catastrophic. The enormous ice construct skewered her body with the force of a siege weapon, driving the spear completely through her. Arthur clenched his teeth as he forced his failing mana to hold the weapon together. Then it shattered. The violent collapse of mana blasted outward. Arthur's exhausted body was thrown backward by the shockwave. He crashed across the forest floor, rolling through splintered logs and broken branches, before slamming into the trunk of a massive tree. Somewhere in the haze of fading consciousness, Sylvie's voice echoed through their bond, urgent and desperate, begging him to stay awake. Arthur tried to respond, but his thoughts were slipping away. One final weak thought crossed his mind. A faint joke about the name Sylvie insisted on calling him. Then darkness swallowed everything. Hours later, Captain Yarnus Otter pushed deeper into the forest with his men. His commands were sharp and precise. Ulrich moved ahead with a small scouting group, while Briar and the rest of the soldiers followed behind. Their formation tightened as they advanced south. Mist pooled between the towering trunks, swallowing their boots with every cautious step. Inside, Otter simmered with irritation. This task felt like a waste of time. A captain should have been preparing strategy for the war, not searching the forest for a missing child. His thoughts drifted bitterly to the earlier retreat. The order had come from Captain Glory, but the reason behind it, that young lance. Otter had once admired the fire of humanity during their brutal wars against the elves. Their determination had impressed him. Now, forced into alliance with them, that fire seemed weaker. To him, a lance abandoning his battlefield position was unacceptable, no matter the reason. The forest darkened as evening approached. The soldiers slowed instinctively. Mist thickened into pale curtains, drifting between the trees. Then Briar suddenly raised his hand. Otter stepped forward beside him. Before them lay the remains of a massive tree, or what was left of it. Its hollow trunk had collapsed into a pool of dark sludge. The liquid bubbled slowly, eating away at the surrounding wood with horrifying corrosion. Otter studied the scene. The tree had fallen recently. The torn edges of the trunk still groaned softly where it rested against the damp ground. Without warning, the weakened wood split further. The trunk collapsed with a dull crash. Otter glanced at Briar, silently asking the question, "Acid?" Briar gave a small nod. They continued forward. The deeper they moved into the forest, the more unnatural the silence became. The wind rattled branches overhead. Mist swirled through the trees, but no birds, no animals, nothing alive. Then a scream shattered the stillness. Raw, agonized. It was unmistakably Ulrich. The soldiers immediately spread out, advancing cautiously toward the sound. The deeper they went, the worse the damage became. Trees eaten away. Soil melted into corrosive sludge. The ground suddenly sloped downward. Otter nearly stumbled into a thick wall of unnatural fog before catching himself. The air reeked of decay. Every breath felt toxic. Beside him, Briar roared and slashed his serrated daggers through the mist. A burst of wind scattered the green haze. What lay beyond left them frozen in shock. They stood on the rim of a massive crater. At its center rose an enormous sphere of jagged ice. The structure towered like a monument carved by gods. Impaled upon it hung the grotesque body of a Vritra retainer. Its thin, imp-like corpse dangled lifelessly from the frozen spear. Thick acid dripped from the wound, hissing as it devoured the ground below. A steady stream of poisonous vapor leaked from the body. Otter's gaze shifted across the crater. On the far side lay Ulrich, sprawled helplessly on the ground, while several soldiers crowded around him. Blood soaked the earth. Yet even that gruesome sight was overshadowed by the figure slumped against a nearby tree. A boy, battered, bruised, and barely conscious, but unmistakable. Arthur Leywin. Otter's mind immediately began calculating. Had the boy truly slain the creature impaled on that spear? Ulrich had only just arrived and already lay mutilated. Perhaps Arthur had defeated the monster and paid for the victory with his life. A slow thought crept into Otter's mind. If a lance had fallen here, and he was the one who returned with proof, the reward would be enormous. His grip on his sword, Stormcrow, loosened slightly as ambition began to outweigh caution. "Retrieve the general's body," he ordered sharply. Briar gestured immediately. One of the soldiers dashed forward without hesitation, sprinting down into the crater. Several men shouted warnings. Ulrich tried to protest through his pain, but they were too late. The soldier ran past the impaled corpse, and in the next instant, the truth revealed itself. A murky tentacle suddenly erupted from the creature's mangled body. It lashed outward and wrapped around the soldier's ankle. His scream rang out as the appendage sliced cleanly through his mana-protected foot. The severed limb fell away. The soldier collapsed forward. His body slid helplessly down the slope of the crater. One arm plunged directly into the dark pool of sludge. The acid devoured him instantly. Armor melted. Flesh dissolved. Bone vanished. Within seconds, nothing remained. Silence crushed the clearing. The only sounds were the sickening hiss of acid consuming what little remained, and the violent retching of an archer behind Otter. Across the crater, Ulrich's strained voice broke the stillness. Through ragged breaths, he warned them. The creature would not attack, as long as no one approached it. Otter's composure finally cracked. "What is going on here?" he demanded, anger barely masking the unease creeping into his voice. Before anyone could answer, another voice spoke. Arthur had awakened. Still leaning weakly against the tree, he spoke calmly. He confirmed that the retainer had died by his hand, but the soldier's death, that responsibility belonged to Otter. The creature's defensive abilities had remained active even even after death. Otter felt heat flood his face. The young lance spoke to him as if he were an inexperienced recruit. Then the humiliation deepened. Arthur openly mocked him for failing to recognize the danger. Otter forced himself forward, struggling to regain control. "You are under suspicion for abandoning your post," he declared stiffly. "You will accompany us and answer to the council." Arthur didn't even hesitate. "I have more important matters to deal with." The dismissal was ice cold. Otter's voice hardened. Information about the enemy leaders must be reported immediately. Before he could say more, the dragon moved. High above them, obsidian eyes snapped open. Predatory light blazed within them. A deep rumble rolled across the battlefield as the massive dragon bared its fangs. "Sylvie." The soldiers froze instantly. The dragon's growl carried a simple message: "Take another step and die." Fear rippled through the formation. Even Briar faltered. Then Sylvie spoke. Her thunderous voice shook the air itself. Before panic could fully take hold, Arthur silenced everyone. Using Sylvie for support, he forced himself upright. Despite his injuries, he began walking forward. His gaze never wavered. Otter instinctively stepped aside as Arthur approached. The lance passed him without even acknowledging his presence. Arthur descended into the crater. The acid hissed beneath his feet, but with a flicker of mana, the corrosive sludge froze solid. He walked across the frozen surface with steady steps. Stopping before the impaled corpse, Arthur grasped the battered teal blade, embedded within it, Dawn's Ballad. The sword slid free from the corpse, scarred, damaged, but still intact. Arthur sheathed it slowly. Then his voice carried upward. "Bring the retainer's corpse to the council." His eyes shifted toward Otter, cold, unyielding. "This is your responsibility." There was no request in his tone, only authority. Arthur turned away. "I have other matters to attend to." Only then did the truth finally settle over Otter like crushing weight. His pride crumbled. Slowly, he lowered himself to one knee. Stormcrow slid back into its sheath, a silent acknowledgement. Above them, Sylvie spread her massive wings. Arthur climbed onto her back. Moments later, the dragon soared into the sky. Her shadow stretched across the soldiers below, before disappearing into the clouds. Far away, three figures sat together around a worn patio table: Gray, Nico, and Cecilia. Silence hung heavily between them. Each held a thin sheet of paper in their hands. Acceptance letters. Gray stared at the words. Finally, he broke the silence. "I still can't believe it." Excitement flickered between them. Nico tried to hide his joy behind teasing arrogance. Cecilia's voice trembled slightly, though she stubbornly insisted she wasn't about to cry. Their quiet celebration was interrupted by a familiar voice. "Congratulations!" Headmaster Wilbeck stepped into the backyard. Her warm smile radiated pride. Nico immediately leapt to his feet, greeting her with childlike enthusiasm. Wilbeck laughed softly. "You should keep those letters safe," she told them. "They'll become precious memories one day." She pulled the three of them into a warm embrace, but Gray felt something twist painfully in his chest. He had lived under Wilbeck's care for as long as he could remember, and now he was leaving her behind at the orphanage while he chased his own future. Guilt rose in his throat. "I shouldn't go," Gray blurted suddenly. He shook his head. "Nico and Cecilia are far more talented than I am. I should stay here and help." He continued speaking quickly, tripping over his own words. Before he could finish, Wilbeck flicked his forehead. Gray yelped, clutching his head. She stood over him with a stern expression. Her eyes softened slightly, but her voice carried undeniable authority. Years of raising a troublemaker had prepared Headmaster Wilbeck for moments like this. She refused to let him doubt himself now. Whether he believed he was ready or not, Gray would attend the academy. With swift precision, Wilbeck flicked the forehead of Nico as well, her motion sharp and practiced like that of a soldier. Nico recoiled immediately, rubbing his forehead and glaring at Gray as though the punishment had somehow been his fault. The tense moment broke unexpectedly. A soft giggle slipped into the air. Cecilia was smiling. It was such a rare sight that even Wilbeck paused. For a brief instant, the atmosphere changed. The tension dissolved into something lighter. Gray felt his chest tighten as he watched her laugh. Heat crept across his face. Only when Cecilia noticed their stares did she realize what she had done, her cheeks quickly turning as red as his. Wilbeck seized the moment. "This deserves a celebration," she declared warmly. She spoke of baking a cake. Cecilia, still flushed but eager, immediately volunteered to help. Wilbeck welcomed her assistance with open arms, remarking pointedly that she trusted Cecilia in the kitchen far more than the two boys. Nico cheered loudly. "Today's perfect," he exclaimed. "An acceptance letter and cake?" Gray smiled faintly, but unease lingered beneath the joy. His thoughts weren't on cake, they were on cost. The academy would require money they didn't easily have, and Wilbeck already struggled to provide education for the other children at the orphanage. Perhaps there was another path. Gray voiced the thought hesitantly. He could attend a military academy instead, one where tuition was waived for those skilled enough in Kai. Nico's reaction was immediate and furious. He rejected the idea outright. Military institutions, he argued, were nothing more than factories designed to produce soldiers and disposable pawns for kings. The training was brutal, the risks endless. Failure meant being discarded without mercy. To Nico, repaying Wilbeck meant something entirely different. It meant using their talents wisely, pursuing knowledge, taking advantage of the opportunity they had been given. Gray only laughed in response. He teased Nico mercilessly. "You're just afraid of being lonely," he joked. The idea of being separated was the real reason behind Nico's argument. Nico flushed immediately, snapping back in frustration. But the argument didn't last. Gray suddenly pulled him into a tight embrace. "Thanks," he murmured. For all their teasing and arguments, their bond was unshakable. The warmth of that memory faded. Reality returned. Sylvie's voice echoed inside Arthur's mind, pulling him slowly from unconsciousness. The blur of white clouds sharpened as Arthur Leywin opened his eyes. Fatigue weighed heavily on his body. Below them stretched the shimmering waters of the Seys Canal. The sight steadied him, but the aching pain in his body reminded him of the brutal battle he had just survived. Sylvie's presence pressed gently against his thoughts. Her concern was clear. Arthur was dangerously drained after wielding ether. Even her understanding of the Vivum path was still far from the mastery once held by her grandmother. Part of her wished someone stronger were there to guide them. Arthur dismissed the thought immediately. Her efforts had already been extraordinary. His body, reforged and strengthened through assimilation, would recover with time and rest. He would endure. But Sylvie remained uneasy. If Arthur's suspicions were correct, was now truly the time to act? Both of them were exhausted. Arthur didn't waver. The truth had to be uncovered now, no matter the cost. Sylvie pointed out the obvious problem. They didn't even know where to begin. Arthur's thoughts returned to earlier discussions with Varian. He knew what signs to look for, even if the search itself would be difficult. They moved across the harsh borderlands. Sylvie's long strides carried them steadily through the rocky desert, while violent winds screamed across the terrain. The forest had offered clear traces to follow. But here, the shifting sands erased everything. They descended a steep slope, the whistling wind swallowing every other sound. A faint vibration passed through the ground beneath them. A hollow rumble. Sylvie sensed it first. Unease rippled through their bond. Arthur reacted instantly. He dropped to his knees, sweeping his cloak aside so abruptly that Sylvie tumbled free. The rocky slope concealed something. Not natural stone, a hidden structure and dwarven craftsmanship. Arthur pressed both palms against the rough wall. A concealed door emerged. Sylvie studied the design as he worked, noting the precision of its construction and its perfect alignment with the surrounding rock. Arthur searched carefully. Minutes passed as his fingers traced every groove and seam. The mechanism was delicate. No brute force would open it. The lock required precise manipulation of fluctuating mana patterns. Arthur took a steady breath. Then he reached deeper. Realm heart. Agony struck immediately. The connection flooded his body with unbearable pain. His core burned as though molten fire had poured into his veins. His strength collapsed. Arthur dropped to his knees, coughing violently. Panic surged through Sylvie's mind. She urged him to stop. Arthur refused. Moderation had no place here. Not when answers waited behind that hidden door. Sylvie reluctantly relented, though worry lingered in every corner of their bond. Arthur forced himself to continue. With Sylvie's support, he reached the concealed keyhole. His hand trembled as he pushed it forward, channeling the last of his earth attribute mana. The particles within the stone stirred instantly. They shifted in response to his will. Carefully, Arthur guided them, adjusting their patterns with delicate precision. Too much mana would reset the mechanism. Too little would fail to activate it. Finally, the hidden particles flickered faintly, then parted. Arthur's arm slid deeper into the lock. A deep rumble echoed through the stone wall. The hidden mechanism had begun to move. A sharp click echoed from deep within the stone. The earthen wall trembled before slowly sliding aside, revealing a narrow passage beyond. Arthur Leywin grimaced. His arm was buried almost to the forearm inside the stone lock, but the effort had paid off. Using the wall for support, he forced himself upright. With Sylvie beside him, he stepped into the darkness. The corridor beyond was little more than a rough tunnel carved through solid rock. Dust drifted through the stale air, and faint candles flickered inside small cubbyholes along the walls. Step by step, they moved deeper. The air thickened. The silence pressed closer. Then something broke it. Faint echoes carried through the stone. Distant voices. Arthur immediately pressed himself against the jagged edge of the tunnel's exit, pulling Sylvie close into the darkness. What lay beyond stole the breath from them both. The cramped tunnel opened into a cavern so enormous it seemed impossible. The domed ceiling arched high overhead in a flawless curve. 2 stories below them stood a massive teleportation gate. Its surface shimmered with shifting light. And from it, a steady stream of soldiers emerged. Alacrya's forces poured through the portal in disciplined lines, their armor catching the dim glow as their boots struck the stone floor in perfect rhythm. Around the gate, a ring of dwarves worked tirelessly to maintain the mechanism. The truth hit Arthur immediately. The dwarves were helping them. Their craftsmanship powered the invasion. Below, soldiers muttered among themselves. Some spoke with unease, distrusting their dwarven allies and longing to return home. Others scoffed at such weakness. Their voices carried arrogance, boasting of bloodlines and the greatness of the Vritra clan. Arthur leaned closer, trying to catch more of their conversation. Then, movement. A sharp eye glanced upward toward the tunnel opening. Arthur pulled back instantly, pressing himself flat against the stone. He held his breath until the searching gaze moved on. A booming voice echoed through the cavern. Orders barked across the chamber, silencing the soldiers and forcing them back into rigid formation. Arthur listened carefully. The language was strange, yet something about it felt familiar. The cadence, the rhythm. Despite the ocean separating them, the speech of Alacrya bore an eerie resemblance to that of Dicathen. Sylvie sensed his confusion. Through their bond, her thoughts reached him, calm but heavy with ancient knowledge. The similarity was no accident. Centuries ago, when the Vritra had still been counted among the great 8 Asura clans, the Asuras had interfered directly with the mortal world. They had sent emissaries to guide the growth of both continents. Their influence had shaped the languages and cultures of mortals long before artifacts were ever gifted. They had seen enough. It was time to leave. Arthur began to withdraw. Then the cavern shifted again. Below them, every soldier suddenly dropped to one knee, heads bowed toward the teleportation gate. Arthur's confidence faltered. He had believed the war could still be won, even knowing the dwarves had betrayed them. But when the figure stepped through the gate, that belief cracked. A woman emerged. Her presence alone filled the cavern with suffocating pressure. Elegant horns curved from her head. She was no ordinary mage. The soldiers spoke her name with reverent caution. Lady Saris. Saris Vritra. She questioned them calmly. Commander Suret awaited her near the northern coast of Sapin, preparing to begin his assault. Her response was immediate. They would depart at once. As she walked past, a soldier dared to ask about the new scythe. Saris barely glanced at him. The scythe isn't ready yet, she replied coolly. Melsri and Viessa are still shaping them. Arthur risked one final glance. In that instant, Saris's head tilted slightly. Her gaze swept across the cavern. Then it stopped. For a single heartbeat, her eyes locked onto his. The cold intensity of her stare cut through the shadows like a blade. Arthur felt the illusion of concealment shatter. Then the moment passed. Saris turned away as if nothing had happened, continuing up the stairs with the same calm stride. Arthur remained frozen long after she disappeared. Only when her presence finally faded did he release the breath trapped in his lungs. His mind churned with unease. He was certain she had seen him. Sylvie stirred anxiously beside him, sensing the fear he tried to suppress. They couldn't stay any longer. Discovery was only a matter of time. Sylvie urged him to escape immediately, take to the air and flee before it was too late. Arthur refused. Flying now would expose them instantly. Every soldier in the cavern would see them. He clung to a fragile hope. His mirage walk spell still cloaked him. If Saris had truly discovered him, she wouldn't have walked away so calmly. Sylvie argued back, worry sharp in her thoughts. Arthur was barely able to stand. His steps were uneven, his breathing labored, but he pressed forward anyway. They would walk. As long as his mana lasted, he would avoid the sky. The journey through the tunnels felt endless. Every step drained him further, yet Mirage Walk held. Nearly an hour later, they finally emerged from the hidden passage. The biting winds of the borderlands howled around them as they stepped back into the open world. Far away within the castle itself, a lone figure stood beside the teleportation gate. Arthur Leywin waited quietly. Around her, soldiers and medics moved in constant motion, rushing between arrivals and the injured. Despite the chaos, Ellie remained rooted at the edge of the gate. Captain Jarnus Otter noticed her lingering presence. His voice came sharp and impatient. All accounted soldiers had already returned. If she was waiting for someone, she needed to step aside and give the medics room to work. Ellie didn't shrink beneath his authority. Calmly, she assured him she wouldn't interfere. She was simply waiting for her brother. Otter raised a brow. And who would that be? Ellie glanced back over her shoulder, her voice steady and unwavering. Arthur Leywin. Recognition flickered across the captain's face as he studied her more closely. The resemblance between them was unmistakable. His tone softened only slightly. If she truly was Arthur's sister, then she had even more reason to move away from the gate. The medics gathered here weren't standing idle. Ellie tilted her head curiously. Were you stationed with my brother? Otter ignored the question. Turning away, he nearly collided with the towering form of Boo. The massive beast loomed over him like a wall of fur and muscle. Otter jumped back in surprise, muttering irritably that the Leywin sister apparently had a monstrous companion of her own. Ellie burst into laughter. Her bright, carefree voice echoed through the hall. Otter's patience snapped. He grumbled that the entire Leywin family seemed to lack proper respect. Ellie immediately mimicked him, repeating his exact words in a near-perfect imitation. Boo rumbled with approval beside her. Together they laughed as the captain stalked away, muttering curses under his breath. Inside the castle, however, the mood felt different. More medics than usual lined the hallways. Their numbers alone hinted that something was wrong. Boo let out a low, uneasy rumble. Ellie noticed, but she brushed the feeling aside. To her, there was nothing unusual about Arthur returning from danger. Then the sky itself seemed to split. A thunderous roar shook the air. The enormous form of Sylvie descended from the heavens, her obsidian scales gleaming as she landed upon the floating castle with a deafening impact. Flying mounts scattered in panic. Soldiers froze in awe beneath the dragon's shadow. Arthur slid from her back and collapsed to his knees. His battered body finally gave out. The sight struck Ellie like a blade. "Arthur!" Her cry tore through the hall as fear gripped her chest. Medics rushed forward immediately. Recognizing Recognition spread quickly through the crowd. Whispers rippled among them. The broken man before them was Arthur Leywin, the newly appointed Lance. Before the murmurs could grow louder, Sylvie roared. Her voice shook the chamber with furious urgency. She spoke clearly, delivering her report with sharp precision. Arthur's manticore was completely drained. He had been unconscious for several minutes already. His legs were unresponsive. Burns from corrosive magic scarred his body. Ellie turned toward the dragon in stunned disbelief. Sylvie was speaking, but the dragon's fierce command left no time for amazement. The medics needed to stabilize Arthur's manticore immediately. A blood transfusion was also necessary if he was going to survive. Ellie quickly echoed Sylvie's urgency, pleading with the medics to act faster. For a brief moment, Sylvie's sharp gaze softened as she looked toward Ellie. A silent understanding passed between them. Then the medics lifted Arthur onto a stretcher and rushed him toward the infirmary. The following days blurred together. Boo stood guard like a silent sentinel, while Ellie refused to leave Arthur's bedside. Exhaustion weighed heavily on her, yet she remained there, day and night. When Arthur finally stirred, the physician beside him spoke gently. They never left. Arthur's eyes slowly opened. His voice came out rough and weak. How long? 2 days, the doctor replied. The answer jolted Arthur upright. The sudden movement tore through his weakened lungs. He doubled over, coughing violently. A medic quickly pressed him back onto the bed. The man introduced himself calmly. Dr. Mendul, as head physician of the castle, Mendul explained that Arthur required immediate surgery. However, protocol required the consent of a lance before any operation could begin. Arthur barely listened. His thoughts were already racing elsewhere. Where is Commander Varai? Mendul bowed slightly in apology. Commander Varai Orai had departed. She had left alongside Captain Otter, Captain Glory, and General Aya. Arthur's pulse quickened. They must have returned to the southern border. If they encountered the Alacryan platoon he had seen, or worse, a scythe, the consequences could be catastrophic. Frustration surged through him. Through their bond, he snapped at Sylvie, asking why she hadn't flown ahead to warn them. Her reply came instantly. Leaving him alone, unconscious, and dying, after learning about the dwarves' betrayal, would have been reckless. For now, Mendul returned firmly to the matter at hand. Arthur's condition. Pressed by urgency, Arthur finally relented. Fine, he muttered hoarsely. Tell me what's wrong. Mendul straightened, his expression growing solemn. He revealed that his abilities went beyond ordinary healing. He was a deviant, capable of channeling mana in a way that allowed him to see the body in extraordinary detail. Bones, muscles, nerves, every intricate layer of the living form. Using that ability, he had examined Arthur thoroughly. What he found was unlike anything he had ever seen. Arthur's injuries were unbelievably complex. By all logic, Arthur Leywin should not even be conscious. Arthur remained conscious only through sheer will. The resilience of Arthur Leywin's assimilated body and the strength of his manticore kept him awake, despite wounds that should have left him crippled. Arthur's tired eyes shifted toward Sylvie. A faint spark of gratitude flickered there. He knew he owed his survival to her, but Sylvie's reply carried a grim weight. She admitted she feared she might have to do the same thing again before the war ended. Arthur turned back toward the doctor. What's the treatment plan? Mendel didn't sugarcoat the truth. Arthur's lower body had begun healing, but the recovery was incomplete. To restore him properly, the process would be brutal. His bones would need to be broken again. Muscle tissue would be torn and carefully realigned in tiny increments. The procedure would be long, painful, excruciating, and its success would determine whether Arthur could continue his duties as one of the lances of Dicathen. Mendel paused. Arthur's consent was required. Arthur didn't hesitate. His voice was quiet, but resolute. He gave permission. There was only one request. His sister, Eleanor Leywin, must never learn the full truth of what he would endure. Mendel nodded solemnly. He explained that Commander Virian Erleth, upon hearing Arthur's condition, had gathered the most skilled healers from all 3 races. Every possible measure would be taken to restore Arthur completely. At Mendel's signal, a young elven mage stepped forward. Graceful, calm, she approached Arthur's bedside and offered a soft, reassuring smile. Then she gently placed her fingertip against his forehead. "Forgive the intrusion," she murmured softly. Arthur closed his eyes. From her touch flowed a gentle wave of magic. Warmth spread through his mind, down through every aching nerve, every broken fiber. The sensation wrapped around him like a comforting blanket. His senses faded. Pain slipped away. Darkness claimed him. And finally, Arthur slept. The world shifted. Now the scene belonged to another life. 3 teenagers walked casually down a city sidewalk. Their bags sagged under the weight of newly purchased books. Gray glanced at the stack of texts and frowned. Are all these really for one term? Beside him, Nico Sever looked almost excited. His voice carried enthusiasm as he talked about the future, about the opportunities waiting for them. Gray found it strange. Nico seemed genuinely excited about homework. Nico dug into his bag and proudly pulled out several journals. His eyes sparkled with possibility. He imagined the discoveries he might make once he fully mastered mathematics. Gray rolled his eyes, then smacked Nico lightly on the back of the head. Keep that up at the academy, and they'll never let us sit together. Nico only laughed. He threw an arm around Gray's neck. Like you got a bunch of other friends waiting. Walking beside them, Cecilia sighed. She rolled her eyes at their childish banter. I'm not sitting with either of you. Soon the 3 boarded a train. Gray asked Nico where they were heading next. Before he could answer, Cecilia reminded them they still needed to pick up their uniforms. Gray looked out the window. The city of Arcasset passed slowly outside. He had never liked the place, but with his friends beside him, it didn't seem so bad. Nico studied a small notepad. He carefully checked items off his list. Backpacks, calculators, still needed. Cecilia suggested they should have bought the backpacks earlier. Nico sighed. Yes, that would have been smart. When the train stopped, they stepped onto the platform. Rain hung in the air. The scent of damp stone surrounded them. Cecilia wondered why they hadn't bought everything in the city center. Nico reminded her uniforms and textbooks had been the priority. Supplies would be cheaper out here. Gray glanced up at the cloudy sky. The drizzle grew heavier. Let's move. By the time they finished their errands, night had fallen. Arcasset's outskirts were far darker. Street lamps grew sparse. Soldiers disappeared. The streets felt empty, too empty. Gray and Nico knew the alleys well enough to escape trouble if needed. But Cecilia's presence made them cautious, protective. She broke the silence. She admitted she was nervous about school, scared, but excited too. Nico reassured her gently. Whatever happens, we'll be there. But Gray wasn't listening anymore. The street had grown eerily quiet. His thoughts drifted to something he once read in a dusty pawnshop book. Masters of Kai could sense the faintest spark of energy in others. Gray wasn't a master, but the sensation pressing against him now was unmistakable. Bloodlust. Something moved near a flickering street lamp. Time slowed. Gray reacted instantly. He slammed into Nico and Cecilia, knocking them both to the ground. A beam of light screamed past them. Books and bags exploded across the cobblestones. The attack missed its target, but not completely. Cecilia cried out. The searing beam grazed her arm, leaving a burning scrape. Gray roared in fury. Another click echoed from the shadows. Nico didn't hesitate. He grabbed Cecilia and dragged her into the nearest alley. Gray moved on pure instinct. He scooped up Cecilia's heavy textbook and pressed it against his chest. A second projectile fired. The impact slammed into him. The weapon buried itself deep inside the book's cover, stopping just inches from his heart. Gray's eyes dropped to the object lodged in the book. It wasn't a bullet. That much Gray knew instantly. He ripped the needle free and sprinted after Nico Sever and Cecilia into the narrow alley. Behind them, a harsh voice barked orders through the night. The boys didn't matter. They could be dealt with however the hunters wished, but the girl, she had to be taken alive. Gray shouted the warning as they ran. Their pursuers were carrying tranquilizers. Nico, panting heavily, demanded to know why anyone would chase them. Gray's answer came sharp and immediate. It's not us. It's Cecilia. Shock flashed across both their faces, but there was no time to argue. They dashed down a stone staircase, breaths ragged, as the pounding footsteps behind them drew closer. Nico's stamina began to fail, each step heavier than the last. We can't outrun them, he gasped. At that moment, Cecilia stumbled. Her foot slipped. She crashed hard onto the cold stone floor, palms scraping painfully against the ground. Nico dropped beside her instantly, trying to pull her up, but she pushed his hand away. Her voice trembled, yet remained firm. She was the one putting them in danger. Their attackers weren't allowed to kill her. She would survive, but the boys wouldn't. Nico refused immediately, his voice cracked with protest. He wouldn't leave her behind. Gray leaned closer, speaking urgently. She was right, and that fact could be used, but they had to move quickly. Nico pulled a single glove from his pocket and pressed it into Cecilia's hand. Gray snapped at him to hurry. If they stayed any longer, they'd all be caught. Then he and Nico suddenly veered left into another alley, their footsteps echoing loudly as they ran. Behind them, Cecilia screamed, "Don't leave me!" The trap worked. Within seconds, two men dressed in black rounded the corner. Their eyes locked onto Cecilia lying helpless on the ground. They approached cautiously, speaking quietly into communication devices. One reported the girl was secured. The boys had fled. The second noted the tranquilizer had grazed her and likely weakened her. Permission to proceed was granted. One of the men grabbed Cecilia by the back of her coat and hauled her upright. He lifted his wrist device to confirm the capture, and in that instant, Cecilia struck. The glove sparked violently as she slammed it against the man's face. Electricity exploded across the alley in a flash of blue light. At the same moment, Gray and Nico returned. Gray charged from the right. Nico rushed from the left with a rusted metal pipe. Gray drove his shoulder forward. Gray's fist slammed across his face. Nico swung the pipe, but the attacker's leg snapped out like a whip. The kick struck Nico square in the chest. Gray followed with a brutal elbow to the man's sternum. The blow staggered him, but he didn't fall. Instead, the attacker's hand seized his throat, too. His vision began to darken. Air vanished from his lungs. Desperation surged. Gray's hand shot into his pocket. His fingers found the dart he had taken earlier. With the last strength he had, he drove the syringe into the attacker's arm. The man gasped. His grip loosened immediately. Gray collapsed to the ground, coughing violently, as air rushed back into his lungs. The attacker staggered. The drug was already taking effect. His body swayed. His speech slurred. Nico didn't hesitate. He ran to Cecilia, who had collapsed unconscious. He lifted her onto his back. Gray forced himself upright. Still coughing, he told the man he wouldn't be chasing them now. Nico glanced back with a quick nod. Nice thinking. Gray gestured for them to move before more attackers arrived, but the man lying on the ground wasn't finished. His body twitched weakly. Brown and green eyes burned through the haze of the tranquilizer. His voice slithered out like poison. They should kill him and run, because there was nowhere left for them to go. He had made sure of that. Gray's stomach dropped. Then he saw it. Beyond the rain, the sky glowed red. Flames devoured the building that had once been their home. The orphanage burned. Fire roared against the storm. People stood under umbrellas, watching in stunned silence. Sirens wailed, police cars, fire trucks, ambulances. Red and blue lights flashed through the smoke-filled night. Gray's heart nearly stopped when he saw a stretcher being wheeled past. On it lay Headmaster Wilbeck. He reached the stretcher and ripped the tarp away. Blood soaked her clothes, and too much blood. Her eyes were closed. Why were they closed? His shaking hands grabbed her shoulders. "Wake up!" He shook her harder, desperate. Her arm slid limply off the stretcher. Her eyes never opened. Voices shouted around him. Hands grabbed him, but everything sounded distant, muted, like he was underwater. The only thing he could hear clearly was the attacker's warning echoing in his mind. There was nowhere left to go. Suddenly, Arthur's eyes snapped open. His chest heaved violently. Tears streamed down the face of Arthur Leywin. For a moment, his vision blurred. The nightmare still clung to him. Then slowly, reality returned. He wasn't in the rain or the fire. He was inside his room in the castle of Dicathen. A soft, trembling voice spoke his name. Arthur turned his head, blinking away the tears. Beside him sat Tessia Erlith. Her hands held his tightly. Her eyes were swollen red from crying. For a long moment, Arthur simply stared. Across from him, Tessia's smile trembled, caught somewhere between laughter and tears. She hurriedly wiped at her eyes, clearly embarrassed by the sudden rush of emotion. Seeing her like this stirred something in him. It struck Arthur that this was the first time he had seen his childhood friend since the ceremony, where he had been named a lance. His gaze drifted downward and settled on the fresh bandage wrapped around her arm. Reaching out carefully, he brushed his fingers over the cloth, tracing the faint line where blood had begun to seep through. Concern edged his voice as he commented on the wound. Tessia reacted instantly. She caught his scarred hand between both of hers. With a small shake of her head, she dismissed his worry. Her voice wavered as the emotions returned, and she admitted how terrified she had been when she first heard what had happened to him. The news had reached her through her captain. Arthur blinked in surprise. "Captain?" he echoed, realization dawning. If Tessia had a captain now, then that meant you were promoted? He asked without hesitation. Tessia stared at him in disbelief before letting out an exasperated laugh through her tears. Of all the things he could focus on after nearly dying, that was his first reaction. He simply smiled faintly. "I'm just glad you're safe," he replied quietly. Tessia exhaled a long, weary breath. The fight drained out of her as she leaned her head gently against his arm. "I don't have the energy to argue with you," she murmured. Her voice softened as she continued, speaking about the careful precautions he always took, how he constantly placed the safety of everyone else before his own. Somewhere along the way, she had forgotten how dangerous the war truly was for him. Her turquoise eyes lifted to meet his. Seeing him like this forced her to remember something she often ignored. Arthur was human, not the indestructible warrior she sometimes imagined him to be. Arthur snorted quietly at that. "So that's how you usually see me?" Tessia's lips curved into a faint, teasing smile. "Well, you still have the emotional maturity of a toddler." Arthur raised a brow, feigning offense. "Is that any way to speak to a general?" Before she could answer, the tension building outside the door finally gave way. Crash. The door burst open as Varai, Alduin, and Ellie toppled into the room in a tangled heap, their failed attempt at eavesdropping ending in spectacular fashion. Mika remained perfectly composed despite the chaos. Stepping forward with a warm smile, she greeted Arthur calmly as if nothing unusual had happened. Alduin straightened awkwardly, brushing dust from his robes. "We only meant to check in for a moment," he explained, relief evident in his voice. "It's good to see you recovering." Mika glanced toward Tessia. "We'll talk later." Ellie stood behind her. Arthur's expression softened immediately. He opened his arms slightly and beckoned Ellie forward with a gentle smile. That was all it took. Ellie rushed toward him and threw herself into his arms. Her small body trembled violently as she buried her face against his chest. Tears spilling freely down her cheeks. "I was so scared," she choked out. "What if you had really died?" Arthur held her tightly, doing his best to comfort her while she cried into his robes. Movement at the doorway caught his attention. Aldir had entered the room. Arthur gently coaxed Ellie back, promising that they would talk later. She pulled away reluctantly, pointing a warning finger at him. "Don't take too long," she sniffed before rushing out. Once she was gone, Aldir spoke. His tone was calm but firm. "You were fortunate to survive," he said. "Even with the finest medics and Sylvie's ether arts, your recovery required an elixir pearl. Aldir continued, explaining that the pearl had only been available because Arthur still possessed the one Winsome had given him years ago. Arthur asked the question directly. "Can I get another one?" Aldir's answer was immediate. No. With the war underway, the fragile treaty between their peoples could not be risked for another. Arthur muttered a quiet curse under his breath. Virian stepped forward then. From her dimension ring, she retrieved the shattered remains of Dawn's ballad. She placed Arthur's broken piece into his hand, explaining it had been recovered from the retainer's corpse. Arthur stared at the ruined weapon before glancing down at his right hand, where the strange gem Ren had forced upon him remained embedded. A bitter thought crossed his mind. Now would be a perfect time for a new weapon. Straightening slightly, Arthur looked back at the gathered lances. Before beginning his full report, he asked one question. Who commands the dwarven lances now? Arthur's eyes sharpened. Was it them? He pressed quietly. Or was it Radius? The silence that followed was answer enough. The debriefing stretched far longer than Arthur expected. Recounting every detail of his battle was exhausting, and by the time the meeting finally ended, the room had grown quiet again. But Arthur's mind remained restless. With effort, he pushed himself upright and stepped out of bed. His breathing was deep and steady as he walked to the mirror. He untied the band wrapped around his waist and slipped off his robe. The reflection staring back at him was brutally honest. Bruises, scars, a body worn down by battle, but alive. Sylvie's familiar voice stirred gently in his mind, reminding him that things could have ended far worse. Arthur pressed his lips together. His parents and Ellie would never see it that way. Leaving Sylvie to rest, he stepped out into the castle's brightly lit corridors. Eventually, he made his way to the gardens outside. Under the shade of the trees, Ellie stood practicing archery. Boo sat faithfully at her side. When she noticed Arthur approaching, she lowered her bow. Her voice broke the quiet of the garden. People envy me, she said slowly, because I have a brother like you. Some admired her for it. Others were jealous. Arthur was a lance, recognized across the continent, praised as both a warrior and a hero. But Ellie looked down at the grass, and yet, she admitted quietly, sometimes I hated you. There had been a time when she believed her life had been twisted because of him. She had wanted something simple, a classroom, friends, a normal life, one she felt had been taken away. Ellie's voice grew sharper as the weight of her memories surfaced. She admitted that, once, she had blamed Arthur for their parents joining the war. The words came out heavy with grief, yet tears welled in her eyes as she revealed the bitter truth she had eventually realized. His life had always been harder than hers. Most of her memories of Arthur were defined by absence. Long stretches where he simply wasn't there. And when he did return, it was rarely without wounds. Bruises, bandages, stories of brutal battles against monsters. That was the brother she remembered. In the lonely moments between those visits, Ellie had wondered something painful. Did he even care about her? About their family? But now she understood. The sacrifices he had made were greater than anything she had endured. While she had suffered loneliness, Arthur had carried burdens no child should ever have been forced to bear. He had barely known their parents, had been pushed into a world of war and responsibility long before he was ready. Arthur slowly reached toward her. Before he could say anything, Ellie caught his hand first. She gave it a firm shake, almost like sealing an unspoken agreement, before rising to her feet. Letting out a long breath, she shook off the lingering heaviness and forced a smile back onto her face. Come on, she said, gesturing for him to follow. There's something I want to show you. Arthur called after her softly, but Ellie turned with a reassuring grin. It's okay, she said. I know. She bent down to pick up a stray arrow from the grass and knocked it onto her bow. Her movements were smooth and practiced. Raising the bow to eye level, she drew the string back until it hummed under the tension. The arrow flew. It cut through the air with a sharp whistle, curving elegantly around a wooden plank before striking the second target positioned behind it. Arthur clapped, genuine admiration ringing in his voice. But Ellie quickly raised a hand, stopping him. That's not the part I wanted to show you. She drew another arrow. This time her lips moved in a quiet chant. As the bowstring pulled back, mana gathered around the shaft. It condensed into a thin, glowing layer, forming a shimmering arrow of light. When she released it, the sound was different. Instead of a whistle, the arrow hummed softly as it streaked toward the target. Yet just before it struck, the glowing projectile dissolved, scattering into misty fragments of mana that faded into the air. Arthur leaned forward with excitement, praising her technique. Ellie, however, slumped slightly. I hit the target a few days ago, she admitted quietly. I don't know why I couldn't do it again today. Arthur smiled warmly. You're 12. Most kids your age can't even form a basic manosphere yet. Before Ellie could respond, another voice drifted down from the terrace. Well, he's not wrong. Arthur turned. Two figures approached from the stone steps. An unusual pair, Emily Watskin and Helen Shard. Helen smiled faintly as she stepped closer. When Emily first discovered Ellie's gift, she explained, it was actually her idea to combine that talent with archery. Arthur's curiosity sharpened at the word gift. Emily eagerly elaborated. Ellie possessed a rare ability, the natural talent to shape raw mana into intricate forms. At their encouragement, Ellie lifted her hand. A small orb flickered into existence, glowing softly in the dim garden light. Arthur nodded. That is impressive. Still, something else caught his attention. He looked between Emily and Helen, noticing their elegant attire, far too formal for a quiet training session in the gardens. Why are you two dressed like that? He asked. Helen raised an eyebrow. You didn't hear? Arthur shook his head. The castle is hosting a celebration tonight, she explained. Apparently someone defeated a retainer. Arthur tilted his head slightly at that phrasing. A retainer? As he turned to leave, Emily's eyes lit up with excitement. I wonder if it was one of the lances, she said. Helen shrugged. Nothing's been confirmed yet, but that would be the most likely explanation. Arthur frowned slightly as he walked away. Did the castle really not know who had killed the retainer? Sylvie's voice echoed quietly in his mind. They don't. Arthur sighed, and judging by the preparations already underway, he had a feeling this one would be impossible to avoid. Elsewhere in the castle, Tessia stood before her mother. Mariel Aerolith studied her daughter carefully, her gaze moving from head to toe. The scrutiny softened into a warm smile. You look beautiful. Tessia flushed immediately. You always say that, she replied shyly. Mariel laughed, and it's always true. Dressed in a flowing black gown, Tessia looked every bit the noble princess she was. Thank you for helping me get ready, Tessia said. Her mother waved the gratitude away. Moments like this are rare, Mariel said gently. Between all our responsibilities, we hardly get time like this anymore. With a playful glint in her eyes, she added, now go, turn some heads. When Tessia stepped into the hallway, 3 familiar faces were already waiting. Her friends reacted instantly. Music floated through the air. Massive chandeliers bathed the hall in warm golden light. Long tables overflowed with exquisite food. The entire chamber shimmered with celebration. Stannard stood frozen, eyes wide as he took in the dazzling display around him. Even Darvis, who rarely showed genuine admiration, had to silently admit that the arrangements were nothing short of magnificent. Tessia's thoughts drifted elsewhere. Her mind wandered to her grandfather, Virion Erelith. He had clearly spared no effort in making the celebration extraordinary. He should have been here tonight. And perhaps Arthur should have been standing beside him. Her quiet thoughts were suddenly interrupted when Carria nudged her with a mischievous grin. Looking for your handsome lover? She teased. Tessia's reaction was immediate and far louder than she intended. Her face flushed crimson as she hurriedly explained that Arthur had only recently been injured and was probably still resting. Darvis immediately seized the opportunity. So the great Lance can be injured after all? Before he could continue, Stannard elbowed him sharply in the ribs. Careful, he muttered. Even injured, he already beat you once. Darvis groaned, rubbing his side while shooting Stannard a glare. That's not what's bothering me, he grumbled. His gaze shifted across the hall, landing on a group gathered near one of the long tables. My family's over there. With a defeated sigh, he grabbed Carria's wrist and began dragging her along. As they moved through the crowd, Tessia's eyes wandered across the grand hall and suddenly stopped. She spotted a familiar figure, Emily Watskin. Well, if it isn't little Stannard, she said warmly before giving a respectful nod toward Tessia. Princess, Tessia stepped forward and embraced her. I didn't expect to see you here, she admitted. Emily rolled her eyes dramatically. Who do you think set up all those lighting artifacts? She said. Standing nearby was Gideon Graves. He held a glass of wine in one hand and a large roasted bird leg in the other, casually alternating between the two without the slightest regard for the elegant setting. Emily stormed over to him immediately. You left all the work to me, she snapped. Gideon swallowed leisurely before glancing over at Tessia and Stannard. Good to see you two are still alive, he said bluntly. Emily looked like she might explode, but Gideon only smiled slyly. I was given a very important assignment, he explained. By whom? Emily demanded. Gideon raised his chin proudly. None other than your grandfather. Tessia blinked in surprise. Gideon chuckled. It gave me the rare opportunity to meet the only person on this continent who might actually be smarter than me. As Tessia looked around the hall again, another figure caught her attention. Caspian Bladeheart stood among the guests, but the person beside him shocked her even more. Claire Bladeheart. Tessia gasped softly. Claire inclined her head politely. Princess! Before Tessia could say anything else, 2 more familiar figures approached quickly. Kathleen Glader and Curtis Glader. Curtis glanced around the group with a grin. Looks like someone beat us to the reunion. But Kathleen didn't waste a second. She rushed forward and wrapped Claire in a tight embrace. We missed you so much, she whispered. Curtis stepped closer, his voice filled with concern. Does this mean you're really okay? Claire nodded quietly. I'm well enough. Then she glanced at her uncle. Don't wait up for me. With that, she slipped away with her friends. Together, they left the bustling hall, navigating quiet corridors until they reached the rooftop. A narrow staircase led them down to a secluded deck overlooking the vast night sky. Under the stars, Claire turned first to Curtis. A faint smile touched her lips. I heard you became a teacher at Lanceslaw. Curtis shifted awkwardly. I loved my time at Xyrus, he admitted, referring to Xyrus Academy. But the academy started pushing students toward the front lines too quickly. He shrugged slightly. So I figured if they're going to fight anyway, I should at least help train them properly. Claire nodded before turning to Kathleen. I heard you've been training under a lance. Finally, her gaze settled on Tessia, and the princess now leads her own squad in battle. Tessia shook her head modestly. Just Tessia, she said softly, and I'm still learning. She explained how the Bladeheart techniques were gradually refining her swordsmanship. Claire sighed wistfully. I envy you all, she admitted quietly. You must have grown so much stronger. Kathleen hesitated before asking the question lingering in everyone's mind. Your injuries from Xyrus, do they still affect you? Claire was silent for a moment. My body has mostly healed. Then her hands moved slowly to the straps of her dress. Her tone darkened. But there's something the healers couldn't fix. Turning slightly, she revealed a long, cruel scar carved across her lower back. The sight made Tessia gasp, her hand flying to her mouth. Curtis and Kathleen fell completely silent. Claire spoke calmly. My mana core was damaged. She looked at the floor. I can't use magic anymore. The words hung heavily in the air, but Claire lifted her chin with quiet determination. I've accepted it. Even though she could no longer fight as a mage, she would still contribute to the war effort. She planned to train new soldiers at the Bladeheart Sword Institution. Kathleen's eyes shimmered with emotion. That takes incredible strength, she said softly. Your character shines far brighter than the color of any monocore. Claire tried to smile, but tears slipped down her cheeks anyway. Thank you, she whispered, She laughed weakly, wiping at her face. Look at me, crying like a mess in front of everyone. That's impossible, Tessia said immediately. Curtis silently offered his handkerchief. Claire accepted it gratefully, dabbing at her eyes as the warmth of their support surrounded her. After a moment, her expression grew serious again. There's one more thing I need to ask. They all looked at her. Please, don't tell Arthur about my condition. Her voice softened. Nothing hurts more than knowing I can't fight beside him or repay him for saving Xyrus. Curtis nodded immediately. Of course, though he added with a small chuckle, to be honest, Arthur and I barely interact anyway. Then Tessia spoke. I know Arthur. She smiled gently. He wouldn't see this as something to pity. Arthur, Tessia explained, was still very much the same person he had always been. Yet, in many ways, he had changed. Curtis immediately jumped on her words with a teasing grin. Oh, you noticed that pretty quickly, he said. Tessia's face turned scarlet. That's not what I meant, she protested hurriedly, tripping over her words. Claire's smile slowly turned mischievous. She glanced toward Kathleen Glader. Well, she said slyly, I always thought the princess here was Arthur's most dangerous rival in love, even if she refuses to admit it. Curtis's head snapped toward his sister. What? He blurted. You like Arthur? Kathleen froze. Color flooded her pale face instantly. No, she stammered desperately. That's not true. She waved her hands frantically. Arthur is much better suited for Tessia. The group began heading back toward the main hall, following Claire through the corridor. Then suddenly, Claire stopped, and at the far end of the hallway stood a commanding figure, clad in elegant mithril armor with gleaming pauldrons and greaves reflecting the torchlight, stood Virai Aure. Kathleen reacted instantly. She bowed deeply. Master. Virai acknowledged them with a cool nod. I've been assigned to escort the three of you tonight, she said calmly. Her eyes shifted briefly to Claire. You may accompany us as well, if you wish. Tessia glanced at Claire with concern. Are you all right? Claire nodded, though her voice dropped slightly, even suppressed. Her aura froze me for a moment. She forced a small smile. Without my mana, it feels overwhelming. Together they returned to the grand hall. The chamber buzzed with conversation. Nobles laughing, guests talking over music and food. But at the center of it all stood one man commanding the attention of the entire room. Virion Erelith. His voice rose above the crowd. He thanked everyone for gathering despite the secrecy of the event, reminding them that during such difficult times, moments of hope were rare. Then his tone grew heavier. They had gathered tonight to honor someone who had dealt a devastating blow to the enemy. A retainer had been slain. Suddenly, the stage split open with the grinding of hidden gears. From beneath it, a gruesome sight slowly rose into view. Encased in a solid tomb of ice was the twisted corpse of a Vritra retainer. Gasps spread through the hall. Some nobles recoiled, stumbling back in horror. Others stood frozen, staring at the grotesque body. Tessia felt her breath catch. Instinctively, her eyes moved to Virai Aure, expecting to see calm confidence. Instead, the lance looked just as surprised as everyone else, but she wasn't looking at the frozen corpse. Her eyes were fixed on the shadow behind it. A figure stepped forward. A familiar silhouette emerged into the light. Virion's voice thundered proudly across the hall. The one who defeated the retainer. Arthur Leywin stepped into full view. Tessia's heart lurched. Arthur killed a retainer? Arthur's gaze swept across the stunned crowd, and then he spoke. His voice was calm but firm. He openly condemned the idea of displaying a corpse as a trophy, admitting it wasn't something he personally approved of. However, he reminded the nobles of something important. They were leaders. Each of them governed lands filled with farmers, workers, soldiers, and families desperately searching for hope during the chaos of war. Until now, those people had received nothing but rumors and vague reassurances. A bitter whisper drifted through the crowd behind Tessia. Empty promises, one noble muttered. Arthur continued. He acknowledged that the other lances still fighting were far stronger than him. Yet even he, the newest and supposedly weakest among them, had managed to defeat one of the highest powers in the Alacryan army. Murmurs of excitement rippled across the hall. Arthur paused deliberately. Then he added something else. I sustained no injuries during the battle. The word spread through the crowd like wildfire. Hope ignited instantly. Even a retainer could be defeated, and apparently, without losing a lance. That was the message the nobles would carry back to their lands. From the crowd, Tessia stared in disbelief. Just days ago, Arthur had been bedridden. His body had been covered in wounds. How could he now stand there as if nothing had happened? Arthur ended his speech formally. Guests were welcome to approach the frozen retainer if they wished, and they should enjoy the rest of the evening. Soon guards replaced Virion on stage, and the hall erupted into chatter as nobles hurried forward to see the ice-encased enemy. Tessia looked again at the frozen retainer. Despite the monstrous aura surrounding it, it looked strangely human. The thought unsettled her. Meanwhile, Arthur quietly slipped behind the stage curtains. Virion waited there. The old commander simply gave him a small, approving nod. Together, they returned to Arthur's chambers. The moment the door closed behind them, Arthur collapsed heavily into a chair. A groan escaped him. God, everything hurts. The strain of keeping up appearances finally crashed down on him. Virion shut the door firmly. You shouldn't push yourself like that. Arthur shot him an irritated look. Then stop throwing me on stage without warning, he snapped. At least tell me your plans beforehand. He sighed deeply. Did it work? Across the room, Gideon Graves was busy adjusting a strange artifact. Arthur glanced at him. You recorded it? Gideon snorted. A little gratitude would be nice. He muttered that the world still hadn't fully appreciated appreciated his genius. With a twist of the device, a faint glowing screen flickered to life, casting pale light across the chamber. "I captured something interesting," Gideon said. He pointed at the screen. "I managed to record Radius's reactions at 3 specific moments." He raised 3 fingers. When the frozen Vritra was revealed, when Arthur stepped onto the stage, and when Arthur claimed he had taken no injuries, Virion leaned forward slightly, his sharp eyes fixed on the glowing projection. "What exactly is Radius looking at here?" he asked thoughtfully. Arthur shook his head. "Not what," he corrected. "Who?" He pointed toward the image. Radius's gaze wasn't fixed on the frozen corpse at all. It was locked directly onto Virai Ore, standing among the crowd. Arthur explained calmly that he had suggested Tessia's father assign Virai as her escort for the evening. That simple decision had created the perfect assumption. The misdirection was intentional. If Radius believed that the strongest lance had been required to defeat a retainer, then the reveal that it was actually Arthur, the youngest and newest lance, would strike far harder. Nearby, Gideon Graves zoomed the artifact projection closer. "Look at his face," Gideon muttered. Radius's expression had soured noticeably. Virion studied it carefully. Most people would have felt relief that one of their youngest warriors had achieved such a victory. But Radius's reaction suggested something darker. It wasn't proof of anything, but it revealed where his sympathies might lie. The room eventually fell quiet. Arthur rose from his chair and pulled open the chamber door. Standing right outside was Tessia Erelith. Her hand was frozen midair, as if she had just been about to knock. Clearly, she had been listening. She gave a small, awkward wave, caught red-handed. "Hi." Arthur couldn't stop the amused smile that crept across his face. Together, they headed back upstairs. As they entered the main hall again, the full force of the celebration washed over them. Music filled the air. Laughter rang out across the chamber. Glasses clinked as nobles toasted and talked excitedly. Arthur glanced around. It didn't take long for everyone to start celebrating, he noted. As he walked, he accidentally bumped into a passing waiter. The impact sent a dull ache through his already battered body. Arthur clenched his jaw. The moment he found an opening, he planned to slip away. He had already endured more walking, smiling, and meaningless conversation than he cared for tonight. Before he could escape, Tessia suddenly slipped her arm through his. Her tone was casual, but her voice carried a playful edge. "If I don't hold on to you," she whispered, "every nobleman here will be asking me for a dance." She leaned closer. "And if I let you wander alone, every noble lady will trap you in endless conversation." She gave him a small smile. "Just one lap around the room, then we can escape." Her whisper drew his attention across the hall. "That man there is Sir Lionel," she murmured, "a respected augmenter. But mention his thinning hair and he'll explode." Arthur nodded faintly. He understood what she was doing. With their positions, they were bound to be greeted by nearly every noble in the room. Tessia knew exactly which ones mattered, and more importantly, how to handle them. Arthur couldn't help comparing it to his previous life. Back then, as a king, political gatherings had been little more than demonstrations of power. He could offend anyone without consequence. But here, things were different. He wasn't a king. He was a lance, and every word he spoke carried political weight. Thankfully, Tessia handled most of it effortlessly. A group of noble ladies waved sweetly at Arthur as he passed. He responded with a polite smile. Beside him, Tessia's eyes narrowed immediately. Jealousy flashed across her face. Without warning, she pinched his side sharply and pulled him closer. Arthur winced. All right, he muttered under his breath. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out across the hall. "Arthur!" He turned. Arthur Leywin stood across the room with a group of friends, waving enthusiastically. Arthur met her eyes. Then he glanced briefly at Boo beside her. A silent message passed between them. Tessia immediately noticed. "What did you just do?" she asked suspiciously. "Nothing," Arthur replied calmly. "I just sent a message to Ellie's bond." Tessia blinked. "You communicated with him, using only your eyes?" Arthur shrugged. Boo knows what to do. Sensing his growing restlessness, Tessia sighed and grabbed his arm again. "You're acting strange." Before he could protest, she dragged him toward the balcony doors. Cool night air greeted them as they stepped outside. The noise of the celebration faded behind them. Tessia inhaled deeply, her shoulders relaxing as she looked out across the vast sky. The moon illuminated endless layers of clouds. Her voice softened. "Sometimes, on nights like this, I forget there's even a war happening." She gestured toward the clouds. "I like to imagine they're an ocean," she said quietly, "and I'm just drifting on a boat somewhere far away." She smiled faintly. "It sounds childish." Arthur shook his head. "You're allowed to be childish sometimes." He looked at her seriously. "You command an entire unit. Do you know how heavy that responsibility is? Even with experience, leading people whose lives depended on your decisions would never become easy." Tessia studied him closely. "You speak like someone who's done it before." Arthur said nothing. She continued thoughtfully. "You may hold the rank of general, but a lance's duty is different. Lances aren't meant to lead armies. They're meant to defeat enemies of their own level." Arthur nodded. "That's true," but his tone shifted slightly. "There's something I wanted to talk to you about." Tessia laughed softly. "Does it have something to do with whatever you were discussing earlier with Virion and Gideon?" Arthur groaned. "Was it that obvious?" Her smile remained, but her expression grew serious. "Arthur, you only get this serious for 3 reasons." She held up her fingers. "You're about to leave for a long time, or you're about to do something dangerous." She lowered her hand. Or both. Arthur let out a slow breath, a crooked smile tugging at his lips. I guess I really am an open book, he admitted. Tessia tilted her head slightly, her expression thoughtful. Not exactly, she replied softly. You're more like an open chapter. Arthur raised a brow. Some parts of you are obvious, but other times you feel like a complete stranger. Arthur looked at her curiously. What do you mean? Tessia hesitated for only a moment before asking the question that had lingered in her mind for years. What's your secret? Arthur blinked. The secret behind all of it, she pressed. Magic, combat, artificing, even politics and strategy. She shook her head slightly. You're amazing at everything you touch. Like it comes naturally to you. Arthur fell silent. Inside, the real answer weighed heavily. A previous life. Years of experience, knowledge, and battles that no one in this world could possibly understand. But he simply shrugged. I read a lot of books when I was younger. Tessia stared at him for a moment before sighing with a faint laugh. That wasn't the answer I was expecting. Arthur's tone softened. You're doing fine, Tess. You don't need to rush. But Tessia shook her head. Frustration flickered across her eyes. Arthur tilted his head. What do you mean? Her words came quickly now. My mana core is only half a stage behind yours, she said. I'm a beast tamer. I've trained under the best instructors on the continent, she swallowed. And I've even walked the path of the Asuras, just like you, yet her voice tightened. But no matter how close I get, you always feel farther away. Arthur started to speak. Tess, but she lowered her gaze. Her hand gently brushed the faint scars along his neck. Her voice trembled. Just promise me something. Arthur looked at her quietly. Whatever battles you face, come back alive. She forced a small smile. I don't care how many scars you carry, as long as you come back breathing. Arthur studied her expression carefully before asking a question of his own. Why is it so important for you to catch up to me? Tessia hesitated. Then finally she answered, because only if I can stand beside you as an equal will I have the courage to say those words again. Arthur's brow furrowed. What words? She met his eyes. That I love you. Elsewhere, far from the quiet balcony, a massive map stretched across a round war table. Blaine Glader studied the map carefully. How many troops would this require? He asked. Arthur leaned over the northern region before answering. 2 divisions. His original instinct had been 3. But before anyone else could speak, Radeus immediately pointed toward the western coastline. His finger rested between the cities of Edistan and Telmor. Sending nearly 20,000 troops north would weaken the coast, he argued sharply. Beside him, Alduin Erlith nodded. Battles have been raging there for days, he added. Even one division withdrawn could shift the balance. Priscilla Glader placed a transmission scroll aside. Evacuations from Telmor and Edistan are still underway, she explained. If our forces weaken, the fighting will reach the cities themselves. Across the table, Mariel Erlith leaned forward thoughtfully. Perhaps the elven troops stationed near the siphon could reinforce the north instead, she suggested. That would make 2 divisions possible. At the far side of the chamber stood the lances. Virion Erlith turned toward them. What do you think? The first to answer was Baron Wykes. His voice carried open disdain. Moving divisions based on a suspicion Arthur thinks he saw as reckless, he scoffed. Cities could fall because of that. Next spoke Mika Earthborn. Her tone was blunt but calmer. His tone was unnecessary, she admitted. But the point stands. Moving that many troops will be costly, even with teleportation gates. Ulfred Varen nodded. The risk is too great. Another lance murmured a quiet apology to Arthur before agreeing the plan was unwise. Then a colder voice cut through the chamber. If Arthur is right, 2 divisions may not be enough. It was Viriore. Arthur blinked slightly. He hadn't expected her support, yet he quickly realized her backing might actually hurt his argument. Virion spoke next. If Arthur's suspicion is correct, and a retainer or even a scythe is leading the next offensive, his voice hardened. Then failing to prepare would be catastrophic. He looked toward the council. So Arthur won't investigate alone. 2 lances would accompany him. King Blaine frowned. The lances are vital to the battles across the continent, he argued. Even a temporary absence could lower morale. Virion didn't hesitate. Nobles have been begging for lances to guard their territories, he said sharply, but leaders cannot afford to think that way. He reminded them that large-scale battles between lances were incredibly destructive. Entire cities could be leveled. Retainers could retaliate. If sending 2 lances north prevents escalation, Virion concluded, then it is worth the risk. The room fell silent. King Blaine did not object again. Virion scanned the chamber before deciding which lances would accompany Arthur. Before he could speak, Radeus raised his hand. Our dwarven forces are not plagued by noble disputes like the human kingdoms, he said calmly. With Lord Aldir serving as artifact holder, command will remain stable in my absence. So I volunteer our 2 lances. Virion gave a curt nod. The decision was made. Micah Earthborn and Ulfred Warrand would accompany Arthur Leywin north. Virion's voice carried final authority. This is a reconnaissance mission. Their task was simple. Confirm the threat, avoid battle, and keep any fighting far from civilian lives. Virion looked at them one last time. You leave at sunrise. The meeting adjourned, and the tense atmosphere of strategy slowly dissolved into the quiet rustle of chairs and footsteps as the council members began to disperse. Inside Arthur's mind, Sylvie's calm voice echoed. Everything had unfolded exactly as planned. She wasn't wrong. The outcome had gone the way he intended, but it had taken far longer than he would have liked. His thoughts were interrupted when someone stepped directly into his path. Micah Earthborn grinned brightly up at him. "Well, looks like we'll be working together," she said cheerfully. Arthur inclined his head respectfully toward her and the tall dwarf beside her. "General Micah, General Ulfrid." Micah waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, come on, just call me Mika." Arthur shook his head politely. "I'd rather keep the formalities. You're both my seniors." Beside her, Ulfrid Warren studied him with a faintly condescending look. "At least the boy has manners," he rumbled. Sylvie's dry amusement rippled through Arthur's thoughts. "The three of you are clearly going to get along wonderfully." Arthur merely offered a small, restrained smile. "If you'll excuse me, I should rest before the journey." Without waiting for a response, he continued down the corridor. Behind him, Ulfrid watched his retreating figure. Despite his age, the dwarf muttered, "He's level-headed and serious about his duty." Mika nodded. "That's what being a lance does to you." Ulfrid remained silent for a moment, his gaze lingering down the hall, where Arthur had disappeared. To him, that statement carried a deeper meaning. His own life had begun in the harsh upper caverns, where survival depended on suspicion and strength. In those streets, trusting someone was simply another way to get hurt. Even the man who first taught him, Radius, had not earned his trust easily. Radius had taught him everything: reading, writing, and the fundamentals of manipulating mana. At first, Ulfrid had treated him like any other authority figure, but over time, things changed. The old dwarf became more than a mentor. He became family. Eventually, Ulfrid began to see him as a father. After graduating as one of the top conjurers from the Earthborn Institute, Ulfrid had been chosen as a guard for the royal family, the powerful Grey Sunders, whose rule over their people was harsh and unforgiving. Still, Ulfrid served faithfully. Radius had taught him loyalty, and he honored that lesson. When his name was eventually proposed as a candidate for Lance, he hesitated. Becoming a Lance meant binding oneself for life. It wasn't a pledge he took lightly. In truth, the only person he felt worthy of that level of devotion was Radius himself. Radius had understood his reluctance, at least until the day Elijah appeared. Ulfrid had not been surprised when Radius took in another child. The old dwarf's kindness made that almost inevitable. What he didn't understand was why Radius insisted that Elijah remain completely unaware of Ulfrid's existence. Instead, Radius urged him harder than ever to accept the mantle of Lance, to secure his loyalty to the royal family. And Ulfrid obeyed. Even if he disobeyed kings, he could never refuse Radius. His mentor's promise had been clear. His service to the Grey Sunders would only be temporary. In the end, his loyalty belonged to Radius alone. Elsewhere in the castle, Arthur sat quietly on the edge of his bed. He pulled the pin from his hair, letting the strands fall loose. Beside him, Sylvie shifted slightly, letting out a sleepy grunt before curling deeper into rest. The room grew silent, and in that silence, Tessia's words returned to him. Her confession lingered heavily in his thoughts. Arthur whispered the words under his breath, almost disbelieving. "She wants to say she loves me again." The thought stirred something dangerous inside him. For a moment, he considered staying. Just one more day. A little more time with Tessia Aerolith. A few extra moments with Arthur Leywin. His body certainly needed the rest. He had nearly been crippled in his last battle. Hadn't he sacrificed enough already? He had fought for his people across 2 lifetimes, both as Arthur and as someone else entirely. And what did he have to show for it? Scars. Nothing but scars. Yet beneath that tempting thought lurked a deeper fear. If he allowed Tessia into his heart, truly allowed it, he would lose control of his priorities. He knew himself too well. If it came down to it, he would abandon all of Dicathen to protect the few people he loved. Time slipped by unnoticed as he wrestled with those thoughts. Eventually, the first pale light of dawn crept across the sky, the rising sun still hidden beyond the sea of clouds. Arthur dressed quietly. Arthur Leywin looked up as he approached. Arthur pulled her into a tight embrace. Her warmth grounded him. "I'll come back," he promised softly. Ellie shook her head. "I don't need you to come back quickly," she said. "Just come back safe." Arthur nodded. Nearby, Boo met his gaze. Arthur silently asked the guardian beast to watch over her. The massive bear simply blinked slowly. The request was unnecessary. They both knew it. Outside the castle, Mika's voice rang through the cool morning air. "I'm so excited," she declared. "Mika finally gets to go on a mission with the famous Arthur." She puffed her chest proudly. "You know, the other Lances talk about you all the time." Arthur raised an eyebrow. "Let me guess, not always kindly." "Exactly." Before their banter could continue, Ulfrid's voice cut through the air like a hammer. "Enough!" His sharp gaze moved between them. "Every moment we waste here is time taken from the battlefield." At that moment, another figure approached. Radius stepped forward calmly. "I wish to see you off myself," he said. Arthur bowed respectfully. "That's an honor." Radia studied him closely. "You still look exhausted from your last battle," he remarked sympathetically. He folded his hands behind his back. "I pray to the Asuras that your suspicions prove false." Arthur straightened. That would be ideal. But inside, his thoughts twisted uneasily. He truly hoped his instincts were wrong. He hoped that Radius, the man who had raised Elijah, was not the traitor Arthur feared him to be. They took off without another word, their voices swallowed by the rushing wind as they soared through the sky. Ulfrid Varand led the way. arms extended as he guided their path across the endless sea of clouds. Hours passed in silence. Then suddenly, Micah Earthborn's cheerful voice broke through, suggesting they stop and make camp for the night. Arthur Leywin immediately started to refuse, insisting they could keep going. But before he could finish, a deafening roar tore through the sky. Sylvie. The dwarven lances froze mid-flight, startled as they turned back in confusion. Arthur, however, understood instantly. Playing along, he exhaled and admitted his injuries were making it harder to maintain his mana. A short rest would help. Sylvie gave a subtle, approving nod. Decision made. They descended near the base of the Grand Mountains, just a few miles north of Valden City, and quickly set up a small camp beneath the towering peaks. While the dwarves handled the camp, Arthur sat down to meditate. Cross-legged, he drew in the surrounding mana, guiding it into his core, refining, compressing, strengthening it with every cycle. Time blurred, until that feeling, someone watching. Arthur cracked one eye open, and found Mika crouched right in front of him, way too close, staring with pure fascination. She admitted it outright. This was the first time she had ever felt something like that. His core refinement wasn't just visible. It was pulling at her. Before Arthur could respond, Ulfrid spoke calmly from the side. Core refinement, he explained, was rarely something others could perceive. Micah immediately jumped in, barely containing her excitement. When Arthur refined his core, it felt like her whole body was being drawn toward him. Arthur paused, slightly surprised. No one had ever told him that before. Maybe it had something to do with him being a quadra-elemental. Mika froze. Quadra-elemental? Her eyes widened in disbelief. Even Ulfrid looked up slightly, recalling faint rumors he had once heard in council, but never confirmed. Now it all made sense. That was how Arthur had become a lance so young. Mika leaned in even closer, curiosity overflowing. What's it like, controlling that many elements? A quiet warning from Sylvie echoed in Arthur's mind. Be careful. Arthur nodded slightly and answered carefully. Some elements still didn't come easily. Gravity, for example. He couldn't fully grasp it yet. The real challenge wasn't having multiple affinities. It was choosing the right one in the split second of battle. Ulfrid nodded thoughtfully. So you still favor certain elements more than others? Arthur gave a small confirming nod. Micah clapped her hands excitedly. No problem. I can teach you gravity magic. Arthur almost smiled. It's not understanding, he said calmly. It's control. Gravity wasn't something he felt confident using yet. But Micah wasn't backing down. She raised her hand dramatically. It's simple. Just imagine the world shifting, up or down, grab it and release. Ulfrid didn't even look up from his book. His voice was flat. Micah learned magic through instinct. Trying to learn from her would be like taking lessons from a pebble. Arthur blinked. That explained a lot. Something clicked in Arthur's mind. Earthborn. Where have I heard that before? Without lifting his gaze, Ulfrid answered. Her ancestors founded the Earthborn Institute. Arthur's eyes sharpened. That wasn't just a name. That was one of the greatest pillars of dwarven power. And Micah came from that lineage? Micah puffed her chest proudly. Of course, strong and beautiful, Ulfrid scoffed. Impressive confidence. Though if that were true, you'd think you'd have had at least one relationship by now, especially at your age. Silence, and then a massive war axe appeared in Micah's hands. Boom, the ground split apart as she swung. Ulfrid barely reacted in time, raising a thick wall of earth to block the strike as cracks spread across it. Micah smiled sweetly, but her eyes? Dangerous. I just haven't found anyone worth my time, she said lightly. My taste isn't exactly standard dwarves. Arthur quietly shifted closer to Sylvie. Far away from this. Sylvie's voice echoed dryly in his mind. She was better when she spoke in third person. Arthur silently agreed. Ulfrid reinforced his defenses, unfazed. The only reason you're tolerated is your family name, he shot back. Maybe some strange human will take interest in you one day. Crash. Mika's neck swing shattered his stone golem into rubble. Oh, really? She snapped. At least I'm not alone either. Ulfrid grunted, summoning another golem. Your childishness never ceases to amaze me, especially for a lance. You're the childish one. The argument spiraled instantly. Arthur sighed, raising his hand. He drew moisture from the air, from the leaves, water gathering quietly around him. A sudden surge of water crashed over the two dwarves, soaking them completely in an instant. They froze, then snapped their heads toward Arthur at the same time. Calmly, he asked if they were finished, or if they truly planned to tear a mountain apart over a petty argument. Mika clicked her tongue, clearly annoyed, placing all the blame on Ulfrid for daring to mention a lady's age. Ulfrid shot back under his breath, muttering that those raised drinking milk from silver goblets often needed harsh reminders of reality. Arthur exhaled slowly, holding back an eye roll as the two finally backed off. Mika stomped away and shaped a small earthen cottage, its crude structure deliberately forming the shape of a raised middle finger. Watching them settle, Arthur couldn't help but think how absurd it was. Some of the strongest warriors in Dicathen, yet still capable of bickering like children. When Ulfrid eventually broke the silence, asking if Arthur had any plan to track down the retainer or scythe, Arthur didn't answer. Instead, he pulled out a spare cloak and walked over to Mika. Dropping it to the ground, he pressed his boot into it, grinding dirt and grass deep into the fabric before handing it to her. She stared at him in disbelief, protesting immediately. Arthur's tone stayed even. That was the point. She would be playing a slave. The words hit her like a blow, But Arthur didn't give her time to argue. He added that he would take the same role. Then, turning to Ulfrid, he tossed him a fur cloak along with an old adventurer's mask, instructing him to act as their master. With their roles decided, they moved out again. As they traveled, Arthur noticed Ulfrid adjusting the mask. When questioned, the dwarf explained he was refining its appearance, adding gold and subtle details to make it more befitting of a noble. Arthur acknowledged the effort, but kept his focus on the plan. Once they passed Valden, they would proceed on foot. Scythes could detect mana from afar, so they needed to suppress theirs as much as possible. A noble traveling with slaves would draw little suspicion, and masked figures weren't uncommon. If all went well, they could gather information without attracting attention. Still, Sylvie's voice slipped into Arthur's thoughts, edged with concern. What if they ran straight into a scythe? Worse, what if Mika and Ulfrid betrayed them? Arthur considered it but dismissed the likelihood. If they were traitors, they wouldn't expose themselves so recklessly. And if things turned for the worse, they had an escape plan. Varian had already accounted for that. Another lance was following them in secret. Sylvie noted she couldn't sense anyone. Arthur confirmed it. The elven lance, known as Phantasm, someone who could disappear entirely until the moment she chose to strike. Soon, they reached the base of the Grand Mountains, where cold winds tore across barren land scattered with stone. Arthur raised a hand, signaling them to stop. It was time. Ulfrid handed Mika the filthy cloak. She glared at it, disgust clear on her face, but put it on anyway. Meanwhile, Arthur roughed up his own appearance, dragging mud across his hands and smearing it over his clothes and face. His explanation was simple. Slaves didn't look clean, especially after long travel. Dirt wasn't just fitting, it was necessary. Mika recoiled instantly, trying to escape as he approached with more mud. Arthur chased her, flicking clumps that she dodged with surprising agility, until he finally caught her and smeared a streak across her cheek. Her shriek echoed through the mountains as she protested loudly, nearly on the verge of tears, demanding to know why she couldn't play the master instead. Arthur answered dryly, because she looked more like a middle schooler than a noble. Ulfrid burst into laughter. With their disguises complete, they continued on foot. Hours passed in silence, their steps crunching over frost and stone, as the barren terrain slowly gave way to thicker woodland. Mika sighed in relief when the trees thickened, announcing they had finally arrived somewhere civilized. Ulfrid asked where to next. Arthur kept it simple. They'd follow the road to the nearest town. Before long, the sound of wheels and hooves reached them. A carriage appeared along the road, rolling closer until Ulfrid raised a hand to stop it. The driver pulled the reins, bringing it to a halt in a cloud of dust. Mika's face lit up instantly at the sight. The old driver squinted at them, asking if they were lost. Ulfrid smoothly spun a story. Their carriage had been attacked by bandits, leaving him and his slaves stranded. The man's eyes lingered on the mask. Ulfrid calmly explained that his father insisted he hide his identity for safety. The driver grunted in understanding, then hesitated, muttering about the burden on his horses. Without a word, Ulfrid pulled out a pouch of silver. The coins glinted, the driver's eyes sharpened with greed. For a brief moment, Mika's expression mirrored his, hope flaring, only to fall the next second as the price was named. The driver made it clear he would take the master, but the slaves would have to walk. Arthur said nothing. He simply pulled Mika back as Ulfrid climbed into the carriage. Then, without complaint, he and the dwarf followed behind. Their steps heavy as dust swirled around their feet. Mika was seething. Her voice dropped into a sharp hiss as she muttered that she was going to kill the old man. Arthur remained calm, telling her to hold on just a little longer. The next town was only an hour away. The road dragged on until faint lights finally appeared in the distance. Lanterns flickered through the darkness, their glow cutting through the night like a promise of relief after hours of exhaustion. But for Arthur, the sight carried something deeper. This was Ashbur, his birthplace. More than a decade had passed since he had last seen it. The name remained, but the town itself felt different, unfamiliar. Sylvie's voice echoed softly in his mind, touched with curiosity. Was this really where he had grown up? Arthur confirmed it, though the weight in his thoughts didn't fade. Ulfrid's voice broke the moment as he noted the tavern nearby, estimating around 40 people inside. Mika instantly corrected him with cheerful confidence. 43. Arthur's head snapped toward her, his tone sharp as he reminded her not to use magic. If a Vritra was anywhere close, even the slightest disturbance could expose them. Ulfrid calmly countered that no mana had been used, and Mika added that she had trained herself to sense nearby presences naturally. Arthur let it go, though unease lingered. If someone detected Aya's hidden presence, everything would fall apart. They stepped inside the tavern. The space was loud and crowded, filled with the hum of conversation and the smell of ale. Lantern light flickered across rough tables and worn floors. Arthur leaned in slightly, reminding them to keep to themselves. Places like this turned hostile quickly if boundaries were crossed. They took a seat in the far corner, settling around a shaky wooden table. A barmaid approached, tugging her dress lower as she leaned forward, her tone sweetened by habit as she asked for their order. Ulfrid answered without hesitation. 3 ales, stew, and bread. She acknowledged with a wink before walking off. Mika grimaced in disgust, muttering about the pointlessness of such displays. For once, Ulfrid agreed, remarking that strength mattered more than softness. Arthur stayed silent, his attention elsewhere. His gaze scanned the room, drunken workers, worn mercenaries, idle townsfolk, until it stopped on one man, a robed figure sitting straighter than the rest, too clean, too composed. Out of place. The barmaid returned, placing 3 mugs of ale and a single bowl of stew on the table. When Ulfrid asked for more, she sneered, suggesting the slaves could eat outside. Then she walked away. Ulfrid ignored her entirely. Mika grabbed her mug and drained most of it in one go, sighing in satisfaction as she set it down. Even cheap ale felt good after the journey. Arthur barely touched his own, still watching the robed man. Then he spoke quietly. Someone was coming. The barmaid, noticing the drinks in front of the slaves, scoffed, mocking Ulfrid for spoiling them. Ulfrid shut her down coldly, making it clear it wasn't her concern. Before things escalated, an older man stepped in, smoothing things over with a friendly tone that didn't quite reach his eyes. He claimed they only wanted to welcome them. The woman leaned closer, voice dropping as she revealed the truth. They weren't just tavern workers. They dealt in slaves. She hinted that Ulfrid might find something worth buying. He declined at first, but the old man pressed, describing their selection in detail. Men, women, even other races. Ulfrid's expression darkened slightly. He pointed out that interracial slavery had been outlawed. They laughed. Laws, they implied, meant nothing. Rarity only made such slaves more valuable. Sylvie's voice stirred in Arthur's mind, laced with disgust. Why was there even demand for such things? Arthur's answer was cold, not guilt, greed. Nobles sought to breed stronger offspring, chasing magical potential through bloodlines. It wasn't uncommon. Even Lucas Wykes had been born that way. With elves protected in Eleanor and dwarves hidden within Darv, such slaves had become rare, and therefore more desirable. Ulfrid's eyes narrowed, but his tone shifted smoothly. Maybe, he admitted, he was more interested than he first let on. The woman smiled, sensing opportunity, offering to introduce him to their master. Before moving, Ulfrid raised a hand, asking for a room first. The old man handed over a key with a knowing grin. Ulfrid took it, then turned, passing it off with quiet authority. Ulfrid's voice hardened as he ordered Arthur and Mika to prepare his quarters and remain there until summoned. The older woman dismissed them with a shrill laugh. Sylvie's concern immediately echoed in Arthur's mind. Why wasn't Mika going with him? Arthur answered calmly. Mika was barely holding her mana and her temper together. This wasn't their main mission, and someone needed to stay behind, alert. Arthur said nothing more as he followed Ulfrid deeper into the tavern, slipping fully into the role of a submissive slave. With every step, the atmosphere grew heavier, until recognition struck. At the center of it all stood Sebastian, the same man who had once served King Blaine, his grin spread wide and greasy as he welcomed them like a host in his own kingdom, declaring the town his domain. Arthur's mind flickered to the past. Even as a child, he had seen Sebastian clearly, greedy, shameless, insignificant. His obsession with Sylvie had been nothing more than an annoyance, his schemes laughable. Arthur had never imagined he'd rise to something like this, yet here he was. Sebastian muttered a spell, and a translucent barrier shimmered into place, sealing them off from the tavern's noise. Ulfrid played along smoothly, offering polite thanks. Sebastian scoffed. Hospitality? He sneered. That's too generous for a place like this. His eyes lingered on Ulfrid's mask, curiosity sharpening. Adventurers wore masks, but nobles didn't. Ulfrid tilted his head slightly. Is it that obvious? Sebastian chuckled. Takes one to know one. The two sized each other up, both out of place in this filth, both aware of it. Leaning forward, Sebastian's tone turned indulgent. He praised Ulfrid's taste, then asked plainly, what kind of girl was he looking for? Ulfrid deflected smoothly, questioning the assumption. Sebastian waved it off. His men had already reported Ulfrid's interest the moment elven and dwarven slaves were mentioned. No judgment, just opportunity. After all, what was power for, if not indulgence? Ulfrid slammed his mug down, slipping deeper into the act. He ranted about noble women, arrogant, shallow, repulsed by his scars. He spun a story of a childhood fire, of ruined legs, of being reduced to something lesser. From within, Sylvie's quiet admiration surfaced. Arthur agreed. The act was flawless. Sebastian laughed loudly, launching into his own bitterness. Once, he had served royalty, women chasing after him, prestige at his feet. But the moment he lost his position, everything vanished. Those same women now treated him like dirt. Ulfrid nudged him further. Why leave then? That was enough. Sebastian snapped. His mug shattered against the floor as rage twisted his face. He hadn't left. He'd been replaced by some brat, a nobody who stole everything from him. He spat the words with venom, boasting of his strength, nearly solid orange core, yet forced to scrape respect from filthy primitives. Ulfrid matched his anger perfectly, cursing nobles right alongside him. It worked. Sebastian grinned again, clapping him on the shoulder. You're a good man. Come, I'll show you something better. Then his gaze shifted to Arthur, cold, irritated. Without warning, he slung an arm over Arthur's shoulders and forced him down. Crouch. Be useful. Arthur obeyed without resistance. Still the perfect slave. They left the tavern and crossed to a secured building. At Sebastian's command, guards rushed to open reinforced gates. The smell hit first. Rot, filth, human waste thick in the air. Inside, the space was suffocating. Sebastian barked at the guards, demanding answers. A man named Damon stepped forward, explaining that a pregnant woman had died during childbirth. Sebastian didn't frown. frown. He smiled. Did the child live? When Damon confirmed it, a girl, his grin widened. Arthur stiffened, warning Sylvie not to look. She didn't listen. Her response came quiet, shaken. It was that bad. Arthur's jaw clenched. These people weren't just enslaved. They were less than livestock. Sebastian gestured lazily toward the pit, mocking Ulfrid. See anyone you like? Ulfrid raised a hand casually, then moved. In a blur, his grip closed around Sebastian's throat, lifting him off the ground like nothing. Arthur's eyes snapped toward him in shock. No warning, no signal, just action. Sebastian choked out an order, voice strangled with rage. Kill them! Footsteps thundered from behind. Arthur reacted instantly, ice forming in his hand. A blade of frost cut down the first attacker. Spikes followed, piercing the second before he could even reach them. Silence. Arthur turned back and froze. Sebastian was gone. In Sebastian's place stood something horrific, a statue of molten rock. Arthur's anger sharpened instantly. He snapped at Ulfrid, warning him that using deviant magic so openly was reckless, even if Sebastian deserved it. Power like that could draw the attention of the Vritra. Ulfrid brushed it off, but something felt wrong. Arthur activated Realm Heart, expecting to see fading mana traces, but what he sensed instead sent a chill through him. This wasn't residual magic. It was a presence, dark, crushing, familiar. Arthur's voice came out low and certain. Uto, a figure, stepped forward, lips curling into a twisted smile. His voice dripped with mockery as he greeted Arthur like an old acquaintance. Boy wonder. And then Ulfrid bowed, not casually, not reluctantly. Loyalty. Uto barely acknowledged him, drifting closer to Arthur with arms spread wide in a parody of welcome. His tone was sickly sweet, almost excited. He'd been looking forward to this. Arthur didn't flinch. He played along, casually remarking that he'd expected a different retainer. Uto tilted his head, amused. His gaze sharpened. You know more than I thought. Sylvie's warning echoed. Be careful. Too many enemies. Arthur ignored it. His patience was gone. Let's take this somewhere else. Uto blinked, feigning confusion. Why would a retainer bother with someone like him? Arthur's reply cut clean. If you just wanted me dead, Ulfrid would have been enough. You're here for a reason. A low chuckle escaped Uto. Then lead the way. Behind them, Ulfrid broke. Panic crept into his voice as he invoked orders. This was supposed to be clean, controlled. He didn't finish. A black spike erupted from the ground, driving straight through his nose. His scream tore through the chamber. Uto's voice turned venomous. He had no interest in obeying a traitor's commands. Sylvie's concern surfaced again. Should they help Ulfrid? Arthur's answer was cold. Number. Instead, he pulled out a bead Aya had given him, crushing it between his fingers. Without hesitation, he tossed it toward the trapdoor. Ulfrid saw it and understood. Terror flashed across his face. Cursing himself, he didn't hesitate. His body sank into the earth, vanishing below as stone and soil bent to his will, carrying him into the hidden chamber beneath. He landed hard. Below, Alacryan soldiers recoiled in shock. Evacuate, he barked. They hesitated. Some ignored him outright. Distrust hung thick in the air. Ulfrid's patience snapped. The ground trembled violently beneath them, cracks splitting across the walls as dust rained from above. This time, they moved, slow, reluctant. He raised stairways from the earth itself, forcing their escape, but it was already too late. One by one, the light artifacts shattered. Darkness swallowed the chamber. Panic erupted. Voices overlapped, confusion spiraling as the space turned into a cage. Ulfrid cursed and summoned magma from deep below, shaping it into towering knights of molten stone. Their bodies glowed, casting flickering light, but even that couldn't push back the dread. The soldiers were terrified, and Ulfrid felt nothing for them. To them, he was still a traitor of Dicathen, no matter his strength. If they died here, so be it. But they were still useful, pieces in a larger plan. Still, he knew, for many of them, death would be a mercy. His voice rang out into the darkness. Aya, he called for her, forcing steadiness into his tone. Warned her, a scythe would arrive soon. If she left now, he could guarantee her escape. But deep down, he knew the truth. If she reached Aldir, he was already dead, and somehow that felt like the better outcome. Her answer came as a whisper, soft, close, almost gentle, right beside him. The Magma Knight reacted instantly, its blade carving through the air in a blazing arc, lighting the cavern for a split second before smashing into empty stone. Nothing. No one. Spells began firing blindly into the dark. Flashes of light revealed fear-stricken faces, then vanished again. One by one, the attacks slowed, then stopped. Aya was hunting. Silent. Precise. And they were falling. Her voice returned, this time from somewhere else entirely. Mocking. Grateful. Closer. Her voice slipped through the darkness, almost amused, thanking him for gathering so many Alacryans in one place. It made her job easier. Ulfrid roared, fury tearing through his composure. He cursed her tricks, demanded she stop hiding behind illusions and face him directly. Was she not ashamed to call herself a lance while skulking in the shadows? Her reply came from everywhere at once. Layered, echoing, impossible to pinpoint. Shame? No, just common sense. Why abandon the only advantage she had? His jaw clenched. Then his patience snapped. If he couldn't break her illusions, he would burn everything down with her. His palm slammed into the ground. The chamber ruptured. Molten fissures split the earth in every direction. Even as he raged, his thoughts churned. At this rate, more Alacryans would die to her illusions. The smarter move was to force her into the open, drag the fight away from the chaos. Yet he hesitated. For all he had done, he still didn't want dwarven blood on his hands. Her voice brushed the back of his neck like a blade. Was the great Ulfrid Varen losing control? The words struck deeper than he cared to admit. He couldn't protect them. Not the soldiers, not even himself. Then the nightmare came. A stampede of horned worms tore through the darkness, their massive bodies shaking the cavern as they charged. Illusion. He didn't flinch. Instead, he reached deeper, into the molten veins beneath the earth. 3 rifts exploded open at once. Lava surged upward in violent bursts, converging on the faintest ripple of mana he had sensed. This time, it hit. Aya's voice returned, closer now, laced with wary amusement. As expected, he was still dangerous. Her form flickered into view, unstable, half illusion, half real. Ulfred's voice dropped into a growl. He accused her of cruelty, of enjoying the slow torment of her prey. It was no wonder she stood alone, even among her own kind. She vanished again. Her answer slithered through the heat. She had seen what he'd done above. Given the choice, she would take her lungs being stolen by illusion over being burned alive inside a prison of molten rock. Around them the soldiers broke. Screams echoed as panic took hold. They struck blindly at shadows, some collapsing in terror, unable to tell what was real anymore. Ulfrid summoned another magma knight at the sound of her voice, his tone cold. Sebastian had deserved it. A man who sold innocence for profit deserved worse. Aya's next words cut deeper. Wasn't that the same logic he used to betray Dicathen? Ulfrid's voice thundered, raw with bitterness. Elves would never understand. Even after the war, dwarves were still treated as lesser, mocked, exploited. Their devotion to creation had become their weakness. He had chosen a better path. He believed in Lord Radeus. An alliance with the Vritra was the only way forward. Aya's fury sharpened. Did he really think the Vritra cared about dwarves? About anyone? To them, all were lesser. Elves, humans, dwarves alike. Had he forgotten? They experimented on Alacryans, twisted them, turned them into weapons, and they would do the same here. Turn Dicathen into nothing more than fodder. Ulfrid didn't answer. He acted. Drawing in every ounce of mana he could muster, he unleashed it in a violent eruption of fire and stone. The explosion tore through the chamber, ripping apart the illusions, scattering the haze until Aya stood revealed, clear, real. She tilted her head, voice calm, almost curious. Had he abandoned the Alacryans? Ulfrid didn't hesitate. Those who remained were already dead. The rest, he had given them a way out while she wasted time talking. Then they moved. Ulfrid surged forward, magma erupting around him. Aya slipped back, unleashing razor-sharp blades of compressed air that screamed through the cavern. Stone and fire circled him in defense, his armor glowing with heat. But her strikes never stopped. They chipped, cut, pressured. Time stretched. He was immovable, a fortress of magma and stone. She was untouchable, speed and precision incarnate. Neither could break the other. A perfect stalemate. Her movements slowed, just slightly. Her voice cut through the chaos. They both knew it. If they fought for another hour, maybe he'd win. Ulfred's reply was grim. Another Vritra was coming. She could still leave. Aya answered with violence. A storm of hardened air blades rained down from every direction. Ulfrid raised a wall of stone, the barrage shattering harmlessly against it. Hidden behind it, he prepared. His cracked armor began to mend, molten rock reforging itself. Along his arm, magma gathered, shaping into a jagged lance. Then she appeared, right above him, too close. Her breath hitched, a broken gasp, and in that instant, he struck. His bloodied hand twisted, sealing the kill as his voice dropped, heavy with finality. She had everything, strength, intelligence, adaptability, but in the end, impatience betrayed her. Ulfrid spoke almost with regret, admitting he had never intended for it to end this way. He tried to withdraw his arm, only to find it locked in place. That was when he noticed them. Threads. Dozens of impossibly thin strands of mana stretched across his armor like a spider's web, nearly invisible. He tore at them, but his blows passed through as if they didn't exist. Then a whisper brushed his ear, closer than before, unmistakably real this time. Aya. Her voice was calm, sharp with certainty. He'd been right about one thing. She was resourceful. The strands tightened. Ulfrid's chest seized as his lungs convulsed violently, each breath cut short before it could fully form. In that suffocating moment, the truth became clear. This had never been a direct fight. Every illusion, every step she'd taken, had been nothing more than a distraction. Buying time until her trap was complete. Magic had rules, unbreakable ones. No mage could simply rip the air from another's lungs or manipulate the body so directly, not without resistance. But Aya had bypassed that law entirely. By linking her mana directly to his, she had turned his own defenses into her weapon, the armor he had trusted. The magma, the stone, had dulled his senses. Hidden cracks had spread unnoticed, and through them, her threads had slipped in, tightening bit by bit until there was nothing left to resist with. Ulfrid understood then. He wasn't alive because he could fight. He was alive because she allowed it. His lungs shuddered as he forced out a weak breath. Memories surged through the haze, dragging him back to Darth, to that quiet chamber, to his father, Radius. He remembered the question whether he had any doubts, and his answer had been absolute. None. Not then. Not ever. Radius had smiled, almost sadly, speaking of bonds, of how things might have been different. But Ulfrid had already accepted his path. The pain of his childhood, the humiliation, the cruelty, it had all been given purpose through his father's will. That purpose had become everything. And in the end, all that remained of it was a single memory. A good child. The words echoed faintly as Ulfrid slowly raised his hands in surrender. His body trembled, breath shallow, vision dimming. When his eyes met Aya's, there was no defiance left, only understanding. This was the end. No argument would change it. No justification would matter. Still, one thought lingered. Mika. She had never been part of this, never chosen this path. He had made sure of it, drugging her before the mission, keeping her far from the truth, far from this outcome. At the very least, she might survive. Silence settled between them, heavy and final. Despite everything, the betrayal, the battle, there was a trace of something unspoken, a fragment of respect between former comrades. Then Aya's hand tightened. The threads snapped taut. Air was ripped from Ulfrid's lungs in an instant, as if the world itself had rejected him. Darkness crept in, swallowing everything. Light, sound, thought, until nothing remained but the cold pull of the earth. Stone embraced him, and he was gone. Dawn crept slowly over the jagged peaks of the Grand Mountains, painting the world in pale gold and shadow. The quiet felt unnatural. Sylvie felt it first. But Arthur already knew. Before the retainer even moved, the difference was undeniable. Udo's presence wasn't just powerful. It was suffocating, denser, darker, sharper. His thin frame leaned forward, neck stretching unnaturally as he studied Arthur like prey. His voice drifted out, smooth and twisted, speaking of loss, of revenge, of how the deepest fury came from those who had lost something precious. Arthur said nothing. His silence was steady, unshaken. Uto pressed further, invoking the elf he had killed, probing for emotion, rage, grief, anything. But Arthur didn't react. This wasn't revenge. To him, Uto was nothing more than an obstacle, something to eliminate. The retainer's expression faltered, disappointment creeping in. He had expected fire, something wild, something emotional. Instead, he found only cold resolve. So he changed the game. The ground erupted. Black metal spikes tore upward without warning, impaling the workers nearby. Their screams were brief, cut short as their bodies went limp against the jagged iron. Arthur froze. Horror and fury collided in his chest as Udo's voice slithered through the air. Mocking, amused. Killing a companion hadn't been enough, he mused. Perhaps he should have chosen someone closer. Family. Another spike shot upward toward a fleeing man. Arthur snapped. His voice broke through the chaos, raw and commanding, ordering him to stop. Udo laughed, actually laughed. He clapped slowly, delighted. This was what he wanted. Rage, real, unfiltered rage. More spikes burst from the ground like fangs, chasing the terrified civilians as they scattered in desperation. Arthur's voice rang out again, sharper this time, ordering them to run. But Uto wasn't finished. His grin widened, eyes gleaming with cruel amusement as he spoke again, this time naming someone far more personal. Tessia. Arthur moved without hesitation. Frost exploded from his hands, rising into a towering wall of ice that severed Uto's control over the ground beneath the fleeing civilians. In the same heartbeat, Sylvie struck. She burst forward in a blur of speed and fury, claws sinking into the retainer as she tore him from the earth. Even caught in her grip, Sylvie didn't give him a moment. With a violent twist, she hurled him across the battlefield. His body carved a deep trench through the ground before slamming into the rocky base of the Grand Mountains, stone shattering on impact. Arthur was already moving. He vaulted onto her back, their motions perfectly aligned, and together they dove toward their target. Uto rose from the debris with a sneer, eyes locking onto Sylvie. To him, she wore the shape of a dragon. But her mana told a different story, weaker, incomplete, a mere imitation. His arrogance showed in the lazy flick of his hand. The earth answered. Black spikes erupted upward in a violent storm. Arthur and Sylvie split instantly, their instincts flawless. Arthur launched himself from her back, blade flashing as he carved through the incoming spears, shards scattering in frozen fragments. For a brief moment, the thought crossed his mind. Udo recognized her nature. That alone was dangerous, but there was no time to dwell. Arthur surged forward, sword low, body coiled, every step a strike waiting to happen. Udo answered in kind. Darkness spiraled into his palm, condensing into a massive black harpoon. The clash was explosive. Dawn's ballad flared with elemental power. But Uto didn't budge. His strength was overwhelming, his grip unshaken as their weapons locked, steel screaming against shadow. A warning flashed through Arthur's mind. He dropped instantly. Sylvie's tail whipped through the air and slammed into Udo's side, launching him across the field. He crashed through a massive boulder, reducing it to rubble. Dust swallowed the battlefield. Arthur didn't waste it. With a sharp swing, he unleashed a crescent of mana, radiant with shifting colors. Silence followed, brief, deceptive. Sylvie's voice cut through it. He's alive. Arthur steadied his breath, refusing her healing. Not yet. Not while the fight was still unfolding. The dust exploded outward. Udo shot through it like a missile, harpoon already thrusting forward. Arthur met him head-on. Their weapons collided again, frost and sparks bursting into the air. His blade burned with icy silver, while black lightning crackled along his free hand. He pressed the attack. Strike after strike, each one answered instantly. Spikes rose to intercept him, only to freeze and shatter beneath his blade. His assault became relentless, a storm of steel and mana. But it wasn't enough. Udo moved like a predator, every step precise, every dodge effortless. His grin never faltered as he weaved through the onslaught, countering with increasing speed and strength. Sylvie's voice cut in, urgent. He's getting stronger. Arthur saw it too. Every exchange made Uto faster, heavier, deadlier, like a rising tide. Arthur narrowed his focus, locking onto him completely. No injuries, not a single one. He slipped under a thrust and struck toward Uto's side. Perfect angle, perfect timing. Then it clicked. Not the weapon, the shadows. Everything came from them. The spikes, the shields, the constructs. Every attack was born from darkness itself. Arthur's realization snapped through their bond. That was his anchor. He moved to exploit it. Too slow. Udo's hand blurred. Fingers clamped around Arthur's throat, lifting him effortlessly before hurling him into a jagged pile of stone. The impact was brutal. Even with mana reinforcing his body, pain tore through him. His vision blurred as he struggled to rise from the rubble. Sylvie was already there. She slammed into Uto with a powerful sweep of her wing, knocking him back before diving straight toward Arthur. No hesitation. She signaled him. Arthur understood instantly. As she surged forward, he leapt, gripping tightly to the base of her neck just as she launched skyward. They ascended in an instant, 100 feet, higher, faster. Below, Uto retaliated. Black spikes tore upward, chasing them into the sky in a relentless barrage. Sylvie climbed even higher, pushing beyond the mountain peaks until the sun burned overhead. Arthur squinted, and then he saw it. The mountain shadow. That was it. That was the battlefield Uto controlled, and they had just left it. Udo appeared above them. Close. Too close. His voice carried a note of recognition now, acknowledging the strategy. Arthur didn't hesitate. Ready? Sylvie's answer came without doubt. He pushed off her back. Mana exploded around him, forming a roaring vortex as thunderclap impulse ignited. He became a living projectile, hurtling straight toward Uto. Their weapons collided midair, but something had changed. The black spikes erupting from Uto's body, once overwhelming, were weaker now, thinner, slower. For the first time, he wasn't in control. Arthur didn't hesitate. His blade cut through the incoming spikes with flawless precision, each strike clean and controlled. Above him, Sylvie moved like a phantom, circling, adjusting, always one step ahead, placing herself perfectly for his next attack. They moved as one. Arthur launched again, his body propelled by thunderclap impulse, every motion sharpened further by realm heart. His speed blurred into lightning, his sword a storm of elements, frost, fire, wind, and thunder crashing together in relentless succession. This time, his strikes landed. Shallow cuts opened across Uto's body, dark ichor trailing behind each wound. But the retainer didn't react. If anything, he looked disappointed. His voice followed, low and heavy with judgment, remarking that, even weakened, Arthur still couldn't land a decisive blow. Arthur ignored it. His resolve only burned hotter. He spun midair, gathering everything into one final strike. The broken tip of Dawn's ballad ignited with raw elemental force as he descended like a falling star, and drove the blade straight into Uto's chest. For a single fleeting moment, it felt like victory. Their bodies plummeted together, gravity dragging them down as Arthur tightened his grip, hope surging. Then, the truth surfaced. From the wound, black mana twisted outward, writhing like a living vortex around his blade. Arthur's heart dropped. It wasn't over. It had never been over. Uto's grin widened. The trap snapped shut. Obsidian spikes burst from his body in every direction, erupting into a storm of jagged death. Arthur tore his blade free and twisted away, but the explosion was merciless. Hundreds of spears tearing through the air around him. He couldn't dodge. If he moved, Sylvie would die. So he stood his ground. Blade flashing, body twisting, he shattered and deflected everything he could. Steel met steel in a desperate blur, his strength pushed to its absolute limit. One spike slipped through and tore across his wrist. Pain exploded through his hand. His grip failed. And Dawn's ballad slipped free, spinning away into the chaos. Arthur fell. Sylvie reacted instantly. Her wings folded as she dove beneath him, intercepting his descent. Arthur let himself drop toward her, trusting her completely. At the same time, he forced what little mana he had left into his arm, freezing it into a jagged gauntlet. With a desperate punch, he shattered a cluster of incoming spikes, redirecting their path. For a moment, it worked. Then Uto attacked again. His laughter echoed across the sky as another wave of black spears poured from him, blotting out the light itself. Arthur's vision blurred. His body screamed. He was out of time. Then, everything stopped. Static void surged. The world froze. The storm of spikes hung motionless in the air, suspended like a forest of black glass. In that stolen instant, Arthur twisted free, barely escaping the kill zone. Time snapped back. The frozen storm collapsed in on itself, spikes colliding and detonating in a violent chain reaction. Arthur fell, exhausted, broken. Sylvie caught him again. her wings steady beneath him as he crashed onto her back. But there was no reprieve. Udo tore through the sky after them, a streak of darkness. He struck. The impact was devastating. Arthur felt it more than heard it, the force ripping the air from his lungs as he and Sylvie spiraled downward, out of control. Pain consumed everything. He tried to cast, tried to shield them. Nothing came. His mana was gone. Desperate, he called out to Sylvie, urging her to shift forms. Anything to survive the fall. She refused. Instead, she wrapped herself around him. Wings, body, everything. A shield. Her voice reached him, calm and absolute. He didn't have enough mana to live through this, so she would take it for him. Rage and helplessness surged through Arthur, but his thoughts were too weak, too fractured to fight her decision. Above them, Uto smiled and unleashed one final attack. A storm of black spikes followed them down. They struck Sylvie, again and again. Her body tore under the barrage, blood scattering through the sky in crimson arcs as she held her position, never loosening her grip around Arthur. Then, impact. The ground erupted. The collision shattered the earth itself, a deafening explosion carving a massive crater into the glade. Arthur braced for pain, but none came. Only numbness, silence, darkness. When awareness returned, he was lying at the center of the crater. His body wouldn't move. His breath came shallow, uneven. Sylvie, no answer. He called again, through their bond this time. Nothing. Panic surged. Forcing his head to turn, he saw her. Sylvie lay beneath him, broken. Her wings were shredded. Her limbs twisted unnaturally. Black spikes pierced through her body, pinning her to the ground. Some shattered, others still embedded deep within her flesh. His voice cracked as he tried to wake her, hands trembling as he shook her. She didn't move. Memories hit him all at once. Loss. He had felt it before, in another life, when Headmaster Wilbeck, the closest thing he had ever had to a mother, was taken from him. And now, Sylvie, his bond, his family. The hollow ache returned, deeper than before, threatening to consume him completely. He couldn't lose her. Not again. Not like this. He refused. Around her body, faint motes of purple light began to flicker. Ether, weak, fragile, but responding, as if answering his silent plea. For a fleeting moment, her body responded. Just a faint flicker, but it was enough to give him hope before it all slipped away. His strength gave out completely. Realm heart dissolved, and he collapsed to his knees, pressing his forehead against her neck. There was still warmth, barely, fading. His voice broke into a whisper, raw and desperate, pleading for her to live, begging for something he couldn't control. Then from the stillness, a voice answered, calm, mature, female. It assured him his bond would survive. Arthur's head snapped up, hope igniting, only to falter just as quickly. It wasn't Aya. At the edge of the crater stood a girl. He recognized her instantly, from the cavern beneath Darv. Not Aya, a scythe. In her grasp hung Uto's broken body, limp and lifeless. Arthur froze. He couldn't sense her at all. No mana, no presence, nothing. And yet she stood there, close enough to kill him without effort. The realization settled cold in his chest. If she wanted him dead, he already would be. Without a word, she reached up and grabbed Uto's horns. One by one, she snapped them off. The cracks echoed sharply as she tossed the pieces aside like worthless scraps, letting them fall at Arthur's feet. His gaze lingered on them. These weren't just remains. They were fragments of the Vritra, pieces of their very essence. Seeing them discarded so casually made something uneasy stir within him. Why would she treat her own ally like this? Before he could form an answer, she moved again. Gripping Uto by the hair, she pulled his body upright. A thin blade of condensed purple mana formed in her hand. Silent, precise. Without hesitation, she drove it straight through his chest. Then she let the body drop. It landed in the crater, right before Arthur. The silence that followed felt heavier than the battle itself. Arthur finally spoke, his voice low, questioning her intent. Her answer came just as calmly. To anyone watching, Uto hadn't been killed by her, but by Arthur. He had fought the retainer, defeated him, and spared his life, only to disable him by destroying his core. That was the story, and she was ensuring it stayed that way. The meaning struck him immediately. She had her own motives, her own plans, and for now those plans required him alive. That meant survival. Carefully, he asked her name. After a brief pause, she answered, Sarasvrtra. Arthur nodded, his gratitude genuine despite the strangeness of it all. Whatever her reasons, he wouldn't forget this. For the first time, her expression shifted, just slightly. A faint smile touched her lips as she looked at him, as if she'd labeled him something fitting. Then she turned to leave. Her voice lingered behind her. If he wanted to survive what was coming, he needed to grow stronger, and fast. The horns she'd discarded weren't trophies. They were reservoirs of power. If he could learn to use them, they could become invaluable. Arthur's hands trembled as he picked them up. Each piece felt heavy with dormant energy. He stored them carefully inside his ring. When he looked up again, she was gone. Only silence remained. He lowered his gaze to the crater, to Sylvie lying beneath him, unmoving. The weight of it all settled in. This wasn't victory. He had been spared. The truth pressed down on him, suffocating. One thing was painfully clear. He was still far too weak. Arthur wasn't someone who allowed himself to dream. Fantasies only led to distraction and disappointment. But this time, he let himself drift. Tessia appeared in his mind. Older, softer, still radiant. For a moment, it felt real enough to reach out and touch. Hope stirred. A life without war, without loss. But it didn't last. The image shattered. Darkness replaced it. And from that darkness, another figure emerged. Himself, not Arthur. Gray. The voice that followed was cold, absolute. What made him think he deserved happiness? Had he forgotten the lives lost because of him? The choices he'd made? The blood on his hands? That truth hadn't vanished. Not with time. Not with a new name. Whether king or soldier, he was the same. Alone. The words echoed, closing in, until another voice broke through. Arthur. His eyes snapped open. Aya stood over him, worry etched across her face. Relief followed as she realized he was conscious. She admitted she'd shaken him awake, afraid he'd been lost to whatever he'd fallen into. Arthur forced a faint smile, brushing it off as exhaustion. She nodded, reassured, then gave her report. No casualties. The prisoners were safe. The traitor was dead. Micah had been taken in for questioning. She'd come expecting to assist, but it seemed she wasn't needed. Arthur simply replied that the battle had been difficult. But with Sylvie, he had managed to defeat Uto. Aya accepted it with a quiet nod. They had survived. They had won. But as Arthur's gaze drifted toward the horizon, his thoughts told a different story. This wasn't the end. Not even close. It was only the beginning. The elven secretary, pristine and composed, guided Arthur through the quiet corridors until they reached the council chamber. The short walk felt heavy, filled with unspoken tension, broken only by the soft rustling of parchment in Marielle's hands. She explained that she had already reviewed several reports of the battle, including Aya's, but wanted to hear Arthur's account directly. Arthur began recounting the events, carefully omitting one crucial truth, that it had been the Scythe series who ultimately defeated Uto. The council didn't remain silent for long. They interrupted frequently, pressing for details, filling gaps, testing the edges of his story. Their questions gradually revealed their doubts. King Blaine's expression hardened first. Suspicion laced his voice as he questioned Arthur's claims. How could someone who hadn't even reached the White Core stage defeat not one, but two retainers, when even seasoned lances had already fallen? Varian stepped in, his gaze sharp as he defended Arthur. A lance was not a title handed out lightly, but Blaine didn't back down. His tone shifted, less accusatory, more calculating. If Arthur's claims were true, then they weren't just remarkable, they were valuable. His experience could become a blueprint for surviving future encounters with retainers and scythes. Arthur answered calmly. The first retainer he faced, he explained, had been far weaker than Uto. Even so, the fight had cost him dearly. His Asura-forged blade destroyed, his body left scarred. A heavy silence fell as Arthur removed his glove and pulled back his collar, revealing the damage etched into his skin. Gasps rippled across the chamber. Shock, disbelief. Everyone reacted. Everyone except Varian. Arthur continued. Uto could have killed both him and Sylvie at any moment, but chose not to. The retainer had been driven by the thrill of battle. When Arthur failed to meet his expectations, Uto deliberately lowered his guard, taunting him, trying to provoke something reckless. That moment of arrogance had been their only opening. They took it. Baron leaned forward, eyes sharp. How had Arthur known that destroying Avritra's horns would weaken it? Arthur admitted the truth. He hadn't known. Even the Asuras hadn't shared such a weakness, which meant they likely didn't know either. His decision had been instinct, guided by a memory of the late Lance Alea, who once mentioned how enraged Uto had become when even a small piece of his horn was damaged. It wasn't a perfect explanation, but invoking Alea's name eased some of the tension. Still, Baron looked unconvinced, ready to challenge him further, but Vare cut in coldly, shutting him down and urging Arthur to continue. Arthur went on to explain that after the horns were shattered, Uto's strength dropped significantly. Even then, defeating him had pushed Arthur and Sylvie to their limits. After that, his memory blurred, until I awoke him. Sylvie had been beside him, gravely injured. Her body was stable, but she hadn't regained consciousness. The chamber fell silent again. Varian finally spoke, his tone firm as he accepted Arthur's testimony and confirmed it would be recorded. Then, without pause, the council shifted to the next issue. Priscilla steered the discussion toward the Dwarven alliance, her calm voice cutting through the lingering tension. Blaine, however, slammed his fist onto the table. His frustration boiled over. They were supposed to be dealing with traitors, yet the Asura ambassador, whose guidance they needed most, was nowhere to be found. Priscilla outlined the situation with precision. Radius was imprisoned. Lord Aldir was absent. The dwarves were leaderless and dangerously unstable. Arthur's findings in Darv confirmed that multiple factions were secretly aiding the Alacrian army. Their loyalty was hanging by a thread. Alduin proposed sending forces from Sapin to take control of Darv. Blaine rejected it immediately. A human military presence would only deepen dwarven resentment. It would push them further away, not secure their allegiance. Arthur felt an idea form, but hesitated. Then he spoke anyway. He asked a simple question. Had Radius's capture been made public? Blaine's raised brow was answer enough. It hadn't. Arthur seized the opening. Then they could use it. If no one knew Radius was captured, they could continue sending orders in his name. They could manipulate communications, control information, and buy time. Time to uncover the full extent of the betrayal. The shift in the room was immediate. Varian's expression changed, a hint of admiration breaking through as he acknowledged the brilliance of the idea, half joking that he'd rather not face Arthur on a battlefield. Alduin focused on the logistics, how to uncover Radius's communication methods. Blaine quickly grasped the potential, already considering how to issue commands under the Dwarf Lord's authority. Mariel added a note of caution. The plan wouldn't break Alacryan influence overnight, but it could secure vital intelligence. Varian then took control, assigning roles with decisive clarity. He would handle General Mika's interrogation. Aya would deal with the Vritra threat. Radea's, however, would take priority. Securing the dwarves' loyalty came first. One by one, the council members nodded, raising their hands in agreement. The decision was made. The plan was set in motion. As the discussion drew to a close, Varian's tone shifted from strategy to acknowledgement. He noted that in times of war, even great deeds were often overlooked. But Arthur's actions could not be ignored. Slaying 2 retainers and exposing a dangerous traitor deserved recognition. It warranted a reward. Aya bowed her head gracefully, declining without hesitation. Her voice remained calm as she explained she had acted for the war, not for personal gain. Then Varian turned to Arthur. The unspoken question lingered. What would he ask for? Arthur paused, his thoughts drifting back to lessons from his past life. In moments like this, refusing a reward was often the wisest path. But the reality of his recent battles weighed heavily on him. His strength wasn't enough. Not yet. So he spoke. The rulers of the council, 2 kings and 2 queens, looked at him with clear surprise when he admitted he had a request. Only Varian remained composed, gesturing for him to continue. Arthur didn't hesitate. He asked to be withdrawn from the battlefield. The word stunned the room. Varian's reaction was brief but unmistakable. In the middle of a war, after losing 1 lance, and possibly another, such a request was no small matter. But Arthur continued. It wouldn't be permanent, just a few months. The war was escalating too quickly. He had already faced death twice, and he knew the truth. Next time, survival might depend on luck, or an enemy's mistake. That wasn't enough. He needed time to train, to grow stronger before the war took that chance away from him. Varian studied him for a moment before stepping forward and placing a firm hand on his shoulder. His stern expression softened slightly. 2 months. That was all he could grant, and even then there were no guarantees. If the war demanded it, Arthur would be called back immediately. He would also still be required to attend council meetings. Alduin raised a practical concern: how Arthur planned to train effectively within the castle. Arthur revealed the second part of his request. He wanted 4 highly skilled conjurers, each a master of a different element, to train him. With that, the meeting came to an end. Arthur made his way through the castle, toward Ellie's room, intending for them to visit Sylvie together. For the first time in days, his steps felt lighter. When he reached her door, he knocked softly. Then, unable to resist, masked his voice into a shrill, ghostly tone. Silence followed. Then Ellie's dry voice came from inside. "Boo! Attack!" Arthur barely had time to react. The door burst open, and a massive blur of fur charged straight into him. 700 pounds of bear slammed into his chest, knocking him flat and pinning him to the ground. He groaned, immediately realizing his mistake. Ellie stood in the doorway, arms crossed, completely unimpressed. She informed him bluntly that she wasn't a child anymore. Ghost tricks didn't work on her. Arthur accepted the hit, literally and figuratively. But her stern expression didn't last. A moment later, she stepped forward and wrapped her arms around him. The tension he'd been carrying since returning to the castle finally began to ease. For a brief moment, he allowed himself to relax, just as her brother. Later, a streak of light cut through the air, curving slightly before striking its target, a small wooden post no bigger than Arthur's head. He clapped in approval. Ellie responded with a proud grin and a playful curtsy, balanced atop Boo, who lounged lazily beneath her. Arthur asked if she could land the same shot while Boo was moving. Her shoulders slumped. She admitted she couldn't. Helen had made it look effortless, but Ellie hadn't managed a single successful shot in motion. She even blamed Boo, claiming his clumsy steps made it harder. Boo let out a low, offended rumble. Arthur suppressed a laugh. He asked how much she trained each day. Ellie tilted her head, thinking. She didn't keep track, but the sun usually set while she was still practicing. By her guess, 6 or 7 hours daily. Arthur frowned slightly and asked about her studies and her friends. She laughed nervously. Classes only happened once a week, and her assignments were easy enough to finish in a day. As for friends, she claimed with exaggerated seriousness that she was very popular. Arthur said nothing, just looked at her. That was enough. Ellie huffed in frustration and admitted the truth. She didn't enjoy being around them. All they talked about were boys and clothes, things she couldn't care less about. Arthur teased her lightly, suggesting there had to be at least a few who shared her interest in magic. She nodded. There had been. But those friends had either left with their families or been sent to academies after awakening their cores. Arthur's expression darkened slightly. Ellie had been fortunate, training under skilled mages in the castle. Most children didn't have that luxury, and with the war looming closer, he couldn't blame parents for sending their children somewhere safer, somewhere better. After a moment, he asked her quietly, did she want to attend a magic academy too? Without hesitation, Ellie admitted that she wanted to go. Still, she added quietly that she knew their parents, and Arthur himself, would worry. There was a weight to her words that didn't belong to someone her age. At just 12, she spoke like someone already used to carrying burdens far too heavy. It made Arthur's chest tighten. A part of him selfishly wished she could stay the same little girl who once got nervous just celebrating her birthday. But he pushed that thought aside. After a moment, he told her that when the time came, he would talk to their parents about sending her to an academy. Ellie froze. Her eyes widened, silently asking if he truly truly meant it. Arthur quickly tempered her excitement. He explained that if she went, she wouldn't go alone. A guard would accompany her. It might feel restrictive, he admitted, but he promised to find someone she'd be comfortable with. He didn't get to finish. Ellie suddenly threw herself at him, wrapping her arms tightly around him. Arthur returned the hug, gently warning her not to get her hopes too high. She laughed, bright and unbothered. Too late. Pulling away, she grabbed her bow, determination blazing in her eyes. She declared she'd train even harder now, hard enough to surpass all those arrogant nobles she'd always dreamed of outshining. Arthur left her to it. Back in his chambers, a quiet sense of peace settled over him. The time spent with Ellie had eased something inside him. With Tessia away and Sylvie still recovering, the castle had felt hollow. Then a door slammed open. The peace shattered instantly. Gideon stormed into the corridor, shouting in frustration that he was an artificer, not an economist. His eyes locked onto Arthur, and before he could react, Gideon rushed over and grabbed his face dramatically. He demanded, almost pleaded, for Arthur's divine brain, as if it were the solution to everything. Arthur could only sigh internally. He was neither an artificer nor an economist, but resisting Gideon was pointless. Soon enough, they were walking toward the training grounds, Gideon ranting beside him. Piece by piece, Arthur pieced together the situation. Attacks had increased between Black Bend and the Wall. The council wanted better protection for caravans and mages traveling that route. Simple in theory, impossible in practice. Resources were stretched too thin to guard every convoy. Arthur's thoughts sharpened. Something about Black Bend was drawing these attacks. Gideon confirmed it immediately. The city wasn't just sending food, it was producing weapons. It was a lifeline, supplying both provisions and arms to the Wall. Arthur understood. The Wall wasn't just another outpost. It was the front line. If supply lines from Black Bend were disrupted, everything could collapse. His mind shifted to the terrain. Open land, farmland, exposed mountainsides, no cover. Caravans were easy targets. Instead of just protecting them, maybe the answer was to change how they moved. Gideon perked up instantly, curiosity lighting his face. He demanded to know what Arthur was thinking. Arthur didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked about the mines. Gideon launched into explanation, energized again. 5 major sites were still active, producing a mineral he called combustium. Arthur frowned at the name. Gideon clarified. It was a fuel source, discovered after Arthur once described coal, but far more powerful. Just 10 pounds could power a ship for miles at full speed. His excitement was obvious. Arthur thought it through carefully, then admitted he might have an idea. Gideon leaned in eagerly, ready for details. But Arthur held back. He needed more time. Before Gideon could push further, a voice called out. Arthur turned to see a middle-aged elf approaching with composed grace. She introduced herself as Alanis Emeria, assigned by Varian as Arthur's attendant. Gideon's reaction was immediate. He froze, then flushed. Arthur noticed instantly. Gideon tried to hide it with an awkward cough, but failed miserably. Alanis, completely unfazed, greeted him politely. She even praised his reputation as a renowned artificer. Gideon turned even redder, brushing it off with forced humility. He casually mentioned discussing supply routes with the king. Arthur stiffened internally. That wasn't information meant to be shared so freely. Alanis simply nodded, then turned back to Arthur, explaining she'd been sent to escort him to the training grounds. His request had already been arranged. Arthur followed, unsure what to expect. He had imagined a few skilled mages. What he saw instead made him pause. 3 elders stood waiting, each radiating overwhelming presence, and among them, Princess Catelyn herself. Varian stepped forward, welcoming him as he introduced the group. Arthur already knew Princess Catelyn of the Glader family, but when Varian introduced her guardian, Hester Flamesworth, recognition struck instantly. Hester inclined her head, a quiet note of pride threading through her voice as she acknowledged his recognition of her family. Arthur returned the greeting with polite warmth, admitting it was an unexpected pleasure to see Catelyn again so soon. Still, curiosity lingered, and he asked what had brought her here. A faint blush touched Catelyn's cheeks as her gaze dipped. In a soft, almost hesitant voice, she admitted she had come to train with him. Arthur exhaled lightly, correcting himself with a small shake of his head. He apologized, realizing he should have understood from the start. As he looked at her more closely, the change was undeniable. She was no longer the fragile noble he remembered from Xyrus. Her mana felt sharper now, steadier, tempered through effort rather than sheltered growth. Hester stepped in, her tone firm and composed. She explained that Catelyn had grown into a capable ice affinity conjurer. At Varian's request, Hester herself would assist in Arthur's training, though her foremost responsibility remained the princess's safety. Training alongside him, she added, allowed both duties to align without compromise. Catelyn nodded, adding that while she would occasionally leave for lessons under Master Vare, she intended to dedicate the rest of her time to helping Arthur improve. A rough voice broke in from above, commenting that the pairing of a princess and her knight was almost too fitting. Arthur turned to see a broad, heavy-set dwarf perched atop a stone pillar, eyeing him with keen interest. The dwarf dropped down with a solid thud and thrust out a hand. His grip was iron-strong as he introduced himself as Bondamog Lawnwood, though, as he put it, everyone simply called him Bond. Arthur met the handshake without hesitation, matching the pressure. The dwarf gave a grunt of approval before releasing him. Varian chuckled, cautioning Bond not to underestimate Arthur, reminding him that the title of Lance wasn't earned lightly. He went on to introduce the dwarf as both an old friend and a prodigy in earth magic, despite his less refined demeanor. Bond scoffed at that, bristling, as he insisted he was considered quite the charmer back home. Varian waved the claim away with casual dismissal, telling him not to be so sensitive. Arthur watched the exchange carefully. The ease between them felt genuine, but something about it still left him wary. Bond was new, someone he had never encountered before, and in times like these, introductions carried weight. Varian's choice of words felt deliberate, almost like reassurance placed where it was needed most. The thought unsettled him, though he couldn't tell if it stemmed from instinct or his own bias. Varian moved on before the moment could linger, turning toward a tall elf whose presence was as stark as it was unwelcoming. He began to introduce him, but the man cut him off without hesitation. "Camus Solaridon," he said flatly. "That's all he needs to know." Arthur noted the interruption. Cutting Varian off so bluntly wasn't something just anyone would dare. It spoke of either deep familiarity or absolute confidence. Perhaps both. The elf's unkempt appearance only added to the impression, setting him apart from the usual polished image of his kind. Clapping his hands once, Varian brought the introductions to a close. He stated that they would all become well acquainted soon enough, though his own time would be buried under endless paperwork. For now, coordination would fall to Miss Watskin and Miss Maria. Right on cue, Emily arrived, carrying a box with barely contained excitement. Clearing her throat, she announced there were a few preparations to handle before training could begin. Reaching inside, she pulled out what looked like a set of leather armor, though thin wires ran through it in intricate patterns. Before Arthur could question it, he found himself being fitted into the strange contraption, the unfamiliar weight and design making him shift uncomfortably. He muttered under his breath about how often he seemed to be forced into ridiculous outfits lately. Emily, meanwhile, looked thoroughly pleased, declaring the fit perfect before gesturing for him to turn toward Alanis. Alanis approached calmly, taking his hand with gentle precision. She asked him to remain still, and as her fingers closed around his, a soft green light spread across his skin. Her expression didn't change as she noted something down in a small book, confirming the scan was complete. Arthur barely had time to ask what she meant before Emily set the box aside and launched into an eager explanation, pointing out the various devices scattered around the training grounds. Each one, she claimed, had been designed specifically to aid his development. At first, her tone carried admiration, praising his control over mana in most areas, but then it shifted, sharpening into something far more blunt. Arthur stiffened as she stated it plainly. He had plateaued. In elemental magic, he hadn't progressed at all. Compared to the other lances, he was falling behind. In fact, she added without hesitation, he might as well be nothing more than a dual-element mage at this point. Heat crept up his face as he quickly tried to cut her off, urging her to stop before she said any more. There was no need to keep going. They understood. Catelyn, however, looked genuinely surprised. She reminded him that he had trained under the Asuras. Arthur let out a quiet breath, admitting the truth. Most of that time had been spent refining his physical augmentation rather than expanding his elemental range. Emily's criticism, as harsh as it sounded, wasn't wrong. He acknowledged it openly. He had relied too heavily on ice and lightning. That was precisely why he had asked for this training, to push beyond those limits and reclaim balance across all elements. Bond scratched his chin, grimacing as he admitted that even managing a single affinity gave him enough trouble. The idea of handling 4, on top of Arthur's deviant elements, was enough to make his head spin. Hester let out a soft chuckle, countering that Arthur's mental capacity was nowhere near as limited as Bond's. She expressed full confidence that he could handle it. The dwarf snapped back immediately, offended. Before their argument could escalate, Emily stepped in again. Carrying a metal panel, she placed it carefully on the ground. Her tone turned firm as she instructed them all to place their hands on the embedded crystal and channel mana into it. Without hesitation, Camus stepped forward first. Aura burst from Camus in a violent spiral, whipping around him before funneling straight into the crystal. The clear gem darkened into a deep gray, and the panel beneath it sprang to life with a low hum, its inner mechanisms clicking and whirring. Emily's eyes lit up instantly as she announced, barely containing herself, that the system was activating. Hester stepped forward next, calm and unshaken. She placed her hand against the crystal and murmured a single word. Fire answered her call, flaring bright and intense, yet perfectly contained, not a trace of heat escaping her control. Arthur watched in quiet focus, struck by the sheer precision she wielded over her element. Bond rolled his shoulders with a booming laugh, declaring it was his turn. Emily quickly tried to remind him this wasn't a competition, but he waved her off with a grin, insisting everything was a contest to a real man. The moment his hand met the crystal, the ground cracked beneath him. Jagged fissures spread outward as raw earth mana surged through the device. The panel trembled under the force before stabilizing, pulling his power inward. Then Emily called for Catelyn. The princess brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, composed yet graceful. As her mana flowed, the temperature dropped. Frost gathered around her, coiling into elegant serpent-like forms that danced through the air before slipping into the crystal. The device pulsed sharply, reacting to her controlled precision. Unable to hold back any longer, Emily pressed the crystal fully into place. At once, the entire room shifted. A steady hum filled the chamber, energy vibrating through the very air. Despite the spectacle, Alanis remained composed, assuring them that explanations could come later. For now, it was time to begin. Arthur asked how they should start. Hester answered calmly. It would begin like all proper training. Bond finished it with a grin. By beating you down. The pressure of their combined presence crashed over Arthur, heavy and suffocating. But instead of fear, something else rose within him. Excitement. A small smile formed as he lowered into a defensive stance. He was ready. Far from the castle, in a completely different battlefield, Tessia's vines snapped forward with precision, wrenching Darvis's axe clean from his grasp. His frustrated shout only fueled the laughter of Stannard and Karaya, their amusement echoing across the clearing. Tessia smiled faintly, reminding him to hold on to his weapon better next time, and called an end to the session. Darvis scoffed, muttering that one day he'd surpass her. Before the moment could settle, a young elf approached, offering a sealed transmission scroll with a respectful bow. Tessia accepted it, curiosity flickering as she broke the seal. Her grandfather's handwriting greeted her. Relief softened her expression as she read that the castle was secure and that Arthur had recovered. He would remain there for 2 months, focusing on training, though, as noted, he had apparently tricked his way into earning that time. Her pulse quickened as she read the list of those assigned to train him. Hester, Camus, Bond, powerful names. Then her eyes reached the last one, Princess Catelyn. Her breath caught. Back in the training chamber, the elders didn't wait. The instant Arthur signaled readiness, Hester moved. A sphere of fire ignited in her palm and shot toward him, growing larger as it tore through the air. Arthur moved to respond, but the ground beneath him lurched violently. Bond. The terrain twisted under his feet, throwing off his balance with precise control. Arthur barely had time to react. As he fell, he summoned Dawn's Ballad and swung it in a wide arc. Frost exploded outward, colliding with the fireball in a violent burst of steam that dissipated just before impact. He pushed himself up, but didn't get a moment to breathe. Wind slammed into him. Camus! The sudden gale threatened to send him flying, but Arthur drove his blade into the ground, anchoring himself as the force ripped past him. The pressure eased, and instantly another attack came. Dozens of icicles screamed toward him. Arthur reacted on instinct. Mana surged, and he unleashed a wave of fire that roared outward, vaporizing the incoming spikes into nothing but hissing steam. Hester didn't let up. Her grin widened as she unleashed a torrent of blue fire, the unnatural flames surging toward him with terrifying intensity. Arthur's eyes widened. Blue fire. From the sidelines, Emily watched with pure excitement, openly commenting on how rare it was to see Arthur push this hard. Alanis noted her enthusiasm, and Emily admitted, without shame, that she was actually hoping he'd get beaten even worse. For science, she added. Arthur gritted his teeth, countering flame with frost as his mind sharpened. Each of them moved with experience, but more than that, they were synchronized. This wasn't random pressure. It was coordinated. Before he could even think of a counter, the ground beneath him shifted again. 3 massive slabs of earth burst upward in an instant, slamming together around Arthur in a tight triangular formation. The walls sealed shut, forming a solid pyramid that cut him off completely from the battlefield. His vision vanished. Irritation flared. Outside, Bond's booming laughter echoed through the stone as he proudly declared victory, while Camus's voice followed with dry disdain, questioning whether this was truly the prodigy Varian had gathered them to train. Arthur exhaled slowly, snapping his fingers. A small flame flickered to life in his palm, casting dim light across the enclosed space. The glow revealed steep, narrowing walls that converged high above him, at least 20 feet up. He slid Dawn's Ballad back into his ring. This time, he would fight like a true conjurer. Closing his eyes briefly, he channeled earth mana into the ground, letting his senses stretch outward. A faint ripple spread through the soil, mapping everything beyond his prison. Within moments, he felt them, 4 distinct presences surrounding him, and 2 more farther back, watching, Emily and Alanis. Almost immediately, the walls reacted. Stone spikes erupted inward from all sides, stabbing toward him in relentless waves. Bond had caught on. Arthur smirked under the pressure. Clever. The spikes closed in rapidly. There was no more time. He fed mana into the small flame, letting it swell brighter, hotter, while his other hand summoned biting frost. Forcing the opposing elements together, he released them at once. A violent surge of steam exploded outward, filling the entire chamber. The vapor hissed through cracks in the stone, spilling into the open. Outside, Hester's voice rang sharp with warning. She called for caution, noting the moisture, and immediately instructed Catelyn to take advantage of it. Catelyn raised her hand, frost spiraling around her wrist as she prepared to strike. But Arthur moved first. Lightning erupted from him. It coiled across his body before detonating outward in a violent surge, ripping through the stone walls. The entire pyramid shattered instantly, collapsing under the force of crackling electricity. Dust and debris rolled across the field. Through the haze, Camus stepped forward. Without a word, wind gathered around his arms before he thrust them forward. A crushing gale slammed into Arthur, launching him backward, straight toward Hester. She was already waiting. A sphere of sapphire fire burned in her palm. Arthur twisted midair, but there was no time to escape. The blue flames swallowed him whole. Catelyn's breath caught, her hand lifting instinctively as she watched him disappear into the blaze. For a few seconds, nothing, just fire. Then it shifted. The flames twisted unnaturally, bending away from him as if forced apart. When the inferno split, Arthur stood at its center, unharmed, save for the faintly singed tips of his hair. Relief washed over Catelyn. Bond laughed loudly, clapping her on the back and assuring her there was nothing to worry about. But Hester's eyes narrowed, sharp with scrutiny. She acknowledged the feat, but warned him coldly. He was still holding back. Bond agreed without hesitation. Hester's voice cut deeper, stating plainly that if this was all he had, 2 months wouldn't be nearly enough. Camus let out a lazy yawn, adding that it was hard to stay interested when their opponent wasn't even trying. Arthur didn't argue. He admitted it calmly. He had a habit of matching his opponent's level, testing, measuring, holding back until necessary. A flaw, one he knew well. Then the ground trembled. Mana surged from him like a dam breaking. A violent wave of energy flooded the training grounds, raw and overwhelming. The air itself seemed to warp under the pressure. Catelyn staggered back, her breath catching. Camus straightened instantly, all laziness gone. Hester and Bond reacted at once, their auras flaring defensively. Arthur's voice cut clean through the storm. He told them he wouldn't use this form again after today, but for now he would fight seriously. Catelyn looked at him and froze, his eyes, amethyst, radiant, unreal. No words could truly capture them. She had seen this once before, during his duel at Xyrus. But never like this, never this close, never this overwhelming. Bond's booming laugh shattered the silence, filled with excitement as he welcomed the change. Hester barked orders immediately, commanding everyone to spread out as she leapt back, already preparing another spell. They all understood. Numbers didn't matter anymore. The balance had shifted. Arthur's presence alone pressed down like a crushing weight. Catelyn felt that familiar whisper creep into her mind, the same doubt that always surfaced in moments like this. The quiet voice insisting resistance was pointless, that nothing she did would matter. Her hands trembled. Then she crushed the thought. No, not again. Steadying her breath, she forced her focus back onto Arthur. Their eyes met once more, sharp, knowing, as if he could see straight through her hesitation. Then he vanished. Only a scorched footprint remained, crackling faintly with residual lightning. By the time her eyes tracked him, Camus was already airborne. Arthur's strike had landed. The elf's body soared through the air before the ground beneath him shifted, softening into a cradle to catch his fall. Catelyn's hesitation burned away. Determination took its place. She condensed water into a massive spear of ice, and with a sharp flick, sent it hurtling forward. Elder Camus reacted instantly, weaving wind into her attack and boosting its speed far beyond her limits. The combined strike spiraled through the air with deadly precision, locked onto Arthur. He didn't move. Standing firm, one hand raised in calm defiance, Arthur simply watched it approach. Catelyn froze, disbelief tightening her chest. Was he really not going to dodge? At the last second, the spear shattered. The ice broke apart mid-air, dissolving before it could even touch him. Camus shot her a suspicious glance, as if she had ruined the attack herself. She shook her head quickly, equally confused. That wasn't her doing. Then Bund moved. With a thunderous stomp, the ground split open and a massive boulder tore free. He smirked, taunting Arthur, unimpressed by flashy transformations alone. Arthur answered with a dangerous smile. In an instant, he vanished. A shockwave of mana slammed toward Bund, but the dwarf was ready. The boulder reshaped into a towering shield, absorbing the impact and carving a crater into the ground. But it was only a feint. Before Bund could react, Arthur was already behind Hester, black lightning crackling in his hand. Catelyn's heart clenched. He was too fast, and yet he hadn't targeted her. That whisper crept back into her mind, mocking, cruel. He was holding back. He didn't see her as a threat. Her jaw tightened. She refused to be pitied. Drawing in a breath, she activated the spell Vare had drilled into her. Frost spread across her body, forming a shimmering armor, seraph of snow. Power surged through her limbs as she rushed into the battle. The fight erupted. Camus moved like the wind itself, blades of air slicing toward Arthur while shielding his allies. Bund attacked relentlessly, shaping the battlefield with brute force. Hester's sapphire flames roared with terrifying intensity. Amid the chaos, Catelyn struck. Her blade sliced clean across Arthur's back, freezing the wound instantly. His head snapped toward her, eyes widening, not in pain but surprise. Arthur retaliated. Jagged stone burst forward, cracking her icy armor, but she didn't stop. She pushed in, releasing a surge of mana that forced him back, right into Camus' waiting gale. The wind seized him, hurling him through the air. Bund was ready, his arm encased in a massive stone gauntlet, flames from Hester wrapping around it. He swung with devastating force. The impact exploded across the field. Arthur was driven into the ground, carving a crater beneath him. Bund laughed loudly, praising Catelyn's timing, though he noted Arthur still hadn't gone all out. Slowly, Arthur rose from the rubble, breathing heavy. He admitted it himself. He couldn't maintain that form much longer. Still, he glanced at Catelyn with a faint grin, impressed by her precision, calling her something unfamiliar. An ice ninja. She blinked, confused. Nearby, Bund dismissed any concern about Arthur holding back, while Emily clapped excitedly, already thinking ahead. She revealed her latest project, a device designed to prevent fatal damage during training. Bund's interest spiked immediately, imagining its use for soldiers. But Alanis calmly pointed out the reality. Such a tool required rare phoenix worm scales, making large-scale use nearly impossible. And even if it worked, real enemies wouldn't stop after one strike. Arthur glanced around, eyeing the strange armor and the countless plates lining the chamber. Clearly, there was more going on here. Emily lit up. She explained everything. The armor, the plates, all part of a system designed to measure magical output. Each disc recorded the force behind spells, a unit she called FFU, force per unit. Linked by mana, they tracked pressure and impact across the entire field. Arthur quickly caught a flaw. What about spells that get blocked? Emily smirked. He wasn't the first to notice. Early tests had the same issue, so she improved it. Now, the entire chamber was covered in sensors, even beneath their feet. A dense mana network captured the force of a spell the moment it was cast, ensuring nothing went unmeasured. Arthur summed it up simply, saying it was like covering the entire room with discs to create a field where mana could be measured. Emily shot him an unimpressed look, complaining that he had just reduced 6 months of work into one sentence. Still, there was a trace of pride beneath her annoyance. Arthur acknowledged her efforts sincerely, calling the system a breakthrough that could speed up every mage's growth. But his attention shifted back to the armor. Emily explained that while the discs measured large-scale mana output, the suit was designed for tracking a single individual. Together, they created a complete system. The armor gathered detailed internal readings, which worked perfectly alongside Alanis' ability. Alanis nodded and clarified that the suit enhanced her precision, allowing her to monitor Arthur's mana flow in real time throughout training. Arthur narrowed his eyes slightly. Her explanation felt incomplete. He pointed out that she was being vague, almost as if she were hiding something, just like Emily had before revealing her invention. Alanis remained calm. She reminded him that he had only asked about the suit, not her own ability. Still, she added that if he was curious, he only needed to ask directly. Arthur didn't hesitate. He asked. Alanis folded her hands and explained plainly. By making physical contact, she could channel nature mana to observe the flow of another person's mana with extreme accuracy. Bund let out a chuckle at her wording, clearly amused, but no one entertained the joke. Arthur continued, asking if that made her a deviant of nature magic. Alanis admitted she wasn't entirely sure. It could be an evolved form or just a specialized branch, but either way, it had proven highly useful in assisting lances. Hester, ever analytical, asked what Alanis had learned about Arthur, specifically. Alanis gestured to the armor. With its help, she had gathered precise data. His mana transfer, from core to limbs, took about 0.46 seconds, which was incredibly efficient. However, his spellcasting told a different story. Wind magic lagged by nearly 40%, and earth by over 55%, compared to his strongest affinities, ice and lightning. Fire and water hadn't been used enough to measure properly. Bund scoffed, calling the entire thing useless. Hester shut him down immediately, remarking that the device could probably even measure how fast he ran on his short legs. The dwarf snapped back angrily, insisting he didn't need to run when the earth itself could carry him. Camus spoke up, offering to gather materials himself, so Emily wouldn't be overburdened. Emily waved it off enthusiastically, saying she already had multiple prototypes and making more wouldn't be an issue. Arthur leaned closer to Catelyn, lowering his voice as he asked what that exchange was about. She exhaled softly, her gaze dropping for a moment before explaining. Camus had been asking whether Alanis could perform mana readings on multiple people at once. Arthur turned back to Alanis and asked about his own results, specifically in his transformed state. Alanis answered carefully. In that form, his spellcasting efficiency increased nearly 5 times across all elements. Bund leaned forward, impatient, demanding more. Alanis hesitated, then apologized. She admitted she couldn't measure his physical augmentation at all in that state. Normally, his speed rivaled other lances, but during the transformation, it had become too fast for her to even track. Not long after, training ended. Arthur and Catelyn left the chamber together, walking in silence through the corridor. Eventually, Arthur broke it, asking about her brother. Catelyn answered calmly. Curtis was now working as an assistant instructor at Lancelor Academy. His condition had improved, though he was still under supervision. Arthur noted that she didn't seem to have the same freedom. She admitted quietly that she had once believed becoming stronger would earn her independence, but her father still saw her as a fragile princess. Arthur gave a small smile, pointing out that she was still quite reserved. Her chin lifted slightly, eyes flashing with determination, as she insisted she had changed. She revealed that joining his training hadn't been assigned. It had been her own request, but her voice faltered midway, and her cheeks flushed as she stopped herself. Arthur caught it instantly. With a teasing grin, he asked just how strongly she had insisted. Catelyn stumbled over her reply, quickly brushing it off as nothing more than an excuse to escape her studies. Arthur watched her, amused. She had always been quiet and withdrawn, but now there was something different about her, a confidence, a poise that almost bordered on arrogance. To an outsider, she might easily be mistaken for one of the proud nobles of the court. She suddenly turned, her amethyst eyes sharp with concern, asking if something was wrong, or if something was on her leg. Arthur straightened at once, quickly assuring her it was nothing. She studied him for a moment before admitting she hadn't even realized he was still behind her. His footsteps, she said, were unnaturally quiet. Arthur smirked, pointing out that she wasn't any louder. For all her confident stride, her steps were just as light. Her expression softened at that. She explained that their mother had been strict about appearances. Every movement, every gesture had been carefully trained. Both she and Curtis had gone through relentless lessons in royal etiquette, shaping even the way they walked. Arthur chuckled, mentioning how his own mother once forced Ellie into etiquette classes. Catelyn tilted her head, recognizing the name, and asked if Ellie was short for Eleanor. He nodded, adding that Ellie spent most of her time in the courtyard practicing archery. With a faint smile, he said he'd introduce them someday. Ellie would be excited to meet her. Catelyn smiled genuinely, saying she'd like that. Arthur then asked if she had gotten close to anyone else in the castle. She shook her head. Aside from familiar faces, nothing had really changed. Arthur frowned slightly, bringing up Hester. Catelyn explained that Hester had always been there, just not openly. She hadn't followed her to school, but as her guardian, she had always been present in the background. Arthur nodded, then asked about her connection to Bund. She confirmed it, explaining that all three elders had known each other for years. During the last war between humans and elves, Darv had sent troops to aid Ide Sapin. That's when Hester and Bund first met. Later, during peace summits, they had continued meeting and even training together. Camus had been part of that circle as well. Arthur remarked that it explained their perfect coordination in battle. When they reached her chambers, he asked if she'd be fine on her own. She lifted a pendant around her neck, its surface faintly glowing. She assured him her father had reinforced her room, and that this would protect her. Arthur's eyes narrowed slightly in recognition. Phoenix worm scales? She seemed surprised he recognized it so quickly, but confirmed it. Gideon had crafted it using both a core and scales. She thanked him for escorting her, admitting that without him, Hester would have insisted on coming instead. Arthur waved it off casually, saying he had errands anyway, and that it was the least he could do after her help during training. Catelyn gently corrected him, saying the training had benefited her too. There was nothing to thank. He gave a small nod, agreeing they should both keep training and grow stronger. Then he wished her good night. As he turned to leave, her quiet farewell followed him down the corridor. Arthur's path led him to the lower levels of the floating castle. The air grew colder, heavier, as silence swallowed his footsteps. He stopped at the cell where Mika rested, half asleep with a book in hand. The door creaked open. He greeted her. Mika stirred, offering a tired smile as she called him a welcome sight. Guilt tugged at Arthur as he apologized for not visiting sooner. He explained the council was still investigating her case thoroughly before considering release. Mika listened, then tried to explain gravity magic, but her explanation quickly turned into a mess of confusing ideas. Arthur smiled faintly, assuring her she wouldn't be stuck here much longer. Varian's team would clear things up soon. Mika laughed it off, telling him not to worry and focus on himself. Then suddenly her mood flipped. She burst into frustration, blaming everything on Radius, calling him the bastard responsible for her situation. Arthur lightened the mood, joking that Radius probably had a far worse cell than hers. Mika waved him off dramatically, complaining that being stuck without magic was unbearably boring. She called out for him to hurry and get her out. Arthur smiled, promising he would. Later, back in his room, Arthur washed up and sat on the edge of his bed. His gaze fell on Uto's horns resting before him. A heavy thought settled in his chest. He wasn't strong enough. Not yet. A small movement broke his thoughts. Sylvie stirred. She stretched slowly, her voice soft as she asked if he had rested well. Relief crossed Arthur's face as he looked at her. She flexed her limbs, saying she was almost back to normal, but then her eyes shifted to the horns. Her tone grew cautious. She asked if it was really wise to trust the Scythe who had left them behind. Arthur weighed the situation carefully. The treaty clearly forbade the Asuras from interfering in Dicathen's affairs, yet Ceres had chosen to spare him when she could have ended his life without effort. That decision wasn't meaningless. He admitted quietly that without her omniscience, neither he nor Sylvie would have been able to defeat Uto. Sylvie watched him, her gaze steady as she spoke. Their enemies would only continue to grow stronger. If the horns could help him reach the white core stage, then it wasn't just his gain. It was theirs. Arthur exhaled slowly, making his decision. One horn would be enough for him. The other, he insisted, should go to her. She was still in the awakening process that Lord Indrath had set in motion. For weeks, she had been unconsciously absorbing ambient mana, but it left her drained and sluggish. Drawing directly from Uto's horn would accelerate that process significantly. Sylvie hesitated. Her voice softened as she admitted the truth. She hadn't been trying as hard as she could. Fear held her back. Once she fully awakened as an Asura, she might not be able to stay by his side anymore. Growing stronger meant exposing what she truly was. It meant losing the ability to remain hidden. Arthur's expression darkened as memories of the battlefield surfaced. She had nearly died. Whatever came next, they would face it together. Like always, his voice left no room for doubt. Sylvie nodded, her faith in him unwavering. They always did. Turning to the horns, both focused their mana into the dense energy sealed within. Arthur searched for something to draw out, but found nothing. Across from him, Sylvie's aura flickered. She had found a thread. Arthur steadied himself and tried again. Mana wrapped around him as ether gathered at his palm, the horn beginning to glow faintly. Then pain exploded through him. A sharp, searing agony forced his hand back violently. His breath came in ragged gasps as he stared at his palm, the place where his etheric core had once been. The ether there had flared uncontrollably, raw and vicious. He clenched his teeth, cursing under his breath. That damned acolyte weapon. The damage it left behind kept interfering with his core. All he could do was hope it would be worth it. Exhaustion quickly overtook him. Letting out a heavy breath, Arthur fell back onto the bed, and before long, sleep dragged him under. Cadet Gray. The name echoed through the chamber. Gray stepped forward as the researcher behind the glass directed him to the platform. A smooth sphere sat before him, explained as a device to measure the depth of his Kai. He was instructed to channel his energy into it until told to stop. Taking a steady breath, Gray drew ki from deep within his core, guiding it through his body and into his arm before pressing his hand against the sphere. The orb absorbed the energy, glowing faintly. Seconds stretched. Sweat formed on his brow. His arm began to tremble, well before a minute had passed. When the researcher finally told him to stop, there was no praise in his voice, only indifference. Gray stepped away, moving down the brightly lit corridor until he reached the end of a line of cadets awaiting the final stage. The broad-shouldered boy in front of him shifted nervously, wondering what came next. But Gray already knew. They had been tested for intellect, strength, and Kai reserves. Only combat remained. Despite his lower reserves, confidence settled quietly within him. Fighting was where he excelled. The line advanced, leading them into a wide arena filled with cadets, under the watch of instructors. One man stepped forward, stern, composed. Instructor Grej introduced himself and explained the final trial. Combat. No ranks would be revealed. No advantages given. Every fighter would have to adapt to uncertainty, just like in real battle. One opponent might be weak, another overwhelmingly strong. Victory wouldn't depend on power alone, but on adaptability. The stakes were clear. Success meant access to resources, opportunity, a future. Failure meant neglect and eventual expulsion. With that, the matches began. Gray observed silently as two cadets fought. The clash was brutal. The boy faltered, falling hard to the ground. Before he could recover, the girl drove her spear downward. Grej intercepted it mid-strike. The match ended instantly. Both were dismissed. Then came the next call. Gray and Vlaire of House Ambrose. They stepped into the arena facing each other. At the signal, Vlaire attacked first. Fast, precise, his blade cutting through the air in a blur. Gray moved just as quickly. He tilted his head, letting the thrust pass by inches, then dipped under the follow-up strike. The exchange intensified. Vlaire's skill undeniable, but Gray didn't retaliate. He simply evaded. He couldn't afford to waste ki. One clean hit would end him, so he waited. To him, Vlaire's movements, despite their speed, felt just slightly too slow. As the fight dragged on, frustration crept into Vlaire's attacks. His rhythm broke. That was the opening Gray needed. He stepped in and drove a flying kick straight into Vlaire's ribs. The impact sent Vlaire stumbling backward, his body reeling from the force. Gray didn't hesitate. He stepped in and delivered a precise follow-up strike beneath Vlaire's arm, driving him further across the arena floor. Teeth clenched, Vlaire steadied himself, frustration written clearly across his face. Before the fight could continue, Instructor Grej raised his hand, his voice sharp as he called the match to an end. Vlaire protested immediately, pride refusing to accept it. He argued that it had been nothing more than a lucky hit and insisted he could still go on. Grej cut him off, irritation evident. These matches weren't about victory or defeat. They were for evaluation. He had seen enough. Still unwilling to concede, Vlaire shot Gray a resentful look, but Grej silenced him with a final remark. Gray had evaded every attack for exactly 1 minute and 8 seconds before landing a decisive blow. Any further delay would cost Vlaire points. Reluctantly, he was dismissed from the arena, making way for the next pair. The exams wrapped up quickly, leaving the cadets a short break to eat and rest, while results were prepared. Gray sat quietly at a table when a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Nico dropped into the seat across from him, casually bumping his arm. with Cecilia joining moments later. Gray asked how they had done, especially if the amulet had worked. Cecilia nodded. It had. Judging by the examiner's reaction, she placed somewhere around average, not particularly outstanding. Nico laughed, joking that he should have named it the not significantly above average key display. Still, there was pride beneath the humor. He had managed to keep attention off Cecilia once again. Gray watched them quietly. He remembered how Nico had handled Wilbeck's death, how he had recovered first and helped pull Gray back up. There was a strength in him beyond inventions, a quiet resilience that protected the people he cared about. Even so, Gray couldn't help but think it would have been safer if they had chosen a normal school instead of following him here. He voiced it, but Nico brushed it off with his usual confidence. They were staying together. Gray reminded them that the academy wasn't just about fighting. Its research labs and engineering facilities could benefit Nico just as much. Cecilia agreed calmly. Each of them had something to gain here. Reluctantly, Gray let it go, though the memory of that night still lingered. Whoever had targeted Cecilia was still out there. Nico waved off the concern, saying his current device would last until he could build a better one. Then, pushing his tray aside in disappointment at the food, he suggested heading early to the results board. Gray agreed. As they walked, Gray asked if engineering cadets were divided like martial ones. Nico explained that while they still needed Ki to power their tools, reserves weren't as heavily emphasized. He expected to land in either Division 1 or 2. Cecilia noted that things were harsher for martial cadets. The system stretched down to Division 5, making progress more difficult. Nico shrugged, grinning as he said he just hoped they'd end up in the same division, or even the same class, so Gray could keep trouble away from Cecilia. By the time they reached the courtyard, it was already packed. Cadets crowded around the results board, voices blending into a restless murmur. With no choice, Nico nudged Gray forward to lead the way through. As they pushed through the crowd, Cecilia noticed a thin line of blood on Nico's lip and asked if he'd been hit. Nico, ever dramatic, claimed he'd taken an elbow protecting her. Gray simply shook his head. He knew the truth. Nico bit his lip when nervous, and this time he'd done it too hard. Exposed, Nico muttered in annoyance as they forced their way to the front. The screen flickered to life. Names appeared. Nico Sever, Division 1. Cecilia, Division 2, Class 4. Gray searched for his own name. Then he found it. Division 4, Class 1. The words felt heavy. He repeated them silently, almost in disbelief. His path forward, growing stronger, excelling, avenging Headmaster Wilbeck, had just become far steeper. Arthur's eyes opened slowly to the familiar ceiling of his room. For once, it wasn't after a nightmare. Relief settled faintly over him. Nearby, Sylvie watched him, noting how restless his sleep had been. She wondered if his past life still haunted him. Arthur reassured her gently, telling her to focus on recovering while he returned to training. Rising, he stepped into the quiet hallway. At the far end stood Varian. The weight of his recurring dreams lingered in his mind, questions circling without answers. Noticing his expression, Varian spoke. He asked what was troubling him. Arthur admitted simply that he hoped all their efforts would succeed. Varian responded with calm confidence, assuring him that Alanis knew exactly what she was doing. Arthur then questioned why he had suddenly been assigned a personal attendant. Varian explained that after her time assisting the Lances, Alanis had proven herself exceptionally capable. Before that, she had been stationed along the southern border of Elenoir, where he had personally witnessed her during a corrupted beast attack. Though she had served as a nurse, her deviant magic stood out. She could instantly read the flow of mana within others, pinpoint weaknesses, and guide even seasoned lances toward improvement. That ability made her the ideal choice to oversee Arthur's recovery and training. Varian had personally approved her assignment. A hint of frustration crept into Arthur's voice, as he asked whether all of this was simply to improve the old commander's image. Before the tension could linger, Alanis entered quietly, holding a parchment. Arthur caught himself and apologized, but she continued without pause. Her tone remained calm but firm, as she stated that her role went far beyond polishing Varian's reputation. She handed Arthur his training schedule for the next 7 weeks. The plan focused on refining the speed of his mana flow during augmentation and improving his control over his weaker elements. As Arthur scanned the details, he noted that the first 2 weeks were dedicated to one-on-one training. He questioned whether that was the best use of time. Alanis reminded him precisely of his own goal, to immerse himself in combat using different elements, strengthening weaker affinities, while discovering how to apply them effectively in battle. Though technical, her explanation was sound, and Arthur acknowledged it. She studied him for a moment before adding that while his willingness to use himself as a training tool was admirable, it wasn't practical. Arthur asked her to explain. Alanis did so without hesitation. His combat style, she pointed out, was already too fixed. Even if he trained by limiting his stronger elements, in real battles he always reverted to them. To truly change that, he needed a gradual and structured approach, along with unpredictability. She outlined the system. Arthur would spar one-on-one against 4 different opponents, rotating at random intervals so he could never fully adapt. In each session, One of his elements would be restricted, and that restriction would also change unpredictably. Arthur let out a slow breath, realizing how much more complex this was than his original idea. What he had imagined as straightforward sparring had become a layered, demanding system. Varian remarked that Alanis had designed similarly intricate training for the other lances. Promising to return later to observe, he gave a final warning not to break Arthur. He was still needed. Arthur turned toward the training room, about to ask who his first opponent would be. The ground beneath him exploded upward. Caught off guard for only a moment, he immediately recognized the attack. Bund stood nearby, grinning widely, arms spread as if welcoming him. Arthur responded instantly, summoning fire as he rushed forward. "Fire is forbidden." Alanis' sharp command cut him off. Arthur clicked his tongue and stopped, but the hesitation cost him. Bund seized the moment, the ground wrapping around Arthur's legs and locking him in place. Shards of rock followed, launching toward him. Arthur dropped low, pressing his palms to the floor. Frost spread outward, freezing Bund's footing before Arthur countered with a barrage of ice shards. From the side, Hester laughed, while Camus noted calmly how quickly Arthur was adapting. Bund, however, wasn't finished. He reshaped the earth to block the attack, then lunged forward, challenging Arthur to do better. Arthur answered by propelling himself upward with wind, lifting into the air. Even as he created distance, he couldn't help but admire Bund's mastery. The control was incredible, though undeniably flashy. From the sidelines, Emily commented on how well Arthur was adapting to Alanis' restrictions. Bund pressed forward again, stone encasing his fist as he struck with immense force. Arthur raised a shield of ice to block it, the impact echoing loudly. In response, pillars of earth surged up around him, forming a cage. Arthur countered instantly, channeling earth mana to raise a pillar beneath himself, launching upward and breaking free. He turned toward Camus, ready to strike. "Switch!" Alanis' voice cut through the fight. Hester stepped forward, blue flames igniting around her hands. From behind, Bund grumbled in annoyance, clearly wanting to continue, but Alanis ignored him. She announced the next restriction. Water magic was forbidden. Without Realm Heart, Arthur couldn't clearly track mana, but his instincts, sharpened by Sylvie's dragon will, warned him. He leapt back just in time. A violent explosion of fire consumed the space where he had stood moments before. The explosion rattled the chamber, thick smoke rolling out to swallow Arthur's vision. He understood immediately. Hester had never intended to hit him. It was a smokescreen. Refusing to let her dictate the pace, he swept his arms through the haze, bending the dust and smoke into a cutting wave and sending it forward to flush her out. Right on cue, Hester emerged, shielded behind a blazing wall of fire. Arthur moved. Mana surged through his legs as he burst forward, blue flames coiling tightly around his fists. He struck hard, aiming to shatter her defense with sheer force. The fiery barrier cracked and broke, but Hester was already gone. A swirl of blue fire ignited beneath him, erupting into a towering pillar that swallowed him whole. For a moment, everything turned blinding sapphire. From the sidelines, Bond commented on Hester's relentless style, while Camus recalled how painful that very technique had once been. Arthur, however, endured. His aura held just long enough for him to twist the flames aside, redirecting the heat before his defensive artifact could activate and end the match. The pressure mounted, the heat growing suffocating, until finally he broke through, dispersing the pillar in a burst of force. But there was no time to breathe. A dozen massive fire orbs hovered in the air around him, each pulsing with volatile energy. Arthur exhaled slowly, irritation creeping in. Planting his feet, he summoned earthen spikes that tore up from the ground. Several struck true, piercing the flaming spheres and bursting them apart. Bond barked in annoyance at the mimicry, but Alanis coolly pointed out that it only proved Arthur was learning. Arthur noted the flaw himself. Too many of his strikes had missed, and it didn't matter. The destroyed orbs reformed almost instantly. Then they pulsed and unleashed hell. Streams of fire shot toward him from every direction, forcing Arthur into a defensive retreat. His mind raced. He couldn't stay on the defensive, but he also couldn't locate Hester. Realmheart tempted him. He resisted. Instead, he thought like her. If he were Hester, he'd aim to break his opponent's focus. Force impatience, create an opening. So Arthur played along. He roared, unleashing chaotic bursts of wind and flame, smashing through the orbs in what looked like reckless frustration. From the sidelines, Emily questioned the restriction on his water and ice magic, but Camus only smirked, confident the pressure would force growth. Behind the act, Arthur stayed sharp. The orbs began to shrink, their glow intensifying. A finishing move. Arthur surged forward, lightning wrapping his body as he tore through the barrage, striking the orbs head-on. Fire scattered with every impact, but Hester still didn't reveal herself, so he adapted. Maintaining a thin layer of flame around his body, he split his focus. The ground beneath him softened, opening into a narrow hollow. The moment he caught a flicker of movement within the firestorm, he dropped, sealing himself beneath the earth. Hester passed over the spot unaware. Then Arthur erupted upward, catching her completely off guard. She turned, but too late. His fists shot forward, wrapped in frost and lightning, colliding with her spell. The opposing forces compressed into a volatile sphere of fire and lightning, and exploded. The blast thundered across the arena. When the smoke cleared, Arthur remained standing, battered but steady. Hester, however, had been thrown back, a faint pink glow surrounding her, the sign that her defensive artifact had activated. From the sidelines, Emily lit up with excitement, praising the artifact's flawless response and the strength of the phoenix worm scales. Ellie, standing nearby, frowned at that reaction, clearly unimpressed. Emily quickly clarified. She wasn't surprised, just relieved. At the edge of the arena, Bund grumbled loudly about not receiving one himself, only to be reminded that he'd rushed in before she could give it to him. Arthur steadied his breathing, brushing it off as unnecessary anyway. Hester smirked despite her fatigue, promising that next time he wouldn't be so lucky. Leaning slightly toward Ellie, Arthur asked why she had come. She admitted she just wanted to watch him train, though from the looks of it, it was already over. Arthur's eyes shifted to Varian, who had arrived unexpectedly. He reminded the old elf of the council meeting he was meant to attend, but Varian simply shook his head. He had come with a private update, one Ellie was allowed to hear. His tone turned heavy. A critical supply route between Black Bend and the Wall had come under threat. Deliveries were essential, and their best warriors had been assigned to escort the convoys. For a time, the added protection had reduced attacks, but not eliminated them. Another ambush had just occurred. This time, the Twin Horns and Arthur's parents had been there. The news weighed heavily on Arthur, leaving him restless through the night. At dawn, he set out for Black Bend, determined to see the situation for himself. Gideon sat beside him in the carriage, already half asleep, while Hester and Princess Catelyn rode along. Arthur, however, remained silent, lost in thought. Sylvie's voice broke through gently, asking if he was worried about his parents. He admitted that he was. There was a reason he had never wanted them involved in the war. Sylvie reminded him softly that some things were beyond his control. He agreed, but the frustration remained. It had only been weeks, and already they were under attack. His thoughts spiraled. How fast was the war escalating? Who was targeting the supply lines? Rebels or Alacryans? The idea that enemy forces could slip past the wall unnoticed seemed unlikely, but not impossible. If they had been using the gate in Dar for longer than expected, their reach might already extend farther than anyone realized. The open terrain between Black Bend and the wall made things worse. It was perfect for ambushes. Maybe this wasn't about breaking the wall directly. Maybe the enemy was targeting supply lines instead, crippling them from within. Hester's dry voice cut through his thoughts. Asking if he was enjoying the scenery, Arthur replied with mild sarcasm. There was nothing to enjoy. Still, he admitted he was surprised they had chosen to accompany him. Catelyn answered calmly. As royalty, her presence would ease tensions and avoid unnecessary suspicion. More than that, she disliked the idea of ordinary citizens risking their lives just to transport supplies. Hester added that it seemed unlikely for enemies to remain hidden in such open land. Arthur countered that visibility meant little if the attackers came with hordes of mutated beasts. Catelyn suggested reinforcing Black Bend and the wall with more soldiers. Gideon shook his head. They didn't have enough manpower to spare. Instead, Varian was hoping Gideon could invent something to solve the problem. Then he glanced at Arthur, asking if he would share the idea he clearly had in mind. Arthur only said one thing. The terrain itself could be used. Gideon sighed at the cryptic answer. Suddenly, the carriage lurched to a halt. Hester demanded an explanation. The coachman stammered an apology, saying they had arrived, but the beast pulling the carriage had been spooked by what lay ahead. Arthur leaned out and froze. The road was covered in bodies. Soldiers and beasts alike lay scattered across the ground. Beyond them, the town was in ruins, smoke rising from shattered buildings. They abandoned the carriage and rushed forward, making their way through the devastation until they reached a large medical tent. Inside, Arthur saw them, his parents, alive. Relief hit him all at once as he pushed through the crowd, his voice unsteady as he called out to them, asking if they were hurt. Alice reassured him immediately. They were unharmed. None of the Twin Horns had suffered fatal injuries. Angela, however, spoke with frustration. The Alacryans had ambushed them after Reynolds had moved ahead to scout. In the chaos, not a single enemy had been confirmed killed. Helen added that Angela had stalled several deviant beasts, long enough for Reynolds to return and finish them off, though she teased that he had taken all the credit without a scratch. Reynolds brushed it off, his attention shifting to Arthur. Surprise crossed his face as he asked why his son had come. Was it just to check on them? Catelyn stepped in, explaining calmly that the council had assigned Arthur and Gideon to assess the supply routes and develop a solution to protect both lives and resources. Reynolds smiled faintly, noting how strange it was to think of Arthur as part of the council now. Helen gently reminded him that Arthur was still their son. She urged Reynolds to spend some time with him, while she explained the situation to the others. Alice stayed behind to assist, promising Arthur they would talk later. Sylvie hopped onto Hester's shoulder, offering to stay and listen, promising to relay anything important. But she reminded Arthur once more, he couldn't control his parents' choices. Arthur accepted that, even if it didn't sit well with him. Together, he and Reynolds stepped outside. For a moment, his father simply looked at him, pride clear in his eyes. The newest lance, already carrying the weight of war. Arthur admitted quietly that his father was right. While the responsibility on his shoulders was real, he had also come for a simpler reason, to make sure his parents were safe. Reynolds reassured him with steady confidence. They were strong because they fought as a team, always watching each other's backs. That bond, he insisted, would keep them alive. Arthur nodded, but the thought didn't fully settle his unease. Strength alone had never guaranteed survival. Too many powerful people had fallen in war. How could he make his father understand that fear? Sensing the weight of the moment, Reynolds shifted the topic, asking whether Ellie knew about the attack. Arthur explained that she only knew there had been an ambush. Varian had reassured her that none of the casualties were from the twin horns, so she had returned to her training. He added that she had grown skilled with the bow and had even expressed interest in attending a magic academy. A faint smile crossed Reynolds' face. Life in a massive castle must be lonely for a teenage girl. Arthur agreed, but noted that Ellie's determination came from something deeper than loneliness. Reynolds sighed, understanding all too well what it meant to live in someone else's shadow. He only hoped she would find time to make friends while continuing to grow stronger. Arthur then asked if they would be visiting anytime soon. Reynolds' expression softened with regret. They wanted to, but the war left them no such luxury. Duty kept them on the front lines. Arthur felt the urge to argue, but held it back. He wouldn't let this reunion turn into conflict. Instead, they spoke quietly, savoring the brief time they had. When it was time to part, Arthur embraced his mother tightly before stepping away. He waved as his parents returned to their duties, a heavy feeling settling in his chest. If they insisted on risking their lives out here, then his plan had to work. Back at the carriage, they soon arrived at another part of the town. As they stepped out, Catelyn glanced at Arthur and gently asked if he was truly satisfied with such a short reunion. Arthur answered calmly. His parents needed to move on to the wall. Catelyn made a teasing remark about visiting her own brother and not missing him at all, but Arthur grimaced, quickly warning her not to joke like that, especially in front of siblings. Before the moment could linger, Gideon cut in, impatience clear in his voice. He pressed Arthur about the idea he had been hinting at, the solution he had yet to reveal. Catelyn watched with interest as Arthur finally unrolled a parchment. The blueprint. He reminded Gideon of something he had once said. Combustium could power an entire vessel. Arthur had taken that idea further. Not a ship on water, but one that moved across land. A train. Gideon blinked, then burst into loud laughter, mocking the name and wondering what kind of mana beast inspired it. Arthur didn't react. He simply asked if Gideon wanted the design or not. That was enough. Gideon snatched the parchment, his ridicule instantly replaced by fascination as he scanned the details. Hester scolded him to at least step inside before waving around such documents. But Gideon barely heard her. Excitement overtook him as he clapped Arthur on the shoulder. This would change everything. Relying on rivers to connect cities was unreliable and slow. But with earth and water, mages assisting construction, this system could redefine transportation entirely. Arthur cut through the excitement, bringing the focus back to reality. First, the route between Blackbend and the Wall. Securing that line would protect supply convoys and save lives. Expansion could come later. More importantly, the Grand Mountains needed to be reinforced. Troops had to be able to move safely through the most dangerous terrain. Gideon nodded, already seeing the bigger picture. This invention wouldn't just secure supply lines, it could reshape civilization itself. Arthur raised a brow, prompting Catelyn to explain. All major cities had been built around teleportation gates. But with a system like this, cities could be built anywhere, not just where gates existed. Gideon beamed, clearly pleased. Arthur chuckled lightly, remarking that this idea might actually change history. Gideon bristled at the casual tone, half threatening to abandon his craft entirely. Arthur brushed it off, reminding him that he would be the one presenting this to the council. That stopped him. Gideon's eyes widened. As much as he loved recognition, he questioned why Arthur was handing him the credit. Arthur answered simply. It would be easier for the council to accept the idea if it came from a renowned artificer rather than him. And besides, Gideon would be doing most of the work anyway. That was all the motivation he needed. With a triumphant shout, Gideon rushed off, clutching the blueprint and already planning his presentation. Hester watched him go, shaking her head. The man seemed to run purely on excitement rather than sleep. Then Catelyn spoke again, this time more hesitant. Instead of returning immediately, she suggested they stay the night. The sudden proposal caught Arthur, Sylvie, and Hester off guard. Realizing how easily her words could be misunderstood, a faint blush spread across her cheeks. She hurried to correct herself, her voice stumbling slightly, as she insisted it wasn't what they were thinking. It had simply been a long day, and with nothing scheduled except training the next morning, She thought it might be nice to stay a while longer. She hadn't visited Black Bend in quite some time, and the city remained lively even at night. Surely they could at least stay for dinner. Arthur pressed a hand over his mouth, struggling and failing to hide his amusement as he watched her flustered attempt at clarification. Catching sight of him, Kathleen's blush deepened instantly. She frowned, demanding to know what he found so funny, insisting that her suggestion had been completely reasonable. Turning slightly, he glanced at Hester and asked whether their mentor agreed they should indulge for the night. Hester cleared her throat, masking her amusement behind a deliberately serious tone. If the general approved, she said, then she would allow it, on the condition that Arthur paid for the drinks. Arthur smirked, promising they would order enough to make Bun jealous. A faint smile tugged at Hester's lips. Watching Kathleen now, so animated and alive, stirred an old memory. For a fleeting moment, the princess reminded her of someone long gone. Arthur, noticing the subtle glances Kathleen had been casting earlier, seized the opportunity to tease her again. He remarked that she had clearly been eyeing a tavern, and that this was likely her true reason for wanting to stay. Kathleen recovered quickly, her composure returning as she replied smoothly that a skilled politician knew when not to answer such accusations. Later, Arthur and Hester entered the tavern together. Noticing Kathleen's absence, Arthur asked where she had gone. Hester explained that the princess was likely drafting proposals, reaching out to nobles who might support Arthur's train project. Or perhaps, she added dryly, she was still brooding over his earlier teasing. Arthur frowned slightly, a hint of regret surfacing at the thought that he might have gone too far. But Hester surprised him. As one of the few people allowed to joke freely with the princess, she encouraged him to keep doing so. Arthur raised a brow, pointing out that it was an unexpected thing to hear from her most loyal guard. Hester's expression softened as she stared into the dark surface of her drink, her reflection shifting with every ripple. She admitted that her perspective came not from duty, but from the 15 years she had spent watching over Kathleen. She was glad, genuinely glad, that Arthur treated her in a way that made her laugh. Her voice grew quieter as she continued, almost speaking to herself. Kathleen's reserved nature had always made it difficult for her to form real friendships, and even when she did, those connections rarely felt genuine. Arthur responded steadily, reminding her that Kathleen had never truly been alone. Hester herself had been there all along, shaping her into the person she had become. He added that perhaps even Jasmine had been influenced by her guidance. Hester scoffed lightly, brushing off the credit. Kathleen and Jasmine, she insisted, would have become remarkable women regardless. Jasmine especially had carved her own path. Then her gaze sharpened, flicking back to Arthur. His familiarity with her family name wasn't casual. It ran deeper. His parents had been adventurers alongside Jasmine in the Twin Horns. Arthur confirmed it, explaining that Jasmine had once served as his guardian during his time as an adventurer. That seemed to shift something in Hester. Her tone softened as she acknowledged that if he had traveled with Jasmine, then he must understand the weight of the Flamesworth name. Arthur replied calmly that he knew enough to recognize that not everyone carried the same prideful arrogance. Hester exhaled slowly, memories surfacing. Jasmine, she explained, was her younger brother's daughter, a good child, one she could never fault. Her siblings, too, had been decent enough, but Jasmine's father had been different. Pride had consumed him, perhaps more than any fire mage of his generation. He had always dreamed of Jasmine becoming a dual elemental mage. When it became clear that wind was her only affinity, he cast her out without hesitation. Hester's jaw tightened as regret crept into her voice. She wished she had done more for Jasmine back then, especially after her awakening. She drained her mug in a single motion and slammed it down onto the table. Despite the roughness in her tone, there was relief beneath it. Jasmine had found good people to rely on. Still, she warned Arthur sharply not to take that as permission to insult her brother, no matter his faults. Arthur leaned back, unfazed. He assured her he had no intention of fighting Jasmine's battles for her. The tension eased as Hester accepted another drink, clinking her mug lightly against his. She muttered that she was simply making sure he didn't go around tarnishing the Flamesworth name. Arthur laughed, teasing that she sounded exactly like one of them in that moment. Curious, Arthur asked what her brother was doing now, noting that most of the Flamesworth family seemed tied to the war effort. Hester answered without hesitation. Trotius, her brother, served as a captain, his division stationed among the main forces at the wall. Before Arthur could respond, a young woman from a nearby table approached, clearly having overheard. Her eyes lit up with recognition as she asked if Hester truly was Hester Flamesworth. She explained eagerly that her father had once served under her command. Hester's response was cautious, reminding her that many soldiers had passed through her division, but the woman pressed on, her admiration unmistakable. She had grown up hearing stories of Hester's feats during the Battle of Ediston. Soon her companion joined in, cheerfully offering to buy them a round of drinks if Hester would share those stories. Hester began to refuse out of habit, but Arthur cut in smoothly. With a grin, he pointed out that she was off duty and deserved to relax for once. Leaning closer, he added quietly that Kathleen could handle herself just fine. And besides, drawing attention away from a lance in the room would only work in their favor. Hester smirked at his reasoning, muttering that Varian had been right. Arthur really was a brat. From her perch nearby, Sylvie added softly that he was also rather sneaky. Arthur feigned innocence, insisting he only wanted his dear mentor to enjoy a few free drinks for once. What harm could there be in that? Sylvie merely warned, with quiet certainty, that karma had a way of finding its mark sooner or later. Arthur opened his mouth to argue, but before he could, a small group of young girls approached hesitantly. Their voices were soft, yet filled with awe, as they asked if he was truly Arthur Leywin, the newest lance. Before he could respond, another voice slipped into the moment, smooth, composed. Kathleen stepped forward, her presence immediately commanding. She confirmed that Arthur was indeed a lance, though off duty for the night. Her gaze flicked between Arthur and Hester, a faint, knowing smile forming as she teased them for beginning the celebration without her. Arthur scoffed lightly, pointing out that a single drink hardly counted as a party. The girls nearby, however, seemed to disagree. They whispered excitedly among themselves, now recognizing the princess as well. Unbothered, Kathleen turned her attention to Hester, noting how good it was to see her actually relaxing. She remarked that her loyal guard often worked far too hard. Arthur recalled Hester mentioning her long service and asked about it. Kathleen confirmed, explaining that while Hester had always been present in her life, she had only been assigned as her personal guard after the Battle of Xyrus. Curious, Arthur asked whether Curtis had a guard as well. Kathleen shook her head. That role belonged to Grotter. At the mention of the name, Sylvie perked up instantly, chirping with clear excitement that she liked him. Arthur laughed and translated aloud, drawing a soft smile from Kathleen. She admitted she missed him too. Arthur smirked, teasing that she clearly didn't mean Curtis. Her reply carried both warmth and exasperation. Curtis, she explained, had always been protective. Their parents had raised him with the responsibility of looking after her, and though he often urged her to step out of the library and live a little, he was never far when she needed him. She believed he would have been the same even without their royal status. When he had been offered his position at Lancelor, he had nearly refused, unwilling to leave her side. But with the war intensifying, she had convinced him that his duty lay elsewhere. In the end, he accepted, and his work there had already begun shaping the next generation. There was quiet pride in her voice as she spoke, though it softened with a hint of loneliness. She admitted she missed him, though she would never say it to his face. The next time they met, she wanted to show everyone, how much she had changed. Arthur's expression softened. He told her he was glad she had been assigned as one of his mentors. Kathleen returned the sentiment just as sincerely. He added that he hoped they would see Curtis again soon, along with the others from Xyrus. It had been far too long. After a brief pause, his tone shifted slightly as he asked if she had heard from Claire. The question stilled her. Claire's condition resurfaced in her mind, along with the promise to keep it from him. The weight of that silence pressed heavily against her chest. Torn between honesty and duty, she chose neither. Instead, she lifted her mug in one swift motion and drained it completely. The sudden action startled Arthur as she slammed it down, her cheeks flushed, her eyes bright with something unspoken. Declaring abruptly that she wanted to dance, she grabbed his hand and pulled him toward the makeshift dance floor. The tavern pulsed with music, the rhythm alive and unrestrained. Kathleen moved freely, casting aside composure as she let herself be carried by the beat. Arthur followed, surprised at first, but quickly adapting. "I just want to dance," she shouted over the music. He smiled, giving in. "Then let's dance." A sudden misstep made her stumble, a small gasp escaping her lips. Arthur chuckled, teasing her gently, asking if she had been expecting something more refined, perhaps ballroom music. Her blush deepened as she admitted that she might have hoped for something a bit more elegant. That only made him laugh harder. Yet there was no mockery in it, only warmth, amusement at her unguarded, almost childlike joy. At last, he extended his hand properly, offering to guide her. Her eyes lit up instantly. Without hesitation, she took his hand. This time, their movements aligned. Laughter blended with music as they found a rhythm together, the noise of the tavern fading into the background of a fleeting, shared moment. Far away, deep within a dense forest, Tessia moved alongside her team. Without warning, a surge of emotion flooded through her, sharp, sudden, uncontrollable. Her fist lashed out instinctively. It struck Darvis squarely, sending him staggering back with a groan. Shocked, he demanded to know what had gotten into her. Tessia could only falter, struggling to explain the sudden rush of anger that had come from nowhere. After a brief day of rest, training resumed with renewed intensity. Arthur stood beside Emily as she secured newly crafted bands around his arm. He praised her efficiency, but questioned whether she was truly all right. Emily responded with her usual bright energy, insisting she was perfectly fine, and most importantly, no longer hallucinating. The previous spar had provided the data she needed. Arthur suggested she should still get some rest, only to wince as she tightened one of the straps too much. He shot her a look, complaining sharply before joking that she was starting to resemble Gideon. Before she could respond, the atmosphere shifted. Varian entered, flanked by Vare and Baron. His sharp gaze landed immediately on Arthur, who had apparently been relaxed enough to joke around. Clearly, Varian remarked dryly, Arthur was not being pushed hard enough. Everyone bowed at once, everyone except Arthur. His sarcastic remark, "We're doing this again?" earned him nothing but a glare and a single familiar word: brat. Meanwhile, Kathleen's attention shifted as Vari approached. His presence carried a quiet authority as his gaze settled on her. At last he spoke, noting that she had grown stronger since they last met. A small flicker of pride stirred within her, though she answered respectfully. Attributing her progress to her training, Vara simply hummed in acknowledgement. Before anything more could be said, Bun's booming voice cut through the room as he demanded to know if they had come to drag Arthur away again and cut short their training. Unbothered, Alanis continued, her quill scratching steadily across parchment as she announced the next match. Princess Kathleen was called forward, but before she could take a step, Vare moved. With a fluid motion, the general unclipped the fur-lined cloak from her shoulders. Her voice rang out, calm yet commanding, as she declared that having just returned from a mission, and with rare free time on her hands, she would personally challenge the newest lance to a spar. A strained whisper followed from Miss Watskin, confirming that the barrier was ready. Though uncertainty trembled beneath her words, Kathleen's gaze locked onto her master. A shimmering bluish-silver aura enveloped Vara, pure and unwavering. In contrast, Arthur's aura flickered with shifting hues, an ever-changing spectrum born from his multiple affinities. Around them, the elders, Varian, and even General Baron stood silently at the edges of the hall. No one dared look away, as though even a blink might cost them something extraordinary. Kathleen understood that feeling well. Vara's very presence carried a weight that commanded respect, even among grandmasters. To face her, even briefly, was worth more than countless hours of ordinary training. For Arthur, this was priceless. Without warning, Vare vanished. Her form flickered out of existence, and Arthur reacted instantly. He blurred sideways just as a frozen lance tore through the ground where he had stood. Ice spread rapidly from the impact, crawling across the stone like a living thing. Arthur answered in kind. A shockwave of frost burst outward, testing her defenses. Vari met it effortlessly, a flick of her wrist dispersing his spell, while siphoning its remnants into her own. Mist gathered around her, swirling and condensing into a dozen crystalline spears. Her fist clenched, the spears shot forward. They streaked toward Arthur like a storm. Arthur moved. His speed was breathtaking, his figure blurring, splitting into afterimages as he weaved through the barrage. Bund let out a low rumble of realization. Now he understood just how much Arthur usually held back. Varian added calmly that Arthur always restrained himself against weaker opponents. But here, there was no need to hold back. Camus frowned slightly, questioning why Arthur hadn't used his special ability yet. Ellie answered softly, yet with certainty. He was enjoying himself. Opportunities like this were rare, and for once, Arthur was simply happy to fight. With a sweeping motion, Vara drew the surrounding frost into motion. Snow spiraled upward, twisting and shaping itself into something immense. Within moments, a towering dragon of ice took form, its body coiling as it loomed over Arthur, its silent roar echoing through the hall. Arthur didn't hesitate. Blue flames ignited along his arms, burning so intensely that the surrounding snow melted instantly into steaming rings at his feet. As the haze cleared, Vare hovered above, 24 spheres of ice orbiting her with perfect control. Kathleen's chest tightened. It was rare, so rare, to see her master unleash this level of power so openly. She resolved then and there to remember everything, every detail and every movement. Around them, tension rippled through the spectators. Wagers began to spread quietly among the onlookers. Arthur moved first. With a wide sweep of his arms, he unleashed a storm of wind blades, slicing crescents spinning toward Vara. But before they could reach her, something shifted. The blades slowed, faltered, then drifted off course entirely. Arthur clicked his tongue, acknowledging the mistake aloud. Air pressure dropped when cooled. Vare responded calmly, her voice steady as ever. Recognizing one's flaws, she said, was already a step forward. Then she struck. With a simple flick of her wrist, the spheres surrounding her surged forward. Arthur braced. Blue flames erupted around him, forming a roaring vortex that wrapped his body. Hester's voice cut in, measured and analytical. Arthur wasn't just using fire. He was combining it with wind, amplifying its force. Kathleen's eyes narrowed. Something about it felt wrong. Why wasn't he dispersing the energy? Holding it like that would drain his mana far too quickly. Then she saw it. The plan. At the exact moment the frost spheres were about to detonate, Arthur released everything. Blue flames exploded outward, swallowing Vari's magic hole. The fire twisted inward, spiraling, condensing, until it wrapped itself tightly around his lightning spear. Azure fire and lightning fused into one. Arthur hurled it. The spear tore through the air, accelerating further as a final gust of wind propelled it forward. Vare responded instantly. Layer upon layer of ice shields formed before her, but the spear shattered them effortlessly. Flames devoured each barrier, pushing through without slowing. Then, impact. A deafening explosion tore through the arena. Light swallowed everything. When it cleared, Arthur dropped to the ground, breathing heavily, shoulders sagging from from the strain. For a brief moment, Kathleen thought he had done it, but Vare stood, unbroken. Her body shimmered, encased entirely in ice. Frost covered her like armor, transforming her into something almost elemental, no longer fully human. Arthur smiled. Despite his exhaustion, his eyes sharpened, glowing faintly as Realmheart awakened. Kathleen's breath caught. She had seen this form before, yet it never failed to send a chill through her. Varian's voice broke the silence. He asked Baron whether he thought he could defeat Arthur in a fight. The lance didn't answer. His gaze remained locked on the battle. Suddenly, sharp popping sounds echoed between Arthur and Vara. Ellie squinted, confusion written plainly across her face. As she asked what was happening, Kathleen felt the same uncertainty, until Miss Emariah spoke, hesitant but certain. Arthur was casting spells. They just couldn't see them. Baron finished the thought. Arthur wasn't just casting. He was unraveling Vara's spells before they could even form. Hester frowned, questioning how such a feat was even possible. Varian answered with rare astonishment. His usually calm eyes widened. It had to be tied to Arthur's strange form. In that instant, the truth clicked in Catelyn's mind. The sharp popping sounds weren't random. They were collisions of mana, canceling each other out before the spells could even take shape. Arthur vanished, his body flickering like a mirage, only to reappear behind Vare. His leg swept upward, releasing a violent shock wave laced with mana and lightning. Vare reacted instantly, Frost bursting outward to meet the attack. The clash cracked like thunder through the chamber. She followed with a swift strike, her movements cold and precise. Arthur met her head-on, parrying each blow with his bare hands as the ground beneath them split from the force of their exchange. The battle shifted into close combat, yet Vare remained unshaken. Twin crystalline blades formed in her hands, flawless and unyielding. Arthur answered with a blade of ice, slimmer and faster in his grip. Their weapons collided in a storm of sparks and frozen shards. With every clash, Arthur's sword chipped away, splintering into glittering fragments that scattered like snow. Vare's blades, however, remained perfect, their edges gleaming like polished crystal. The intensity rose until Arthur's latest conjured blade buckled under her strike. Cracks spread across its surface before it shattered completely, fragments scattering like frozen glass. Before he could form another, Frost surged around his hand, locking him in place. In the next instant, Vare's blade hovered at his throat. The duel was over. Arthur let out a full, unrestrained laugh. Vare lowered her weapon calmly and extended a hand, praising the fight. Arthur admitted there was still a clear gap between them. Vare didn't deny it, but noted that if he had sustained his strange form longer, he might have overwhelmed her. Arthur shook his head, dismissing it as borrowed power rather than his own. He admitted his doubts about his ice magic, especially after witnessing her mastery, though a spark of curiosity remained in his eyes as he wondered what feedback the mentors would give. When they returned, Catelyn noticed Varian and General Baron quietly exchanging coins behind folded hands, their expressions unreadable. Arthur dropped onto a bench with a faint smirk, looking every bit like a student awaiting judgment. Alanis cleared her throat sharply, asking for feedback. Instantly, the elders surged forward, voices overlapping in a flood of critique. Her gaze hardened, silencing them at once, with a command to speak one at a time. She called on Elder Camus first. After a brief pause, he began thoughtfully. Arthur's use of wind to enhance his spells had been clever, but too superficial. Instead of simply pushing the lightning spear, he should integrate wind directly into it. Done properly, it would create a rotational force, sharpening its piercing power without costing much extra mana. Arthur listened closely, nodding in understanding. General Baron followed, his tone firm. The issue, he explained, lay in the nature of the elements. Lightning was volatile and difficult to control. A more efficient approach would be to first shape fire into a piercing form, then layer lightning over it. Arthur nodded again, his thanks quiet but sincere. Vare spoke next, as direct as ever. She acknowledged his control but pointed out a pattern. His ice magic, aside from his absolute zero technique, was mostly used as a distraction to set up his stronger lightning attacks. Her gaze briefly shifted to Catelyn. Catelyn agreed, confirming she had noticed the same tendency. Arthur's brow furrowed slightly. Was he really that predictable? Vare's final point was clear. His speed and ability to chain spells compensated for this weakness, but in a prolonged fight, it would become fatal. Arthur accepted the criticism without resistance, promising to keep it in mind. With the session over, the lances and Commander Varian departed, leaving behind a silence heavier than before. Emily let out a long sigh, her shoulders slumping as she admitted how exhausting their presence had been. Nearby, Ellie collapsed face first onto Boo's back. Arthur pointed out that there hadn't just been 2 lances present, but 3, including himself. Ellie dismissed it easily, insisting he was her brother before anything else. Soon after, she excused herself, cheerfully saying her goodbyes. She shot Arthur a playful wink, deliberately calling him Lance Arthur, before skipping away. He shook his head, unable to hide a small smile at her antics. Alanis, watching her go, remarked on how different Ellie was from him. Arthur agreed, noting she clearly took after their father. Alanis then wondered if Arthur resembled his mother more. He admitted he liked to think he carried traits from both, though he wasn't entirely sure. When she pressed further, asking who else he could resemble, he simply shrugged. Behind them, Emily let out a soft yawn. Arthur glanced back to see her struggling to stay awake, her head drooping. When he called her name, she jolted upright, quickly insisting she hadn't been asleep. Arthur shifted back to the task at hand, politely asking about the data gathered from his training. Camus showed interest as well, curious about how his spells had been measured. Emily, still flustered, explained that raw numbers alone meant little without proper context. Emily explained that her assistants, spread across several academies, were conducting tests using simplified versions of the artifact. By collecting results from a wide range of students, they aimed to build a comprehensive spectrum of data. It became clear to Arthur that the device she had created, the FPU, was not just for his personal development, but a broader tool designed to measure and compare mages across the continent. Emily confirmed his realization. While she could analyze the results of their small group, the true potential of the artifact would only emerge once enough data had been gathered from different academies. Camus, ever inquisitive, wondered aloud which of the elder mages among them was the strongest. Bun immediately claimed the title for himself, only for Hester to cut in with sharp humor, reminding him that she was very much present. Watching their exchange, Arthur felt a quiet sense of gratitude. Surrounded by mentors of such skill, he bowed his head sincerely, thanking them for their guidance, and acknowledging how much he owed them. Bund, flustered by the earnestness, nudged him and accused him of trying to make him blush. Camus chimed in playfully, agreeing that Arthur was indeed fortunate, and soon the room filled with easy laughter. As the days passed, Arthur became certain that stepping away from the battlefield had been the right choice. Training alongside Sylvie, he found himself pushed beyond limits he hadn't yet conquered, facing challenges far greater than anything ordinary soldiers could offer. At the same time, his duties as a council member drew him into frequent meetings, where the future of Dicathen was debated. During one such meeting, Marielle turned to Gideon, asking for an update on the long-awaited train project. Gideon's eyes lit up as he spoke, explaining that the design had evolved beyond a mere land ship into a true train, one capable of transporting at least 20 times the supplies of traditional carriages. Vere's voice cut in, sharp and practical, questioning whether a fixed route between Black Bend and the Wall would make the train an easy target for Alacryan attacks. Aya followed, pointing out that even a single break in the tracks could cripple the entire system. He acknowledged their concerns, revealing that Arthur had already surveyed the terrain with him and that they had devised a solution. Varian leaned forward, intrigued, asking what it was. With dramatic flair, Gideon unfurled several parchments across the table, revealing detailed designs. His voice brimmed with pride as he announced the answer: an underground railway. King Blaine frowned immediately, dismissing the idea as far too expensive. Arthur suppressed a knowing smile, recognizing how little the king truly understood the scope of Gideon's work. Stepping in, Arthur calmly reframed the discussion, urging the council to see the project not just as transportation, but as a solution to three major problems. First, the urgent need to secure supply lines. Second, the rising cost of domesticating mana beasts, driven higher by the instability of the beast glades. And third, the growing poverty spreading across Dicathen. At this, Baron burst out in protest, dismissing the claim outright and insisting that the war had strengthened the economy. Before the argument could spiral, Priscilla intervened, silencing him. Arthur spoke steadily, countering the claim. While business might be thriving, it was the merchants and elites who benefited, not the common people. Turning to Queen Priscilla, he asked whether there had been reports of riots sparked by rising taxes and the increasing cost of living. She confirmed it, surprised by his foresight. Arthur explained it simply. It was cause and effect. The war had redirected resources toward the military, neglecting the population that sustained the kingdoms. For the lower class, this meant higher expenses without higher wages. Attacks on coastal regions disrupted fishing, farmland had been destroyed, and survival itself had grown more difficult. Alduin leaned forward thoughtfully, asking if the railway project was meant to create jobs. Arthur confirmed it, explaining that such a massive underground system could not rely solely on a handful of earth mages. While mages would secure and stabilize the structure, the bulk of the work, construction, planning, and maintenance, would require ordinary laborers. Blaine suggested using slaves to reduce costs. Varian rejected the idea immediately, his tone firm. Slave labor, he explained, lacked the precision needed for such complex work. More importantly, this project was not a temporary solution. It marked the beginning of a new era. It would create an entirely new field of labor, one one that valued skill and effort over magic. From laying tracks to designing routes between cities, it was work that needed to be nurtured and rewarded, especially as more mages were sent to the front lines. Gideon eagerly supported this, emphasizing that fair wages would not only sustain workers, but also drive productivity. He wanted to build the project alongside those who would dedicate themselves to it. In the end, the council cast their votes. The decision was made. The Underground Railway would be built. Alongside it, new policies were established, including a firm ban on slave labor. Arthur placed his trust in Gideon, confident he would manage the workforce in a way that not only kept people employed, but allowed them to grow into leaders for the next phase of the project. As the plans unfolded, Arthur couldn't help but recognize the early signs of an industrial age taking root in Dicathen, something he had only ever read about in the textbooks of his past life. The war with Alacrya had accelerated that change, and while he knew his knowledge alone couldn't end the conflict, he found some comfort in knowing he could at least ease the burden on those living through it. Life in the floating castle soon settled into a steady rhythm. Sylvie spent hours each day carefully drawing mana from Uto's horn, the process slow but controlled, leaving her calm and focused. Arthur, meanwhile, threw himself into relentless training, determined to push beyond his limits and prepare for the battles ahead. In quieter moments, Alanis and Emily would sit together in the garden, sipping tea and exchanging observations, wondering if the group's recent lackluster performances stemmed from exhaustion rather than weakness. On the training grounds, Bund and Catelyn clashed with fierce intensity. Catelyn's breathing grew uneven, strain clearly etched across her face, while Bund moved with effortless ease. Nearby, after finishing another set of drills, Ellie teased Arthur with playful mockery. Her jab landed perfectly, and Arthur, along with Camus, burst into laughter. Before ending the session, Camus made an unusual request. He asked Arthur to strike his open palm, not to test strength, but simply as a demonstration. Arthur hesitated, confused by the simplicity, but complied when Camus insisted. Drawing in mana, he delivered the punch as he would in real combat. Yet the result felt wrong. As his fist neared Camus's hand, the force seemed to vanish. The strike lost its power, landing softly, almost politely, against the elf's palm. Arthur pulled back immediately, frustration and confusion rising as he demanded an explanation. Camus only gave a vague hint. The answer lay in observation. Determined, Arthur tried again. And again, the same thing happened. A third attempt yielded no difference. But on the fourth strike, something shifted. He felt the air itself change, a subtle pressure forming around his fist. This time, the impact landed with a solid crack, forcing Camus to step back slightly. Realization dawned. Arthur could feel it clearly now. Camus wasn't blocking the strike directly. He was manipulating the air, adjusting pressure to slow and redirect the force before it could land. By creating a localized vacuum and controlling the air at the point of contact, he had been neutralizing the momentum of the attack. Arthur quickly voiced his understanding, his explanation rushed but accurate. Camus listened with a satisfied smile. Despite the unusual terms, Arthur had grasped the essence of the technique. Still, Arthur couldn't hide his amazement. The method was brilliant, so simple, yet so effective. He couldn't help but wonder why he hadn't thought of it himself. Camus, ever perceptive, voiced that very thought. Arthur scratched his head, sheepishly admitting it was true. The elder elf then reminded him of the purpose behind his training. Hester, Bund, Catelyn, and Camus were all there for a reason, to help him fully immerse himself in each element, not just to wield them, but to understand their unique fighting styles and refine his own. Arthur agreed, though he phrased it more simply. Camus's tone sharpened as he pointed out Arthur's real flaw. His style leaned too heavily toward offense. When forced onto the defensive, he relied on quick, energy-draining solutions. To Arthur, wind was just a weapon, a blade, a gust, a storm. Earth was nothing more than spikes and walls. But true mastery wasn't about brute force. It was about understanding the subtle, unseen applications of each element, the quiet ways they could be used beyond destruction. Camus gestured toward the battlefield where Bund and Catelyn had fought earlier. The ground was scarred, riddled with pits and gouges. He asked Arthur what had caused them. Arthur thought for a moment. The obvious answer was impact from attacks, but something told him that wasn't right. In the end, he admitted he didn't know. Camus explained that skilled earth mages could absorb and redirect force into the ground itself, dispersing the energy so precisely that even powerful blows became harmless. The damage Arthur saw wasn't just destruction, it was controlled redirection. He acknowledged the awkwardness of instructing someone technically above him in rank, but continued anyway. Arthur's control over the elements was impressive. Good, even exceptional. But his habits held him back. Years of one-on-one combat had shaped him to focus on striking or evading a single opponent. He wasn't yet adapted to handling multiple threats or complex battlefields. Time, Camus reminded him, was limited. Every lesson mattered. Those words stayed with Arthur as he left the training grounds and returned to his chambers. Sylvie, who preferred practicing in the quiet of her own room, seemed relieved to be back in familiar surroundings, though she admitted it could get dull. Arthur watched her work, curious about her progress with the horn. She told him it was going well, steady, controlled, and consistent. A small but meaningful success after a long day. Arthur admitted that his own training hadn't gone as smoothly. Still, he could feel something changing within him, a subtle shift, small but undeniable. Sitting cross-legged, he began to meditate once more. His breathing slowed as mana flowed through his body, gathering around Uto's horn and forming a dense, layered aura. Stray thoughts tried to creep in, but he pushed them aside, grounding himself in the present. Here, in the quiet of his room, he was safe. In the very next instant, everything warped. Arthur's vision blurred, the calm chamber dissolving, as if it had never existed. When clarity returned, he found himself standing in the grand halls of an unfamiliar castle. Low whispers slithered through the air as a cloaked man knelt deeply before a towering throne. From the shadows, a figure urged him to speak. The man introduced himself as Karnal of Blood Vale, his voice shaking with reverence as he sought guidance. Then the figure on the throne stepped forward, and realization struck Arthur like a blow. He wasn't just watching. He was inside Uto's memories. Through Uto's eyes, he felt it all. Karnal's Vertra bloodline was thin, yet his family's loyalty had endured. At Uto's command, Karnal removed his robe, exposing the marks carved into his back. A companion stepped forward to inspect them. One mark of awakening and 2 crests. One earned through valor in battle, the other through mastery of the first. Arthur could sense Uto's thoughts, faint approval mixed with disappointment. Karnal had achieved mastery, yes, but both crests leaned toward defense. Even so, judgment was given. For his unwavering loyalty to Vaker and his achievements in the battle against Seiz Klar, Uto, retainer of Kiros Vritra, granted Karnal entry into the Obsidian Vault, a chance to earn an emblem. Karnal trembled as tears filled his eyes. Crossing his arms over his chest, he shouted his oath to the glory of Veker and Alacrya. The soldiers lining the chamber echoed him, their voices swelling into a thunderous chant. For the Vritra, for Alacrya, for eternal glory. Then, the vision shattered. Arthur staggered back to reality, gasping for air, as though he'd just survived a battle himself. A sharp burning pain shot through his palm, forcing him to drop the horn. Once again, the Acryrite had drained him completely, devouring every trace of mana he had poured into it. He cursed under his breath, staring at his trembling hand. How was he supposed to reach the white core if the artifact consumed everything he gave it? Worse still, doubt crept in. If this process forged a weapon, what kind of thing would it become? Soaked in Uto's corrupted mana, it could turn into something far beyond his control. All he could do was hope Ren knew exactly what he was doing. That night, Arthur stood at the edge of the practice field, his eyes on Ellie, but his mind elsewhere. Her arrow flew wide, missing the target, and she groaned in frustration. Arthur barely noticed. His thoughts were still tangled in what he'd seen. Marks, crests, emblems. They could be earned, unlocked, but how rare were they? Was Karnal exceptional, or just one of many? The soldier's fervor echoed in his mind. The Obsidian Vault clearly held immense importance. And those names, Vaker, Seiz Klar, what were they really? Arthur! Ellie's voice snapped him back. She frowned, asking about her grip. He blinked, apologizing, brushing it off by saying he just wanted to spend time with her. She didn't buy it. Rolling her eyes, she told him to focus and not give her empty answers. Drawing another arrow, she steadied herself and pulled the string back smoothly. Arthur watched her, then asked quietly why she'd been training so much lately. The arrow released with a sharp twang. Her answer came just as quickly. With the war looming over everything, nothing felt certain anymore. If danger came tomorrow, she wanted to be ready, to defend herself. Arthur wondered if it was because their parents had gone to fight, but Ellie snapped back immediately. Even if they hadn't, nowhere was safe now. Then her tone softened, but her resolve didn't. She needed this. One day she would fight too. If everyone she cared about was risking their lives, she wouldn't stay behind. Arthur felt his chest tighten at her words. For a moment, he couldn't respond, only watched her, caught between pride and unease. Finally, he exhaled and pointed out her mistake. Her elbow had dipped just before release. She needed to hold her form even after letting go, to keep her shots consistent. Ellie blinked, surprised he'd noticed. Arthur nudged her elbow lightly, reminding her she'd done the same thing before. She mumbled that she already knew, clearly embarrassed. As she prepared another shot, she accused him of not paying attention earlier. Arthur didn't argue, just adjusted her stance, guiding her arm with steady hands. She whispered a quiet thanks, and when he saw the determination in her eyes, he smiled. Later that night, Arthur followed Varian through a narrow, torchlit corridor. Guards trailed behind them like silent shadows. The air felt heavy, cut off from any sense of time. Ahead, a young elf straightened, greeting them with a bright expression. He apologized with a grin, admitting it was impossible to tell whether it was day or night in a place like this. Varian brushed it off and made the introduction. The youth was Elbold Schaffer, heir to a house long devoted to military service under the Aeroliths. Arthur studied him closely and immediately recognized the truth. Albold was far stronger than the guards around him. If he wished, he could cut them down without effort. Varian mentioned that Albold had likely heard of Arthur. The elf confirmed it eagerly, saying Arthur was already being spoken of as the leading candidate to become the next Erelith heir. Arthur coughed, caught off guard. Albold continued, explaining casually that with no direct male heir in the royal line, succession could always be secured through marriage. Arthur cut him off with a raised hand, his expression turning sharp enough to show he already understood the implication. Albold, however, seemed unfazed. Gratitude poured out of him as he proudly gestured toward the massive metal door behind him. Arthur tilted his head slightly, dryly noting that the young elf had been suppressing his presence on purpose. Varian confirmed it, adding that the Chaffer family possessed unnervingly sharp senses, capable of detecting even the faintest trace of mana. He went on to explain why Albold had been stationed here. The young elf had previously been assigned to the Beast Glades, but had disobeyed a direct order from his superior. Varian had intervened on his behalf, securing him this post instead. Albold immediately bowed deeply again, his thanks overflowing, though Arthur dismissed the display with a small gesture. Without further delay, he signaled to proceed. Albold unlocked the heavy bolts and pushed the door open. A wave of foul air rushed out to meet them, thick with rot and damp decay, enough to make Arthur's skin prickle. Despite the stench, the upper level of the dungeon felt strangely less suffocating than Arthur remembered from his first time here, after the Xyrus incident. The walls and shadows hadn't changed, but the memory of that day, the cold weight of judgment, had dulled with time. Varian, sensing his thoughts, asked quietly if the place brought back unpleasant memories. Arthur admitted that it did. After all, he now sat in council with the very man who had once sentenced him here, the same man who had conspired with the Greyzanders to destroy him. Varian's tone grew heavier as he spoke of the Gladers. Had it been his decision alone, he would have imprisoned them without hesitation. But Lord Alduin had been right. The kingdom needed them. Unlike the Greyzanders, whose influence had been fragile, the Glader family held power across much of Sapin. Exposing their betrayal now would destabilize the entire human realm, something they could not afford in the middle of war. Arthur shifted the conversation, bringing up the absence of the three-eyed Asura. He noted that the figure hadn't appeared since the incidents involving Rhodeus and Ulfred. Varian studied him for a moment before asking if Arthur's time in Epheotis had made him too comfortable speaking of such beings. He revealed that Aldir had given him a communication artifact, yet recent attempts to establish contact had failed. That silence unsettled Arthur more than anything. As they descended further, the air grew heavier, thick, suffocating, and rancid. The lower levels reeked of decay so strongly it churned the stomach. An old man greeted them, his voice dry and brittle. Varian acknowledged him as gentry and requested to see Rhodeus first. Arthur followed, unease creeping in despite himself. He held no sympathy for the traitor, yet the sight inside the cell still struck him. Rhodeus slumped in the darkness, his body marked with blood and wounds, clear signs of prolonged torture. Arthur couldn't fully convince himself this was justice, though he pushed the thought aside. Varian explained that Gentry specialized in wind and sound magic, using illusions and hallucinations to break prisoners. Even so, Rhodeus would take time. As for the retainer, Gentry's tone shifted with fascination. He described the captive's resilience, his tough body, his unyielding mind, but noted that the suppressive restraints were slowly driving him insane. They were close, he claimed, to breaking him. Still, he warned them to be cautious. The vault prevented spellcasting, but raw strength and madness made the retainer dangerous. When the vault opened, Arthur met Uto's eyes across the dim chamber. The retainer stood restrained, worn but unbroken. A grin spread across his face, mocking, challenging. Arthur let the silence linger before casually pulling out the black horn and tossing it into the air. The gesture was deliberate, provocation wrapped in indifference. The grin vanished instantly. Uto's expression twisted into fury, his eyes blazing as he demanded the horn, his voice raw with desperation and rage. Questions poured from him, like a caged beast clawing for freedom. Arthur didn't rise to it. His response was calm, almost dismissive. Stepping closer, he leaned into Uto's fury and struck at something deeper. Not his pride, but his confusion. He spoke of the one thing that must truly torment him, not defeat itself, but the inability to understand how it had happened. That hit its mark. Uto jerked violently against his restraints, teeth grinding as rage boiled over. Without another word, Arthur stepped back and let the heavy door slam shut, sealing the retainer inside and cutting off whatever outburst was about to follow. Outside, Gentry spoke eagerly, almost excited, detailing their methods: pain, illusions, mental erosion. He urged them to continue pressing while the retainer's mind remained unstable. Arthur cut him off immediately. His voice was cold, final. He refused to authorize further interrogation. Opening the vault again now would only give Uto a sense of resistance, a fragment of control that would strengthen his madness rather than break it. Varian watched him closely, his expression tightening at the harsh edge in Arthur's gaze, a silent warning about what that look could become. But Arthur didn't waver. When the time came, he made it clear without needing to say much. He would handle Uto himself. Arthur tightened the final band around his arm as Emily continued working behind him, the growing maze of panels and instruments clicking softly with every adjustment she made. Though he couldn't see her, her presence was clear in the quick rustle of movement and the practiced efficiency of her hands. Alana stepped forward, her voice sharp as ever, and announced that today's exercise would be a 3-versus-1 scenario. Arthur was to stay focused, and more importantly, both water and ice magic were off limits. The restriction sent a pulse of tension through his shoulders. The moment Alanis gave the signal, Arthur moved. He shot forward in a blur straight toward Hester, leaving only a fleeting afterimage on the stone floor. Wind condensed around his hand with practiced precision, sharpening into a translucent blade that slashed horizontally toward the fire mage's torso. He moved with the calm confidence of someone who trusted his close-range combat instincts. When Hester caught his arm, Arthur welcomed the contact. In one fluid motion, he used her grip against her, twisting into her hold and sliding his hip beneath hers before flipping her cleanly over. Her breath burst out in a sharp gasp as her back slammed against the ground. Arthur moved to disable her lifeline artifact, but before he could finish, a sudden torrent of water crashed into him from across the room. The icy blast drenched him instantly, and within a heartbeat, it froze solid. Crystal frost locked around his limbs, trapping him in place. Heat flared across Arthur's skin as he layered his body in controlled fire mana, melting through the frozen shell and freeing himself. Without wasting another second, he abandoned Hester and lunged toward Princess Catelyn. The earth beneath her feet surged upward at his command, wrapping around her legs like shackles. She strained against the bindings with desperate force, but Arthur kept reinforcing the structure, forcing the soil higher and tighter until only her head remained above the mound. Lightning crackled around his fist, forming a glowing gauntlet of raw mana. For a moment, guilt brushed against him. Striking a princess, even in training, felt wrong. But the hesitation lasted only an instant. She had a lifeline artifact. Mercy, Arthur reminded himself, would be a luxury the war ahead wouldn't allow. He swung and a violent gust of wind slammed into him. Arthur was thrown backward as spiraling currents of air swallowed him whole. Camus, the elder, had triggered a cyclone around him, its force amplified by the brief opening Arthur had created. Arthur's first instinct was obvious. Go underground. Escape through the earth. But before he acted, something else took hold. In the thinning air, with oxygen rapidly draining away, another image surfaced in his mind. Udo's grin, that savage, mocking smile. It twisted through his thoughts like poison, whispering weakness into his ears. Run, hide. The thought alone ignited Arthur's pride. Rage surged through him, drowning out reason. If he couldn't face something like this, then how was he supposed to stand against the scythes? How could he ever protect Dicathen? He forced himself to stay still, conserving breath, and only then noticed what had nearly struck him moments earlier. A massive chunk of ice spun through the cyclone, then another and another. Soon dozens of jagged boulders orbited around him, each one larger than his head, smashing against one another with lethal force. Then suddenly, the ice disappeared. The shards dissolved into mist. In the next moment, flames bled into the vortex. The storm transformed. What had been a prison of wind and ice became a blazing inferno. The cyclone roared louder than before, now a spiral of fire and destruction that devoured the air around him. Arthur's vision began to blur. Dark spots spread across his sight. And then Udo's grin returned, this time sharper, more vivid. A hallucination born from lack of oxygen. It lingered only for a few heartbeats before darkness swallowed everything. His final thought, bitter and fleeting, blamed the oxygen-starved haze for the reckless pride that had led him here. When Arthur opened his eyes again, it felt as if only a second had passed. The ceiling of the training chamber came into focus. Then Catelyn's face. She knelt beside him, calm and composed, her expression steady. A cool sensation rested against his forehead. Arthur lifted a hand toward it, only for Catelyn to gently stop him. "Leave it there," she said softly, noting the lingering heat still radiating from his body. Arthur gave her a faint, grateful look, though regret weighed heavily in his voice as he apologized for the chaos he had caused. Catelyn dismissed it with quiet ease, reminding him that this was only training. Still, she warned him that the elders might not be as forgiving. She was right. Bun's booming voice thundered across the chamber. The dwarf tore into him without restraint, scolding him for fighting like an angry child throwing a tantrum. Arthur had known countless ways to escape the cyclone, yet instead of using any of them, he had tried to overpower the combined spell head-on. Arthur clenched his jaw. His frustration came through clearly as he admitted the truth. Yes, he had known other options, but he had wanted to test himself. If he couldn't survive something something like that, then how could he ever face the remaining retainers? The Scythes? How could he protect Dicathen at all? Camus spoke next, his tone quieter, but no less piercing. He recognized the weight pressing down on Arthur, the burden of expectation, responsibility, and fear. Arthur said nothing. Silence was easier. To them, he was a gifted prodigy with extraordinary talent. But inside, Arthur still carried the mind and memories of a king, a man who had once borne the weight of an entire crown. To admit fear now would feel like admitting weakness, despite every advantage he possessed. The thought kept pounding in Arthur's mind. If he couldn't overcome something as simple as a combined spell, then how was he ever supposed to stand against the Scythes? How could he possibly protect his people, his homeland, and all of Dicathen? Camus finally broke the silence, his voice calm and certain. Wars, he reminded Arthur, were never meant to be fought alone, no matter how much the title of Lance made it feel that way. Hester's words followed, sharp and edged with dry frustration. She called out the pride she saw in him, reminding Arthur that he was not so indispensable that an entire continent could rest on his shoulders alone. Catelyn added her own quiet truth, her voice steady and composed. Just as Dicathen placed its trust in the lances, Arthur too needed to trust the soldiers fighting beside him to carry the burdens he could not. Arthur's expression tightened. To him, their words felt less like strategy and more like an attempt to console him, and he had little patience for that. Sensing his resistance, Hester's tone softened. She told him they only wanted him to understand that they knew what he was feeling. But whatever restraint Arthur had left finally snapped. His voice cut through the chamber with raw intensity as he reminded them that none of them had ever faced a scythe, nor even seen a retainer with their own eyes. They had no real understanding of what was coming. Anger and desperation bled into every word as he declared that this war was nothing like the conflicts between humans, elves, and dwarves. Even the Asuras themselves were wary of the Vritra. That alone should have been enough to show the scale of the threat. The frustration inside him finally erupted. How was he supposed to trust the fate of this war to ordinary soldiers when he himself had barely survived? How could he allow himself even a moment of rest, knowing what horrors awaited them? From the side, Ellie's anxious voice called out to him, filled with concern. Arthur didn't even turn. He strode past her in cold silence, every step deliberate, until the door slammed shut behind him, leaving the chamber drowned in a hollow stillness. For a moment, no one spoke. Catelyn was the first to break the silence, her voice quieter now, uncertain. She admitted that she had always thought Arthur's battle with the retainer had been an easy victory. Hester let out a slow breath, realizing her earlier words may have gone too far, but Baron quickly reassured her that Arthur's outburst hadn't come from her bluntness alone. Ellie kept staring at the closed door, her voice soft and pained. She confessed that this had likely been weighing on him for a long time, remembering how badly injured he had been when he first returned to the castle, far worse than he had ever allowed anyone to see. Emily's eyes widened with sudden realization, guilt creeping into her tone, as she connected his relentless obsession with training to that hidden truth. Seeing the unease hanging over everyone, Alanis made a simple decision. The debrief was over. Camus stepped forward and volunteered to handle it himself. Someone, he said, needed to check on their young mentee. Whether Arthur wanted to admit it or not, he needed to be reminded that he was not carrying this burden alone. Meanwhile, Arthur had retreated to the balcony. He stood there against the open horizon, the endless sky stretching before him, but his gaze remained fixed and unyielding, as if searching for answers the world refused to give. A moment later, Camus joined him. Breaking the silence, the old elf calmly remarked that Arthur had certainly made an impression, not with his fight, but with the storm of words he had thrown at everyone inside. Arthur's reply was short, his voice heavy with resolve. He would never lose like that again. Camus, however, gently redirected him. He reminded Arthur that he wasn't the only one crushed beneath the weight of duty and title. Everyone in that hall carried burdens of their own, scars left behind by both war and life. He even mentioned Ellie, noting how Arthur's younger sister often spoke with wisdom far beyond her years. Arthur exhaled slowly, some of the fire in him cooling into honesty. He admitted that his family, his parents and Ellie, was a large part of why he was fighting this war. Camus nodded in understanding. Protecting loved ones, he said, had always been the strongest reason any soldier chose to fight. But then his voice turned quieter. The real danger came when those loved ones were lost. Too many soldiers, he said, forgot why they had ever fought in the first place. Arthur looked at him more carefully then, sensing something deeper beneath the words. It sounded personal. Camus didn't deny it. He admitted that it was the very reason he had lived in isolation for so long, though he left the rest of that story for another time. Arthur remembered something Varai had mentioned before and pressed further. He had heard that Camus now led a unit. Camus gave a small, bitter smile. It was nothing more than an empty title, he said. After the last war, after losing both his wife and his sight, he had no intention of ever stepping onto a battlefield again. Arthur froze. The words hit him harder than any spell. His eyes widened as realization sank in. Camus was blind. Slowly, Camus lifted the strands of hair covering his face, revealing the scarred marks circling his eyes. the wound that had stolen his vision, yet somehow left his spirit intact. Arthur stared in disbelief. He could hardly process the fact that Camus had trained him for weeks while blind, and somehow no one had noticed. The revelation struck him like a blow. How had he missed every sign? Camus only laughed softly, the sound carrying quiet amusement. He explained that he still saw the world, just not in the ordinary sense. By bending the wind around him, he could sense even the smallest changes in his surroundings. Only facial expressions, he admitted, remained beyond his reach, which was probably why he sometimes came off more brusque than intended. Arthur, now filled with both curiosity and sympathy, asked the question carefully. Did he ever miss seeing the world the normal way? Camus was quiet for a moment. Then he admitted that the ache came in waves. Some days it barely touched him. Other days, it never really left. The last thing Camus had ever seen with his own eyes was his wife. That image, he said quietly, is what keeps her alive inside me. The words struck Arthur with an unexpected tenderness. There was something deeply sad about it, yet strangely beautiful, and for a moment he found himself wanting to hear more. But Camus gently pulled the moment back to the present. He warned that tragic stories would do little to help them in the middle of a war, and told Arthur to get some rest, to return with a clearer mind. His tone shifted into the familiar gruffness of an old soldier, scolding him about discipline, though the care beneath the words was impossible to miss. Arthur answered with a brittle joke, admitting that he might actually be more afraid of Camus now. A faint smile touched the old elf's voice, as he reminded him once more that no battle was ever fought alone. Then Arthur's thoughts drifted. A cadet crashed onto his back and skidded across the floor, the impact echoing sharply through the hall. Gray stood over him, breathing steady, his opponent defeated at his feet. Another match was over, another victory. And yet it brought him no satisfaction. A Division II candidate had just been soundly beaten. Once Gray might have believed a victory like this would finally be enough to lift him out of Division III. When he had first entered the academy, he had been naive enough to think hard work alone was enough. But after a year inside those walls, he had seen the rot buried deep within the system. So even as he stood victorious, he already knew what the outcome would be. What was there even to debate? He had won. At the center of the panel, the judge cleared his throat, his voice heavy with official authority as he addressed Gray. He acknowledged the cadet's exceptional martial skill, only to dismiss it with a thin excuse, claiming that Gray's poor chi utilization exposed a lack of proper fundamentals. The verdict came cold and final. Gray would advance only from Class 2 to Class 1, within the 3rd Division. The judge even had the nerve to congratulate him. Gray's lips tightened. Inside, he had already dismissed it. There was no point arguing. Words would change nothing. Then laughter rang through the hall, sharp, uncontrolled, and openly mocking. Lady Vera. She could barely contain her amusement at the absurd ruling. Judge Prem snapped at once, demanding decorum and chastising her for disrespecting the sacred annual assessment duels. But Vera cut him off with a fierce reply. She called the decision pathetic and exposed the truth for everyone to hear. Gray was being held back, not because of lacking fundamentals, but because he had no noble house to support his name. Judge Prem faltered, stumbling into a weak denial that carried no conviction. Vera pressed harder. How? She demanded. Can anyone justify placing Cadet Gray anywhere below Division I after that performance? Gray found himself silently hoping that Lady Vera possessed either the strength or the political influence necessary to challenge the judge's authority. Vera's voice remained sharp and unwavering. She pointed out that Gray's chi control surpassed that of many Class II students already in Division I. What others called a deficiency, she argued, was actually a masterful adaptation, an elegant way of compensating for a lower chi reserve with extraordinary technique. Judge Prem bristled, invoking his nearly 20 years of service and demanding respect for his experience. Unmoved, Vera gave a curt acknowledgement to his authority before suddenly stepping forward to stand directly in front of Gray. Her sudden closeness startled him. He had to steady himself beneath the intensity of her gaze. Then came the offer, unexpected, heavy with implication. Despite the judge's ruling, Vera offered to take Gray as her personal disciple. The entire hall seemed to hum with the weight of those words. As the heated exchange faded into a charged silence, Arthur's thoughts turned inward once more, pulled back into memories of a life long gone. He found himself questioning the meaning of his existence in this world. Coincidence or fate? He still lacked the pieces needed to understand how he had arrived here at all. The Asuras, especially Lord Indrath, clearly knew more than they had ever revealed. Arthur understood now that answers would not come freely. He would have to earn them. Victory in Dicathen's war felt like one possible way to force those answers loose. But another path remained, a more direct one. Sylvia's promise echoed in his mind. Once his Manticore crossed into the white stage, she would return, and then she would explain everything. His thoughts shifted to the fragment of Uto's horn he still carried. All his hope now rested on the belief that its dense, corrupted mana would finally push him across the threshold into the white core stage. But the moment he entered his chamber, his composure shattered. He froze. His eyes widened. Sylvie lay asleep, yet her body shimmered strangely, layered with overlapping shadows of herself. Her form kept shifting and blurring, almost as if she were transforming into something unseen. Arthur's heart lurched. Panic surged through him. He called out to her instinctively, desperate for any sign of response. Sylvie stirred. A small yawn escaped her as she sleepily greeted him. Relief hit him first, then confusion. Still shaken, he stammered out his concern, asking if she was all right. Sylvie blinked at him, puzzled by his panic. Arthur quickly explained what he had seen, her body shifting, changing, even forming what looked like a hand. But Sylvie dismissed his fear with calm assurance. She said she felt fine. Better than before. Then she revealed the truth. The mana inside Uto's horn was unlike anything she had ever absorbed. It was powerful, invigorating. Arthur, still unsettled, tried to take comfort in the fact that at least she seemed to be progressing well. He admitted that he himself had been struggling with the horn's energy, forced to compensate through relentless training. Sylvie's voice remained steady and certain. For her, the mana flowed naturally, almost as if it had always belonged to her. While Arthur's path demanded far more effort, Sylvie could still sense his steady rise in strength, and she urged him to remain patient. Arthur found some comfort in her words, but his resolve only hardened. Her acknowledgement of his growth was encouraging, yet it still wasn't enough. Satisfaction remained just out of reach. His gaze stayed fixed on the distant horizon. He had to reach the white core stage, no matter how brutal the journey became. Weeks passed in relentless training. With every session, he grew sharper, body, mind, and mana alike. The white core no longer felt like some distant dream. It felt close, painfully close. The promise of it burned brighter with every passing day. Looking back, Arthur felt a quiet sense of certainty. He was glad he had refused Veray's artifact when he became a lance. The choice had been difficult, but it had forced him to rely on his own strength. Even so, doubts lingered. His mana flow had improved immensely, but he still couldn't wield raw speed and power with the effortless mastery the Thyestes clan displayed. Still, he knew one thing for certain. The moment he broke past the white core, an entirely new realm of strength would open before him. Inside his chamber, Arthur moved through a sequence of precise forms. Then suddenly, a burst of wind exploded outward, unintentional, but strong enough to slam the door open with a sharp creak. Boo, caught directly in its path, yelped as his fur was blown wildly backward. The sight was so absurd that both Arthur and Ellie burst into laughter. Ellie teased them with a smile, remarking how cheerful they seemed despite the quiet dawn. Arthur simply answered with an easy grin, and together they headed toward the training hall. As they entered, Ellie's eyes landed on Emily. The artificer looked exhausted, dark circles beneath determined eyes. She had spent 2 straight sleepless nights working alongside Ms. Amariah, compiling the full 2 months' worth of data from Arthur's training sessions. Arthur thanked her sincerely, but Emily brushed it off with quiet honesty. She added that Ms. Amariah would be arriving shortly. Almost as if summoned by the words, the rest of the trainers began filtering into the arena, filling the space with a vibrant, charged energy. Then Baron's booming voice cut through the room. It was time for Arthur's final training session. Protective gear was fastened and tightened. Straps were checked, weapons adjusted. It took several minutes before everyone was ready, the air growing thick with anticipation, challenge, and the familiar camaraderie forged through weeks of training. Baron declared the stakes with a grin. The loser would pay for the victory feast. Hester immediately fired back, telling him to start counting his coins. Baron shot back just as quickly, claiming she'd be the one dipping into the Flamesworth reserves. Then Alanis stepped in, her voice calm and final. Since this was Arthur's last mock battle, there would be no elemental restrictions. The words sent a thrill through him. Then Alanis gave the signal. The battle exploded to life. Baron roared something about alcohol as he charged first. Behind him, Camus stepped back, wind spiraling dangerously around his arms, but it was Catelyn's mana that instantly drew Arthur's focus. The sudden spike in her aura warned him that something devastating was about to be unleashed. Arthur reacted instantly. Using an old but reliable tactic, he loosened the stone beneath his feet and ripped fragments into the air until a thick cloud of dust spread across the arena. Then he surged forward. The battlefield blurred. Catelyn's eyes widened. Her breath caught as she tried to cast. Too late. Arthur reached her before the spell could form. He seized her wrist, twisted sharply, and threw her cleanly over his shoulder, straight into Baron's incoming charge. A sharp pain stabbed through his hand. Arthur glanced down. Frost was already creeping across his fingers. Even in the moment of being thrown, Catelyn had retaliated. Before he could react further, Camus struck. 2 spinning spears of compressed wind tore through the air toward him, twisting like drills with deadly precision. Arthur moved. The first spear missed by inches and slammed into the floor, boring a deep hole through solid stone before dissipating. The second didn't miss. It curved. Bending unnaturally through the air, it continued pursuing him. Arthur couldn't help but wonder if Camus had been lying about his blindness. No blind man should have been capable of that kind of precision. Ahead, Baron planted himself firmly. Stone armor encased his body, locking him into the ground as he raised the massive mace overhead. The stance practically begged Arthur to meet him head-on. Arthur rushed forward. At the last second, he feinted. Baron committed fully to the swing. That was all Arthur needed. He detonated blue fire beneath his feet. The explosion launched him upward like a missile. Below him, Baron's mace came crashing down, not on Arthur, but directly into Camuse's wind drill. The collision shook the arena. Arthur barely had time to enjoy it. From the pond below, jagged spears of ice erupted upward, converging on his path. At the same moment, Hester unleashed crackling spheres of lightning. The combined attack boxed him in from every direction. Without hesitation, Arthur poured mana into a burst of fire. A violent shockwave erupted outward to meet the incoming ice. The two forces collided. Ice shattered. Flames burst apart. A piercing whistle filled the arena as the impact engulfed everything in a dense cloud of steam. Arthur didn't waste the opening. The instant steam filled the arena, he seized control of the moisture and wrapped it around himself in a spinning sphere of water. The liquid shield trembled violently the moment Hester's lightning struck it. A low hum spread through the field as arcs of electricity raced across the watery shell. He reacted at once. Before the current could drag him down, Arthur redirected the electrified water. He launched them straight at Bund, knowing the Earth Mage would be the most vulnerable to that combination. Bund barely had time to brace before his lifeline artifact flashed pink. From the side, Camus called out with amused disbelief, mocking Arthur's obvious refusal to pay for the victory feast. Arthur's eyes shifted toward Catelyn, his tone just as sharp as he asked if she was trying to avoid paying her share too. Her answer came in the form of action. A gleaming spear of ice formed in her hand and shot toward him without hesitation. It wasn't about money. If she could defeat him here, maybe her parents would finally allow her onto the battlefield. Arthur twisted aside, narrowly evading the spear, a faint smile tugging at his lips. So that was it. To her, he was the obstacle, standing between her and the front lines. With a flick of his hand, he manipulated the air, creating a vacuum in his palm and compressing the pressure enough to halt the spear mid-flight. Camus's earlier lesson flashed through his mind. Redirect force. Don't resist it. Arthur's fingers closed around the frozen weapon. Catelyn froze in disbelief. In the next instant, lightning burst from his grip. The spear exploded into jagged shards, sending frozen fragments everywhere. The blast hurled Catelyn backward into the wall, her artifact flashing just in time to protect her. Then Arthur felt it. Hester, closing in fast, surrounded by burning spheres of lightning. Her voice cut through the crackling air as she admitted the truth. 2 months of training had clearly not been wasted. Arthur smirked. Or maybe, he shot back, I've just been holding back. Camus immediately scoffed from across the arena, dismissing Arthur's wind control as mediocre at best. His words were followed by action. A roaring cyclone erupted around Arthur. A spiraling prison of force. Arthur answered instantly. Blue flames bloomed around him, tearing through the winds while water mana surged alongside it, freezing sections of the gale into brittle shards that shattered apart. The violent clash flooded the arena with steam. Then silence. When the mist finally thinned, Arthur was gone. Emily's startled voice rang out first. He had vanished. Bund let out a frustrated roar, unable to hide his grudging admiration for how quickly Arthur adapted. The ground suddenly convulsed beneath Camus. Stone split open and swallowed his footing, mana gripping at his legs and dragging him off balance. Hester leapt clear. Camus wasn't as fortunate. He slammed hard into the ground, his artifact flashing to absorb the damage. Hester never saw Arthur emerge from the mist behind her. His fists were wrapped in hardened earth mana, forming crushing stone gauntlets. She reacted fast, blue flames crashing down toward his foot. Arthur jerked back just in time, then surged forward again. His punches came fast and tight, every strike loaded with brutal force. Hester met him blow for blow, weaving between attacks and parrying with sharp precision. Arthur's mind remained cold and analytical. Her fire magic far surpassed his in raw control. But in close combat, she couldn't match him. Their clash erupted in sparks and flame. Hester's burning fist shattered one of his stone gauntlets, fragments scattering across the arena floor. But Arthur was already moving. Lightning crackled across his other fist. He drove the punch straight into her stomach. The electric impact blasted her backward, and her artifact activated the moment she hit the ground. Battle over. Silence settled over the arena. All 4 of his opponents were down, slumped against walls or sprawled across the floor, breath ragged and mana exhausted. From above, Ellie's triumphant cheer rang out as she sat atop Boo, shouting for her brother with unrestrained pride. Arthur finally dropped to the floor himself, chest heaving, his mana core throbbing from the strain. But he had done it. Victory was his. Camus groaned from against the wall and gave a reluctant nod, conceding the outcome. Then, with a sly smile, he reminded everyone that something even more important still remained unresolved. The feast. Hester, wiping sweat from her brow, immediately agreed. Who exactly was paying? Bund, still dazed, muttered that the losers were obviously supposed to split the cost. Camus's grin widened. Why split it, when one person can pay for all of it? Bund should be the one paying. After all, he was the first to go down, and the one who dragged the rest of the team down with him. Hester raised her hand immediately, siding meeting with Camus without a second thought. Catelyn followed a moment later. The dwarf roared again, protesting the sheer absurdity of their reasoning. Arthur, still catching his breath from the battle, let the argument continue for a moment before turning toward Hester. He asked why she had waited until the final clash to use lightning when she so clearly wielded it with skill. Hester answered without hesitation. The spell consumed far too much mana. She had only risked using it because she trusted the others to cover for her if things went wrong. Before the banter could spiral any further, Emily's voice sliced cleanly through the noise. Her tone brimmed with excitement. It was time for the moment they had all been waiting for. Alanis had carefully tracked Arthur's mana flow throughout every stage of his training, while Emily had compiled extensive data not only on Arthur, but also on Catelyn, Camus, Hester, and Bund. She explained that the results had been cross-referenced against data collected by her assistants across multiple academies, more than 300 participants in total. Students, soldiers, even the lances themselves. Bund's eyes widened. Even the lances? Emily nodded, though she quickly clarified that the results measured raw output alone, not refined control or mastery. Bund impatiently demanded she skip the explanation and get to the rankings. Emily decided to indulge him first. Based on his above-average spell output, Elder Bund ranked in the 93rd percentile. The dwarf immediately exploded. His voice boomed through the hall as he wildly misread the result. 93% of people are stronger than me? Camus smirked. No, he corrected smoothly. It means only 7% are stronger. The clarification instantly changed Bund's expression. His chest puffed out with pride. Emily continued. Because the sample size was still limited and somewhat skewed, everyone's percentile could still shift as more data came in. Then she revealed the rest. Elder Camus ranked in the 95th percentile. Above him stood Elder Hester at the 97th percentile, the highest raw output among the group. At that, Hester cast Bund a small, unmistakably victorious glance. Bund muttered under his breath, clinging desperately to Emily's earlier disclaimer about the data still being incomplete. Hester only shrugged, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Then Emily turned to Catelyn. Before she could speak, the princess quietly raised a hand and shook her head. She didn't want to know. Comparisons, she explained calmly, would only hinder her growth rather than help it. Alanis gave an approving look but said nothing. Finally, Emily turned toward Arthur. With measured clarity, she revealed his placement. Arthur ranked in the 90th percentile. Bund's grin widened instantly. He lumbered over and threw a heavy arm across Arthur's shoulders, boasting that the young lance would surely surpass him someday. But for now, Bund still stood slightly higher. Arthur only smiled. Then Hester cut through the moment with perfect timing. That slight superiority hadn't stopped Bund from being the first one eliminated in a 4-versus-1 match. Bund flushed red and immediately threatened a rematch. Camus silenced the argument before it could reignite, redirecting everyone's attention back to Emily. The real question was whether the training had paid off. Emily confirmed that it had. The 2 months had produced significant results. Arthur's mana flow efficiency had improved dramatically. She handed him a carefully prepared report, filled with detailed analysis and notes on areas where he could continue improving even after her departure. Arthur accepted the papers with genuine surprise. The sheer amount of work was obvious. He thanked her sincerely. Alanis inclined her head, admitting that working with him had been a pleasure. Naturally, Bund shattered the quiet moment. In his usual booming fashion, he demanded that everyone head to dinner immediately, so Arthur could spend the meal praising their greatness. Hester let out a soft laugh, remarking that the thought of Bund paying somehow made the food sound even better. Arthur turned to Emily and gently asked if she would be joining them. She offered a small smile and shook her head. There was still cleanup left to do. They should go on without her. As the others left for the feast, Emily remained behind in the now quiet training hall. She bent down, gathering the scattered papers and mana discs spread across the floor. For a moment, she paused. Her eyes drifted over the dismantled panels and recording tools. A quiet thought crossed her mind. The instruments had collected invaluable data, but not all of it made sense. The recording method had remained identical since the very first spar, and yet whenever Arthur entered that strange form of his, the readings became erratic, wild, unstable. The system had labeled it incalculable. That shouldn't have been possible. A faint unease settled in her chest. Later, Arthur and Ellie walked beside Emily toward the dining hall. The moment Arthur stepped through the doors, it felt as though he had crossed into an entirely different world. Ellie's eyes widened the moment she stepped into the hall, her voice bright with wonder, as she took in the almost magical atmosphere around her. Emily let out a soft chuckle beside them, admitting that the aroma alone was enough to make her hungry. Arthur's hand shot out the instant Ellie's curious fingers drifted toward a nearby display of alcohol. He lightly smacked her hand away. "Don't touch that." Ellie pulled back with a pout, muttering under her breath in frustration. She glanced around the lavish hall and quietly wondered if they should have dressed more formally for something like this. Arthur reassured her with an easy smile. It was meant to be a comfortable dinner before he returned to the battlefield. Ellie gave him a knowing look. With the council, the lances, and the elders all gathered in one place, comfortable felt like a very generous word. From across the room, Catelyn entered, poised as ever, accompanied by Elder Hester. Her gaze immediately landed on Arthur's relaxed clothes and casual posture. A pointed smile touched her lips as she remarked that he certainly seemed to have made himself comfortable. Arthur raised his glass in mock defense. "This is casual," he replied lightly. Hester's lips curved in amusement as she lifted her own glass, softly clinking it against his before taking a sip. Arthur leaned back with a grin, explaining that true comfort meant loose clothes and enough room to survive the feast ahead. The doors opened again. Bun's booming laugh and Camus's calm voice spilled into the hall before the two of them even fully entered. The dwarf's eyes immediately locked onto Arthur's outfit. With loud mockery, he demanded to know how Arthur planned to survive even the appetizers dressed like that. It didn't take long for the hall to fill completely. Voices overlapped. Laughter spread. Glasses clinked. Though Varian had called this gathering to celebrate the end of Arthur's training, it quickly became clear that it meant more than that. For everyone present, it was a rare breath of peace beneath the shadow of war. Still, not all tension had vanished. King Glader sat with his usual rigid posture, making no real effort to speak with Arthur. His cold, measuring eyes said more than words ever could. To him, Arthur's loyalty to his homeland still remained uncertain. Even so, the celebration gradually pulled Arthur in. Toast after toast followed. The warmth of alcohol slowly wore away at his usual restraint. Before long, he had clearly drunk more than intended. At one point, he somehow ended up pulling a very unwilling General Baron into a clumsy embrace, repeatedly insisting that there were absolutely no hard feelings between them. Baron looked moments away from exploding. Arthur, meanwhile, only laughed and stumbled away toward Varai and Aya. Aya's sharp eyes swept over him, amusement flickering in her expression as she remarked on how much bonding seemed to have happened in their absence. Arthur skipped the joke and went straight to the question weighing on him. Had they confirmed the retainer sighting? Varai answered with her usual cold composure. There had been nothing. If the enemy had truly been there, they were long gone by the time she arrived. Aya added that all they could do now was hope the report had been false. Still, her tone softened as she admitted she was glad they had returned in time to celebrate with him. Arthur lifted his glass. "This isn't just my celebration," he said with a smile. "It's for all of us." Their quiet conversation was interrupted by a stir near the doors. A new figure entered. Every eye in the hall shifted. Varian's voice soon followed, firm yet relieved. Scouts in Darv had uncovered evidence that cleared General Mika of any ties to Radeus or the Vritra. Mika stepped forward and calmly reaffirmed her loyalty to the country. Still, she couldn't hide her confusion at the absence of the dwarves on the council and Lord Alduin's disappearance. Varian reassured her with a steady nod. Those matters would be addressed tomorrow. Tonight, no one here was a soldier. No one was a council member. Tonight, they were simply companions sharing food, drink, and a fleeting moment of peace. Once everyone had settled, Varian tapped his spoon lightly against his glass. The room fell silent. His speech was brief, but it carried weight. Even the strongest needed rest. War would not stop. Tomorrow would bring more battles. That was exactly why tonight mattered. They were to eat, drink, and laugh now, so they could face the dawn with renewed strength. Applause filled the hall. Bun's unmistakable roar of "Hell yeah!" rose above everyone else, drawing laughter from all sides. Then the food arrived. Rich aromas flooded the room in waves. Ellie's delighted gasp rang out as she immediately attacked a bowl of soup, her joy so genuine it spread to everyone around her. Arthur leaned back in his chair, the warmth of the fire at his back and the slow burn of alcohol settling through him. His head felt pleasantly heavy. He had definitely overindulged, but tonight he didn't regret it. Then Ellie's eyes started following his glass. Her pleading expression became harder and harder to ignore. At first Arthur was ready to refuse again. Then, with a tired sigh, he finally gave in. One sip. That was all. Emily's eyes widened the moment Ellie eagerly snatched the rounded glass. A warning left her lips. Too late. Instead of a careful taste, Ellie took a full gulp. Arthur had already seen it coming. The next second, Ellie sputtered violently, coughing and spraying the harsh liquor outward. Arthur quickly shaped a small circular vacuum of wind, pulling the liquid harmlessly away before it could splatter across the table. Emily leaned closer to Ellie with a smile, teasing her curiosity and joking that her adventurous taste buds had now conquered both raw fish and flaming fungus. Arthur returned his attention to the feast, enjoying the rich scent of shellfish and mushrooms drifting through the hall. Then pain, sharp, sudden. It struck deep in his chest. At first he thought it was the food, maybe something in the meal, an allergic reaction, but the pain deepened, twisting, wrenching. Then realization hit him. It wasn't his body, it was his mana core. Across the table, Catelyn's sharp eyes immediately caught the change in his expression. Catelyn was the first to notice. Her eyes narrowed as she caught how pale Arthur had suddenly become, her voice cutting through the haze of pain clouding his mind. Bund, however, only laughed. He took Arthur's condition as proof of the legendary strength of dwarven ale, booming that even the strongest warriors could be brought low by it. Arthur slowly rose to his feet, forcing his expression into calm despite the agony twisting inside him. With as much dignity as he could manage, he admitted that he had underestimated Dwarven Ale and offered a brief apology before excusing himself for the night. Each step toward the door was measured and careful. His thoughts spiraled. Was his mana core failing? Had someone poisoned him? The walk back to his chamber felt endless. By the time he reached his room, the pain had intensified into something unbearable. The moment the door shut behind him, Arthur collapsed to the floor, curling into himself, as another brutal wave of agony ripped through his chest. He couldn't even make it to the bed. In desperation, he summoned Uto's horn from his dimensional ring, clutching it with urgency. Instinct took over. He pressed it close and began absorbing its dense, potent mana, desperately hoping it would calm the violent storm raging within his core. Instead, everything seemed to slow. Then, in the space of a single heartbeat, a surge of raw, overwhelming energy exploded through his body, igniting every pore and sending sparks dancing even to the tips of his hair. And in the very next instant, his consciousness vanished. His vision blurred into darkness as memories from another life crashed into him in broken, disjointed waves. Gray stood in the arena once more, his chi pool already stretched to its limit. Frustration carved itself deep into him. This had been the year his shallow reserves had held him back, and he swore it would never happen again. At the edges of the arena stood Nico and Cecilia, their voices raised in fierce support, just as they had been during his first competition. Their faith in him had never wavered, even as his progress stalled. Though he remained trapped in Division 3, the crushing weight of hopelessness eased at the thought of his mentor. Her chi pool was formidable. Her mastery even more so. To serve as a judge at the institution meant she possessed either immense experience or powerful connections. In a place as corrupt as this, likely both. Either way, having her in his corner was no disadvantage. Gray resolved then and there to accept her guidance. He needed every edge he could claim if he was going to rise. Yet her name lingered strangely in his mind. Lady Vera? Why does that sound familiar? The thought was cut short. A shadow moved behind him. Gray gasped, but before he could react, a masked figure seized him. A cloth was forced over his mouth, its acrid stench flooding his senses. The fumes rushed into his lungs, stronger than anything he could fight. His body weakened instantly. His vision collapsed into darkness. He crumpled helplessly to the floor. Arthur's eyes snapped open. He lay sprawled across the cold floor of his chamber, his arms stretched outward exactly as the vision had ended. Heart pounding, he pushed himself upright. Relief rushed through him as he recognized the familiar walls and air of his own room. Despite the violent force of the memory, everything around him remained intact. Arthur immediately turned his senses inward and froze. His mana core had changed. No longer the faint silver glow he had always known. At the center of his being now burned a blazing white sun. The realization hit him in a single breathless instant. He had broken through the white core. Disbelief surged into triumph. He sent a testing pulse of mana through his body and felt it flow like a living river, smooth, seamless, and instantaneous. Without hesitation, he raised his palm and coaxed the mana into form. It answered with startling obedience. A single orb bloomed above his hand, then it split into two. Then a dozen smaller spheres hovered there like captive stars. Excitement surged through him as he began experimenting. Some he ignited by drawing fire affinity particles from the air. Others crystallized instantly into ice. Water formed into wobbling spheres before compressing into tighter, denser shapes. Every motion felt effortless, precise, as if the core itself now understood his will. A grin spread across Arthur's face. He could already imagine Alanis poring over the data charts and instantly realizing her numbers would need to be rewritten. Organic magic, raw, gestureless, and unbound by fixed form, had always been harder to command. His memories from a past life had accelerated his learning before. But never like this. This was different, natural, immediate, and instinctive. The white core wasn't merely a rise in power. It had changed the very way he perceived mana. For a moment, his thoughts turned toward the lances. Was this the reason for their uncanny ease with magic? Then another thought tugged at him, Realm Heart. The possibility of new thresholds sent a thrill through him. But before he could explore it, a sharp pain detonated behind his eyes. Arthur staggered. The sensation came with something else, a muffled, urgent presence brushing against his mind. Sylvie. Her voice came through faint, distorted and distant. He tried to call back. Only silence answered. Arthur moved instantly. His feet carried him down the stairs in a rush toward the training room, where Sylvie had secluded herself. The moment the door swung open, he froze. At the far end of the dim chamber stood a small figure cloaked in black. Wide eyes stared back at him, filled with fear and uncertainty. But it wasn't the robe that rooted him in place, it was the horns. Two jet-black curves rose from her head. Sylvie. For a long moment, neither of them moved. Silence stretched heavy between them. Then her voice touched his mind through their bond, hesitant and almost embarrassed, asking him not to stare. Arthur exhaled shakily, forcing words through the storm of confusion. He asked what had happened. Sylvie explained that consuming the mana from Uto's horn had shattered the seal her mother had placed on her to keep her hidden. With that seal broken, a form long associated with the Asuras had awakened. A human guise. Arthur struggled to piece it together. But before he could ask more, Sylvie staggered and nearly collapsed. Alarm surged through him as he rushed forward. Then she lifted her head again, and something was wrong. Nothing about her appearance had changed. Yet the presence radiating from her was completely different. Cold, commanding, alien. The shift in her aura was so sudden and sharp that Arthur instinctively stepped back, a chill running down his spine. When she spoke again, the voice was strange, measured, deliberate. She tested the bond, asking if he could hear her. Arthur's silence gave her the answer. She clapped softly, almost relieved. Good. It would make things easier now that the connection had been established. Arthur's eyes narrowed. His voice hardened as he demanded to know who she was. Then came the smirk. Bloodshot eyes met his. A cold edge laced her voice as she revealed herself. Agrona, the ruler of Alacrya. Arthur's breath caught in his throat. The moment the truth settled in, it struck him like a punch straight to the chest. Inside the dark sanctuary, every strange detail suddenly snapped into place. Sylvie wasn't just acting strange. She was being possessed. And not by just anyone. Agrona, the ruler of Alacrya himself. Before Arthur could even process the weight of that realization, Sylvie slowly lifted her head. But this wasn't Sylvie anymore. Her hair had turned a ghostly white, the color draining from it like life itself had been stripped away. Her eyes glowed with a terrifying crimson light, burning like embers in the darkness. Then came the smile, a slow, sinister curve that didn't belong to her. An eerie purple glow began spreading through the chamber, staining the air with unnatural mana. And then the sanctuary erupted. Magic exploded outward in a violent surge, and the massive doors slammed shut with a deafening boom. Arthur was trapped, alone, locked inside with the most dangerous being in the world. His hand shot up instantly. Mana gathered around his fingers as his voice cut through the tension. What did you do to Sylvie? His eyes sharpened. Is she safe? Agrona answered through Sylvie's body with unsettling calm. He assured Arthur that Sylvie was perfectly safe. What Arthur was seeing now was nothing more than a spell that had been planted inside her egg long ago. At the moment, Sylvie herself was merely asleep, buried deep within her own consciousness. Arthur didn't lower his guard. Instead, he raised it. With a flick of earth magic, stone rose from the floor, shaping itself into 2 chairs. One for him, one for the monster in front of him. Arthur sat down slowly, his gaze never leaving those glowing crimson eyes. Agrona chuckled. He actually thanked Arthur for the hospitality. Then, with casual amusement, he remarked that conversations always went more smoothly when the other person wasn't actively trying to kill him. Arthur's voice remained cold. Harming me while possessing my bond doesn't seem very effective. Agrona smirked. Hurting Arthur now, he said, would be pointless. With such a small body, he couldn't even use mana arts properly in this form. Then his expression changed. He leaned forward. The amusement faded from his eyes. This, he said, was an important conversation. Agrona admitted that he was glad Arthur was alone, for 2 reasons. First, he had no interest in dealing with Dicathen's leaders, though, he confessed, seeing the terror on their faces when they realized he could invade even the most secure place on the continent would have been entertaining. Arthur narrowed his eyes. And the second reason? Agrona suddenly laughed. Then he pointed directly at Arthur. You. Arthur froze. Out of the entire continent, Agrona found him interesting. The thought alone was enough to unsettle him. Why would someone like Agrona care about him? Agrona laughed again, clearly enjoying Arthur's discomfort. He told him to relax, joking that he had no intention of suddenly pinning him down, especially since it would look inappropriate in Sylvie's current form. Arthur's expression hardened. He admitted something. He had always imagined Agrona as some stereotypical tyrant, a dictator obsessed only with conquest and destruction. Agrona smirked. Arthur, he admitted, wasn't entirely wrong. But to his people, he had to appear far more dignified than that. Then the conversation shifted. Agrona began speaking about his past, and what he revealed was shocking. For generations, he had lived among humans in Alacrya. He had studied them, observed them, learned how lesser races changed. According to him, humans were fascinating because their morals shifted constantly. Hundreds of years ago, public executions had been treated as entertainment. Now, people considered them horrifying. Human ethics, right and wrong, justice and cruelty. All of it changed with time. And ruling humans, Agrona explained, meant adapting alongside those changes. Arthur's anger finally spilled over. He demanded to know what right and wrong meant to Agrona when his retainers had butchered Dicathen soldiers. But Agrona calmly countered. Dicathen had displayed Jagret's frozen corpse like a trophy. Neither side, he said, held the moral high ground. Arthur fell silent. A deeply disturbing realization began forming in his mind. Maybe Alacrya wasn't the slave empire he had always imagined. Agrona's smirk deepened. He had read Arthur's thoughts perfectly. Arthur found it strange that Agrona cared so much about lessers. After all, according to the Asuras, Agrona had been experimenting on humans long before his exile from Epheotis. Agrona's response was chilling. The best lies, he said, are half-truths. Arthur's heart pounded. Then Agrona asked a dangerous question. Had Lord Kezis ever told Arthur the real reason behind everything he had done? Arthur answered cautiously. Wasn't it to build an army powerful enough to defeat the Asuras? Agrona laughed. Did Arthur really believe he had simply woken up one day and decided to commit genocide against his own race? Arthur refused to accept it. No reason could justify such atrocities. Agrona sighed, disappointed. He said he should have expected Arthur to think exactly like Kezes. Then he asked Arthur to imagine something. What if he had been born without magic? How would everyone around him have treated him? He never would have entered Xyrus Academy, never stood among nobles, never become a lance. He would have been just another powerless laborer, ignored, forgotten. Agrona compared that to his own life. The Basilisk clan had been feared by other races, but among the Asuras themselves, they had been mocked, belittled, looked down upon. Even Lord Indrath, who had been willing to acknowledge a lesser like Arthur, had never truly acknowledged Agrona. Arthur immediately rejected the comparison. A tragic past did not justify experimenting on innocent lives. Agrona's response was ice cold. Do you cry for the ants you step on? For a moment, Arthur became certain this entire conversation was pointless. Then Agrona made an even more disturbing claim. His experiments had helped Alacrya. Its people worshipped him, not out of fear, but as their savior. Arthur demanded proof. He accused Agrona of erasing history, wiping the memories of the people whose ancestors had been tortured and slaughtered. Agrona remained calm. He said those people should be grateful. Their sacrifices, according to him, had allowed future generations to prosper. And then Arthur understood something horrifying. Agrona truly believed he was right. Arthur asked him what exactly all those sacrifices had accomplished. Agrona finally revealed the answer. In Dicathen, only 1 in every 100 people could use magic. In Alacrya, it was 1 in 5. Arthur froze. The difference was monstrous. The power gap between the two continents was far greater than he had imagined. Agrona smiled. At last, Arthur was beginning to understand. Arthur then asked the question that had been gnawing at him. What was Agrona's true goal? Was he trying to bring Arthur to his side? Agrona laughed softly. Then he began revealing even darker truths. He reminded Arthur of the attack on his parents at the wall. They had survived only because Agrona had allowed it. Arthur stood frozen. Then came another devastating revelation. The Asuras had abandoned Dicathen. Agrona explained that Aldir and Winsome had attempted to infiltrate his stronghold, but had been caught. Arthur immediately assumed that meant the treaty had been broken. But Agrona revealed the truth. A secret deal had been made. The Asuras would no longer interfere in this war. Winsome, Aldir, all of them, gone. Arthur felt his entire world begin to collapse. Then Agrona made his offer. Having Arthur willingly join him would be ideal. But for now, he only wanted one thing. Arthur needed to leave the war, disappear, hide. He could even live peacefully in Alacrya. The only condition, he must never stand against Agrona's army. Agrona added that until now he had deliberately avoided unnecessary civilian casualties. And Arthur himself had barely survived what had already happened. This, he warned, was only the beginning. Then came the question that cut deepest. What were the odds that Arthur's side could actually win? And even if they somehow did, what guarantee was there that his loved ones would survive to see it? But if Arthur accepted the deal, his family would remain safe. Everyone he cared about would be protected. Agrona told him to think it over. He would leave a spell within Sylvie's body so Arthur could deliver his answer later. But he warned him to choose quickly. The war was moving into its next stage, and it would not benefit Arthur's side. Arthur's eyes narrowed. Then he asked the question that had haunted him from the beginning. Why had Agrona said that Arthur was the only person on the entire continent who interested him? A terrifying smile spread across Sylvie's face. Her crimson eyes glowed brighter. And then Agrona finally revealed the truth. He said he had enjoyed speaking with an old friend. The next words froze Arthur where he stood. King Grey. Arthur's mind went blank. His greatest secret. His past life. The truth he had never spoken aloud. The most dangerous being in the world knew everything. And with that, Agrona left. The crimson glow faded. The sinister aura vanished. And moments later, Sylvie awakened. The scene shifts to the battlefield. Massive footsteps thunder through the forest, each impact making the earth tremble beneath the soldiers' feet. Then, out of the suffocating darkness, a colossal beast emerges, its monstrous roar ripping through the night so violently that the very air seems to shake. It crashes headfirst into a wall of glowing green magic shields. Crack! The barrier splinters under the force. Behind it, the Alacryan army stands in formation, spears raised, bodies tense, every soldier prepared to die if ordered. At the front of the line stands their commander, a blond man clad in red and black armor, arrogance practically radiating from him. "For the great Vritra!" he shouts, voice booming across the chaos. "Hold the line." The ground trembles harder. Then suddenly, from the darkness behind the beast, an entire swarm of mutated monsters bursts forward like a living nightmare. The commander's expression sharpens. "Don't let a single one stray from the pack," he orders coldly. It was troublesome enough leading them all the way from the northern beast glades. Among the horde, a massive armored insect-like monster forces its way toward the front, its jagged shell gleaming beneath the dim light. But the commander only smirks. To him, this isn't a war. It's an opportunity. He glances back at the trembling subordinate behind him. "Ashton," he says, voice dripping with disdain. "Can you see anything inside the forest?" Ashton stammers, barely able to steady his voice. "Sir, the fog. It's blocking everything." A slow, cruel smile spreads across the commander's face. Then you'll be coming in with us. Before Ashton can even protest, he's violently yanked forward by the collar. You sentries always act like you're special because of your little voyeuristic tricks, the commander sneers. Today you learn your place. Ashton freezes, completely powerless to resist. A mental link suddenly activates between them, glowing violet rings pulsing faintly as the connection locks in place. Report only to me, the commander says coldly. And try not to be useless. He tosses a small pouch into Ashton's chest. Mask your scent with that powder, unless you'd rather let the beast tear you apart. And in the very next moment, boom, the earth shatters. The beast horde crashes through the outer edge of Elshire Forest. The invasion has begun. A pleased grin curls across the commander's face. If this mission succeeds, he'll finally earn entry into the Obsidian Vault and claim an emblem just like his father. His ambition burns hotter than the battlefield itself. Once he gets his hands on a true crest, a legendary Defilith, House Vale will rise above every bloodline in Alacrya, even above his father. Move forward, he commands. Inside the forest, the elven soldiers stand their ground, silver armor glinting faintly through the thick fog. Then chaos erupts. A beast lunges out from the shadows and sinks its teeth straight into an elven soldier's neck. A scream tears through the forest. Blood sprays across the ground. In an instant, the battlefield descends into pure carnage. Steel clashes, magic explodes, bodies fall. From the rear lines, the blonde commander watches everything unfold with cold amusement. What catches his eye, however, is something unexpected. Even the weaker elven mages are using strangely versatile spells to hold the line. But he doesn't care. To him, this is still nothing more than a stepping stone, a chance to raise his status, his bloodline, his name. Then suddenly, dark arrows rain down from above. An elven commander steps into view, a female mage desperately holding the line with wind magic. The commander's eyes instantly lock onto her. There, that's the real target. Shields on me, he orders sharply. Everyone else fall back. Then his gaze cuts toward Ashton. You stay close. If I'm in danger, relay it immediately. A massive flaming sword erupts into his hand. In the next instant, he vanishes. The battlefield blurs behind him as he dashes forward at insane speed. His blade crashes down. The elf barely blocks in time with a windshield. Sparks explode on impact. He clicks his tongue in irritation. Too slow. He launches into a relentless assault, every strike faster and heavier than the last. Inside his mind, Ashton's voice trembles through the mental link. Her mana readings are strange, but she's only mid-tier. Wait, duck! The commander drops instantly. A massive green blast tears through the air above his head. His eyes widen. That would have killed him. Now he's irritated. This fight has gone on long enough. He raises his blade again. Ashton's panicked voice rings out once more. From the right! He dodges immediately and in the same motion hurls his flaming sword toward the elf. She barely avoids it. The blade slams into the ground, and then, boom, a violent explosion of fire engulfs the battlefield. In the very next second, the commander appears in front of her and drives a brutal strike into her stomach. She's blasted backward, crashing hard into the ground, completely defeated. The commander walks toward her slowly, sword resting on his shoulder, a smug grin spread across his face. Pathetically easy. Then everything stops. The air turns deathly still. The sounds of battle vanish. His body locks. His eyes widen. Fear. Pure, uncontrollable fear. Ashton? But this time, Ashton isn't calm. He's screaming inside the link. Stefan, run! Run now! Stefan's knees buckle. His body trembles violently. He can't breathe. It feels as if something invisible is crushing his very soul. I'm the heir of House Vale. I can't lose. Slowly he looks up and sees him. A figure standing silently amidst the burning forest, unmoving, terrifying. Arthur Leywin, dark red hair sways in the wind. A heavy cloak drapes over his shoulders, and his eyes, cold enough to freeze the world itself. Stefan's mind shatters. How is he my age? Arthur says nothing. He simply raises one hand. Ice mana erupts. In an instant, frost explodes across Stefan's body, freezing him alive where he stands. A scream of pure agony rips out of him as he collapses into the dirt, completely helpless, completely broken. This wasn't supposed to happen. Silence returns. The battlefield is over. Moments later, an elven commander approaches. Lena Amaris, leader of the eastern unit of Elenwar. She bows her head slightly. Thank you, General Arthur. You saved us. But Arthur doesn't smile. His expression remains cold. I was late. His eyes sweep across the battlefield. The dead, the wounded, the destruction. A shadow of regret flickers through him. All of this could have been avoided if he had arrived sooner. Then a voice echoes in his mind. Agrona's voice. The war is entering its next stage, and this time it won't favor you. Arthur's fist clenches. He understands now. This is only the beginning. Then his gaze sharpens, turning cold and ruthless. He points towards Stefan's frozen body. Take him. A brief pause. Make sure he doesn't die. His eyes darken. And make sure he doesn't kill himself. His voice turns ice cold. I need him alive. Deep within the forest, inside a glowing magical dome, the air felt heavy and suffocating, thick with tension and the lingering scent of blood and smoke. At the center of the tent, the blonde Alacryan captain was bound tightly to a wooden chair. The ropes dug cruelly into his wrists and shoulders as he thrashed violently, panic overtaking every trace of his former arrogance. Where is my arm? Stefan's voice cracked, his eyes wide with raw terror. Answer me! Someone answer me! The tent flap shifted. Arthur stepped inside. For a split second, Stefan froze. Then pride rushed back to fill the cracks fear had left behind. He lifted his chin, forcing arrogance into his trembling voice. "I am Stefan Vale of the Bloodvale family," he snapped. "If you know what's good for you, you'll untie me immediately." Arthur's hand whipped across Stefan's face with brutal force, snapping his head sideways. The sharp sound echoed through the tent. Stefan gasped, stunned, his cheek instantly burning. "You slapped me?" He slowly looked up, rage and fear shaking through his voice. "What's your name? I'll make sure you—" Arthur moved before he could finish. His hand clamped around Stefan's throat, cutting the words off. "I don't think you understand where you are," Arthur said quietly. Yellow lightning began to crackle around his fingers. Stefan's confidence shattered instantly. "Well, wait. What are you doing? Stop." Inside Arthur's mind, Agrona's voice echoed like poison. "Do you feel pity for the ants you step on?" Arthur's eyes turned completely cold. No hesitation, no mercy. Lightning exploded through Stefan's body. The tent was swallowed in blinding light as Stefan's scream tore through the air. Raw, desperate, and utterly broken. When the light faded, he slumped forward in the chair, smoke rising from his skin as his body trembled uncontrollably. Arthur looked down at him, expression unreadable. "That," he said coldly, "was nothing." His hand sparked again. Stefan's breathing collapsed into panicked gasps. "No, wait, please," he cried. "I'll tell you anything. Anything you want." Arthur grabbed the front of his shirt and pulled him upright. "I won't kill you if you cooperate," he said, voice flat and terrifyingly calm. "How you are treated depends entirely on how honestly you answer." Stefan nodded frantically. Arthur began. "Your name?" "Stefan Vale." "Your family?" Stefan swallowed hard. "Lucia Vale, my sister. Isora Vale, my mother. Karnal Vale, my father." Arthur paused. Karnal Vale. The name stirred something from the memories he had seen through Uto. Then his eyes sharpened. "What is the awakening process?" Stefan answered quickly, desperate to avoid another shock. "It unlocks a child's first mark, allows them to become a mage." Arthur's voice remained steady. "What's the difference between a mark and a crest?" Stefan hesitated. How did he know this much? "A crest is stronger," he said carefully. "It grants deeper control over a specific magic type." Arthur gave no reaction, though inwardly he understood the best way to get answers was to make Stefan believe this was merely confirmation. "What comes after marks and crests?" "Emblems, and then regalias." Arthur's gaze hardened. "How strong are regalia users compared to retainers?" Stefan's face paled. I don't know. I swear on Vritra. My family only has an emblem holder." Arthur noticed the reverence in his voice. They truly worship the Vritra like gods. "How many emblem and regalia holders are currently in Dicathen?" Stefan swallowed. "My commander is an emblem holder serving under a regalia bearer, but I don't know exact numbers." Arthur exhaled slowly. Too low level. Not useful enough. Stefan saw the shift in Arthur's eyes. Panic surged through him. "Wait," he blurted out desperately. "I know something else." Arthur stopped. "We weren't the only force attacking," Stefan said, voice trembling. "Other troops are moving north right now." Arthur's expression darkened. That mattered. Stefan's voice broke completely. "I told you everything. You promised. Please, just let me go." Arthur slowly turned his head toward him. A faint, cold smile touched his lips. "I said I wouldn't kill you." Outside the tent, several captured prisoners lay tied on the ground. One of the soldiers straightened and saluted. Arthur didn't even look back. "Dispose of him however you want." Stefan's face drained of all color. Arthur stepped out into the forest, the shadows swallowing him whole. As he walked, his thoughts drifted. Should I have told the council about Agrona? No one knew, only him and Sylvie. And even with Sylvie, hiding his thoughts had become far more difficult now that their bond had deepened. He hoped she was adapting to her new body and abilities. For Arthur himself, even controlling his dragon's will had become far easier after reaching the White Core. Still, leaving her at the castle had been the right decision. For now. Then Agrona's words crept back into his mind. "You need to choose soon. The next stage of this war won't favor your side." Arthur remained silent. Then, darkness. His thoughts slipped backward. Back to Gray. Gray found himself tied to a chair beneath a blinding light. A voice emerged from the darkness. "What's the last thing you remember?" Gray blinked against the light. "I just won the tournament." "What happened next?" "I accepted an offer. To be mentored by someone powerful." Two figures stepped from the shadows. One of them leaned forward. "What was the woman's name? What was your relationship with her?" Gray's mind raced. The fact that they already knew it was a woman meant they were only confirming details. "I know her as Lady Vera," he said cautiously. "I only met her there." "Lies," a second man shouted from behind him. The other stopped him with a raised hand. "What happened after you won?" "I was heading back to my dorm room." Suddenly, the man from behind lunged forward. His hand clamped around Gray's throat and lifted him from the chair. "Who sent you?" he snarled. "What organization sent you to protect the legacy?" Gray stared at him in complete confusion. He knew nothing about any organization, nothing about a legacy. The man threw him violently aside. Gray slammed into the ground and blacked out. When he awoke again, he was back in the chair. This time, one of the men stood in front of him holding 2 glass flasks. His expression darkened. "If you really are who we think you are, then you've prepared for this." He uncorked one flask. "But if we have the wrong person," his lips curled, "this is going to be very uncomfortable." He rubbed the phosphorus-like liquid across Gray's chest. Gray struggled against the ropes. What are you doing? Then, flame ignited. Pain exploded across his body. A scream ripped from his throat, louder than anything he had ever made before. Please stop! But it didn't stop. Again and again and again, burning. Then a pause, false hope, then fire again. The pain looped endlessly until his mind began to crack. I'll tell you everything, Gray screamed. The man leaned closer. Good. His voice turned calm. I'm going to tell you a story. He began listing everything. The orphanage, Headmaster Wilbeck, the academy. Then he leaned closer. Which military institution trained you to be the legacy's protector? Gray gasped through the pain. I just finished my second year at Withholm Military Academy. I had no prior training. The man's expression twisted with anger. So you defeated 2 trained KI combatants without previous training? I had help from my friends, but he was cut off. Why did Wilbeck allow the legacy to walk around in public with 2 ordinary children? Gray stared at him. What is this legacy you keep talking about? I've never heard of it. The man's face darkened. There are only 2 things I want to know. He raised the lighter again. Which organization sent you? And how deeply is the country of Traden involved by publicly revealing Lady Vera as your mentor? Gray kept repeating the truth. I don't know anything. The flame moved closer to his face. Just as it was about to touch him, boom, the door exploded inward. In a single flash, blood sprayed across the room. Both men dropped before they could even react. Gray's eyes widened. Tears of relief spilled down his face. A familiar figure stepped through the doorway. Calm, composed, Lady Vera. She looked down at him softly. You're safe now. The scene snapped back to the present. High above the blood-soaked earth, Arthur cut through the sky like a blade. The sensation of flying still felt almost unreal, even now. The wind rushed past him in fierce currents, tearing at his cloak as he sliced through the clouds, sharp eyes scanning the horizon below. Far beneath him, the endless stretch of forest faded into mist and shadow. He had already left Lena and the elven forces behind, fully trusting General Aya to stabilize the situation in the beast glades. With the forest secured for now, there was no reason for him to remain. He should be heading back to the castle. By now, the transmission scroll should already be carrying the critical information he had extracted from the Alacryan prisoner. And yet, something felt off. The sky felt empty. Arthur exhaled slowly. Without Sylvie flying beside him, the silence felt heavier than it should have. He knew she would be worried. After everything that had happened, she would probably assume he had been dragged back into the nightmares of his past life again. For a moment, the image of the tortured prisoner flashed through his mind. Dark, brutal, unforgiving, the memory sat heavily in his chest. He forced it down. He would explain everything to Sylvie later. Right now, there was only one place he needed to be. Then suddenly, Arthur dropped. The clouds tore apart around him as he descended, revealing the chaos below, the wall, a massive fortress stretching across the landscape like an iron spine, standing between survival and complete annihilation. Below it, war raged. Explosions ripped across the battlefield. Steel clashed in relentless waves. The roars of mana beasts shook the air. Alacryan forces hammered endlessly against the defenses, like a tide that refused to break. Arthur's eyes narrowed. He had read the reports, but seeing it with his own eyes was something entirely different. This wasn't a battlefield. It was a storm. A stray arrow suddenly shot toward him from below. A soldier's voice shouted in alarm, mistaking him for an enemy descending from the sky. Arthur deflected the projectile effortlessly with a flick of wind mana. Without slowing, he dove. Like a meteor, flames wrapped around his body as he plummeted straight toward the fortress. Then, boom. He crashed into the courtyard in an eruption of fire and force. A massive shockwave blasted outward, kicking up smoke and dust across the stone ground. By the time the haze began to clear, a captain had already dropped to one knee before him. "Forgive us, General." His voice shook with panic. "I am Captain Albinth Kelris of the Bulwark Division. My archer mistook you for an enemy descending from above." Arthur stood calmly as the smoke settled around him. A faint smile touched his lips. "It's been a while since someone treated me like an enemy." The captain visibly paled. "Sir, I'll have him punished immediately." Arthur raised a hand, stopping him. "No need," he said evenly. "I came from the beast glades unannounced." It was a natural reaction. Then his gaze shifted toward the trembling archer standing nearby. "Good aim," Arthur said calmly. "But next time, report first." The soldier immediately snapped into a salute. "Yes, sir." Arthur turned back to the captain. "What's your name and rank?" "Captain Albinth Kelris, sir." Arthur nodded. "Good. Show me everything." Without delay, the captain led him deeper into the wall. They moved through massive stone corridors, wide enough for supply carts and troop formations. Albinth spoke as they walked. "The Bulwark Division is the backbone of the wall, sir. Blacksmiths, engineers, workers, repair crews, everyone here keeps the structure standing." Arthur glanced toward the passing workers hauling materials. "The stray attacks must keep you busy." The captain gave a tired nod. "Constantly. Repairs, reinforcements, supply checks. We file reports daily on structural damage, resource consumption, and defensive readiness." Arthur stepped out onto a high balcony and froze. Below him stretched something far beyond a simple fortress. A massive industrial system sprawled beneath the stone levels. Elevators moved up and down through enormous shafts. Chains groaned under the weight of cargo. Crates were hauled across platforms. Workers and soldiers moved in perfect coordination. Arthur stared. This is the wall? Even from above, it was staggering. This wasn't merely a fortress. It was an entire city built into the defense line. line. Captain Albinth gave a small smile. "Forgive the noise, sir. It can be overwhelming for those not used to it." Arthur let out a slow breath. "Overwhelming, yes," he admitted, "and impressive." A faint regret passed through him. "I should have visited sooner." The captain nodded. From this level onward, several floors are also accessible to civilians. As they continued, passing soldiers snapped into formal salutes. The moment they recognized him, many stiffened in visible panic. "General," Arthur chuckled lightly. "Relax. A normal salute is enough." Then a sudden wave of heat hit him. Arthur stopped mid-step. "Is there a fire somewhere?" Albinth smiled. "We're passing the main forge." Arthur looked down over the railing. His eyes widened. A gigantic molten chamber glowed beneath them. Massive metal pillars slammed rhythmically onto blazing steel. The sound thundered through the structure. Then he noticed something else. Mages. Several earth and gravity mages were lifting entire metal frames and machinery components with magic, dropping them with incredible force and precision. Arthur stared in stunned silence. It reminded him almost exactly of the old steam-powered hammers from Earth. A small smirk tugged at his lips. Even here, magic drove industry. Eventually, they exited the forge level and stepped into something Arthur hadn't expected at all. A marketplace. Loud, busy, alive. Merchants shouted prices. Soldiers bartered for gear. Civilians moved through the bustling streets. Arthur's eyes widened. This place is thriving. Captain Albinth nodded. There's no law-enforcing service here. Instead, the military pays adventurers to fight. He gestured toward the rows of shops. The merchants sell to them. Then the military taxes the merchants and cycles that revenue back into the war effort. Arthur looked around again. A self-sustaining war economy? A perfect loop. A faint smile appeared. Brilliant. They eventually reached the central courtyard. Ahead stood a massive command tent, heavily guarded and surrounded by armed officers. Captain Albinth stopped. "Perfect timing, sir. The strategy meeting is just beginning." He lowered his voice slightly. "The senior captain, division heads, and several commanders are already inside." Arthur gave a single nod, then stepped forward. The moment he entered, the room fell silent. A war room. Large maps spread across a central table. Colored markers indicating troop positions, supply routes, and enemy movement. Every eye in the tent turned toward him. At the head of the table stood a tall man with sharp features and piercing red eyes. His posture was composed, controlled. But there was something calculating in the way he looked at Arthur. The man spoke first. "Welcome, General Arthur Leywin." His voice carried calm authority. "It is an honor to finally have a lance here at the wall." He gestured toward an open seat, his gaze still cold and sharp. "I am Trotius Flamesworth." His expression remained unreadable. "Senior captain of the wall." High above the clouds, within the quiet stillness of the floating castle, a rare and fragile moment of peace unfolded, one untouched by the chaos consuming the world below. Ellie knelt on the smooth wooden floor, her hands stretched out in encouragement, a bright, patient smile on her face. "Come on, you can do it," she said softly. A few steps away stood Sylvie, still adjusting to her human form. Barefoot and unsteady, she wobbled slightly, her long white hair cascading over her shoulders. Frustration shimmered in her golden eyes as she shifted her weight, clearly struggling. "I can't," she muttered, her voice small but stubborn. Ellie didn't move any closer. "Just a few more steps," she urged again. "You have to try on your own." Sylvie frowned, puffing her cheeks in annoyance. "Then come closer," she complained. "No," Ellie replied, shaking her head gently. "You're doing great. Just keep going." After a moment, she tried again. One step, then another. Her movements were slow, careful, uncertain, but she was moving. Ellie's eyes lit up instantly. "That's it. You're doing really—" Before she could finish, Sylvie's foot slipped. She stumbled forward. Ellie lunged to catch her, but misjudged the distance. Both of them crashed onto the wooden floor with a heavy thud. For a brief second, they stared at each other in stunned silence. And then, without warning, burst into laughter. A simple moment, warm, carefree, a moment that felt impossibly distant from the war raging beyond the castle walls. Far away, that peace did not exist. Inside the war council at the wall, the air was thick with tension. Officers stood gathered around a massive circular map, voices low but urgent. Every movement carried weight, every word sharpened by the reality of war. At the head of the table stood Trotius Flamesworth, his sharp red eyes sweeping across the room with cold precision. A captain stepped forward, pointing toward marked positions. "Based on our latest reports, 5 units are stationed here, and 3 more advancing from the east." Trotius didn't nod. Instead, his gaze locked onto her. "Captain Kruer," he said flatly, "how accurate is your dungeon-clearing timeline?" Kruer hesitated slightly. "Fairly accurate, taking into account 1 week is too long." The interruption cut clean through the room. Arthur stood silently to the side, watching. Throughout the meeting, his attention never left Trotius. Every decision, every tone, every shift in posture, Arthur studied it all carefully. "The number of corrupted beasts is increasing," Trotius continued, voice steady and unforgiving. 4 days per dungeon. That's all we can allow." Kruer stiffened immediately. "Sir, rushing expeditions will increase casualties." Arthur could feel the tension tightening. He already carried a quiet bias against Trotius. From what he'd heard through Jasmine and Hester, from the reputation of the Flamesworth name, and seeing him now only made Arthur more wary. "Some of those dungeons have never been cleared," Kruer pressed. "Without proper caution, entire units could be wiped out." Arthur almost stepped in, but stopped himself. He wasn't here as Jasmine's friend. He He was here as a lance. Trotius leaned forward slightly, his voice firm, leaving no room for argument. The wall is our last line of defense. Silence settled over the room. If a soldier dies in the beast glades, their family remains safe. A pause. But if the wall falls, then the beasts and the Alacryan mages controlling them will move freely and slaughter everyone behind it. No one spoke. The order stands. 4 days. Arthur exhaled quietly. Cold. Ruthless. But not wrong. He didn't like the man, but he couldn't deny the strength in his leadership. The discussion shifted. Status of the Trailblazer Division? Trotius asked. Arthur's focus sharpened instantly. Tessia's division. A captain responded. They have secured a 4th tunnel, the longest so far. The entrance is hidden near a riverbank. Earth mages are reinforcing it. It should be ready for use within a week. Reduce the workforce by a quarter, Trotius ordered without hesitation. Begin night shifts. After losing a route last week, underground paths are our priority. Again, decisive, immediate. Teleportation gates? Trotius continued. Kruer answered, We've assigned only 1 scouting unit so far. Progress is slow. Arthur finally spoke. Teleportation gates? Trotius turned slightly toward him. The attacks are constant. Troops are deployed daily, he explained. Currently, the only way to reach the beast glades is through unstable underground tunnels. Slow, dangerous, and inefficient. He gestured toward the map. But with the new rail line connecting the wall to Blackbend City, we gain access to a teleportation gate. If we locate hidden gates within the beast glades, we can connect them, allowing instant troop movement. Arthur frowned slightly. And you're certain those gates exist? We're not, Trotius replied bluntly, which is why we're committing limited resources. Arthur's eyes drifted to the document spread across the table. Ancient relics, teleportation gates, the floating castle, Zyrus City, remnants of an older age, massive stone arches carved with indecipherable runes, structures so advanced that entire cities had been built around them. Modern artificers could manipulate and connect them, but creating one from scratch was still far beyond reach. How are you tracking them? Arthur asked. Trotius answered without hesitation. They emit faint fluctuations of mana across all elements. Subtle enough to blend into the environment, difficult to detect. Arthur understood immediately. That wasn't just difficult. It was borderline impossible. Even with Realm Heart, isolating such faint deviations within the natural flow of ambient mana, while flying blindly across the beast glades, it could easily become a complete waste of time. Still, I understand, Arthur said calmly. Trotius inclined his head slightly. My apologies for making you sit through this, Lance Arthur. Arthur shook his head. Before we conclude, I'd like to share what I've learned about the enemy. Later, Arthur walked through the sprawling city built against the wall. On the surface, it looked alive. Merchants calling out, armor clanking, voices filling the air. But beneath it all, fear. It lingered in hurried footsteps, in guarded expressions, in forced conversations meant to feel normal. Everyone knew the truth. The war was right outside. A distant explosion shook the ground. No one reacted. They were used to it. Arthur moved through the crowd silently, his gaze scanning everything. A merchant called out, offering him boots, but Arthur ignored him. The fear was everywhere, and no one could hide it completely. His thoughts drifted back to the council. Alacryans. Their magic wasn't like Dicathen's. It was limited, but specialized, refined, dangerous in its own way. Assuming their limits could get people killed. He remembered Trotius's question. What stops a striker from forming a shield? And Kruer's concern. What if their abilities aren't truly limited? Arthur's answer had been simple. Don't rely on it blindly. Inform your commanders. Observe. Adapt. Understanding the enemy wasn't about certainty. It was about awareness. Even now, standing in the market, Arthur could tell they didn't fully believe him. Not yet. All he could do was hope the information would save lives when it mattered. A patrol marched past as civilians muttered complaints. They should send all soldiers to the beast glades. Arthur didn't react. He knew better. Concentrating all forces in one place was how wars were lost. He stepped away from the noise, slipping into the shadow of a massive stone archway. Darkness wrapped around him. His blue eyes glowed faintly in the dim light. Cold, focused, unyielding. Time to get back to work. The freezing wind howled across an endless stretch of snow-covered wasteland, tearing through the caravan as if trying to rip it apart piece by piece. Heavy wagons creaked under their loads, wheels grinding against frozen earth as the convoy pushed forward through the blizzard. In the far distance, barely visible through the swirling haze, the massive silhouette of the wall loomed like a silent guardian. Inside one of the covered carts, Reynolds sat in tense silence beside Helen. The rattling of the wagon did little to mask the unease hanging between them. Every instinct honed through years of battle told them the same thing. Something wasn't right. Then it happened. The beast pulling their wagon shrieked, a sharp, panicked cry that cut through the storm. Reynolds moved instantly. Stay alert, he barked, but the warning came a second too late. A violent explosion tore through the snow ahead, flames erupting as the lead wagon was swallowed whole. Fire and debris scattered across the frozen ground. Another ambush, Reynolds roared, already drawing his weapon. As the smoke cleared, Angela's sharp eyes caught movement. There, in an instant, the twin horns snapped into formation. Angela raised her staff and a powerful green vortex spiraled outward, wind roaring as it formed a protective barrier around the caravan. The storm itself seemed to bend under her control. From within the blizzard, shadows descended. Alacryan assassins. They moved like phantoms, fast, precise, lethal. Protect the supplies, Reynolds shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. Durden surged forward, slamming his foot into the ground as stone erupted upward, forming a defensive line that bought the others precious seconds. Helen moved next. With a swift motion, she leapt onto a rising pillar of ice, her bow already drawn, her eyes locked onto a target slicing through the air. Jasmine, moving with terrifying speed as glowing daggers spun from her hands like streaks of light. The assassin deflected them mid-air. Helen didn't hesitate. Arrows followed immediately, cutting through the storm. But before they could land, a massive shadow swallowed the battlefield. Another assassin descended from above, riding a monstrous winged beast. Before it could strike, Angela reacted. A sharp gust of wind sliced through the air, smashing into the creature's wings and sending it spiraling downward. It crashed violently into the snow. A jagged spike of stone erupted from beneath the beast, impaling it straight through the chest. Blood sprayed across the white snow. "Reynolds, stop him!" Helen shouted. Another assassin had already broken through, charging straight toward the supply wagons. Reynolds stepped forward without hesitation, his gauntlet ignited, flames roaring to life, wrapping around his arm like a blazing inferno. The assassin struck first, deflecting the attack and barking an order for Reynolds to move aside. Reynolds didn't budge. Above them, Helen's arrows rained down, forcing the assassin to raise a wind barrier. That moment was enough. Reynolds drew in all his strength. His fist burned brighter, like a falling star. Then he moved, a single devastating punch. The barrier shattered. The assassin was blasted backward, crashing into the snow as smoke rose from his chest. And just like that, silence. The storm howled again, but the battle was over. Reynolds stood there, breathing heavily, steam rising from his body. Then he looked up. A figure approached through the snow. Arthur, calm, unshaken, dragging a captured assassin by the collar as if it weighed nothing. "I left this one alive," Arthur said simply, "for questioning." He added almost casually that soldiers would be sent to retrieve the fallen beast for research. The veteran stared at him in stunned silence. Then Reynolds broke it, laughing loudly as he threw an arm around Arthur's shoulders. "Hard to believe sometimes," he said with a grin, "that you're a lance now." Not long after, the massive gates of the fortress groaned open. The caravan finally passed into safety. Arthur walked beside them, his gaze drifting toward his parents. Their movements flawless, every step, every reaction, perfectly in sync from years of fighting side by side. And yet, a quiet fear settled in his chest. How long can they keep this up? That night, warmth replaced the cold. Inside a crowded tavern, the tension melted into laughter, clinking mugs, and the comforting noise of life continuing despite the war. Reynolds leaned forward, studying Arthur carefully. "I can't even sense your core anymore," he admitted. "Just how strong did you get?" Arthur gave a small, calm smile. "I reached white core." For a moment, silence. Then the entire room erupted. Reynolds pulled him into a tight embrace, pride unmistakable in his voice as he laughed. Arthur closed his eyes briefly. Peace. Something he hadn't expected to feel again. They talked about Ellie, about home, about the letters that had grown fewer over time. That's when Arthur realized something. Ellie had barely been replying. Alice smiled softly, though there was a hint of concern behind it. "She's in that phase," she said gently. "Most of her replies are just, 'I'm okay,' or 'I'm alive.'" Arthur frowned slightly. He suggested visiting her, knowing that's what Ellie truly wanted. But Helen shook her head. "Security's tightened. Only high-ranking officials can use the teleportation gates now." Arthur immediately offered to take them himself. But Alice stopped him. "We don't want to burden you," she said. "A new transport system is being built. It'll be easier soon." Arthur didn't look convinced. His voice tightened. "The roads are getting worse. You were just attacked." Reynolds waved it off with a shrug. "No one got seriously hurt. And that was enough," Arthur snapped. "What about next time?" The room fell quiet. He reminded them. Jasmine, Durden. They had been knocked unconscious before. "I'm not the only one worried," Arthur said, his voice tightening. "Ellie is too." Silence settled heavily over the table. Angela stood abruptly. "I think I left something in the carriage." Helen followed her out without another word, giving them space. Alice looked at Arthur, calm but firm. "Our responsibilities may not be as great as yours," she said softly, "but we're still doing our part." Arthur shook his head, frustration bleeding through. "You're risking your lives." Alice's reply was gentle but unyielding. "So are you." "I can handle it," Arthur shot back. A sharp sound cut through the air. Reynolds slammed his hand against the table. His expression hardened. "Do you even hear yourself?" he said, voice burning. "You risk your life every day, but expect us to sit back and do nothing?" Arthur's voice cracked. "I'm fighting to protect you. What if you're not there next time?" he continued, emotion spilling over. "What if something happens? What if Ellie—" He stopped. Too late. Just like Adam, the name hung in the air like a blade. Reynolds' expression turned cold. "That's enough." His voice dropped, steady and sharp. "Protecting family matters," he said, locking eyes with Arthur. "But so does living with purpose." His tone hardened. "Dicathen might not be your only home, but it's ours." A pause. "And if fighting means dying so Ellie can live a better life, then so be it." Those words hit harder than any attack. Arthur had no response. None. His parents stood and walked away, leaving him alone at the table. His hands trembled. The wood beneath his grip cracked under the pressure. Everything inside him, fear, anger, helplessness, boiled over. In the next instant, he vanished. A massive shockwave tore through the tavern as Arthur shot into the sky, disappearing into the freezing darkness above. Arthur stood alone at the summit of a jagged mountain. The world stretched endlessly beneath him. Far in the distance, the city glowed like a sea of scattered stars, its lights flickering against the darkness of night. From up here, everything seemed quiet, distant, almost peaceful. But that peace didn't reach him. A sudden sound broke the silence. Stone shifted. Arthur's eyes narrowed as his gaze snapped toward the edge of the cliff behind him. A hand appeared, gripping the rock, fingers digging into the mountain's edge as someone pulled themselves upward. For a brief moment, Arthur tensed, caught off guard. Then a head peeked over the ledge. Seriously? It was Jasmine. She hauled herself up with a final push, brushing dust off her clothes as she straightened, clearly annoyed. "You could at least have some respect for people who can't fly," she said, exhaling sharply as she glanced around. "So this is where you ran off to last night?" Arthur blinked, slightly surprised. "We've been looking for you all day," she continued, crossing her arms. "And by the way, the inn owner is still panicking over the mess you left behind." Arthur let out a quiet breath, guilt flickering across his face. "I'll send something to make up for it," he said calmly. "A proper gift." Then after a pause, he looked at her. "How did you even find me?" Jasmine smirked faintly. "Don't underestimate your mentor." Arthur gave a small, knowing smile. "I never have." For a moment, the tension eased. Jasmine stepped closer, the wind tugging lightly at her hair as she studied him. "How long were you at the wall?" she asked. "I just arrived yesterday," Arthur replied. The air had grown colder, the mountain winds biting sharper as the night deepened. Without thinking, Arthur raised his hand slightly. A small flame flickered to life in his palm. The warmth spread subtly between them, pushing back the chill. Jasmine glanced at it, then back at him. "Did you meet my father?" Arthur nodded slightly. "I walked in on one of his meetings." He hesitated briefly. "Did you see him?" Jasmine let out a quiet, humorless breath. "No," she said. "Despite going back and forth to the wall so many times, I haven't even crossed paths with him once." There was no anger in her voice, just something quieter, more distant. She shook her head slightly, then looked back at Arthur. "I'm not going to pry into whatever happened at the inn," she said, her tone softening just a bit. "But there's something you need to understand." Arthur stayed silent, listening. "Your parents care about you. A lot," she continued. "About you and Ellie." A faint smile tugged at her lips. "Every time your father meets someone new, he somehow finds a way to bring you up. Talks about his Lance son like it's the greatest achievement of his life." She rolled her eyes slightly. "It's kind of annoying, actually." Arthur couldn't help it. He smiled. "I know they care," he said quietly. Jasmine's expression shifted, her tone grew more serious. "That's not all." Arthur's smile faded slightly as he looked at her again. "No matter what they say, Reynolds and Alice still blame themselves," she said, "for Adam." The wind seemed colder now. "They feel guilty," Jasmine continued, "for not being there, for not being able to protect him." Arthur's gaze dropped slightly, his expression tightening. Jasmine didn't stop. "And don't forget what happened to your mother before you were born," she added. "What happened to Lenza? It broke her. She couldn't even use her magic properly for a long time. Not for anything beyond minor injuries." Arthur nodded slowly. "I know," he said. "That's exactly why I wanted them to stay at the castle, somewhere safe, away from all of this." His voice tightened, but instead, they chose to throw themselves right into the middle of it, traveling back and forth through dangerous territory like it's nothing. Jasmine watched him carefully. "What they're doing now," she said quietly, "it's not just for you and Ellie." Arthur looked at her again. "It's for themselves, too." She paused, choosing her words carefully. "They're trying to move past their mistakes, their fears. They want to become better, stronger, not just as fighters, but as parents." Arthur said nothing for a moment. Then he exhaled slowly. "I was being selfish," he admitted. The words didn't come easily, but they were honest. "Maybe," he continued, quieter now, "maybe all of us just need time to adjust." Jasmine gave a small nod. "Just don't let things end up like they did with me and my family," she said. Arthur frowned slightly. "There was a time we could have fixed things," she admitted, "but I kept running, and my father was too proud to reach out." Her gaze drifted briefly toward the distant city lights. "And now, that chance is gone." Silence settled between them. Then Arthur smiled faintly. "Thanks," he said sincerely. Jasmine snorted lightly. "You better be," she replied. "My jaw's starting to hurt from all this talking." Despite her words, neither of them moved. Instead, they stayed, and they talked about everything. Some stories were light, filled with laughter and old memories. Others were heavier, filled with things neither of them said out loud very often. Arthur told her about his time with the Asuras, about the battles he fought, about defeating a Vritra retainer. He even told her about Sylvie and her human form. Jasmine listened, occasionally reacting with disbelief or quiet amusement. Then she shared her own stories about the Twin Horns, their missions, their struggles. Time passed unnoticed. The night deepened. Eventually, Jasmine stood up, brushing herself off as she glanced toward the horizon. "I should head back," she said. Arthur nodded, rising slightly before stopping himself. "Jasmine?" She looked back. "Thanks for everything." For a moment, she just stared at him. Then she reached out and lightly patted his head. "Don't overthink it," she said. And with that, she turned and began making her way back down the mountain. Arthur watched her go until she disappeared into the darkness. Then he sat back down, alone once again. His eyes drifted upward toward the endless sky above. For the first time in a while, his thoughts felt quieter. Elsewhere within the castle, far removed from the tension of war councils and battlefield reports, the atmosphere was filled with warmth and sweetness. Inside the grand kitchen, a chief busily prepared an array of desserts for the evening meal. Plates of delicately crafted pastries lined the counters. Glazed tarts, layered cakes, and sugar-dusted confections that filled the room with an irresistible aroma. As he worked, carefully placing the finishing touches on a tray, something caught his attention. A faint movement. He paused. Slowly, he turned his head toward the side of the table. There, just barely visible, was a small head peeking out. Two black horns curved upward from it. Golden eyes shimmered with quiet fascination as they stared directly at the desserts. The chief blinked. The small figure froze. Then, just as quickly as it had appeared, it ducked out of sight. A little while later, Sylvie wandered through the castle halls, clutching a bag filled to the brim with stolen sweets. Her steps were uneven, slightly clumsy. "This is exhausting," she muttered under her breath. Her brows furrowed as she continued walking, clearly annoyed. Using mana just to walk? How does Arthur do this all the time? She adjusted her balance, taking another careful step, her movements still not entirely natural in her human form. As she turned a corner, voices drifted toward her from a nearby room. She slowed. "No, that sounds too desperate. Maybe something simpler." Sylvie tilted her head slightly, curiosity piqued. Quietly, she stepped closer and peeked inside. There, standing in the middle of the room, was Ellie. She was facing the empty doorway, posture stiff, clearly rehearsing something. "Welcome back, Arthur," Ellie said, trying to sound natural, only to immediately shake her head. No, that's weird." Sylvie stepped inside. "What are you doing?" Ellie jumped. Her entire body stiffened as she turned around, clearly flustered. "Nothing," she said quickly. Sylvie simply smiled, clearly unconvinced. "We should go," she said casually. "Arthur will be arriving soon." Ellie blinked. "Right." Not long after, the castle gates opened. Arthur stepped through, his presence immediately drawing the attention of the guards. They bowed respectfully as he passed. Standing off to the side, Ellie and Sylvie waited. The moment they saw him, they greeted him together. Arthur stopped in front of them, completely drenched. Water dripped from his clothes, his hair clinging to his face. Without hesitation, he spread his arms wide. Ellie immediately stepped back. "Nope," she said flatly. "You're soaked. We're skipping the hug." Arthur smiled and ignored her completely. He stepped forward and pulled her into a tight embrace anyway. Ellie protested, squirming slightly as she tried to push him away. Sylvie stood nearby, watching the interaction with quiet confusion. Arthur finally let go, turning his attention toward her. His eyes softened slightly. "You've grown," he said, studying her. "Looks like my fearsome dragon is turning into a healthy young girl." Sylvie didn't react to the compliment. Instead, she stared straight through him. "Did something happen?" Arthur paused for just a moment. Then he smiled. "We'll talk about it later." Before either of them could press further, he raised his hand. A gentle current of wind swirled around them. In seconds, the moisture evaporated. His clothes, and Ellie's as well, dried instantly. The three of them began walking toward the meeting room. Ellie, unable to hold back her excitement, immediately started talking. "I broke into the light red stage while you were gone," she said proudly. "I've been training with Boo every day." Arthur glanced at her, clearly impressed. "Even Commander Virion said I'm ahead of other conjurers my age," she added quickly. "At this rate, I might even skip the mandatory soldier training." Arthur listened quietly, but inside a thought lingered. She's getting bolder. The idea of Ellie wanting to join the war sat uneasily with him. What would Mom and Dad say? A faint sigh escaped him. He hadn't even gotten the chance to properly speak with them before leaving. Maybe, if they were here, she wouldn't be this eager. "Arthur!" Ellie's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. She continued excitedly. "Even Princess Kathleen has been helping me train. She spars with me and helps me with mana control." Arthur smiled faintly. "If you want, I can teach you myself," he said, "when I have time. I was a professor at Xyrus Academy, after all." Ellie frowned immediately. "Yeah, but only for a semester." Arthur blinked. "What's that supposed to mean?" Ellie crossed her arms. "I feel like learning from you would just discourage me." "We're only 4 years apart," Ellie continued, "but you're already a white core mage with quadra-elemental magic." She looked away slightly. "If I trained under you, I'd just end up comparing myself." Sylvie suddenly chimed in. "Even among Asuras, Arthur's talent is considered abnormal," she said casually. "You shouldn't compare yourself to a freak like him." Arthur frowned. "Freak feels a bit harsh." Ellie shook her head. "No, that sounds about right." Arthur sighed quietly. After that, Ellie and Boo went their separate way, leaving Arthur and Sylvie to continue toward the meeting room. As they entered, a loud voice greeted them. Well, if it isn't the young Lance." Bund. Arthur glanced at him, noticing the exhaustion written all over his face. "The meeting took a toll on you," Arthur remarked. Bund let out a long groan. "I didn't even want to join this little club," he muttered. "But what can you do?" He shifted slightly, clearly uncomfortable. "My backside hasn't hurt this much since my mother used to whip me as a child." Arthur almost smiled. One by one, the others arrived. Arthur greeted them as they took their seats. Queen Priscilla spoke first. You've arrived at a perfect time. King Glader followed. We've been waiting for your return. Your report requires discussion. Varian leaned back with a smirk. You didn't really think you'd get out of this meeting, did you? Arthur sighed. That's exactly why I sent a transmission scroll with all the details. Varian ignored the remark. The meeting began. Your report mentioned 2 separate but coordinated attacks near Elenoir, Varian said. Is that correct? Arthur nodded. It is. There's nothing further to add. King Blaine spoke next. Then we maintain current troop distribution and send reinforcements to Elshire Forest only when necessary. Queen Mariel immediately frowned. That implies you don't consider elven territory worth defending. Blaine's expression hardened. This was a minor incursion, he replied. Compare that to the daily assaults on the wall. Protecting Sapin takes priority. King Alduin's voice cut in. No one is arguing against defending Sapin, he said firmly. But elven soldiers are already stationed there. Shouldn't there be consistent defense for our own borders as well? Queen Priscilla spoke calmly. The forest itself is a defense. The mana fog has protected it for centuries. Those invaders would have gotten lost and died long before reaching any city. Alduin's restraint snapped. There are still tribes living outside the cities. His voice rose. By your logic, we should abandon Sapin's outer cities, too. Blaine slammed his hand down. That comparison is absurd. The tension in the room spiked instantly. Voices rising, arguments clashing, until... Enough! Varian's voice cut through everything like a blade. Silence fell. He looked at both sides, his expression sharp. We will not reduce ourselves to this. A pause. Then he spoke again, calm, controlled. Based on attack patterns, Sapin remains the primary target. The most direct path to major cities runs through the Grand Mountains and the Wall. He folded his hands. Maintaining priority there is the correct decision. Alduin said nothing. Even if it hurt, he understood. Varian continued. For Elenoir, we will reassign several Trailblazer units to southern dungeons. If another incursion occurs, they will surface and reinforce immediately. King Blaine gave a firm nod. The forest remains a natural defense. Alduin exhaled slowly and said nothing more, even if he wanted otherwise. This was the best decision for the continent. Deep within the veiled expanse of the Elshire Forest, where the fog twisted like a living maze and the air itself felt heavy with mana, a group of Alacrian soldiers moved with careful precision. At the center of the group, one soldier stood, with his palm pressed firmly against the bark of an ancient tree. His eyes were shut tight in concentration. Mana pulsed faintly from his body, seeping outward in controlled waves as he focused on something far more complex than a simple spell. Not far from him, another soldier shifted impatiently, glancing around at the dense fog that swallowed everything beyond a few meters. How much longer? He asked, his voice low but edged with tension. Your veiling barrier isn't going to hold forever. The soldier at the tree didn't respond immediately. His breathing grew heavier as he pushed more mana into the spell. The faint glow around his hand intensified, spreading slowly across the surface of the tree like creeping veins of light. Just a little more, he finally muttered, his voice strained. Covering this wide of an area? It's not easy. The others exchanged uneasy glances. They all understood the risk. The Elshire Forest wasn't just dangerous because of the beasts or the enemy. It was the forest itself. The mana-laden fog distorted perception, twisted direction, and drained even seasoned mages if they weren't careful. And yet, they were here, deliberately forcing their way through it. Suddenly, the glow surged. The mana coating the tree flared brightly for a brief moment, before settling into a steady, controlled pattern. Intricate lines of energy spread across the bark, forming a network that pulsed faintly. The soldier exhaled sharply, his knees nearly giving out as he pulled his hand away. It's done, he said, his voice hoarse but filled with relief. The process is complete. The moment the final surge of mana settled into the tree, one of the soldiers standing nearby let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. Relief quickly turned into excitement, and a grin spread across his face. Finally, he said, almost laughing, now we can move on to the next phase. Not yet. The mage Circe cut him off instantly, his voice calm but firm. Though exhaustion weighed heavily on his body, his eyes remained sharp, focused. There's still one final point left to unlock. The brief spark of celebration died just as quickly as it had appeared. Without wasting another second, Circe stepped forward and crouched, pressing his palm flat against the cold, damp ground. His fingers dug slightly into the soil as he began channeling mana once more. This time, however, the flow was different, deeper, more concentrated. A low hum began to resonate beneath them. At first it was faint, barely noticeable. Then it grew. Mana waves rippled outward from the point of contact, spreading through the earth like invisible shock waves. The ground beneath their feet trembled subtly, as if something ancient had been stirred awake. Suddenly, a sphere of shimmering mana burst into existence, enclosing the 3 soldiers within its boundary. At the same time, glowing lines etched themselves across the forest floor, connecting the points they had established earlier. One line, then another, and finally the last. A perfect triangle formed beneath them, each corner pulsing with faint, synchronized energy. Circe exhaled slowly, pulling his hand away as the structure stabilized. realized. The 3-point array is complete, he said, his voice quieter now but laced with satisfaction. One of the others let out a low whistle, clearly impressed. Not bad, he muttered. You actually pulled it off. Another quickly stepped in, his tone more urgent. Then we shouldn't waste time. If any elves pick up even a trace of this, we're finished. Cersei gave a small nod. He closed his eyes again, but this time, not to cast. Instead, he searched, his senses stretched outward, weaving through the dense, mana-saturated fog of the Elshire forest. Every fluctuation, every distortion in the ambient mana brushed against his awareness. It was like trying to read ripples in a storm-tossed ocean. Chaotic, unstable, and incredibly difficult to interpret. For a few tense seconds, no one spoke. Then slowly, Cersei lifted his hand and pointed. That way. The others didn't question him. They moved immediately. The deeper they traveled into the forest, the heavier the fog became. What had once been a hazy obstruction now thickened into something almost tangible, clinging to their skin, distorting their vision. Shapes warped at the edges. Sounds carried strangely, echoing from directions that didn't make sense. Time itself seemed to lose meaning. One of the soldiers exhaled quietly, his voice low, almost to himself. How long has it been since we started this mission? No one answered, because none of them knew. They continued forward, marking trees along the way, each one carefully etched with faint traces of mana, subtle enough to avoid detection, but strong enough to guide their return. But as they moved deeper, the forest began to change. The first body appeared without warning, a fallen soldier half buried beneath roots and leaves, his armor torn apart. Then another and another. Corpses of their own forces littered the paths ahead, silent reminders of how many had already failed. The group didn't stop. They couldn't. Each step forward carried them past more of the dead, deeper into territory that felt increasingly hostile, increasingly alive. Then, stop. The command came sharp and immediate. All three froze. Just ahead of them, partially obscured by fog, the ground dropped away into a massive pit. Jagged spikes jutted upward from its depths, twisted into unnatural shapes. One of the soldiers stepped closer, narrowing his eyes. Those aren't natural, he said quietly. Those spikes, they've been shaped. Plant magic, another muttered. A tense silence followed. Then suddenly, you said this path was safe. The accusation snapped toward Cersei like a blade. He didn't react outwardly, but irritation flickered beneath his calm expression. There's no such thing as a completely safe path here, he replied evenly. We needed to move. Now we stop, and I find another route. The tension lingered, but no one argued further. They turned, shifting direction once again. As they moved, Cersei's thoughts grew heavier. Navigating the forest alone was already difficult, tracking mana fluctuations, maintaining hidden arrays, staying undetected, but doing it while being questioned, doubted. It made it harder to focus, more frustrating. Still, he pushed forward, because failure wasn't an option. Eventually, they came to a halt in a relatively open patch of ground. Rest, one of them said. No one argued this time. They sat pulling out rations, the silence between them filled only by the distant whisper of the forest. One of them broke the quiet. We didn't place as many arrays as planned today, he said, chewing slowly, but we've made it deeper than expected. Cersei nodded faintly. It's harder than it looks, he replied. Even the smallest mana leak, and the elves will detect it immediately. Every array has to be perfect. Still, another voice cut in, sharper this time. We could have gone further if you weren't so slow. Cersei didn't respond. Before the tension could rise again, a more energetic voice broke through. Hey, relax, Cole. He leaned forward with a grin, holding out a piece of food. Here, I saved the biggest piece for you. Cersei hesitated for a moment before taking it. Each of them treated him differently. Criticism, praise, encouragement, and somehow all of it irritated him. Cole turned toward another member of the group. Fane, you too, he said. Don't act like you don't need rest. Fane didn't even look up. I'd rather finish the mission, he replied coldly, than sit around wasting time. Cersei watched them quietly. He had only joined this team a few weeks ago. The others had trained together for years. Their coordination, their understanding of each other, it was built over time, through countless missions. He wasn't supposed to be here. If their previous sentry hadn't died, if he hadn't awakened his emblem at that exact moment, he would still be somewhere else. Not here, not carrying this burden. A soft voice cut through his thoughts. We can't go any deeper safely, said the purple-haired girl, her tone firm. Not until Cersei's emblem recovers. Her words settled heavily in the air, because everyone knew what that meant. The success of this mission depended on him. Cersei lowered his gaze slightly, the weight pressing down harder than before. One of the others exhaled, trying to ease the tension. We're not the only team out here, he said. Maybe another group has already secured a route. Maybe. But no one looked convinced, because deep down, they all knew. If they failed here, there might not be another chance. For a brief moment, silence settled over the group. No one spoke, and no one moved. Yet, despite the tension, one truth lingered clearly in all of their minds. Out of every team sent into the Elshire forest, they were the ones most likely to succeed. Not because they were the strongest, not because they were the most experienced, but because of Cersei. Even with his lack of field experience, his emblem granted them an overwhelming advantage, something no other team possessed. It allowed them to navigate the impossible, to see through what others could not. The only problem was its limitation. After using it, Cersei would need nearly an entire day before he could activate it again. A single use, a single chance, and everything depended on how well he used it. Cersei exhaled slowly, steadying his thoughts. I'll do it now. The others immediately went quiet, their attention snapping toward him. Closing his eyes, Cersei reached inward, past the exhaustion, past the pressure, and activated his emblem. A faint glow pulsed from his body. Then, something separated. A ghostly figure, pale and translucent, slipped out from him like a shadow peeling away from its source. It hovered for a brief second before drifting forward, silent, undetectable. None of the others could see what it saw, but they could feel the shift in the air. Cersei's voice came low, controlled. The mastery of true sense allows me to perceive all 4 elemental mana particles, he explained. But for this, I only need wind. The spectral form surged forward. It moved through the forest like a whisper, gliding past trees, slipping through dense fog, crossing terrain that would have taken hours, no, days, for a physical body. Everything was laid bare before it, the flow of mana, the subtle disturbances, the faint trails left behind by life and death. Then, a structure, small, faint, but unmistakable, a town. The ghostly figure lingered for only a moment before retreating, racing back through the same path it had taken. Cersei's eyes snapped open. He inhaled sharply, his body tensing as the connection snapped back into place. For a brief second, the world seemed disoriented, blurred. Then it stabilized. Well? One of them asked immediately. Did you find anything? Cersei nodded, still catching his breath. The kingdom is still too far from here, he said. But I found something else. All eyes were on him now. A large area, dense with mana fluctuations, he continued. About a day's travel from our current position. Relief spread through the group almost instantly. So we're on the right path, someone muttered. All of this wasn't for nothing, another added quietly. For the first time since entering the forest, a sense of direction returned. Fane, the black-haired soldier, crossed his arms and gave a faint smirk. Well, he said, his tone laced with dry sarcasm. Looks like that Millview bloodline of yours isn't completely useless after all. His gaze sharpened slightly. I was starting to doubt it. Before Cersei could respond, the ground trembled. A sudden, violent shake rippled through the forest. All of them snapped into motion instantly, weapons drawn, mana rising. Cersei's senses expanded reflexively, scanning the surroundings. 3, he said quietly. The others tensed. Elves, he added. The air grew heavy. They weren't alone anymore. The scene shifted. Back inside the castle, within the War Council chamber, the atmosphere was just as tense, though far more controlled. Arthur stood before the gathered leaders, his expression calm but firm. Now that the matter of the Elenoir forest has been addressed, he began, I'd like to update the council on the information I've gathered from recent interrogations. The room quieted. All attention turned toward him. Arthur didn't hold back. He explained everything, from the rune-based systems of power to the structured hierarchy of marks, crests, emblems, and regalias, from their methods of awakening to their combat styles on the battlefield. When he finished, a brief silence followed. Virion was the first to speak. It seems, he said slowly, we've been underestimating the Alacrian mages until now. King Blaine frowned slightly at that. Underestimating, he questioned. Learning that their magic has limitations only proves we've been overestimating them. King Alduin nodded in agreement. It clearly exposes a weakness in their tactics, he added. But before the discussion could settle in that direction, Boone spoke. It's not that simple. His voice cut cleanly through the room. On the surface, it might seem like a weakness, he continued. But based on Arthur's findings, their methods of awakening and training are far more advanced than ours. The room stilled again. Bund leaned forward slightly. This is speculation, he admitted, but with their system of marks and crests, Alacrian mages appear to hyper-specialize. He paused briefly, letting the idea sink in. They dedicate their entire lives to a single spell, refining it, evolving it, perfecting it. A few expressions shifted. In contrast, Bund continued, Dicathen mages learn a variety of spells within their elemental affinities. He shook his head slightly. But on the battlefield, a soldier who is exceptional at one thing can be far more dangerous than one who is merely versatile. Far away, deep within the forest, Cersei's team proved that exact point. The moment the elves revealed themselves, the Alacrian soldiers moved in perfect synchronization. Each one used a single spell, but together they became deadly. One controlled the field, another disrupted movement, the third delivered the finishing blow. In mere seconds, it was over. The elven mages didn't stand a chance. Back in the council chamber, the weight of Boone's words settled heavily. Silence followed. Then, we need to distribute this information immediately, Boone said. To our captains, to the guilds, to the military academies. Arthur spoke calmly. I've already stopped by the wall, he said. The captains there have been informed. Virion nodded. Good, he said. Then we move to the next phase. Deployment strategy. Just as Arthur expected, the The calm didn't last. The room erupted into debate once more. Voices rose. Arguments clashed. Each leader pushing for resources, for priority, for control. Bun made his position clear. He and his loyalists would take charge in Darv, he declared, and root out Alacryan supporters from within. But the situation was already escalating faster than expected. Reports continued to arrive. The Alacryans had begun using underground tunnels to move their forces toward the Darv-Sappan border. Their ships had been sighted along the western shores of Sappan. Cities like Telmore, Etistan, and Mayburn were now being forced to build defenses on both sides, east and west, because if the wall fell, there would be nothing left to stop the invasion. And for the first time, it became painfully clear. This war was no longer confined to a single front. It was spreading everywhere. A heavy silence lingered in the council chamber, but it didn't last. King Alduin rose once more, his expression tense, yet controlled, though the strain beneath it was impossible to miss. "We need to reconsider the situation in Elenoir," he said, his voice steady but urgent. "With the recent incursions from the Beast Glades, it's no longer unreasonable to assume that the Alacryan forces stationed in the north may begin shifting east toward our territory." His words settled heavily over the room. The possibility wasn't far-fetched. If the enemy truly intended to open multiple fronts, then Elenoir, protected for so long by its natural defenses, could soon become a primary target. After a brief exchange of glances and murmured discussion, the council reached a temporary decision. "Elder Camus and Aya will survey the southern borders first," Virion announced. "No full deployment until we confirm the scale of the threat." It was cautious, measured, but necessary. Virion then straightened slightly, attempting to steady the atmosphere. "This is only temporary," he reassured. "Once Lord Aldir and the Asuras re-establish contact, we'll have clearer direction." That was the moment Arthur's expression shifted. Subtly, but enough. A memory surfaced, sharp and unwelcome. Agrona's voice, his words, his warning. Arthur inhaled slowly before speaking. "That won't happen." The room stilled. Every gaze turned toward him. Arthur met their eyes, his voice calm, but carrying a weight that immediately drew attention. "The Asuras won't be contacting us again," he said. "Not for this war." Confusion flickered across several faces. Then tension. Arthur continued. "They've made a pact," he explained. "They are no longer allowed to interfere in Dicathen, in any capacity." For a moment, no one reacted. Then, Virion's composure shattered. He rose abruptly, his chair scraping harshly against the floor. "That's impossible," he snapped, anger flashing in his eyes. "It wasn't enough that they dragged us into their war, used us as pawns for their own purposes." His voice tightened. "And now, they break their own treaty to attack the Vritra, and fail?" The weight of that failure hung in the air. Virion's expression darkened further as he processed the implications. "They couldn't even succeed," he muttered. But it wasn't just that. Arthur had revealed more, far more. 1 in 5, Virion said slowly, almost to himself. 1 out of every 5 people in Alacrya is a mage. The sheer scale of it was staggering. His gaze snapped back to Arthur. "What else did Agrona say?" he demanded. Before Arthur could answer, Queen Marial spoke, her voice sharp with suspicion. "And more importantly," she added, "how did you receive this message in the first place?" The question cut straight to the core. Arthur didn't hesitate, but inside his thoughts moved carefully. He couldn't tell them the truth. Not about Sylvie, not about Agrona taking control of her body. Not yet. Sylvie doesn't even fully understand what happened, he thought. And if the council learns the truth now, it will only complicate things further. Outwardly, his expression remained unchanged. Agrona temporarily possessed one of the captured Alacryan soldiers, Arthur said calmly. He used that connection to relay his message. The explanation was clean, believable, and most importantly, safe. No one questioned it immediately. Arthur continued before doubt could take root. "He used the failed assault by the Asuras as leverage," he said. "With that, he forced a condition that severed all communication between them and Dicathen." The room grew quieter, heavier. Bund exhaled slowly, rubbing his temple. "At least that explains something," he said. "Why he hasn't deployed more scythes or retainers." His gaze lifted slightly. "He's keeping his strongest forces close," he added, "preparing in case the Asuras try something again." The realization only deepened the unease. Queen Marial's voice broke the silence again, this time quieter, but far more dangerous. "Then what's stopping them now?" she asked. "If the Asuras are out of the equation?" Her eyes narrowed. "What if they've already come?" A ripple of tension spread through the room. "What if the scythes and retainers are already here?" she continued, using the hidden gates in the Beast Glades. Priscilla shook her head slightly. "There hasn't been any confirmed sighting of a teleportation gate in months," she replied. "The last one was destroyed." She paused briefly before adding, "One witness claimed to see an Alacryan mage halfway through a portal before it collapsed, but he died within seconds." Her gaze shifted toward the others. "Right now, the Trailblazer Division is focused on eliminating corrupted beasts and their controllers. Finding new gates isn't their priority." King Blaine leaned back slightly, his expression grim. "Then we should assume the worst," he said. "If they can't come through gates, they'll come by sea." The room grew still. "Through the western coast," he added. And if that happens, his voice hardened. No wall will be enough to stop them. Arthur felt a flicker of surprise at that. Even Blaine, who had always placed unwavering faith in Sapin's defenses, was beginning to doubt the wall. In Arthur's previous life, conflicts between nations rarely escalated into full-scale war. Kings settled disputes through paragon duels, controlled battles between chosen champions. Wars like this, total, relentless, unpredictable. They were something else entirely. Virion raised his hand sharply. Enough! The word cut through the rising tension. We're not making any clear decisions like this, he said firmly. Not with emotions running this high. He looked around the room, his expression steady once more. We'll take time to rest, he continued, then reconvene with clearer minds. A pause. The meeting resumes at sunrise. With that, he brought the session to an end. Chairs shifted, voices lowered. The council began to disperse. Boone stood slowly, stretching his back with a groan. Honestly, he muttered, half to himself, I'd rather throw myself onto the battlefield and face the enemy head-on than sit through another one of these meetings. Arthur couldn't help but understand. As the room emptied, his thoughts drifted. Back. To another life. To endless hours spent under Lady Vera's guidance. To the countless strategy lessons, the intricate board games, the simulations of war. At the time they had seemed overwhelming, demanding, exhausting. But now, standing in the middle of a real war, with real lives at stake, Arthur realized something. None of it, not a single lesson, had truly prepared him for this. Because this wasn't just strategy. This wasn't just war. This was the weight of an entire continent, resting on decisions that could never be undone. Arthur returned to his room completely drained from the endless council meeting. The silence felt almost unreal after hours of non-stop arguments, strategies, and tension. He let out a long breath and removed his heavy coat. The weight of everything still lingered in his mind. The thought of it all pressed heavily against his chest. Behind him, Sylvie quietly stepped into the room and closed the door. Her golden eyes followed him carefully as he dropped onto the edge of the bed with visible exhaustion. Sylvie tilted her head. Even without their mental connection fully active, she could easily tell what kind of mood he was in. For a moment, she simply watched him in silence, before suddenly walking closer, with a small smile spreading across her face. Do you want to see what I've been practicing? Arthur looked up curiously. Before he could answer, the surface of Sylvie's dress suddenly began to ripple. Arthur blinked. The dark fabric shifted like liquid, moving unnaturally across her body. The material folded inward before reshaping itself into an entirely different design. Arthur's eyes widened slightly. That's, he muttered. Sylvie gave a smug smile. It's not actually clothing. The surface of the dress shimmered again. My scales, she explained proudly. I can reshape them however I want now. Arthur stared at her with genuine fascination. That's actually incredible, Arthur admitted. Sylvie crossed her arms confidently. Obviously, Arthur chuckled softly for what felt like the first time all day. What else can you do? Sylvie walked casually around the room as she answered. For now, I've mostly been focused on functioning properly in this form, or as I prefer to call it, the bipedal form. Arthur laughed quietly. Sylvie continued grumbling. Honestly, I still don't understand how humans manage walking around like this all the time. These legs are horribly unstable. Still, she admitted, I can understand why the Asuras prefer humanoid forms. She slowly raised one hand in front of her. Mana manipulation is much easier like this. Even controlling Aether feels more natural. Arthur's expression shifted slightly at those words. That alone explained a lot. The Indrath clan almost always appeared in humanoid forms, despite being dragons. Arthur had once assumed it was simply preference or convenience. Now it made sense. Their bodies were simply better suited for manipulating higher forms of energy this way. The atmosphere inside the room gradually softened. It felt peaceful. Strangely peaceful. Arthur realized that although he and Sylvie constantly communicated mentally, actually talking like this, normally, casually, face to face, felt completely different, better, more human. Sylvie suddenly lifted her hand again. A sphere of white energy slowly formed above her palm. Arthur immediately stiffened. The mana inside the sphere was incredibly dense. Since the seal broke, Sylvia explained, carefully observing the glowing energy, my abilities have become a lot clearer. The white sphere crackled faintly. The Indrath clan specializes in ether, so most of my mana manipulation focuses on strengthening my body rather than using elemental spells. Arthur kept his eyes locked on the growing sphere. Most, he repeated carefully. Sylvie grinned mischievously. I can still release large amounts of mana when I want to. The sphere expanded further. The air inside the room immediately became heavier. Arthur's expression instantly changed. Sylvie, he said slowly, please don't destroy the room. The sphere continued growing. Or worse, Arthur added, staring at the ceiling nervously. The entire castle. Sylvie burst into laughter. Is the mighty Lance Arthur Leywin scared of a little girl now? Arthur folded his arms. The horns make the little girl act less convincing. Sylvie narrowed her eyes at him. Arthur continued with a smirk. Besides, you still trip over your own feet. Sylvie huffed dramatically before clapping her hands together. Instantly, the sphere of mana vanished. The room finally relaxed again. Arthur let out a relieved breath. Sylvie leaned back against the chair nearby and spoke more quietly this time. I'm glad the seal broke, she admitted. Arthur looked toward her. Sylvie's expression had softened. I'll finally be useful in battle again. There was excitement in her voice, but also uncertainty. She stared down at her own hands. At the same time, she continued slowly. There's a part of me that feels unfamiliar now. Arthur understood exactly what she meant. Ever since the seal shattered, her aura had changed. It was stronger, older, almost overwhelming at times. But Arthur smiled anyway. I'm sure you'll have plenty of opportunities to figure yourself out, he said confidently. Sylvie snorted lightly. That's not exactly comforting considering the current state of the world. Arthur sighed. She wasn't wrong. The meeting earlier had made one thing painfully clear. The war was escalating faster than anyone expected. The enemy was adapting, and Dicathen was slowly being cornered from every direction. Arthur leaned back onto the bed again, exhaustion finally catching up to him. Things are only going to get more chaotic from here, he muttered. Sylvie leaned back in her chair with complete confidence. At least we still have each other. Arthur glanced toward her. Sylvie grinned. And once I get better control over this form, she continued proudly. The idea of the two of us defeating a scythe together won't be impossible. Arthur laughed quietly. Won't be impossible? Sylvie shrugged smugly. That's my optimistic phrasing. Arthur shook his head with amusement before staring up at the ceiling. Honestly, she wasn't entirely wrong. The odds still weren't good, but compared to before, they were far better than they used to be. Sylvie eventually moved beside him, laying across the bed lazily. If we have time later, she said, I want to spar with you. Arthur raised an eyebrow. You just want an excuse to hit me. That too, Sylvie admitted shamelessly. But I also want to test the limits of my aether control in this form. Arthur closed his eyes briefly. At this point, he muttered tiredly, We'll be lucky if we even get one uninterrupted night of sleep. The instant those words left his mouth, a loud, urgent knocking exploded against the door. Arthur slowly opened one eye. Sylvie stared at him in complete disbelief, before groaning dramatically. You jinxed it. Arthur let out a tired sigh before pushing himself off the bed. Arthur walked toward the door while muttering under his breath, At least give me a minute. The moment he opened it, a soldier standing outside immediately straightened his posture and saluted sharply. My apologies for the disturbance, Lance Arthur, the soldier said quickly. Commander Varian has requested your immediate presence. Arthur's expression turned serious almost instantly. At this hour? The soldier hesitated briefly before answering. In the dungeon, sir. Arthur's eyes narrowed slightly. The dungeon? That alone was enough to tell him this wasn't ordinary business. Something had happened. Arthur glanced back toward Sylvie for only a moment before stepping out into the hallway. I'll be back later, he said quietly. The atmosphere changed the deeper they descended. The warm, candlelit halls of the castle slowly gave way to cold stone passageways beneath the fortress. The air became damp and heavy. Torches flickered weakly against the walls. Arthur could already sense several powerful mana signatures gathered ahead. By the time he reached the lower chambers, his suspicion had fully turned into concern. Every single member of the council was already there. The moment Arthur arrived, Varian glanced toward him. Good, Varian said grimly. Now that everyone's here, we can proceed. Boone frowned deeply, clearly irritated at being dragged down into the underground chambers in the middle of the night. What exactly is all this about? He demanded. King Alduin nodded in agreement, exhaustion visible on his face. Could this truly not have waited until morning? Varian looked toward Entei, who stepped forward slightly before speaking. Master Gentry requested that the council be gathered immediately, he explained. He claims one of the prisoners has finally started talking. That instantly drew everyone's attention. Queen Priscilla narrowed her eyes. The retainer? She asked sharply. Varian shook his head slowly. We're not certain yet. Arthur immediately looked toward Entei. Where's Gentry? And if someone's finally speaking, why are we standing out here? Entei opened his mouth to answer, but before he could respond, the heavy metal door beside them suddenly creaked open. A thick cloud of dark smoke slowly poured out from the chamber. Several council members visibly recoiled at the smell that followed. Then Gentry stepped out. The old torturer calmly wiped his blood-covered hands with a cloth, as if cleaning dirt from simple labor. His expression remained completely casual despite the horrifying atmosphere surrounding him. My apologies for the delay, Gentry said politely. I was performing maintenance on the retainer's restraint system when I sent for everyone. Arthur immediately noticed fresh blood splattered across Gentry's sleeves. Varian wasted no time. What did the retainer say? Did you finally break him? Gentry smiled faintly. No. Queen Marielle's expression immediately darkened with fury. "Then why?" she snapped. "Did you drag us into this god-forsaken dungeon in the middle of the night?" Gentry remained perfectly calm despite her anger. "I may not have broken the retainer yet," he admitted. "But thanks to him, the traitor Radius has finally decided to speak." The atmosphere instantly shifted. Arthur's eyes narrowed. Radius. After everything that happened, after betraying Dicathen, after dividing the Dwarven kingdom from within, now he wanted to talk? Gentry continued. However, he added carefully, "There is one condition." Everyone waited silently. "He will only speak to Arthur." Every eye in the chamber immediately turned toward him. Buin's face twisted with rage. "That traitor split my kingdom in half. He destroyed the reputation of Darv and left me to clean up the mess afterward, and now he thinks he's in a position to make demands?" King Blaine folded his arms thoughtfully. "Perhaps he's trying to negotiate. A deal, maybe." Queen Mariel immediately rejected the idea. "If he wanted a deal," she said sharply, "he would have asked for Virion or another council member, not Arthur." Virion remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. "Maybe this has something to do with Elijah." Arthur's thoughts froze. The name alone was enough to stir old memories. Elijah. Even now, they still didn't know where he was or what had truly happened to him. Arthur's mind drifted unwillingly into the past. Their first meeting, Elijah's awkward smile, the academy, their battles together, the countless moments that slowly turned friendship into something deeper, something closer to brotherhood. Arthur clenched his fist slightly. Too many questions still remained unanswered, and somehow Radius might finally hold some of those answers. Gentry's voice interrupted his thoughts. It was difficult enough getting the traitor to speak at all. "If I may offer my opinion, it would be wise to take advantage of his willingness while it lasts." Silence filled the dungeon. The council members all looked toward Arthur now, waiting. The final decision rested with him. Arthur slowly turned toward Virion. Virion held his gaze for a long moment before giving a small nod. That was all the confirmation Arthur needed. Without another word, Arthur stepped forward. "Take me to him," he said coldly. Gentry smiled faintly before turning toward the dark corridor ahead. "This way, Lance Arthur," and together they disappeared deeper into the dungeon. Elsewhere, deep within the endless maze of the Eleanor forest, Cersei sat quietly beside a small lake hidden beneath the dense canopy of ancient trees. Moonlight barely pierced through the thick fog hanging over the forest, but the still water reflected enough pale light to illuminate the exhausted Alacrian mage. For the first time in days, there was silence. No fighting, no arguing, no constant pressure from the mission. Only the soft sound of water shifting against the rocks and the distant whisper of wind moving through the trees. Cersei exhaled slowly as he removed part of his damaged armor and dipped a cloth into the lake water. Carefully, he began wiping dried blood and dirt from the cuts along his arms. He winced slightly. Still, it felt better than remaining covered in sweat, grime, and blood for another day. As he cleaned one of the deeper wounds near his shoulder, he leaned back against a nearby stone and closed his eyes briefly. Honestly, sneaking away from camp had absolutely been worth it. Cersei knew the others would complain if they found out, especially Fane, but after days of wandering through the cursed forest non-stop, he was starting to lose his mind. Of course, he hadn't been careless. Before coming here, he had carefully placed several concealment arrays nearby and checked the surroundings multiple times. Maeve's constant paranoia about being discovered was understandable, but so far their team had successfully avoided every elven patrol they encountered. Still, how was he supposed to complete this mission properly while feeling disgusting every second of the day? Cersei splashed water across his face with another tired sigh. Then, suddenly, Russell, his body, instantly froze. The bushes behind him shifted slightly. In the next instant, Cersei's entire expression sharpened. Mana surged quietly through his body as he immediately reached for his weapon, eyes locking onto the darkness behind him. The forest went silent. Another movement. Cersei stood up immediately, ready for an attack, but instead of an enemy, a familiar figure stepped awkwardly out from the bushes. "Relax," Cole whispered quickly while raising both hands. "It's just me." Cersei let out an annoyed breath. "Why did you follow me?" Cole shrugged his back of the head casually. "I wanted to make sure you were okay." Cersei stared at him for a moment before shaking his head in disbelief. "You left the barrier?" Cole shrugged. "I can't maintain it properly from this far anyway." Cersei immediately frowned. That answer only irritated him more. He quickly grabbed his mask from the ground and secured it back over his face before standing up fully. "We shouldn't be here," Cersei said firmly. "If Fane finds out both of us left our positions, he'll probably skin us alive." Cersei turned toward the forest, preparing to head back. But then, something changed. His body stiffened instantly. A cold sensation crawled down his spine. Someone was there. Cersei's eyes widened slightly as his mana sense spread outward through the fog. Behind them, Fast. Cole, before he could finish, two glowing green lights suddenly appeared within the darkness of the bushes. Eyes. Immediately after, several arrows exploded out of the fog at terrifying speed. Move, Cersei shouted. The two Alacryan instantly jumped apart as the arrows slammed into the ground where they had been standing moments earlier. Cole reacted quickly, swinging his hand outward. A burst of mana distorted the air around them, slightly altering the arrow's trajectory just enough for them to miss. The forest instantly erupted into chaos. Cersei's senses expanded desperately through the fog. 3 enemies, he said quickly. Elven scouts. More arrows cut through the trees toward them. We need to head back to camp now, Cersei warned. It's risky, but Fane and Maeve will be ready. Cole nodded immediately. The two sprinted through the forest as arrows continued chasing them through the fog. The elves were fast, far faster than normal soldiers. The distance between them was shrinking rapidly. Then suddenly, a blur shot past Cersei. Slash! One of the pursuing elves froze mid-step. A spear had pierced directly through his chest. Blood sprayed across the trees as the body collapsed instantly onto the forest floor. Fane stood there calmly, spear in hand. Without hesitation, he lunged toward the second elf. The remaining scout reacted quickly, drawing dual blades while trying to counterattack, but Cole immediately raised the defensive barrier between them. Several arrows slammed harmlessly into the shield as Fane closed the distance. The black-haired Alacryan moved with terrifying precision. In one smooth motion, he twisted his spear and drove it straight through the elf's torso. The blade burst out from the other side. The elf coughed blood before collapsing lifelessly. But the final scout was already moving. Instead of targeting Fane, the surviving elf instantly rushed toward Cole, recognizing the support mage as the easier target. His swing swung downward with deadly speed. Clang. The blade stopped inches from Cole's neck. The elf's eyes widened. Fane had intercepted the strike. His spear blocked the sword mid-swing with overwhelming force. Before the elf could react, move. Maeve's voice echoed through the forest. A barrage of blazing fireballs exploded through the trees. The flames slammed directly into the elf's body, one after another. The surrounding forest lit up orange as the explosions engulfed him completely. The scout screamed briefly before collapsing to the ground. His armor blackened and body burned beyond movement. Silence returned. Only the crackling flames remained. Fane turned immediately towards Cersei and Cole, fury already visible on his face. What the hell was that? He snapped. Cersei opened his mouth to explain, but Maeve interrupted instantly. Not now, she warned sharply while scanning the forest nervously. We need to move. Her expression was serious, far more serious than before. Explanations can wait. The group immediately began retreating toward camp together. But after several steps, Cersei stopped moving. The others quickly noticed. Fane turned back irritably. What now? Cersei stood completely still at the rear of the group. His body was trembling, not from exhaustion, not from fear, from what he was sensing. Maeve's expression slowly darkened. Cersei? Cersei's eyes remained locked on the darkness ahead. His face had gone pale beneath the mask. Then finally he spoke. There are more coming. Fane tightened his grip on his spear. How many? Cersei swallowed hard. When he answered, even his voice sounded shaken. A lot. Inside the cold dungeon cell, deep beneath the floating castle, Radia sat alone in silence. Chains rattled softly whenever he shifted, and the dim torchlight painted long shadows across the cracked stone walls. Then the heavy metal door creaked open. Arthur stepped inside. Despite the bruises covering his body and the exhaustion in his eyes, there was still an unsettling calmness about him. Ah, Lance Arthur Leywin, Radia said softly, almost warmly. Thank you for granting me your time. Arthur didn't return the greeting. His expression remained cold and unreadable. Radia slowly straightened himself against the wall and folded his hands together. Now then, allow me to begin. Arthur frowned immediately. Begin? Before Arthur could question him, Radia started speaking again, his voice rising like a storyteller reciting an old legend. There once was a lad, Radia began dramatically, born in a poor little town, wrapped in rags and raised among ordinary folk. A humble beginning, the sort that the world quickly forgets. Arthur's brows narrowed slightly, but within the boy, Radia continued, burned something far greater. He was born not for obscurity, but for greatness, born for renown. The prisoner's voice echoed throughout the dungeon cell as though he were performing on a grand stage rather than rotting inside a prison. And like all heroes destined for greatness, the lad possessed both talent and strength. His mother taught him about the world, while his father taught him how to fight. Arthur's eyes sharpened slightly. The story felt familiar, too familiar. Radia's continued without pause. His parents knew, eventually, that the small town could no longer contain the fire raging inside him, a fire burning as fiercely as a king's funeral pyre. The prisoner slowly lifted his head, staring directly into Arthur's eyes now. And so the day came when the boy realized there was a far larger stage awaiting him beyond the borders of his tiny home. Together they packed their belongings and bid farewell to the little town that raised them. Arthur's heartbeat slowed. Ashbur. The image of his childhood village flashed briefly through his mind, but Rhodeus said quietly, as all stories go, tragedy struck. Arthur's expression darkened. Now the similarities were impossible to ignore. The story mirrored his own life far too closely. But before Arthur could interrupt, Rhodeus continued speaking, his tone becoming deeper. Heroes do not simply disappear. They endure. They grow stronger through heartache, through death, through shattered dreams and broken thrones. The air inside the dungeon suddenly felt heavier. Arthur remained silent, listening carefully. But tell me, Rhodeus continued, what becomes of a hero when the enemy standing before him has crossed both time and space, and yet still shines brighter than he does? Arthur's eyes narrowed instantly. A strange chill crawled down his spine. Perhaps, Rhodeus murmured, the shining knight meant to save the world is merely another man's greatest light. The torches flickered violently. Arthur could feel questions piling up in his mind faster than he could process them. Rhodeus slowly spread his arms and finished the poem like tale, with one final line. In the end, perhaps light and darkness are only decided by whichever side survives the final battle. Silence filled the dungeon. Then suddenly, Rhodeus grabbed Arthur's sleeve tightly. What do you think? He asked desperately. Tell me, Lance Arthur, who decides what is truly light and what is truly dark? Arthur instantly shoved him away. Rhodeus crashed onto the stone floor with a grunt. Arthur stared down at him coldly, irritation flashing across his face. But instead of fear, Rhodeus laughed weakly. Good, he muttered while coughing. That confirms it. You're real. Arthur frowned. Rhodeus slowly pushed himself upright against the wall again. For a while he admitted quietly, I feared I was speaking to illusions, hallucinations. But no, this was real, which means my performance wasn't wasted after all. Arthur's expression hardened. It seems your time in this dungeon has damaged your mind. Rhodeus chuckled softly. Damaged? He repeated with amusement. Not insane? Not broken? Not cracked? He laughed again. No, you called me unbalanced. That's much kinder. Arthur remained silent. Rhodeus tilted his head slightly. You may choose to dismiss my words as nonsense, he said casually. Call them poetry. Call them madness. Ignore them entirely if you wish. What you do with them is no concern of mine. Arthur stepped closer. Explain the poem. Rhodeus smiled faintly. I thought a normal conversation would have been terribly boring, he admitted. And unfortunately, I'm not particularly gifted in poetry. Still, I had to find some way to pass the time down here. Then his expression shifted slightly as he stared directly into Arthur's eyes. Or perhaps, he whispered, these are simply the ramblings of an unbalanced man. Arthur's jaw tightened. Every instinct inside him screamed that Rhodeus knew something important, something he wasn't saying directly. But the way he spoke, the riddles, the vague symbolism, it was infuriating. And Rhodeus only made it worse. You must admit, he added casually, the rhyming was somewhat catchy. That was enough. Arthur snapped. In an instant, he grabbed Rhodeus by the collar and slammed him violently against the wall. The dungeon trembled from the impact. You don't seem to understand your situation, Arthur growled coldly. You betrayed Dicathen. You divided kingdoms. You worked with the enemy. Rhodeus winced, but still smiled faintly through the pain. Arthur's grip tightened. You're going to spend a very long time in this prison, Arthur continued, his voice low and dangerous. And how unpleasant that time becomes depends entirely on how cooperative you are. Arthur shoved him away again. Rhodeus collapsed to the floor, coughing violently. Arthur looked down at him with icy frustration. Now is not the time to worry about whether your poems sound catchy. Rhodeus coughed once more before laughing weakly. Oh, trust me, he muttered. I know exactly what kind of prison I'm in. Slowly, he looked back up at Arthur. And I already told you exactly what I wish to say. Whether you understand it is no longer my concern. Later that night, Arthur returned to his room completely exhausted. The castle halls were quiet now, but his mind was louder than ever. He sat heavily at the desk near his bed and began writing down everything Rhodeus had said, carefully reconstructing every line from memory. The poem, the metaphors, the strange references. Arthur stared at the paper for what felt like hours. At its core, the story was clearly about a hero, but something about it disturbed him deeply, because it felt personal. Too personal. Rhodeus had somehow described details from Arthur's childhood with unsettling accuracy. Ashbur, his parents, leaving the town behind, even the feeling of tragedy waiting ahead. Arthur's fingers tightened around the pen. How could Rhodeus possibly know those things? A simple background investigation through the council couldn't explain all of it. Not even close. Arthur leaned back slowly, exhausted. His thoughts drifted toward one particular line. What becomes of a hero when his enemy shines brighter than he does? Did Rhodeus mean Agrona or someone else entirely? And what did he mean by the shining knight becoming another man's blight? Arthur rubbed his forehead in frustration. Nothing connected properly. Every answer only created more questions. Suddenly, Arthur slammed both hands against the desk and stood up violently. The chair scraped backward across the floor. This makes no sense. Frustrated and mentally drained, Arthur finally collapsed onto his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling above him. Maybe the poem truly was meaningless. Maybe Radius only wanted attention. Maybe it was all just an elaborate attempt to confuse him. But even then, Arthur couldn't shake the feeling that hidden somewhere inside those strange words was a warning. And deep down, he feared Radius wasn't finished yet. He feared this was only the beginning of the story. The story shifted back once again to Arthur's previous life. Far from the war in Dicathen, far from mana, dragons, and floating castles, a younger Gray stood inside an enormous training hall. Then, crack, a wooden staff struck sharply against Gray's shoulder. Gray stumbled backward with a groan, rubbing the sore spot while trying not to lose his balance. I almost dodged that one, he muttered defensively. Standing a few feet away from him, Lady Vera calmly lowered the wooden training stick in her hand. Her posture remained elegant and relaxed, yet there was something overwhelmingly oppressive about her presence. You almost dodged it, Vera repeated calmly, because you're still focusing too much on the weapon itself. Gray frowned slightly. Your vision is too narrow, she explained. You're watching my hands, my weapon, my movements. But a true fighter doesn't focus on isolated actions. She suddenly stopped directly in front of him. Your vision should encompass your opponent as a whole. Gray carefully adjusted his stance again, still wary of another sudden strike. Then Vera asked, "So tell me, Gray, what do you see now? What's different about me?" Gray looked at her carefully for a moment. Then, with the faintest hint of a smirk, he answered cautiously, "Aside from the obvious?" For a second, Vera simply stared at him. Then her eyes narrowed slightly in annoyance. "Don't get smart with me." But despite the scolding tone, a faint smile still appeared at the corner of her lips. Gray had become a difficult student, but also an incredibly promising one. Several months had passed since Vera rescued him from captivity. After his injuries healed, his real training had finally begun. And once it started, Vera wasted absolutely no time. She was ruthless as a teacher. Every mistake became a lesson. Every hesitation became punishment. Every weakness was exposed immediately. Yet strangely enough, Gray never hated it, because for the first time in his life, someone genuinely seemed invested in making him stronger. And everything around Vera reflected her overwhelming influence and wealth. The massive estate, the luxurious halls, the countless servants, the private training grounds, even the quiet elegance of her home spoke of immense power. Later that afternoon, Gray stood beside one of the estate's decorative pools, staring into the crystal-clear water below. His eyes widened slightly. Fish. Real fish. Living creatures swimming peacefully beneath the surface. Gray crouched down closer, completely fascinated. He had heard about fish before, of course, but growing up in poverty meant he had never actually seen one alive. Lady Vera stood nearby with her arms crossed. "So," she said calmly, "how do you plan to get better?" Gray glanced back at her. Then she pointed toward the pool. "Catch one." Gray blinked. "With my hands?" "Yes." Gray frowned slightly, but before he could move, Vera added another condition, a no key that immediately caught him off guard. "No key?" Gray repeated. "Wouldn't they die if I pulled them out of the water? And these things probably cost more than my entire hometown." Vera waved dismissively. "Don't concern yourself with that. Just try." Gray reluctantly sighed before kneeling beside the pool. Then he struck. Splash. The fish darted away instantly. Gray tried again and again. Every single attempt failed miserably. The fish moved far too quickly, slipping through his fingers effortlessly each time. Soon, Gray's sleeves were soaked, his hair damp, and frustration written all over his face. Finally, he looked back toward Vera. "What's the point of this?" he asked tiredly. "Catching one barehanded is basically impossible." Without saying a word, Vera calmly stepped forward. Then, splash. Her hand entered the water once, and when she pulled it back out, a fish wriggled calmly in her grasp. Gray's eyes widened immediately. Vera casually released the fish back into the water. Gray stared at her suspiciously. "No, do it again." Vera raised an eyebrow. Then she reached down once more. Splash! Another fish, perfectly caught, slowly, effortlessly. Gray was completely stunned. "That makes no sense," he muttered. "Did you train the fish to swim into your hands or something?" For the first time all day, Vera actually looked offended. "Do I truly look like someone who would waste time doing something so pointless?" Gray immediately shook his head. "No, definitely not." Vera nodded once. Then her expression became serious again. "I showed you this because you and those fish are similar." Gray blinked in confusion. The moment the word left his mouth, Vera suddenly attacked him. Gray dodged purely on instinct. The strike missed him by inches. There, she said calmly. That speed of yours is remarkable. Frighteningly fast, actually. But it's wild. Untamed. Gray frowned. Untamed? Vera walked slowly around him again as she explained. The moment your opponent's muscles tense before an attack, your brain immediately sends signals to react. Your body moves before you consciously think. Gray listened carefully. If your opponent is inexperienced, Vera continued, that ability gives you a massive advantage. Then her tone sharpened. But against stronger enemies, your movements become predictable. Gray's eyes narrowed slightly. Vera gestured toward the pool. Just like those fish. I knew exactly how they would move once I reached for them. Gray slowly began understanding. A little. So, how do I fix it? Vera smiled faintly. By learning to respond instead of react. Gray frowned again. Aren't those basically the same thing? No, Vera said immediately. One is instinctual, the other is intentional. Until now, your training has focused mostly on conditioning your body. But I believe you're finally ready to learn proper combat awareness. Gray's eyes lit up slightly. Vera gently patted his head. We begin tomorrow. Gray groaned dramatically. Vera turned and began walking away. Oh, it'll be fun, she answered calmly. Then she glanced back at him with the faintest smile. For me, and you're late for school, Vera replied immediately. Your classes resume tomorrow. Just then, footsteps echoed nearby. One of the estate servants hurried toward them, clearly nervous. Lady Vera, young Master Gray. Gray looked up. What is it? The servant bowed quickly. There's an urgent call for you, sir, from someone named Nico. Gray's expression changed instantly. Nico? The servant nodded. There was apparently some kind of explosion at Whitholm Academy. The enforcers have locked down the entire campus and instructed students and staff to stay away until further notice. Gray froze. An explosion? At Whitholm, his mind immediately raced toward the worst possibilities. Nico, was he hurt? Without another word, Gray immediately turned toward the exit. But before he could leave, Vera's calm voice stopped him. Go, check on your friend, Vera said quietly. Then, return afterward. Gray nodded immediately. But before he rushed out completely, Vera added one final piece of advice. A panicked man may drown in a puddle, she said calmly, while a calm man may swim across an ocean. Gray paused briefly. Then Vera smirked faintly. And since your classes are apparently canceled for today, we'll continue your reaction training later. Without wasting another second, he sprinted toward the doors of the estate, desperate to reach Nico as quickly as possible. Behind him, Lady Vera quietly watched him leave. For the first time that day, a faint trace of concern appeared in her eyes. She only hoped everything was already not too late. Gray rushed through the halls. A strange sense of dread tightened around his chest as he sprinted toward the communication room. Without slowing down, Gray grabbed the communication receiver the instant he reached it. Nico? He called out immediately. Nico, are you there? For a brief moment, only static answered him. Then finally, Gray. Nico's trembling voice came through the line. The fear in his voice immediately made Gray's stomach sink. Nico, what happened? Gray asked quickly. Are you okay? On the other side of the call, Nico sounded completely panicked. I don't know what's happening, he stammered. I checked it a few days ago and everything was fine. It was working perfectly. Gray frowned in confusion. What are you talking about? Then Nico's breathing became uneven. The key restrainer, he whispered. It must have malfunctioned. Gray's eyes widened slightly, and then Nico said the words that made his chest tighten. This is all my fault. Gray immediately tried calming him down. Slow down, he said firmly. What are you blaming yourself for? You're not making any sense. There was another pause. Then finally, Nico spoke again. It's Cecilia. The moment Gray heard her name, his expression hardened. What happened to Cecilia? Nico inhaled shakily before answering. She had another accident. Gray's grip on the receiver tightened. His mind instantly went back to all the previous incidents. Cecilia's uncontrollable power, the strange surges of ki, the dangerous outbursts she could barely suppress. But from Nico's terrified voice alone, Gray already knew this incident had to be far worse than the others. Gray, Nico said desperately. Can you come to the academy right now? Gray stayed silent for a moment. The enforcers are here, Nico continued nervously. They've been questioning everyone, conducting interviews, asking all kinds of things. His breathing became more frantic. I'm scared, Gray. That single sentence hit harder than anything else. I think they're going to take her away. Gray's eyes narrowed immediately. Please, Nico begged quietly. Come as soon as you can. For several seconds, Gray said nothing. Then finally, he asked the question he was most afraid to hear the answer to. Is Cecilia alive? Nico answered immediately. Yes, she's alive. Gray let out a quiet breath of relief. But Nico continued. She's okay physically, I think. But they locked her up. Gray closed his eyes for a moment. This time was really bad, Nico whispered. She destroyed part of the administration building. Silence filled the room around Gray. Inside his mind, thoughts immediately began clashing against one another. If he asked Lady Vera for permission to leave, would she allow it? Probably not. Vera would likely tell him to stay focused on his future, to avoid unnecessary distractions, to let the enforcers handle the situation. And, honestly, part of Gray knew she would probably be right. Still, hearing Nico sound this terrified made something inside him twist painfully. Gray tried finding a way out of the situation without directly refusing. The enforcers told everyone to stay away from the academy, he said carefully. Even if I came, they probably wouldn't let me inside. He forced his voice to sound convincing. I want to help, but there's not much I can do right now. On the other end, Nico stayed silent briefly before speaking again. Then maybe we can meet somewhere else, he suggested quickly. We need to figure out what to do if they really try to take Cecilia away. Gray's chest tightened. He could hear the desperation in Nico's voice, the fear, the helplessness. And yet, Gray panicked internally. He didn't want to get dragged into this situation. Not now. Not when his future was finally beginning to change. Not when Vera had already started shaping him into something greater. Gray swallowed hard before trying to calm Nico down instead. Nico, listen to me, he said firmly. We don't even know what's going to happen yet. Panicking won't help anyone. Then, almost unconsciously, he repeated the same words Vera had told him earlier that day. A panicked man can drown in a puddle, Gray said slowly, trying to remember the exact quote, but a calm man can swim across an ocean, or something like that. He rubbed his forehead awkwardly. The point is, we need to stay calm. Nico took a shaky breath. Yeah. For a moment, it sounded like he was trying to steady himself. But then he asked again quietly, So, where should we meet? Gray froze. The guilt hit him immediately. But instead of agreeing, he shut the idea down completely. I can't come, Gray said flatly. I have lessons. The moment the words left his mouth, the atmosphere changed. Gray quickly continued before Nico could respond. Don't worry so much. Everything's going to be fine. Even as he said it, the words sounded hollow. Still, he kept going. You just need to keep your head down and avoid causing trouble. Then Gray tried justifying it further, both to Nico and to himself. Maybe this could actually help Cecilia in the long run. If important people notice her condition, maybe she'll finally get proper treatment. He lowered his voice slightly. Then she won't have to rely only on your inventions anymore. The line became quiet. When Nico finally spoke again, his voice sounded smaller somehow. Okay, there was disappointment there. Gray could hear it clearly, but Nico still tried holding himself together. Sorry, Nico said softly. I know you already have a lot on your plate trying to become king and all. Gray immediately felt worse hearing that. So, I'll let you go now. Gray tightened his grip on the receiver. Call me once you know what the enforcers decide to do, he said. Nico nodded weakly on the other end. Sure. And then the call ended. The room fell silent. Gray slowly lowered the receiver back into place while staring blankly ahead. Everything's going to be fine, he whispered quietly to himself. Back in the present, Arthur sat silently in his room. That memory still haunted him, because now he understood the truth. That was how both Gray and Arthur survived painful moments, by telling themselves things would somehow work out, by repeating comforting lies until they started believing them. Arthur closed his eyes slowly. It was a memory he would never forget. Dream or not. Far below the floating castle, deep within the underground dungeon, the night remained cold and quiet. Gentry sighed tiredly. Tonight certainly turned out more eventful than expected. Gentry stretched slightly before turning away. Make sure you finish wrapping things up early tonight, he said casually. I'd rather not spend another sleepless evening down here. With that, Gentry began walking off down the corridor. But then, a sound echoed from inside the retainer's prison cell. Ento froze instantly. The noise had been subtle. Then suddenly, something moved. Fast. Far too fast. A dark blur shot toward Ento from inside the cell. Ento's eyes widened in terror. The bucket slipped from his hands while metal instruments clattered loudly throughout the dungeon corridor. And before Ento could even scream, the shadow was already upon him. Arthur descended the cold stone staircase toward the underground prison, adjusting the collar of his formal coat with visible discomfort. The neatly pressed black uniform felt stiff around his shoulders, and the polished boots echoed sharply against the dungeon steps. He hated wearing these formal clothes. They were restrictive, impractical, and far too rigid for someone constantly moving between battlefields. But after arriving late and underdressed to one too many council meetings, Virion had made his opinion painfully clear. If Arthur showed up looking like a wandering mercenary again, the commander would personally lecture him for an hour straight. So despite the irritation crawling under his skin, Arthur endured it. Only a few days had passed since his last dream of Gray's past life, yet the memory still lingered vividly in his mind. The strange conversation with Radius refused to leave him alone. Ever since hearing that bizarre poem, fragments of Gray's old memories had begun surfacing more frequently, almost as if the words themselves had stirred something buried deep inside him. Arthur clenched his jaw slightly. Maybe the poem truly was connected somehow. Maybe Radius knew something impossible, Or maybe the old traitor was simply insane. Arthur exhaled slowly as he continued down the dim corridor, illuminated by flickering mana lamps. He hoped that this time, Radius would stop speaking in riddles and finally explain himself directly. As he reached the final turn of the staircase, he noticed the guards stationed outside the prison corridor. The elf was seated lazily beside the cell entrance, head tilted slightly downward, sleeping. Arthur stared at him for a moment before sighing quietly. This guy really drifts off on duty a lot, he thought. A faint smirk tugged at Arthur's lips. Deciding to test him a little, Arthur carefully concealed his mana presence and silently stepped forward, using the same stealth technique he once used to sneak past the hypersensitive raptor squirrels in Epheotis, creatures capable of sensing even the slightest disturbance in the air. Arthur moved without a sound, but the moment he came within reach, a blade instantly pressed against his neck. Arthur froze. The elf guard stood before him with frightening speed, sword drawn and eyes razor-sharp. His sleepy appearance had vanished completely. Pure instinct radiated from him. Then recognition struck. The guard's eyes widened in horror. He immediately lowered his weapon and stepped back, bowing apologetically. "My apologies. I sensed someone sneaking up behind me and reacted before thinking." Arthur raised an eyebrow. "You reacted while asleep." The elf's face flushed with embarrassment. "Please don't tell Commander Virion," he pleaded quickly. "I only have a few more days of guard duty left. If I stay down here any longer, I'll have to start running laps on the wall, just to stop my muscles from wasting away." Arthur couldn't help letting out a small chuckle. "Relax, I'm not reporting you." The guard sighed in relief. "Honestly, though," Arthur admitted, "I'm impressed. Virion was right about your senses being exceptional." The elf grinned proudly at the compliment. "These senses saved my life more times than I can count." The guard sheathed his sword before asking, "Are you here to visit another prisoner?" Arthur shook his head. "Same one." Then he glanced toward the deeper part of the corridor. "Is Gentry inside?" The elf snorted. "There hasn't been a single moment where he hasn't been inside." Arthur blinked. "Wait, he sleeps down here too?" The elf nodded immediately. With all the smell and blood and screaming, apparently, both of them grimaced at the same time. "That's disgusting," Arthur muttered. "It really is." They continued their conversation as Arthur asked whether the elf at least had his own room, and hopefully somewhere far away from these depths of despair. The elf let out a tired laugh and said that he did, but he still couldn't wait to finish his assignment there and finally return home. Arthur glanced at him curiously. "You're not returning to the battlefield?" The elf shook his head. "I'm being reassigned to the Elshire Forest." Then a faint smile crossed his face. "That's what I meant by home." Arthur paused slightly. The Elshire Forest, the memory resurfaced immediately. The towering trees, the thick mana fog, the strange silence hidden beneath the forest's beauty. The first time Arthur entered Elshire, he had only been a child, and it had been entirely by accident. The elf stopped walking for a second, clearly surprised. "You?" Arthur nodded. "When I was younger." The guard stared at him in disbelief. "Not many humans enter the Elshire Forest and come back alive," he muttered, "much less a child." Arthur smiled faintly. "I'll tell you the story someday if you tell me why you're getting demoted to guard duty." The elf instantly replied without hesitation. "I guess we'll both never know." Arthur laughed quietly under his breath. Eventually, they reached a cluttered side room near the deepest cells of the prison. The elf pointed toward a hunched figure buried beneath papers, restraints, and scattered tools. "There," he said. "That's where he sleeps." Gentry suddenly jolted awake at the sound of footsteps. What's going on?" He fumbled around for his glasses before finally spotting Arthur standing at the doorway. The old torturer blinked. "Well now," he muttered, "to what do I owe the pleasure of the general disturbing my rest?" Arthur crossed his arms. "I was simply returning the favor from last night." Gentry let out a dry laugh. "Fair enough." Arthur's expression quickly turned serious. "I need you to open Radius's cell. There's something I want to ask him." Gentry nodded immediately as he stood up. "Of course." As they walked through the corridor, Gentry spoke again. "And, my apologies for dragging the entire council down here last night." Arthur glanced at him. "You thought Radius was finally going to reveal something important. I still think he might." Arthur remained silent for a moment. "That's why I'm here." The deeper they walked, the colder the air became. Eventually, they arrived outside Uto's reinforced containment chamber. Arthur frowned slightly. Something felt wrong. Gentry reached for the mechanism and slowly opened the chamber door. The moment the door creaked open, dark smoke spilled into the hallway. Arthur's eyes narrowed instantly. Gentry froze. The elf guard immediately stepped forward with his sword drawn. As the smoke slowly cleared, the horrifying scene inside became visible. Ento lay collapsed on the floor. Blood seeped through the gaps in his suit as broken tools and overturned buckets scattered across the room. The entire chamber looked devastated. Black spikes of corrupted mana erupted violently from the ground, and walls like twisted spears, tearing apart the prison floor. And in the middle of it all, Udo sat slumped against the wall, barely conscious. Yet despite his condition, a twisted grin stretched across the retainer's face the moment he saw Arthur. Arthur's eyes widened slightly. That's impossible. The restraints were still active. Udo's mana should have been completely sealed. Gentry immediately rushed toward the retainer, while the elf guard focused his senses outward. "There's nobody else here," the elf reported sharply. "I can't sense any intruders." Arthur stepped cautiously into the chamber, confusion growing rapidly. Did he somehow break free? Arthur muttered. But something felt off. Udo wasn't escaping. He wasn't even moving properly. And then Arthur realized something far worse. Radius. Arthur instantly turned and rushed toward the neighboring cell. The metal door stood partially open. Arthur reached it in seconds and stopped cold. Radius lay sprawled across the prison floor. Dark spikes had pierced completely through his body. Blood spread beneath him in thick crimson pools. His eyes were empty, dead. For a brief moment, silence consumed the entire corridor. Arthur stared at the corpse in shock, his mind racing violently. Then Udo laughed weakly from behind him. A slow, broken laugh filled with cruel amusement. The next morning, the atmosphere inside the floating castle felt far heavier than usual. The bright halls that once carried the quiet comfort of safety now felt tense and suffocating. Inside the grand meeting room, every member of the council had gathered once again. Virion stood at the head of the chamber with a grim expression etched across his face. The exhaustion in his eyes was impossible to hide. Beside him stood Gentry, the usually composed torturer looking pale and visibly shaken. The memory of what happened in the dungeon clearly hadn't left him. Virion looked toward him and spoke in a firm but controlled tone. "Describe everything exactly as it happened. Leave out no details." Gentry swallowed hard. Before he could answer, Queen Priscilla spoke gently from her seat. "We understand your distress," she said calmly. "But if we fully understand the incident, perhaps we can determine what truly happened and prevent it from occurring again." Gentry nodded weakly, trying to compose himself. "Aye," his voice faltered slightly. "I could have stopped it." The room remained silent. Gentry lowered his head. "But I was asleep." King Blaine narrowed his eyes. "You didn't hear anything at all?" Before Gentry could answer, the elf guard Albald stepped forward. "I can personally assure the council," he said confidently, "that if there had been any struggle or intrusion, I would have heard it, even from the first floor of the dungeon." Arthur glanced briefly toward the elf. After witnessing his senses firsthand earlier that morning, Arthur knew the man wasn't exaggerating. Then Arthur himself spoke. "As I mentioned before," he said steadily, "by the time we arrived, they were already dead." Queen Mariel turned toward him immediately. "Then explain exactly what you saw." Arthur nodded once before recounting the scene carefully. "When we entered the chamber, the room was already covered in black spikes. Ento was still barely alive at the time. Albald continued from there. Udo was leaning halfway outside his cell," the elf explained. "One of the spikes had pierced directly through his mana core. We couldn't determine whether he escaped on his own or whether someone helped him." He paused briefly before continuing. "I intended to investigate the chamber further while General Arthur. I went to Radaeus' cell. Arthur finished for him. The room grew even quieter. I wanted answers regarding the poem he recited the previous night," Arthur explained. "But when I reached the cell, Radaeus was already dead." Arthur's eyes hardened slightly as the image resurfaced again in his mind. His body had been pierced straight through the heart by the same black spikes. Several council members grimly exchanged looks. Arthur continued calmly. Gentry had been sleeping near the chamber, and Albald was guarding the main entrance. "Earlier this morning, Albald was capable of detecting me even after I completely concealed my mana presence." Arthur looked toward the council directly, and between the prison levels and the upper floors, there were numerous guards stationed throughout the castle. If someone truly infiltrated this place, Arthur paused slightly. They left absolutely no traces behind. Silence settled heavily across the room. The situation made no sense. Virion eventually spoke. "Since every witness account aligns perfectly," he announced, "the council has concluded that none of you were involved in the deaths." Gentry visibly relaxed slightly at those words, though the guilt still remained written across his face. Arthur remained silent, but internally his thoughts continued racing. The deaths of Radaeus and Uto were catastrophic. Not only had Dicathen lost 2 major prisoners, but one of them had been a retainer living proof that the enemy could bleed. Keeping Uto imprisoned had given the people of Dicathen a sense of control, a symbol that the war was still manageable. Now even that illusion was gone. As for Radaeus, the council didn't mourn the traitor himself. But the information buried with him was another matter entirely. Virion eventually turned toward Gentry. You are granted temporary bereavement leave until the council requires your services again. Gentry bowed deeply. Understood. Virion then looked toward Albald. You will return to the Elshire forest immediately and assist the forces stationed there. The elf stood straight and saluted sharply. Yes, Commander. Arthur quietly observed the council members as the meeting continued. Despite their composed expressions, he could tell every single one of them understood the danger of the situation. If word spread that enemy prisoners had somehow died inside the most secure location in Dicathen, panic would spread instantly. So, the council made the same choice countless rulers throughout history had made when faced with fear and uncertainty. They buried the truth. The incident would be covered up completely. No public announcement, no rumors, no mention of infiltration. Virion finally turned toward Arthur. Until further notice, you will remain on standby. Arthur bowed slightly. Understood. The meeting eventually ended, and one by one, the council members departed the chamber in exhausted silence. Later, Arthur found Virion standing alone beside one of the massive castle windows. The old commander stared quietly at the floating city below. Far beneath the castle, children ran through the streets laughing while merchants opened their shops for the day. Families walked together peacefully. To them, the floating castle still represented safety. Arthur stepped beside Virion. You must be worried about everyone's safety, Arthur said quietly. 3 people were killed inside the most secure location in Dicathen, most likely by enemy forces. Virion didn't answer immediately. Instead, he continued looking outside. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Do you really think I'd allow civilians to remain here if I believed they were in danger? Arthur stayed silent. But inwardly, he admitted Virion had a point. If an enemy infiltrator truly possessed the ability to enter the castle unnoticed, then why target prisoners? Why not assassinate council members? Or the lances? Why kill Radaeus and Uto specifically? The more Arthur thought about it, the less sense it made. And yet, Agrona's words continued echoing in his mind. Arthur remembered the conversation clearly. Agrona speaking through Sylvie's body, calmly discussing the war as though human lives were nothing more than pieces on a board. What do you suppose the statistics are in Alacrya? Agrona had asked him. Arthur remembered the cold certainty in his voice. And then the warning. We are progressing into the next stage of the war. It will not benefit your side. Agrona didn't want to destroy Dicathen. He wanted its resources, its people. He intended to use the continent itself as fuel for his future war against Ephiodus. Arthur's thoughts shifted back toward Radaeus. The poem, the strange wording, the hidden meanings. Was Radaeus truly trying to warn him? Had he deliberately hidden the truth within poetry to avoid triggering some kind of curse? Arthur's eyes narrowed slightly. Cynthia had died under mysterious circumstances too. Was it the same curse? The same invisible force, silencing anyone who learned too much? Arthur's thoughts were interrupted when Virion spoke again. To be honest, the commander admitted quietly, I'm at a complete loss. Arthur looked at him in surprise. Virion rarely admitted uncertainty. The scale of this war, Virion continued while staring out at the sky, is unlike anything this continent has ever faced. Arthur slowly nodded. Things have been quiet lately, he admitted. Too quiet. A heavy tension settled between them. Arthur looked out over the floating castle, toward the endless horizon beyond the clouds. I can feel it, he said quietly. Something big is about to happen. His expression darkened, but I still don't know what. As Arthur walked through the long hallways of the floating castle, his mind remained tangled in restless thoughts. The polished marble floors reflected the soft glow of the mana lamps above, but even the calm atmosphere of the castle couldn't ease the tension building inside him. Everything was happening too fast. Every day brought new threats, new discoveries, and new uncertainty. The war that once felt distant had now spread across the entire continent like an unstoppable storm. Arthur let out a quiet breath as he continued walking toward his room. Part of him still couldn't understand why Virion had ordered him to remain on standby, while the other lances were scattered across Dicathen, handling critical missions. Aya had already been deployed to Eleanor, monitoring the southern borders after the recent Alacrian incursions through the forest. Mika was deep within Darv, hunting down the radical dwarven groups and Alacrian sympathizers, destabilizing the kingdom from within. Varwe had stationed herself along the western coastline, personally overseeing the fortification of major cities in preparation for a possible naval assault. Byron was scouting the northern range of the Grand Mountains, searching relentlessly for any sign of scythes or retainers entering Dicathen. Everyone was moving. Everyone was fighting. Yet Arthur remained in the castle. He frowned slightly. Still, he trusted Virion. The old commander wasn't the type to make meaningless decisions. If Virion wanted him here, then there had to be a reason for it. Arthur simply hadn't figured it out yet. As he reached the door to his room, he suddenly heard muffled voices coming from inside. "You have to help me. Promise?" Arthur paused, then slowly opened the door. The moment he stepped inside, Ellie instantly turned toward him with a bright smile, while Sylvie sat suspiciously close beside her on the couch. Boo rested lazily on the floor nearby. Arthur narrowed his eyes immediately. "That doesn't look suspicious at all." Sylvie crossed her arms innocently. "You're overthinking it." Arthur wasn't convinced for even a second. Ellie quickly changed the subject before he could question them further. "What happened? Why did it take you so long?" Arthur sighed tiredly as he loosened the collar of his coat. Another council meeting, then a faint smile crossed his face. "But I'm free now." Ellie's eyes lit up instantly. "Does that mean you're finally ready to spend time with your precious little sister?" Arthur chuckled softly. "Sure, as long as you don't mind spending that time at the training grounds." He glanced toward Sylvie. "She and I still need to test a few things before we end up in a real fight." Sylvie nodded immediately. As the three of them began walking through the castle halls together, Arthur glanced sideways at Sylvie. "So," he said casually, "what exactly were you two talking about before I came in?" Sylvie immediately looked away. "I'm sworn to secrecy." Arthur raised an eyebrow. "That makes it sound even more suspicious." Ellie quickly avoided eye contact. Arthur shook his head with a helpless smile as they continued toward the training grounds. Despite everything happening around them, seeing Ellie and Sylvie getting along so naturally genuinely made him happy. Eventually, they arrived at the massive indoor training hall. The moment Arthur pushed the heavy doors open, the familiar scent of stone, metal, and burned mana filled the air. Arthur stepped into the center of the room before stretching his arms casually. "We should warm up first." Ellie immediately began stretching beside him. Arthur glanced toward Sylvie. "You joining us?" Sylvie stared at them blankly. "Why?" Ellie giggled. "To loosen your body before training." Sylvie hesitated before awkwardly attempting to copy their movements. Her human form still clearly felt unnatural to her. Every stretch looked stiff and unbalanced, and several times she nearly lost her footing. Arthur tried not to laugh. Eventually, Sylvie leaned too far sideways and nearly toppled over completely, but Ellie quickly caught her before she could hit the floor. Sylvie blinked in surprise. Ellie smiled proudly. "See? You're getting better already." Arthur shook his head in amusement. "All right, let's start the real training before one of you breaks something just by stretching." Sylvie straightened herself before walking toward the center of the arena. "How do you want to do this?" Arthur asked. Sylvie raised a hand. "Just stand still for a moment." Almost immediately, a glowing sphere of white energy began forming around her palm. The mana condensed rapidly into a dense, shining projectile. Then, whoosh, she fired it directly toward Arthur like an arrow. Arthur instantly swatted the projectile aside with the back of his hand, but despite casually deflecting it, his expression shifted slightly in surprise when he noticed a faint burn mark left behind on his skin. Arthur blinked. "When did you learn to use mana arrows?" Sylvie looked mildly pleased with herself. "Watching Ellie manipulate elemental mana gave me a few ideas." Then several more glowing arrows rapidly formed around her hands. Including how to better take advantage of my own traits, the arrows shot toward Arthur one after another. This time Arthur caught the projectiles directly in his hands before they could explode. His eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Interesting. He examined the dense mana carefully. Compared to Ellie's arrows, these are much more compact, almost solid. He looked back towards Sylvie. The raw destructive output isn't especially high, but the mana density is absurd. They don't dissipate immediately after impact either. Arthur quickly realized that although Sylvie drew inspiration from Ellie's techniques, the composition of the spell itself was completely different. Ellie manipulated elemental mana. Sylvie manipulated pure mana itself. Sylvie folded her arms confidently. "Dragons can only manipulate ether and pure mana." Arthur glanced at the glowing energy still lingering around her hands. "Then what exactly is this arrow?" Sylvie hesitated slightly. "I'm not entirely sure." That answer immediately caught Arthur's attention. Sylvie looked down at her hands thoughtfully. "Ever since I started spending more time in my human form, I've gotten a much better understanding of my core." Her expression slowly became more uncertain, but there's still a part of it I can't fully access. Arthur smirked slightly. "Maybe you'll unlock it once you get stronger." Then dozens of fireballs suddenly materialized around him. The temperature inside the training room instantly rose. "For now," Arthur continued, "let's test how versatile your control over pure mana really is." The fireballs launched simultaneously. The arena exploded into flames. Ellie quickly shielded herself from the heat while Boo growled uneasily. But when the fire finally cleared, Sylvie stood completely unharmed. A translucent white mana barrier surrounded her body flawlessly. Not even a scratch reached her. Arthur immediately followed with another attack, this time summoning sharp, flaming arrows. "Create separate panels," he instructed calmly. "Block each projectile individually." The arrows shot forward. Sylvie reacted instantly. Several floating mana shields materialized around her body, intercepting every single arrow with perfect timing. Arthur nodded approvingly, then vanished. In the next instant, he appeared directly behind Sylvie in her blind spot. Arthur swung his blade toward her side, attempting to catch her off guard. But before the strike could land, black and violet dragon scales instantly spread across Sylvie's arm, hardening into armor. Clang! Arthur's attack bounced harmlessly away. Sylvie turned toward him smugly. Arthur couldn't help smiling. "Your mana control is impressive," he admitted honestly, "and your reserves are massive." He studied the scales covering her arm. "Your natural defenses are strong too, even if this form slows your physical movement slightly." Then his expression became more serious. "But your attacks still aren't strong enough to threaten a retainer or scythe yet." Sylvie nodded without arguing. "My defenses are weaker in this form too," she admitted, "and you definitely held back just now." She glanced toward Dawn's ballad resting in Arthur's hand. "If you actually swung seriously with that sword, I probably would have lost an arm." Arthur smiled slightly but didn't deny it. Sylvie continued explaining, "My mana control is far better in this form, but my dragon form allows me to release much larger amounts of mana at once." Arthur nodded thoughtfully. "Less refined but more destructive." "Exactly." Arthur then raised a hand again. "One more test." Sylvie tilted her head curiously. "Create a square mana panel in front of me," Arthur instructed, "and keep it stable." A glowing shield appeared instantly before him. Arthur took a stance, then struck it. The impact shook the entire arena floor. But the shield didn't break. Arthur's eyes widened slightly in genuine surprise. "Good." Then he pointed toward the opposite side of the room. "How far can you maintain control?" Sylvie sent the shield floating across the arena, while Arthur observed carefully. "Keep moving it." The shield twisted, rotated, accelerated, and shifted direction rapidly through the air while Sylvie maintained full control over it. Arthur watched closely, then suddenly spoke again. Now converted into an arrow, the shield instantly collapsed inward before reshaping itself into a glowing projectile. Sylvie fired it forward immediately. Arthur smiled. Not bad at all. At this point, Arthur finally began understanding how they could properly coordinate during battle. Sylvie's control, defense, and adaptability could complement his combat style perfectly. And as the two of them resumed sparring, Ellie stood quietly near the sidelines beside Boo, watching the overwhelming exchange of power unfold before her eyes. Explosions shook the arena. Mana clashed violently. Arthur and Sylvie moved at speeds Ellie could barely follow. And for the first time in a long while, Ellie truly realized just how massive the gap between her and them had become. As Arthur and Sylvie finally wrapped up their training session, the lengthy sparring session had given Arthur a much clearer understanding of Sylvie's current abilities in her human form, as well as the strengths and limitations they would need to account for in future battles. Sylvie, however, looked completely exhausted. Her shoulders slumped as she walked away from the training area. The two exchanged a playful high five, as if one fighter was tagging out while the next stepped into the arena. "Your turn," Sylvie muttered. And the moment she reached Boo, she practically collapsed onto the giant bear's soft fur. Boo let out a low grunt of surprise, but didn't move, allowing the tired dragon to use him as a living pillow. Arthur couldn't help but chuckle. "Get some rest." At that moment, Ellie stepped forward with obvious excitement shining in her eyes. She tightened her grip on her bow and practically bounced on her feet as she approached the center of the training field. Through their mental connection, Sylvie immediately spoke to Arthur. "Don't go too hard on her." Arthur raised an eyebrow. "Why?" "Because she's been looking forward to this all day," Sylvie replied, "and she really wants to impress you." Arthur glanced toward Ellie, who was already drawing her bowstring with an eager expression. A small smile appeared on his face. "There won't be any fun in that," he answered. Ellie planted her feet firmly and raised her bow. "I'm ready." Arthur nodded. "Let's see what you've got." Without warning, he stomped lightly against the ground. Several chunks of stone erupted upward and shot toward Ellie like cannonballs. The attack wasn't particularly powerful, but it was fast enough to test her reactions. Ellie's eyes sharpened instantly. She pulled back her bowstring. Thwip! A mana arrow streaked forward. The first stone shattered. Another arrow followed. Within moments, every incoming projectile exploded into fragments before they could even reach her. Stone dust scattered through the air. Ellie lowered her bow slightly and smirked. "You're going to have to do better than that." Arthur blinked, then laughed. Confident, he lifted a hand. Dozens of fireballs instantly materialized around him. The glowing spheres floated in the air like miniature suns, filling the training grounds with heat. Arthur glanced toward Sylvie. "At this rate," he said, "I might not even get the chance to go easy on her." Arthur smiled. "This should be good practice for both of us." The fireballs launched forward. Ellie immediately sprang into motion. She moved across the field with surprising agility, weaving between the incoming attacks while continuously firing arrows. One fireball exploded behind her, another passed inches from her shoulder, a third detonated where she had been standing only moments before. Yet throughout the entire barrage, her aim never wavered. Mana arrows flew from her bow one after another. Arthur watched carefully. Her draw speed had improved significantly. More importantly, her movement was becoming increasingly natural during combat. But Arthur wasn't finished. Cold mana gathered around him. The temperature dropped instantly. A moment later, dozens of icebergs formed around his body. Each construct looked almost alive. With a flick of his wrist, the frozen birds surged toward Ellie. The attack came from multiple angles simultaneously. Ellie immediately jumped backward while continuing to fire. Arrow after arrow shot through the air. Every single iceberg shattered before reaching her. Not one survived. Arthur's eyes widened slightly. Her accuracy had become frightening. The instant the final ice construct exploded, Arthur switched elements again. Fire mana erupted from the ground. Massive flames spiraled upward. The inferno twisted and condensed until it formed a gigantic beast made entirely of fire. The blazing creature towered over Ellie, radiating enough heat to distort the air around it. Even Boo lifted his head. Sylvie sat upright. The creature let out a roar that shook the training grounds. Arthur folded his arms. "Your offense is impressive," he admitted. "But what happens when you face a spell that can't simply be shot down?" Ellie stared at the towering monster. Then she smiled. Slowly, she reached into her quiver. This time she withdrew a different arrow. Its surface shimmered with concentrated mana. Arthur noticed immediately. The atmosphere around the projectile felt different, much denser, much more powerful. Without hesitation, Ellie drew her bowstring. The mana around her surged. Then she released. The arrow shot forward like a beam of light. Arthur expected it to punch through the construct. Instead, boom, the entire fire beast exploded. The massive spell collapsed instantly. Flames scattered in every direction before vanishing completely. The attack Arthur had spent far more mana creating was erased in a single shot. Silence filled the training grounds. Arthur stared. Ellie stood confidently with her bow lowered. A smug smile slowly appeared on her face. Arthur blinked, then laughed. "That was impressive?" Ellie interrupted. Arthur opened his mouth. "Maybe superb?" Arthur snorted. Ellie grinned wider. Jaw dropping? Arthur shook his head. "It wasn't bad." Ellie's expression immediately flattened. "Not bad?" Arthur ignored her protest. "Your arrows are made entirely from pure mana. Your reload speed is significantly faster than a traditional archer's, and your accuracy has improved dramatically." Ellie crossed her arms. "Those compliments seem a little dull." Before Arthur could answer, Sylvie jumped in. "What your brother means to say is that he's very proud of you." Arthur immediately pointed at her. "Do not verbally express my thoughts." Sylvie burst out laughing. Ellie smiled despite herself. Arthur eventually sighed. "Your stamina still needs work, and your overall experience is lacking. But those things will improve with time." Ellie nodded slowly. Then her expression became noticeably more serious. "There was actually something I wanted to ask." Arthur immediately noticed the change. "What is it?" Ellie hesitated. For a moment it looked like she might back down. "Never mind." Sylvie immediately sat up. "Nope, you're asking now." Arthur narrowed his eyes. "Does this have anything to do with whatever you two were secretly discussing earlier?" Ellie took a deep breath. Then she finally said it. "I want to fight in the war." The words hung heavily in the air. Arthur froze. Even though part of him had expected it, hearing her say it aloud still caught him off guard. Ellie stepped forward. "You said it yourself. I've improved a lot." Arthur remained silent. Ellie continued. "I'm confident I'm stronger than a lot of soldiers who have already been assigned to combat units. And I'm not asking to be put on the front lines." She tightened her grip on her bow. "I'd be fine serving in reserve forces. I'm an archer anyway." Arthur stared at her. For a moment, he saw the little sister he had always tried to protect. But he also saw someone who had worked tirelessly to grow stronger. Someone who refused to remain helpless. Slowly, he placed a hand on her shoulder. "I can see how hard you've been working." Ellie's eyes brightened slightly. "I'm not saying no." Her face immediately lit up. But Arthur continued, "I'm also not sure this is a decision I can make alone." The excitement faded slightly. Arthur sighed. "Mom and Dad aren't here, and to be honest, he looked away. We haven't exactly been seeing eye to eye lately." Ellie blinked. "You still haven't made up after last time?" Arthur looked at her in surprise. "How did you know?" Ellie rolled her eyes. "I'm young, Arthur, not dumb." Arthur couldn't even argue with that. For a few moments, he thought carefully. Then an idea came to him. "How about this?" Ellie leaned forward immediately. Arthur smiled. "Come on a mission with me." Ellie's eyes widened. If you perform well, he continued, then you'll have my blessing. But I still can't speak for Mom and Dad. For a moment, Ellie simply stared. Then really? She practically launched herself at him. Arthur barely had time to react before she wrapped her arms around him in an excited hug. Thank you. Arthur laughed despite himself. Nearby, Sylvie smiled knowingly. That was surprisingly fair of you. Arthur glanced toward her. Maybe it was. Or maybe he simply knew that trying to stop Ellie entirely would never work. Just as the training session was winding down, the doors to the training grounds opened once again. Arthur turned and was surprised to see Queen Mariel entering the arena. The Queen of Elenoir moved gracefully through the spacious hall, her elegant robes flowing behind her as she approached. A gentle smile rested on her face as her eyes swept across the scene before her. It looks like another Leywin is preparing to help save the continent. Ellie immediately straightened, while Arthur offered a respectful nod. Your Majesty, Mariel waved her hand dismissively. Please, don't stop on my account. Continue your training. Arthur relaxed slightly. What brings you to the training grounds this late in the evening? The Queen glanced around the room before answering. I occasionally check on the children and young mages training here. Many of them are good kids, and quite a few happen to be citizens of Elenoir. Arthur smiled faintly. The royal couple of Elenoir had always been unusually involved with their people. Unlike many rulers who remained isolated behind palace walls, both Alduin and Mariel genuinely cared about the well-being of their citizens. Mariel looked around the nearly empty training grounds. I didn't expect the room to be completely cleared out. Her eyes briefly shifted toward Arthur, Ellie, and Sylvie, and I apologize if I interrupted what appeared to be a family conversation. Arthur shook his head. Don't worry about it. It wasn't anything serious. The Queen raised an eyebrow. Really? A knowing smile appeared on her face, because it sounded rather serious from where I was standing. Arthur coughed awkwardly. Mariel chuckled softly. Everyone is doing what they can to help in this war. Her gaze settled on Ellie. And Ellie is quite brave. The young girl straightened proudly. I imagine she takes after her brother. Meanwhile, Ellie had already moved back beside Sylvie and was helping the dragon girl stretch her aching arms after their training. As Mariel watched them, her expression softened. You know, she smiled wistfully. Ellie reminds me a little of Tessia. Arthur blinked. The mention of Tessia immediately brought back countless memories. Mariel laughed quietly. Do you remember the incident when Tessia overheard the castle chefs complaining about missing meat? Arthur immediately laughed. How could I forget? The memory was still vivid. Tess practically dragged me into an investigation. His smile widened. She was convinced some kind of criminal mastermind was operating inside the castle. Mariel covered her mouth as she laughed. And after all that effort, Arthur shook his head. We caught Virion stealing food, red-handed, Mariel added. The two shared a brief laugh. Arthur still remembered the sight of Virion sneaking around, despite supposedly being on a strict diet. Mariel's smile gradually faded into something more nostalgic. Tessia invited me to join her investigation at the time. Her gaze drifted toward the distance. But I was too busy dealing with tri-union meetings. She sighed softly. Back then, I thought those meetings were the most exhausting part of my life. A trace of sadness entered her voice. The endless debates, the politics, the disagreements. Her eyes lowered slightly. But honestly, she paused. Those were some of the most peaceful days we've ever had. Silence filled the room. Arthur understood exactly what she meant. Back then, the continent's biggest problems had been political disputes and trade negotiations. Now they were fighting for survival. Mariel smiled sadly. We should have appreciated those days more. For a moment, nobody spoke. Eventually, Mariel straightened herself and turned toward the exit. I should let you all get some rest. She offered them a final smile. Good night. As she began walking away, Arthur suddenly called out, Your Majesty. Mariel stopped and looked back. Arthur met her eyes. With the council's guidance, his voice carried a quiet determination. The Lances and I will do everything we can to make sure those peaceful days return. For a brief moment, Mariel simply stared at him. Then she smiled. A genuine smile, one filled with hope. I believe you will. With that, she left the training grounds. The doors closed behind her. Arthur, Ellie, and Sylvie stood in silence for several moments afterward. Each of them understood what was truly at stake. They weren't just fighting for victory. They were fighting for the chance to return to simpler days. The next 4 days passed quickly. Arthur spent nearly every waking hour training alongside both Ellie and Sylvie. Whenever he wasn't attending meetings or studying reports, he was in the training grounds helping them improve while simultaneously refining his own abilities. Despite already being a white core mage, Arthur continued pushing himself further. One of the areas he focused on was earth magic, specifically golem creation. Large stone constructs rose from the ground under his command, but controlling them properly proved far more difficult than he had expected. The larger the construct became, the harder it was to maintain precise control. Arthur couldn't help but think about Ulfrid. The dwarf had manipulated stone golems effortlessly. Then, his thoughts drifted toward Ren Kane. The eccentric Acheron inventor likely could have explained the process in minutes. Unfortunately, neither of them were here, and even if they were, Arthur doubted they would willingly give him lessons. Meanwhile, Ellie and Sylvie pushed themselves just as hard. By the end of each training day, both girls were usually physically and mentally exhausted. Ellie's control over pure mana continued improving steadily. She became increasingly efficient at creating and manipulating mana arrows without unnecessarily draining her core. Her precision improved. Her speed improved. Even her instincts during combat became sharper. Sylvie also continued making progress. Although she still hadn't unlocked any new abilities hidden within the depths of her core, her confidence in her human form grew significantly. Her movements became smoother, her balance improved, and controlling pure mana became almost second nature. Unfortunately, they still hadn't discovered whatever mysterious power remained dormant within her. Still, progress was progress. The three of them also spent time discussing battlefield coordination. While they never fully practiced fighting together as a unit, Arthur began forming strategies in his mind based on Sylvie's defensive abilities and Ellie's ranged attacks. Both girls were clearly becoming stronger. On the fourth day, after another exhausting session, Ellie and Sylvie collapsed onto the training ground floor simultaneously. Neither had enough energy left to stand. Arthur looked down at them and laughed. That was fun. Sylvie groaned. Maybe for you. Ellie nodded immediately. Definitely only for him. After resting for several minutes, Ellie looked towards Sylvie. Your pure mana attacks are getting way more versatile. She sat up slightly. And your shields are ridiculous. They hold up even against Arthur's elemental spells. Arthur immediately flicked her forehead. You shouldn't compare yourself to Sylvie. Ellie rubbed her head. Why not? Arthur pointed toward the dragon girl. Because she's a dragon. Sylvie proudly nodded. A very important detail. Arthur continued. Pure mana is practically all dragons can manipulate. And Aether, Sylvie added. He sat down beside them. For human mages, pure mana works differently. Ellie listened carefully. Arthur explained. Pure mana comes directly from a mage's core. It takes time to gather and purify. Elemental magic also draws from your core, but it additionally utilizes ambient mana from the environment. The small sphere floated above his hand. Pure mana spells are harder because they originate entirely from the caster. And once they're released, they're usually more difficult to control. Arthur looked directly at Ellie. That's why your ability to detonate mana arrows after firing them is genuinely impressive. Ellie's eyes widened. Really? Arthur nodded. A huge smile immediately spread across her face. The compliment clearly meant more to her than she wanted to admit. Then Ellie suddenly turned towards Sylvie, a spark of excitement lighting up her eyes. Can you make those moving panels again? I want to practice hitting them. Sylvie glanced over at her and smirked, clearly amused by the challenge. Then I should probably practice reacting to your arrows too. But then the doors to the training ground suddenly burst open. All three immediately turned. A soldier rushed into the room. His breathing was uneven, and his expression was tense. The moment Arthur saw his face, his own expression hardened. Something was wrong. The soldier quickly approached and saluted. Arthur stepped forward. What happened? The soldier swallowed. News has arrived from the wall. The atmosphere instantly changed. Every trace of relaxation vanished. Arthur's eyes narrowed. The soldier continued. A massive horde of corrupted beasts has been sighted. His voice grew even more serious. They're moving directly toward the wall. Silence fell over the training grounds. Now, the reality of war had come crashing back. The moment the soldier delivered the report, Arthur immediately understood what it meant. The smaller attacks and scattered skirmishes that had been occurring across the continent suddenly made sense. They had never been intended to achieve anything significant on their own. They had been probes, carefully planned tests meant to gauge Dicathen's defenses and reactions before the enemy committed to something far larger. A full-scale assault was coming. Arthur's expression hardened. Has the council been informed? He asked without hesitation. The soldier nodded immediately. Yes, Lance Arthur. The council has already been notified. Preparations are underway as we speak. Arthur gave a firm nod. Good, I'll report directly to Commander Virion. He turned to leave, but before he could take more than a few steps, Ellie suddenly called out. Wait. Arthur glanced back. Ellie stepped forward, determination written all over her face. I'm coming with you. Arthur immediately knew where this was going. You said you'd take me on the next mission. The excitement in her voice was genuine, but Arthur couldn't share it. This isn't some routine assignment, he said firmly. This is a massive horde of corrupted mana beasts. People could die. His gaze softened slightly. You could get seriously hurt. Then his voice dropped even lower. Or worse. For a brief moment, Ellie hesitated, but only for a moment. You'll be there, she said. Arthur frowned. And I'll be behind the wall. She crossed her arms stubbornly. I won't be charging into the beast glades. I'll be fighting from one of the safest places on the battlefield. Arthur opened his mouth to argue again, but Sylvie stepped forward. I think she has a point. Arthur looked toward her. Sylvie shrugged. This is probably the safest opportunity she'll get to prove herself. She gestured toward Ellie. She'll be standing on top of the wall firing arrows. That's basically target practice for an archer. Arthur wasn't convinced. And if the beasts break through? Sylvie's eyes met his. They won't. There wasn't even a hint of doubt in her voice. You won't let that happen. The confidence caught Arthur off guard. Before he could respond, the soldier cleared his throat. The council is waiting. Lance Arthur. Arthur sighed. Part of him wanted to refuse outright. Another part knew that Ellie wasn't a child anymore. She had trained relentlessly. She had earned the right to at least be considered. Still conflicted, Arthur turned and began walking toward the door alongside Sylvie. Ellie remained where she was, watching silently. Then Arthur stopped. A few seconds passed. Finally, he glanced over his shoulder. What are you waiting for? Ellie's eyes widened. A grin spread across Arthur's face. Let's go. The excitement on Ellie's face exploded instantly. She nearly tripped over herself rushing after them. Really? Arthur simply shook his head. Don't make me regret it. The soldier led the group through the castle corridors before eventually bringing them to a military officer waiting nearby. Stopping before the man, the soldier saluted. Officer Strajan will brief you on the situation at the wall. The officer stepped forward. Officer Julor Strajan. He offered a respectful bow before continuing. A member of my reconnaissance squad stationed near the Beastglades was responsible for spotting the approaching horde. Arthur folded his arms. How bad is it? Julor's expression darkened. Large. That single word was enough to tell Arthur everything. Still, he allowed the officer to continue. Based on the scouts' observations, this horde is unlike the smaller groups we've encountered recently. The numbers are significant. Sylvie crossed her arms. They're still mana beasts. Even corrupted mana beasts were fundamentally different from retainers and scythes. Arthur agreed, but numbers could still be dangerous. How long before they reach the wall? Julor answered immediately. At their current pace, no more than 2 days. Arthur nodded slowly. Not much time. Not nearly enough. Anything else? Julor shook his head. That's all the information currently available. He straightened. The commander has already been informed. The departure groups will be assembled at the teleportation docks within the hour. Arthur nodded. Thank you, officer. Julor saluted before departing. Once he was gone, Arthur turned toward Ellie and Sylvie. You two head down to the teleportation gate. Both looked at him. I need to speak with Commander Virion first. Sylvie nodded. We'll meet you there. Arthur watched them leave before making his way toward Virion's office. When Arthur entered the room, Virion was already waiting. I assume Officer Strajan filled you in. Arthur nodded. He did. Arthur crossed his arms. No sightings of retainers or scythes. Then his expression grew more serious. But I'll keep my guard up regardless. Virion gave an approving nod. A wise decision. The old commander stood from his desk. Before you leave, though, I have something for you. Arthur raised an eyebrow. Virion moved toward a nearby stand where a carefully prepared set of armor rested. Arthur stared at it. The armor was impressive. Intricate engravings covered the metal plates, while finely crafted trimmings decorated the edges. A heavy fur mantle rested across the shoulders, giving it the appearance of something worthy of a king. Arthur immediately suspected Virion's involvement. Virion chuckled. I know. Arthur didn't even need to say anything. It's a little flashy. A little? Arthur asked. Virion ignored him. But appearances matter. His expression softened slightly. The soldiers at the wall need symbols right now. He gestured toward the armor. They need to see their lance standing with them. Arthur stepped closer. Upon closer inspection, he realized the armor wasn't merely decorative. Every piece had been designed with combat in mind. The plates protected vital areas without restricting movement. The weight distribution was balanced perfectly. Unlike ceremonial armor, this was something he could actually fight in. Virion had clearly put a great deal of thought into it. A short time later, Arthur emerged fully equipped. The silver armor fit perfectly. The engraved plating reflected the room's light. The fur mantle draped across his shoulders completed the look. Virion stepped back and examined his work. A satisfied smile spread across his face. Much better. Arthur looked down at the outfit. Then he glanced at the massive amount of fur covering it. He couldn't help himself. You really like fur, don't you? Virion burst into laughter. I really do. He adjusted the mantle slightly. That mantle is actually an old piece of mine. Arthur looked surprised. Virion nodded proudly. I wore it when I was younger. His eyes sparkled with nostalgia. Although, if I'm being honest, it looked better on me. Arthur laughed. Virion smirked. But I'll let you borrow it anyway. For a moment, silence settled between them. Arthur looked at the old commander. Memories flooded back, their training sessions, Virion's lessons, the countless times the old man had guided him through impossible situations. The man had become far more than just a commander. He had become family. Arthur bowed his head sincerely. Thank you. Virion raised an eyebrow. For the armor? Arthur shook his head. For everything. For a brief moment, Virion's expression softened. Then the old commander smiled. If you really want to thank me, his eyes sharpened. Keep the wall from falling. Arthur straightened. The seriousness of the mission settled heavily upon his shoulders. He placed a fist over his chest. You have my word. And with that, fully armored and ready for war, Arthur turned toward the door and prepared to leave for the wall. As Arthur followed Virion down the grand staircase of the floating castle, he was surprised to see a large gathering waiting below. The entire council was there. Kings, queens, elders, commanders, and advisors stood gathered near the departure platform. Arthur raised an eyebrow. I wasn't expecting this many people. Virion chuckled beside him. Of course they're here. The old commander gestured toward the assembled leaders. They wanted to see you off. Arthur shook his head slightly, but couldn't deny the gesture was appreciated. Before he could say anything else, Virion motioned toward two waiting mages standing nearby. There are a few people I'd like you to meet. The two mages stepped forward immediately. This is Gavik Lund. The first man bowed respectfully. It is an honor to serve under you, Lance Arthur. Virion then gestured toward the second mage. And this is Callum Hembrel. Callum offered the same respectful bow. We'll be providing support at the wall. Arthur returned the greeting before his gaze shifted toward the massive flying mounts gathered near the edge of the platform. Several wind-attributed beasts waited patiently, while soldiers loaded supplies onto their backs. I assume we're traveling by air? Arthur asked. Virion nodded. Yes, he folded his hands behind his back. The closest teleportation gate is located in Blackbend City, and the train line still hasn't completed construction. His eyes drifted toward the horizon. Fortunately, the floating castle isn't too far from the wall. Arthur nodded in understanding. Then his attention shifted toward Sylvie, Ellie, and Boo. He looked at the dragon girl thoughtfully. Sylvie, will you be all right carrying Ellie while holding Boo? Sylvie crossed her arms confidently. If the trip isn't too long, I'll manage. Before Arthur could respond, Gavik stared at Sylvie and Ellie in disbelief. The little girl and her pet cub are coming too? His eyes widened. We're heading toward a horde of corrupted mana beasts. Arthur's expression immediately hardened. She's an adept conjurer. His voice carried enough authority to silence the mage instantly. She'll be valuable. Then, Arthur raised an eyebrow. And since when is it acceptable to refer to a general's sister as the little girl? Gavik froze. Realization dawned on his face. Oh, his expression immediately turned pale. My apologies, Lance Arthur. He bowed repeatedly. I didn't realize she was your sister. Before the situation could become any more awkward, Bund burst into laughter. The dwarf elder slapped Gavik on the shoulder hard enough to nearly knock him over. Relax, he grinned broadly. Gavik has a daughter around Ellie's age. His expression softened. He's just worried. Gavik nodded sheepishly. That's true. The tension quickly disappeared. Nearby, Queen Priscilla stepped toward Ellie. The queen's regal expression softened slightly. You possess remarkable talent for someone your age. Ellie immediately straightened her posture. Priscilla smiled. Your abilities will provide valuable support to the troops stationed at the wall. Ellie's face brightened. Thank you, Your Majesty. King Blaine then stepped forward. Unlike the others, his expression remained serious. He looked directly at Arthur. Take care of our soldiers out there. The weight behind those words wasn't lost on Arthur. Thousands of lives depended on what happened over the next few days. Arthur met the king's gaze. I will. His answer carried absolute certainty. Virion nodded approvingly. Then it's time. The commander raised his voice. Prepare for departure. Soldiers immediately began moving. Flying mounts were secured. Equipment was checked. Final preparations began. Arthur was about to head toward Sylvie when another voice called out behind him. Arthur, he turned. King Alduin and Queen Mariel stood nearby. Mariel held a small cloth bag in her hands. She offered it to him. Tessia isn't stationed at the wall right now. Arthur accepted the bag. Mariel smiled gently. But if, by some chance, you happen to run into her, she glanced toward the bag. I made her favorite candy. Arthur looked down before smiling. I'll make sure she gets it. Mariel laughed softly. You don't need to go searching for her. Then her eyes sparkled with amusement. You two always seem to find your way back to each other eventually. Arthur couldn't argue with that. At that moment, Sylvie moved forward. A brilliant flash of light erupted around her. Mana surged outward. Her body rapidly expanded. In only a few seconds, the small girl vanished. In her place stood a magnificent black dragon. Massive wings unfurled across the platform. Dark scales shimmered beneath the sunlight. The gathered council members watched in awe. Even after seeing her transformation before, it was difficult not to be impressed. Hun grinned broadly. "Good luck, boy," Arthur nodded. Then his eyes drifted toward Virion one last time. The old commander simply smiled. No further words were necessary. Everything that needed to be said already had been. Moments later, as they moved toward the edge of the platform, Arthur glanced downward. Clouds stretched endlessly beneath the floating castle. The ground was completely hidden from view. Sometimes he forgot just how high in the sky the castle truly was. The sight was enough to make even experienced mages uneasy. Arthur looked toward Ellie. "This is your last chance." Ellie immediately rolled her eyes. Arthur smirked. "You can still stay behind and enjoy all this comfort." He gestured toward the castle. The warm beds, the good food, the complete lack of giant corrupted monsters trying to eat you. Ellie crossed her arms. "You can't convince me now." Her expression remained completely determined. "I've already made up my mind." Then she glanced downward through the clouds. A nervous look appeared on her face. Although Arthur raised an eyebrow, Ellie swallowed. "I might be a little nervous about flying for the first time." Arthur laughed. "Just hold on tight." Sylvie turned her massive head slightly. "I won't drop you." Then her golden eyes shifted toward Boo. The bear cub was clinging to her scales with absolute terror. "And I won't drop you either." Boo let out a miserable whimper. That didn't seem to reassure him at all. Arthur couldn't help smiling. Then he looked toward the horizon. His expression hardened. "All right," Mana surged around him. "Let's move out." With a powerful beat of her wings, Sylvie launched into the sky. The group soared away from the floating castle and raced toward the wall. Hours passed. The sky gradually shifted from bright afternoon sunlight into the golden hues of evening. The journey was long. Eventually, both Ellie and Boo fell asleep. Ellie leaned against Sylvie's neck while Boo had practically wrapped himself around one of her scales. Arthur looked toward Sylvie. "It's been a few hours. How are you holding up?" Sylvie groaned dramatically. "It turns out that despite all my magical abilities and physical strength," she flapped her wings again, "I was not designed to be an efficient means of transportation." Arthur laughed. "We're almost there. You'll get some rest once we land." Sylvie huffed but continued flying. After a brief silence, she asked another question. "Are you ready?" Arthur looked toward her. "For what?" "The battlefield." Her voice became quieter. "You haven't fought in a real battle for a while." Arthur considered the question carefully. Then he answered honestly. "I'm not sure." His eyes drifted toward the distant horizon. "For the last 2 months, I've mostly been sparring against the same 5 mages." A faint smile crossed his face. In a strange way, his gaze sharpened. "Mana beasts are a lot more unpredictable than people." Sylvie laughed. "That's one way to look at it." A short while later, they approached the coastline. Suddenly, a massive splash erupted from the ocean below. The noise startled both Ellie and Boo awake instantly. Ellie nearly fell off Sylvie's back. Boo squealed in panic. Sylvie ignored them. "Arthur," her voice had become serious. "Look." Arthur followed her gaze downward. His eyes widened. Hundreds, no, thousands. The coastline below was overflowing with movement. An endless sea of mana beasts raced toward the wall. The sight stretched so far into the distance that Arthur couldn't immediately determine where the horde began or ended. The soldier's report echoed in his mind. The estimated size of the horde was close to 20,000 corrupted mana beasts. Most of them were between D-class and B-class. Dangerous in large numbers. But that wasn't the true threat. The report had included another detail. Several A-class beasts had been identified among the horde, and even worse, at least a dozen S-class mana beasts had been spotted. The scouts hadn't been able to get close enough for an exact count due to interference from Alacryan mages. But they were certain there were no fewer than 12. Ellie stared downward. Her face had gone pale. 20,000, even Sylvie looked shocked. A dozen S-class beasts. The scale of the attack was enormous. But when she looked toward Arthur, her surprise deepened. He wasn't worried. He wasn't frightened. He wasn't nervous. Arthur was smiling. His eyes burned with excitement. For the first time in months, he was about to face truly formidable opponents. And despite the danger waiting below, the Lance of Dicathen looked more ready than ever.